And so don't be surprised if you get some good hail out of that storm too, maybe quarter-size hail. The tornado would be somewhere back here. That's the area that we're concerned about. And again, this is all pushing on up towards the north and to the east. To also help put it into perspective, you can see that that is just off to the west of Interstate 65. Let's take you back now over towards Mississippi-Alabama state line. This is where we have just one active tornado warning remaining in place. All the rest of them have been allowed to expire now. So it's just Clark and Lauderdale still under that tornado warning. Here's the area that we'd be most concerned about, right where that red and the green are coming together. This is County Road 18. So this is just to the north of there. Here's Alabama, here's Mississippi, right? So it's right along that state line, which tracks right here. Also Highway or 514. That county road likely getting hit with really heavy rainfall at this time, and perhaps some of those gusty winds. We're watching thunderstorms developing all across this region, so all of them need to be tracked and monitored as this entire area is favorable with the right atmospheric conditions for those thunderstorms to intensify really rapidly and then start to rotate. So Energy, you're one of the towns that's in the path of this storm. 101 is the timing for all of that, and then Cuba, if that holds together, notice you're just outside that warning, but still a possibility at 1:36 this afternoon. Now we'll take you up near Demopolis. This is right along and to the south and east of Interstate 20. Livingston, this is already just passed off towards your east. We're definitely seeing a hail signature or hail core potentially in there. And here we go. That's our area of rotation that we need to watch out for. That's just to the south and east of Livingston. So that's for Greene and Sumter counties. Belmont, Forkland, you need to be getting to your safe place right now. Do not hesitate. Do not wait. Just get to that interior room, the lowest level that you've got, and put as many walls between you and the outside of your home as you possibly can. This looks like this is 28 right within there. There you can see Livingston, and we're putting on the correlation coefficient, which is just another mode of the radar that looks for the size of the droplets or whatever might be out there in the atmosphere. And when we see all that red, that means everything's uniform. So we're expecting raindrops. When we start to see bright colors beginning to pop up, especially right where we're seeing the rotation as well, that's a sign that there's something else that could be getting lofted into the atmosphere here, and that something else could potentially be some of that debris. So that's something we're going to continue to watch out. We did have confirmation of damage earlier today already in Wayne County, Mississippi, that some homes were damaged in that area. That's all that we know at this time. But it's just one sign that hopefully prompts you to take action when that warning gets put out for your home. And we know that there have been tornadoes confirmed today, and we'll likely see many more of these in the hours ahead. So let's time this one out for you. Again, this is the one to the west of Greensboro. This includes you in Moortown as well as Highcut and Utah. Moortown, this will be arriving just after 1 o'clock. So 1:02, which is just about now. You know, this is just moving through your area right now, just to the west of you. Highcut at 1:20, Utah at 1:39. If that holds together after that at 1:48, Dara, you would be next in line. So this is a very active situation. We've also got a nice hail core on the storm back behind that. We'll take you back here towards Copiah, Lawrence, and Lincoln counties right now. There's Macomb, Mississippi. Here's Monticello. So we're back towards the Brookhaven area. This is Interstate 55, so that's a very well-traveled corridor. This is passed just to the east now of Interstate 55. A little bit of a drop out there, a little bit of a donut hole in the radar reflectivity. That's to the south of Brookhaven, and yeah, we're definitely seeing some good rotation just to the south of Highway 84 within that area. So tornado warning issued here just south of Brookhaven in the state of Mississippi, right along Highway 84. This is going to be crossing you into short order as the storm tracks off towards the north and towards the east. let's take that out a little bit wider, Sarah. So there we go. Okay, we'll put a track on it for you. Carlos would be the next city in line for here. Strong Hope, I know it's a ways off, but 131, that's when it would be arriving in your neck of the woods. So a fairly unpopulated area. We just got a couple of towns in there, but boy, if that hits you folks, you know, that's certainly not good news. So just a reminder that this isn't likely going to be what we call an outbreak day, where we have multiple tornadoes that get confirmed. And the tornadoes that develop today are likely to be strong, violent, and stay on the ground for a long period of time. So there you can see Jackson, Mississippi. There's Hattiesburg, Mississippi, McGee. So Sarah's trying to kind of give you a better idea geographically where that tornado warning is. There's a Mississippi River over there towards Natchez, and this is right near Brookhaven, near Highway 84. Tornado, strong signature here on Doppler radar that includes you in Copiah, Lawrence, Lincoln counties, including the city of Brookhaven, until 1:45 here this afternoon. So that's just one of many storms that are beginning to break out in an environment that's very favorable for more tornadoes to develop. And keep in mind today that this is not going to be just one warning and you're going to be done for the rest of the day. These are individual storms breaking out in a ripe atmosphere with additional storms likely to follow. Some of them could repeat themselves over the same areas, and then a big line is likely to move through later on tonight. Here's the area where we've got the watches in effect, and this is where we have what we call that PDS watch, or a particularly dangerous situation, and that's just a heightened level of concern where tornadoes are likely to be strong and long-lived. And the rest of them, well, you know, we still have that threat of tornadoes stretching from parts of Mississippi up into Tennessee, as well as into parts of Louisiana. And which one, Sarah? This one is also a PDS now? Right. Okay, yep. So this watch over here for parts of Mississippi and Louisiana now also elevated to that PDS watch, or a particularly dangerous situation. We want to get live to our Justin Michaels, who is in Memphis, Tennessee, and you've already been seeing storms roar on through there. Justin, what's the latest?
I'll tell you what, the rain has been consistently strong here for every bit of the last half hour, Jackie, and it continues to come down, continuing to use the Mississippi River and the bridge, the new bridge as they call it here in Memphis. We're beginning to be able to see it again. That's a positive, because the rain was so intense there for a while, it completely whited out that bridge. Just imagine looking out there as you're looking at it right now, where you can see it clearly. 10 minutes ago, you couldn't see it at all. That's how intense the rain was here. So our tornado watch has been extended here in Memphis through 7 o'clock local time tonight. It originally expired at 1 o'clock. Every indication is that it was going to get extended through 7. You can hear the thunder. You can probably still see the bolts of lightning, or the bright flashes of lightning coming through right now. So this is the kind of day that you have to keep your weather eye to the horizon as far as what's coming your way. Be listening to the Weather Channel, be listening to the NOAA weather radios if the warnings come through, and be ready to enact your tornado plan, getting to that middle part of your house, a bathroom, whatever separates you from Mother Nature as far as you possibly can to the bowels of your house. That's where you should be. If you have a basement, get in it. If you have an interior bathroom, be in it. Stay as far away from the walls of your house, the exterior walls, as possible, and windows for sure. If you do have to be involved in one of those warnings, use great precautions, and great safety should be top of mind. But the rain is another component of this. We have flash flood warnings all around the Memphis area, not right over Memphis, but around it at this point. And that risk for flash flooding is certainly high as well. Also hail, remember. So as this rain continues to fall, if it comes to a stop here in Memphis, don't think, oh, it's over now, we can go about the rest of our day. The expectation is this is going to continue through the rest of this day into this evening, and even up to 10, maybe 11 o'clock tonight here in Memphis for the Tourcon of 7, which means if you think about it on that scale of 1 to 10 for tornado activity, we're a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of that 10. Further south and east of us, it's a 9. So this is a very dangerous day here in the south, and one we're, of course, watching very closely for you as we are trying to cover it from every possible angle to keep you as safe as possible. So Memphis, you're nowhere near the end of this. Make sure you're using extreme caution as you go through the remainder of this day, and the rain continues to fall. In fact, it's getting a little more intense as I speak here. So, all right, let's head back into Chris Bruin. Yeah, let's definitely head back into Chris Bruin right now. It's probably one of those times where we want to maybe seek a little shelter because the claps of thunder, Chris, are getting a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, I saw that flash there. So go get inside, get some safety. A lot of rain. We also have to talk about some flash flooding too, and we'll get to that. I want to show you the tornado that was confirmed in Mississippi a little while ago in the last hour. You can get a visual. This was near the Highway 84 corridor near Waynesboro, Mississippi, in parts of Wayne County. This one was confirmed, and this one also has reports of damage to some homes. So that's all we know at this point. We also know there's an observed tornado near Selma, and that one's still ongoing. I want to talk about where we go from here and some of the timing. So let's start in Jackson, Mississippi. This is Hamilton, Mississippi. One thing I want to point out here, this is Charles Peak. He's in the northern part of the state. Notice how the clouds have broken up. You can even get a look at some blue sky. That is very concerning. Even with the rain we've had, it hasn't really dropped our temperatures. In fact, if anything, the temperatures have only gotten upward. Hamilton's not far from Tupelo. We also want to take you to Jackson, Mississippi, where we've been in and out of sun. I mean, partly cloudy skies. It's been quiet. Now, just south of you in Brookhaven, we've got that tornado warning right now, but it's been quiet here in Jackson. 82 degrees. This is very concerning, and this is why our tornado risk is so high. It's up at a 9. I want to show you the temperatures here from Mississippi through Alabama and where things have cooled down and where they've warmed up. We've been cooler in Georgia. We're kind of under a wedge, but that's slowly eroding, and we're back into the upper 50s, even 60s there in north central Georgia. Look at Alabama. Look at Mississippi. Tupelo, you're sitting at 75 degrees. That heat is feeding these storms, and the instability is through the roof in some of these locations. Where the front has come through, like in Little Rock and like in Shreveport, your severe risk, it's going down big time each hour from here on out. So I think the worst is done from that point west. East of there, east of the front, is where all the activity and dangerous stuff is going to be. A quick look at the torcons here. Central Mississippi, Brookhaven South, you're at a 7, and lower as you go towards the Gulf Coast, a 9 in central Mississippi. That's just about as high as it gets. And a quick look at the timing here. Supercells are going to be what we're going to be watching. They're going to be hit and miss, and then we're going to get a full squall line to come through, I would say around dinner time into the evening and early overnight hours before all of this finally clears out. Once that line clears the I-55 corridor, we'll be done. Let's take you live to Birmingham, Alabama right now. This is a spot that's been heavy rain. Guys, look at the visibility here. We haven't had any warnings. We haven't even had any severe thunderstorm warnings, but what I'm afraid of is we're going to get some of those, even tornado warnings perhaps, because we are under that particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. But I'm also concerned about flash flooding, and don't underestimate that threat along with all of these others. Even with the rain, temperatures here have stayed in the 60s, and they're continuing to steadily rise close to 70. This is a very concerning situation. I want to quickly show you, let me just switch over to the Birmingham hit and show you where we are on the radar. There we go. There's a quick look at where we're at currently, and you can see the heavy rainfall. Notice too, it hasn't really moved. Guys, it has just sat over the city. Now, it looks like we finally are going to get on that back end, but notice the nature of these storms, how they kind of pivot and they spin out these little hooks. That is what we're concerned about. In a broader look, we did have a tornado warning not too far away to the west of Birmingham near the Mississippi state line. And then these storms near parts of Interstate 22, close to Jasper and Hamilton, we're going to have to watch those. So more heavy rainfall. And again, our threat is up at a 9. That was extended earlier this morning. That includes Tuscaloosa and also areas along the Mississippi-Alabama state line. And then you start to drop off a little bit as you head east into some cooler air. A quick look at the timing. Birmingham's one of those locations. We could be seeing heavy, intense thunderstorms round after round after round, even as we go towards dinner time. And then later tonight, even into the wee early morning hours, that threat for tornadoes and severe storms will be with us for the next 12 to 20 hours.
When eye allergens attack, the itch can...
Handcrafted burger, only at Applebee's.
Currently in our area, 53 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, afternoon showers. Areas of patchy fog. High 62. Chance of rain 60%. Tonight, rain. Low 58. Rainfall around a ½ an inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Thursday, thunderstorms likely. A few storms may be severe. High 72. Here's our 7-day outlook.
It was just living in the moment of disbelief.
We really were caught off guard.
We couldn't leave. We were stuck there.
There was going to be nothing we could do except try to make it through safely.
That is the most scared that I have felt in my life.
Oh my God!
It's surreal.
Holy...
New video just into the Weather Channel of what's likely a tornado. Can't see it touching the ground, so we can say at least it's a funnel cloud. This is in Wayne County, Mississippi. You can clearly see that counterclockwise rotation of the lowering of the clouds there. In addition to this, we do have official word from emergency management in Wayne County that there were some homes that did receive damage from a tornado as it moved on through. We don't know how serious that damage is yet or whether or not anyone has been injured in this. We will continue to follow that situation and keep you up to date. So that's the first one of many tornadoes that are expected today, and we have multiple warnings that are in effect right now. So keep in mind, a warning means take cover now. If you are in a tornado warning, if you get that alert, if you hear those sirens, immediately get to your safe place. Today is one of those rare days where we have that extreme risk, where tornadoes become large, they become violent, and they can stay on the ground for a long period of time. And this is just the beginning of what's going to be a very unsettled, inactive day, night, and Thursday out ahead of it. So let's get right to it and show you where we have the warnings in place right now. It's primarily into central and southern parts of Mississippi and into Alabama as well. And one of those tornadoes has been confirmed by Doppler radar. We haven't heard the ground truth of it just yet, but we definitely saw a signature here on Doppler radar indicating that damage may be occurring with this storm. This is for Greene and Summer counties here, and there you can see the strong rotation. We saw that strong tight couplet just outside of Livingston earlier. There we go. That's the one that we're talking about, and we follow it now as it tracks up towards the north and to the east. Not looking nearly as impressive, but keep in mind tornadoes can go through cycles where they tighten up and they can produce a tornado, or they can weaken and broaden out a little bit but go right back into that tighter mode. So take this warning very seriously here in Alabama. This is Interstate 20, just to put that into perspective for you. Here's Forkland over here. So let's time out where the area of rotation is, and this may be tracking right along or even just outside of where we've got the cup polygon. So keep that in mind. Balaji at 1:28 this afternoon. Allison moving through at 1:34, and then Utah, if that holds together, 1:45. So this is going to be along and very near Interstate 20 in Alabama. If you know anybody that's traveling through that area, please call them. Give them a big heads up. You know, you don't want to pull over on the side of the road and go to an underpass. If there is a building nearby, that's where you need to get to. All right, let's take you. Here's Montgomery, Alabama right now. We've got another tornado warning to the north and west of there. This is a cell we've been tracking for quite a while that's right on top of and moving through the Billingsley area right now. So this is Autauga, Chilton, and Elmore counties in Alabama. Billingsley is included, Marbury is included, and so is Verbena. Looks like some pretty broad rotation on Doppler radar right now. County Road 77, it looks like this is just off towards the west of you. This is in Billingsley and areas just down towards our south here. As we take a look at correlation coefficient, that's something that we look at to see what might be lofted in the air, potentially like debris. And when we see everything red like that, that tells us everything's uniform. So we're just looking at raindrops that are being lofted. So that's a little bit of good news. But again, a tornado could happen at any time here, Billingsley. Get to your safe place right now. Do not delay. Storms today are going to be difficult to see, so keep that in mind. Don't look for a visual confirmation. Well, I'm not going to get to my basement, or I'm not going to get to my shelter until I see something out my window. You might not see it, right? So just trust the warnings. Putting a storm tracker on there, you can see that this is going to be heading towards Interstate 65. This is going to be moving towards Cooper, so this could cross right over the interstate throughout this area. Cooper, this would be arriving around 1:43 this afternoon. So the broader area of all this too, Chris, we've got a huge area that we're going to be watching today with PDS watches, which means that particularly dangerous situation in other areas across the deep south that are going to be watching for more warnings to happen as we head through the day. So remember, watch means watch. A warning means take cover right now.
Exactly. And I wanted to do a little bit of timing. Let's talk about New Orleans and areas near the Gulf Coast, because you're in that threat zone as well. Right now, a live look at the French Quarter, not too bad, no rain. Temperatures are key. They're up near 80 degrees. Let's show you what we have, and essentially think of I-10 as being the dividing line. Really north of that is where we have the greatest threat zone. You start seeing a 5 on the TORCOM for Baton Rouge and Hammond, Louisiana, and then you get up to 7 there as you cross into Mississippi. So a quick look at the timing. We've already seen some of those tornado-warned storms in southern and central Mississippi, but look what happens as we go towards this evening, and then especially later tonight, we get a line of strong and severe thunderstorms, some of which that could have tornadoes as they push east.
Joint pain, swelling.
Out there, the Weather Channel.
All right, breaking right now, we've got numerous tornado warnings continuing to fire up. We've got some very concerning ones that you need to take shelter immediately in Alabama and parts of Mississippi. Let's start here with the broad look, show you everything that's going on. Of course, our main line is still well off the screen to the west, which we're going to continue to track, but it's these supercells in between that could be the most destructive. So let's watch this. Let's start in Alabama, just to the north of Montgomery now. Now we've got Interstate 65 included in that tornado warning. This is a longer track tornado in the fact that it's been on the ground really since Selma. I've seen video of what is apparently a wedge-shaped tornado. Very large, very destructive, and has just come through Billingsley. So hopefully you have taken shelter. You are in your safe place. If you have a storm shelter basement, that is where you want to be. This is not a storm to mess with. Look at this. This is what, the textbook example. When we think of tornadoes, when we look at the radar, that is what we see. You can clearly see that tight rotation, very concerning, very dangerous, and a lot of winds wrapping around as this continues to push off towards the northeast at a very fast rate. So heads up here, right along exit 200 on Interstate 65, that's between Birmingham and Montgomery. That is where this is generally heading towards. So if you're traveling in central Alabama, north of Montgomery, you might want to pull off on the next exit if you can, especially if you're near this vicinity, or get out of the path of this tornado. This is not one you want to mess with. It is moving towards Interstate 65, also there around Cooper, and also Highway 31 within the next 15 minutes or less. All right, so please take shelter here immediately as this continues to track towards Interstate 65 within the next 15 to 20 minutes, maybe even a little bit sooner. These are very fast moving tornadoes. Also below me, you can see one of our storm trackers cameras. That's in York, Alabama, with numerous storms. There's the correlation coefficient. Let's play this out and see if there's anything that kind of rings a bell or something that catches our eye. Let's see if there's any, what we would be looking on this is any area, maybe perhaps something like that, that stands out in addition to the surrounding areas of what could possibly be debris. Not really seeing it there, at least on the correlation coefficient, but we certainly have some tight rotation. So the problem with the other one is the scans, we have to get the updates, and we just haven't had enough of them to really see if that's very evident. But it's something we're going to be continuing to watch, and we'll continue to keep our eyes on that storm. But please, please, please take shelter immediately there in central Alabama, north of Montgomery, and heads up for anybody traveling along Highway 31 and Interstate 65 near mile marker 200 to 215. That storm path is moving right over there. All right, so here we go into parts of Alabama, this time a little farther west. This is west of Birmingham. There's Interstate 20. There's the Mississippi state line. This is for Greene counties, areas north of Forkland. You are under that tornado warning. Again, a little bit of a rotation right there. Not as clearly defined, but certainly a developing storm. And we would time this out moving towards Utah by the next few minutes, okay? So please take shelter immediately there if you live in Utah, and also there in parts of northern Greene County. Let's jump into Mississippi, because that is another spot that's been very active. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning there for Scuba, so hail and damaging winds a big threat at that point. And then there north of Hattiesburg, there's that next tornado warning. There's Laurel, Mississippi, so you've got Interstate 59 right there. This is for Jones counties, and again, this is a concerning storm, clear sense of rotation, and you can see that there about to cross into Alabama right along the state line. Looks like it is a very rural area until it gets to Highway 84. This is between Waynesboro, Alabama, and then Laurel, Mississippi. So if you're traveling there along Highway 84 within the next 10-15 minutes, or maybe a little bit longer, this is going to likely cross over that highway corridor. Jackie?
Chris, we have new video just into the Weather Channel showing you some trash cans that are floating down a flooded road in Little Rock, Arkansas. Flash flood warning is in effect until 1:30 Central Time here. We got a torcon today in Little Rock of a 5. Hail and damaging winds are also a threat. Want to show you what's going on in Birmingham, Alabama right now. This is a live look here. Tough to tell, what we're looking at. And this is a good reminder of how bad visibility is in really heavy, intense thunderstorms. Sometimes you may not see a tornado today because it could be wrapped in rain. Birmingham, you are under a tornado watch. That's a particularly dangerous situation, the highest level of a tornado watch, meaning the conditions are really right for tornadoes to develop. I know you've had thunderstorms already rolling across the area, but we've got new storms that are developing down towards your south and west, and those are going to be headed your way today. So this will be coming to you in rounds of thunderstorms, and even some of the worst of it will likely be happening overnight tonight while you're sleeping. So make sure that you have a way to get alerted, multiple ways to get alerted today and through the overnight.
Take a piece of chocolate if you're the tallest.
Breaking right now, we are tracking multiple tornado warnings, some of which have confirmed tornadoes on them. It's been a very active, unsettled afternoon already, and this is the beginning of what's going to continue to be a very active afternoon and night ahead. Remember, a watch means conditions are favorable for tornadoes to develop. A warning means take cover now. All the action so far has been in Mississippi as well as into Alabama. We've got a couple of warnings in Mississippi, and this is where we want to start out. This one is to the north and east of Hattiesburg, or to the south and west of Waynesboro, depending, where you want to orient yourself towards this one. This is Interstate 59, just off to the west of this cell. So this includes you into Jones County. This is a radar indicated tornado until 2 o'clock, but we are seeing some quite tight rotation here. This is County Road 15, and so this is just off towards the north and east of County Road 15. This is correlation coefficient showing you whether or not things that are in the air right now are uniform, or if they're not. And if it's all red, we're confident that we just have raindrops that we're looking at. And if we see other dropouts within that red, we start getting concerned that damage is occurring at this time. So this is the main area that we're talking about. There's Ellisville, there's Laurel off towards the west. This is Waynesboro. Sarah, let's go ahead and put on a tracker on that one so folks have a better idea of where this is going. This is going to be crossing Highway 84 with time. So as just Shibuya pops up on there once again, that's down the line. Shibuya, this would be your second tornado warned storm that would be heading your way if it holds together. So what this tells you is that this is a fairly rural area, but we know that people still live within that area and in that county. So Shibuya, if this holds together, this is going to be headed towards you about 2:20 as we head towards the afternoon hours. Looks like they are extending that warning now a little farther out. So Wayne, you're back in it there until 2:15 local time. Let's take you back up towards the north and east of there as we cross the state line and work our way into Alabama right now. Choctaw under that tornado warning, including the city of Butler, Listman, and Pennington. This is until 2 o'clock. Again, radar indicated tornado, and as we take a look at velocity mode here, not seeing much for clear signs of rotation right now across the area, but definitely kind of on the edge of the radar there, and that's the spot that we're looking at most likely where we're seeing the rotation just to the west of Butler. So there are actually 2 storms, and there may be very likely rotation down in this area too that's going to be headed your way once again. So storms are starting to repeat themselves, and you may get warning after warning in some of these spots today. So don't let your guard down just because you had one storm roll through, because it's very likely that more are going to be coming, and we're talking about a window of opportunity. You know, this is not going to be just a quick snapshot of storms for maybe an hour or two. This is going to be ongoing with the threat even into the overnight across parts of Alabama. So timing that one out for you: Pennington 144, Myrtlewood at 158, Demopolis again at 224 this afternoon, Case Moore at 241, and then heading towards Greenboro at 257 as that continues to track up towards the north and to the east. This storm, as we head outside of the Montgomery area, right? Yeah, just I want to put that in perspective. Here we go. Thank you, Sarah. There's Montgomery, Alabama. All right, so this is to your north and west. Montgomery, you're not in the warning, but this storm has been dangerous, and it has a history of producing a tornado. Confirmation of a tornado earlier when this was back in Billingsley. So we're still seeing some signs of rotation as this crosses Interstate 65 very shortly. Autauga, Chilton, and Elmore counties, Marbury and Verbena are in this. So an observed tornado has been spotted with this when this was in Billingsley. So that cell is holding together, and there actually may be more than one area in there where we're seeing some of that rotation to the west of Interstate 65. Timing that one out for you as the storm heads towards Cooper at 145, Dollar at 202, Mariah at 213, and then Weogufka. I'm not sure if I'm saying that one right. My apologies for you on that one, but that would be arriving at 221 if that holds together and continues to move on through here. So Alabama and Mississippi, the 2 areas that we're watching very closely for multiple storms, supercells that are all rotating and may be producing tornadoes now. This is what we consider a high-risk day or an extreme tornado day. They're very rare. They only happen a couple of times a year. In fact, the last time we had watches on this scale was back in May of 2019. It's more common to have outbreaks like this in the month of May than in March. So this is a little bit early to be seeing such a significant severe weather event. So here's a look at the PDS watch for you, including Birmingham stretching back towards Jackson, Mississippi. That's until 7 o'clock Central Time tonight, and we may see more watches likely issued as we head through the rest of the afternoon. All right, I'm getting word that we have some new video just into the Weather Channel showing you a likely tornado. Okay, this is the one I was just telling you about outside of Montgomery, Alabama. This is in Billingsley, where we have that confirmation of that tornado. Clearly seeing some of that rotation moving through. Remember, your safe place today.
We made USAA insurance.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, afternoon showers, areas of patchy fog, high 62, chance of rain 60%. Tonight, rain, low 58, rainfall around a ½ inch, locally heavy rainfall possible. Thursday, thunderstorms likely, a few storms may be severe, high 72. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back into our continuing live coverage, by the way, of a severe weather outbreak that's unfolding before our eyes. Very high risk, one that hasn't happened in quite some time, many years, really. And so this is a live look, guys, of what's happening in Boligee, Alabama. That's not far from I-20. Look at downtown, essentially a ghost town. You can see the rainfall coming down pretty heavy, and I did definitely see some lightning. Winds don't look to be all that strong, at least in this view, but we're near tornado warnings that have popped up, and we are under that rare PDS tornado watch that has been issued for much of the state of Alabama as well as much of the state of Mississippi. So we're continuing to follow what's going on. There's so much happening, it can get a little overwhelming, but that's what we're here to do, kind of break it down piece by piece and show you everything kind of going on. There's more than just tornado warnings, so we're going to get to the tornado warnings here. I want to show you really quickly a broad look at what's happening with our whole system as a whole. We're not forgetting about what's happening here in Tennessee. Most of this is just heavy rain and then some damaging winds approaching Jackson, Tennessee, east of Memphis. And guys, look at Memphis. I mean, we have just been into that plume of moisture now for a couple of hours. We're really concerned about some flash flooding. A quick look at this severe thunderstorm warning. This is a damaging wind producer, and that is literally has a beeline towards Jackson, Tennessee, there along Interstate 40. Could have gusts here in excess of 65 miles per hour. Jackson likely to exceed this by about 2 o'clock local time. That's in about 10 minutes. All right, so get inside. Treat this as you would any kind of warning. Get inside. A lot of lightning and damaging winds. All right, let's go to the tornado warnings, because that is a more life or death situation, and that is what we are seeing here for parts of Mississippi and also into Alabama. We'll start here with the newest tornado warning that has popped up along Interstate 59 there in Mississippi. This now includes Laurel. So Laurel, we're talking about thousands of residents. This is a decent community here. Decent sized community north of Hattiesburg. So you really need to get into your shelter now. You don't have a ton of time. There is a developing storm with some rotation right around Ellisville. That's about 10 miles or so between Laurel and Hattiesburg, and kind of along Interstate 59. All right. So it's not super evident, but there is some broader rotation, certainly some tighter rotation, and perhaps maybe a little bit of debris. Nothing super clear, but when you look at the debris signature there, it looks like we just did the most latest scan, but there was some differences there than just the uniformity of all red. So tracking this is going to essentially move up Interstate 59 towards the city of Laurel. So please take shelter. This is a dangerous storm. We know this part of Mississippi is under the highest threat for tornadoes. Any of these storms could become long-tracked and very dangerous, even wedge-like tornadoes, and we've already seen a couple of those already. Laurel expecting this within the next 10 minutes. So please take shelter, get into the lowest level of your home if you live in Laurel, Mississippi, and point south. All right, just next door here along Highway 84, we've already been hit with the tornado, and some of the damage reports are staggering. Quite major, in fact, is some serious destruction here just west of Rainsboro. That was last hour, and this same area now under another tornado warning. Some of these people have already been hit once, and you are now under a second tornado warning, all within an hour's time. This one doesn't look as evident, but there could be a little bit of a debris signature about to cross Highway 84. This was the video we were showing you earlier of that confirmed tornado that crossed the Highway 84 corridor right about there, moving just to the west of Waynesboro and back up towards Shabuta. And again, timing this out, this is in Mississippi, not far from the Alabama state line. Whistler a little after 2 o'clock, and Hiwanee by about 2:20. Now let's jump into Alabama, because we've got numerous tornado warnings, many of which have been confirmed. And let's start with this one, because this is the one that's been confirmed. That was the one we were showing you some video out of Billingsley. All right, now it's moving right over Interstate 65. This is near the town of Cooper for Chilton County. So Clanton, that's the most municipality that's closest by. This storm just to your south. But heads up here, please, get off the exit before coming to this area. This is seriously smack dab in the middle between Birmingham and Montgomery, near mile marker 200, near that 200 exit, and you can see it's now having crossed or in the process of crossing over a very busy thoroughfare, Interstate 65, also Highway 31. This is the same storm that pushed through Selma, where we have video of a wedge tornado, a terrifying tornado, and this is continuing to push off towards the northeast, towards Dollar, Alabama, by about 15-20 minutes from now, and then getting in towards Moriah from there. That's just one of several tornado warnings in the state. Take a look just off to your west. We've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. This includes Pickens and Tuscaloosa County, just north of Tuscaloosa. And there is the tornado warning here for Greene, Hale, and Sumter counties. This is a dangerous storm. Please take shelter immediately there in Demopolis. This is in western Alabama, south of Interstate 20. And this is a clearly identifiable tornado, at least by radar indications, and is moving towards the town of Demopolis along Highway 80. Please take shelter immediately. Tornado moving overhead in the next 10 minutes.
New DQ rotisserie style chicken bites.
Something better for your dog to chew on.
Breaking right now, we are tracking tornadoes across the deep south with multiple warnings in effect, and that includes you in the town of Laurel, Mississippi. This is a live traffic cam where you can see the raindrops on the lens here, but can't see much of a sky view. There is a report of a funnel cloud just to your south and west in Ellisville. The fire department is watching this storm as we speak in Ellisville, and it is headed your way. So Laurel, Mississippi, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. That's getting to the lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows, and seek shelter. You want as many walls between you and the outside of your home as you possibly can, and stay there until this warning has expired. So this is just one of many warnings that are in effect across Mississippi and Alabama right now. It's been an active afternoon, and some spotty damage has already occurred in the state of Mississippi, with homes taking on some damage in Wayne County, Mississippi earlier this afternoon. So here's a look at the radar. There you can see Hattiesburg, which is to the south and west of here, just to give you perspective if you're not familiar with this area. Here's Ellisville that I was talking about, where they're seeing that funnel cloud right now. So this storm is moving to the north and to the east around 35 miles per hour. So it is on the way, Laurel, and you need to be seeking shelter right now. So that's that area. This is really right over the north side of town in Ellisville, where we're seeing some of that rotation in a populated area. In addition to all this, right, this is Interstate 59 that rolls right on through this region. So that's also a very highly traveled area, and that storm is going to be crossing through there. So we want to time it out for you. Laurel, how quick is this going to get to you? 2:05. So that's, that's almost now. You need to be getting to your safe place immediately here, Laurel. Eastview looks like it should be arriving at 2:08. After that, we've got Sandersville at 2:20. Heidelberg is coming in at 2:32. And then after that, Stafford Springs at 2:37 this afternoon. Let's take you farther to the north of there into Choctaw County. Choctaw, this is your second warning here of the day. We can see a little bit of a signature and a dropout right within that area between Needham and Butler. So this is Choctaw County, Alabama. You need to be taking your safety precautions right now across this region as well. Rotation spotted near Needham, and this is also moving up towards the north and towards the east. So a tornado could be developing, is likely to be developing here right now. So Red Springs, you're first in line. That arrives at 2:03. Butler at 2:10. Choctaw City at 2:27, and then heading towards Edna at 2:33. So this could be one of those storms that continues to stay tight and rotates, and there are more storms lined up back behind that. So look at this. As we broaden out to the greater view, you can see this whole clustering, that whole area along and just to the south and east of Interstate 20 is where we have some really active conditions. Demopolis, we've been watching you for quite a while with your tornado warning. We've definitely been seeing some very strong rotation within that storm and within that area. There it is, just to your south and west right now, Demopolis. So you need to be getting to your safe place and to your shelter right now. That would be crossing Highway 43 here in Alabama and heading up towards the Greensboro area, likely just to the west of you. So we put on as narrow as we can the track so you have a better idea of where the storm is rotating and is most likely to cause the tornado damage part of that storm. Demopolis, that's moving through here extremely shortly, heading towards Greenville and then heading towards Sawyerville as well. So this is a Doppler radar indicating that rotation. We don't have ground truth on that right now, but we've got many spotters that are scattered all over the place, and we will bring that to you if we get the ground ground truth associated with this as well. So let's take you here into Alabama. There you can see up Tuscaloosa. Thanks, Sarah, for just kind of pointing that out so people have a better geographical perspective. But this is that farther north storm that's right along Interstate 20 near Utah, and that's a pretty good signature right there. Yeah, that is some tighter rotation to the east of Highway 11, to the north of County Road 14 within that area. We put the correlation coefficient on there right now. When you see all that red, that means everything's pretty uniform. If you see some dropouts or different colors beginning to pop up, that could be a sign that debris is developing. So Utah, this is just to your north and east. If you live in Akron, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now, and this is going to be tracking most likely through or just to the west of you right now. Keep in mind, just trust the warnings today. It's very active, it's very unsettled. These areas of rotation are kind of popping up on a dime today, and they're holding together. So some of these storms are likely to be long-lived across the region, and some of them are going to be repeating themselves too. So stay alert. Just don't wait for that warning to be over with and then ignore what's going on for the rest of the day, because there are likely to be more coming down the road. So there you can see the storm track and the timing out of that one as well. To the south, we're tracking that Greene and Hale County one, but we want to take you back towards Chilton and into the Coosa area. There's Rockford that you can see. This one has got an observed tornado. Is this the Billingsley one, Sarah, earlier? Yeah, so this is the one that moved through Selma, then moved through Billingsley, and now has crossed Interstate 65 there, right there. So we have ground truth on this one, observed tornado, and we're definitely still seeing that very strong signature on this cell as well. So the warning has been extended, as we expect this is going to continue to hold together. And this thing's been together for well over 30 minutes already. Wow, there you can see the really tight rotation indicated here on radar, with the green moving towards, the red moving away from the radar. And Sarah Dillingham, our weather producer, kind of putting that through a time lapse for you so you can see where all that has been and continuing where it is going. So that's the spot that we're continuing to watch. A little rotation here, a little rotation back here. So there may actually be two different areas of rotation on this one that we're watching. So keep in mind, tornadoes can evolve. Storms evolve. They don't stay the same. They're constantly changing. And so sometimes we can get that rotation to kind of tighten up and develop a tornado. We can see it loosen back up and widen a little bit or lift and then come back down. So it can be changeable from time to time, but just trust that that tornado is there and that it's on the ground, and immediately seek shelter across that region. So that warning remains in effect until 3 o'clock. Yeah, are you talking about over here? You're over here. Yeah, right in there. Agreed. Two areas, I think. That's our weather producer agreeing that she thinks she sees two different areas of rotation associated with that as well. Sometimes storms can kind of split themselves, and a new storm can develop and kind of take over and ultimately get a little bit stronger. But this also tells us, everything's rotating today, right? Thunderstorms are developing very, very quickly with strong lift in the atmosphere, and we have changeable winds with height. So whatever goes up eventually is going to start to turn, and that's why our tornado threat is just so high across the region today. It's a rare day. This doesn't happen very often, and so folks really need to take this very seriously. If you don't live there and you're just watching, but you have friends and family maybe that live within this area, don't be afraid to text them, give them a call, and make sure that they are aware and they are alert as these storms continue to fire up for today. So Chris, multiple warnings today. Knock on wood, so far the damage has been fairly light and fairly spotty, but there has been damage, and we expect this to continue through the afternoon, through the overnight, and even severe weather likely ongoing well through the day tomorrow. Yeah, and you're showing that tornado-warned storm that just crossed Interstate 65. Well, about an hour ago, that same storm was in Selma, Alabama. That's when it really started to get organized and mean. Look at that. That is a wedge tornado. Selma, by the way, is a community of over 18,000 residents. So we haven't got any damage reports, at least not yet. But look at how close that is. Looks like somebody's at some sort of factory high up observing the distant horizon. You can clearly see that.
notorious storm. All right, Alabama certainly under the threat, some of the worst conditions today. I want to take you live to Mobile, Alabama. Right now, not bad, all right? Partly cloudy. I want you to note the temperatures, 80 degrees. Guys, that is serious because when you have sunshine on a severe weather day, it just feeds the storms and allows for instability to continue to grow and for these storms to rapidly develop. Let's talk about our torcons here in lower Alabama, areas near the Gulf Coast, including the Mississippi Gulf Coast, even the Florida Panhandle. Mobile, you're at a 5. There's also some 6s here from Biloxi to, say, just north in northern Baldwin County. You go up not very far up towards Greenville, Alabama, Citronelle, areas, near Grove Hill, and we're looking at 7s on the torcons, and then 9s as you get to central Alabama. That includes you in Montgomery and Birmingham. Let's time this out. A lot of these supercells have been north of Montgomery. Now, it's not to say in the next couple of hours we could get a few of those isolated thunderstorms that could produce severe limits, including funnel clouds and tornadoes. But I think the main issue here, at least in southern Alabama, southern Mississippi, is going to be with this line. Look at what our high-resolution future radar is showcasing here. Gnarly squalls with damaging winds and embedded tornadoes pushing through later tonight. So before midnight, and then by the time we get to Mobile, we're looking at wee early morning hours and then weakening as it pushes into Florida. All right, that's southern Alabama. Let's talk about Birmingham. Very different situation. Guys, this camera hasn't changed in nearly 2 hours. Temperatures have warmed. That's concerning. And also the rain has continued. Now, we've had a little bit of a lull in the heavy rainfall, but on top of our torcon of a 9 and all of the severe weather threats, hail, damaging winds, and all of that, we've got a serious flash flood concern. And I'm afraid that that could also be a huge factor here, given how the nature of these storms will likely hit at us for hour after hour. Let's show you the current radar here across Alabama, and I want to show you a couple of things. I want to do a broad look first of all. Look at all of these tornado warnings. Jackie covered each one of those individually, and then that one there south of Birmingham along I-65. They are generally moving towards the vicinity of central Alabama. If these continue, and we have the history, we have the ingredients for long track tornadoes, these warnings could easily get extended into Birmingham within the next couple of hours. So we really have to watch as that whole batch of storms pushes towards central Alabama and into Birmingham, even north of Montgomery, over the next few hours this afternoon. And then again, as we get into the late night hours, that's why our torcons are so high. In fact, Birmingham, this is a more concerning situation, especially looking at the radar trends and where we're going as we go into this afternoon and this evening. So let's show you briefly what our high resolution future radar. Again, this is not perfect, but you saw what's coming. You saw what's happening right now in Demopolis. You saw what's happening in Selma. Those storms are moving our way, and they likely will continue to have rotation and could even hold those tornadoes all the way up through Birmingham. So very dangerous situation with supercells continuing to roll through, maybe a little bit of a break. And then as we get into the nighttime hours, there we go with the main line, damaging wind threat and serious tornado risk as we go into the overnight hours. So even after you go to bed, if you're even able to sleep tonight, please have a way to get those alerts and warnings before finally clearing out by early tomorrow morning. Let's take you to Atlanta. Atlanta, we are going to have our threat more so as we go into tomorrow morning. I think today we're going to have maybe a few thunderstorms. The difference here is our temperatures. Look at this. We were in the 60s and 70s across most of Alabama, even 80s in Mobile. We're in the 50s still in Atlanta. We've got a low cloud deck. There's been a lot of fog, so it shows us we have high humidity, but we've also are kind of stuck in the wedge. So yes, we have a severe weather threat, but it's also a little bit lower given the timing of when the storms come through and that cooler air. So I want to show you where we're at currently with our temperatures. You look at Birmingham, we're in the upper 60s. All right, that shows us, okay, unstable air. Look at Montgomery. Near 80 degrees, all right? That warm air is surging northward, and we're going to continue to warm up the atmosphere, even in Atlanta, but I don't think we're going to get to 70 degrees. So that's why our severe threat is going to go down a little bit, and the timing of the storms will be late overnight, really into the wee morning hours. But we are still under that threat. You know, the Atlanta city proper under a 3 or 4 for torcons, but the west side of the metro area towards the Alabama state line, you're looking at a 5 out of 10, and then you cross into Alabama, and those torcons go up to 7, 8, and 9. A quick look at the timing. Again, pretty quiet with some light showers, maybe a rumble of thunder or two, but there's the instability approaching. I think we'll have some individual storms by dinner time, but it will be a late overnight threat, really early morning threat as that line comes through. That'll be our best shot for strong storms to the Atlanta metro as we wake up tomorrow morning, and then pushing east from there for another busy day, believe it or not, Jackie, into the Carolinas tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got a ways to go for sure. And of course, the Weather Channel has you covered. We want to update you on the warnings that we have right now and take you back into the state of Alabama, where we've got multiple warnings. We've got some clusters of thunderstorms that are rotating, and then a few that are out ahead of that main area that are rotating as well. We want to start with a tornado warning with a confirmed tornado on it. And this one has been confirmed for quite a while and continues to keep on trucking. Chilton and Coosa counties under the tornado warning until 3 o'clock. Here's Interstate 65. Here's Highway 231. To put it in perspective, Talladega is up towards your north, and we're still definitely seeing some rotation within there between County Highway 186 and County Road 15. So this is the area that we're talking about that is showing some of that rotation and getting some of those bright returns. So get to your safe place if you live in this area right now. That's to the east of Clanton. We want to time it out for you and put a tracker on it. Mariah at 219, Weogufka at 227, and then Holman Crossroads, that should be arriving at 241. We're going to continue to keep you up to date on all the tornado warnings. The Weather Channel is going to be live 24/7. You can also find us on Amazon Fire TV, Roku, and your smart TVs. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can download the app now also to get access to the latest alerts, forecasts, and local radar and live coverage.
When eye allergens attack, the itch.
Furniture.com.
Currently in our area, 53 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, rain, low 58. Chance of rain, 90%. Rainfall around a half an inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Thursday, thunderstorms likely. A few storms may be severe. High 72. Thursday night, clear. Low 47. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it.
It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
All right, thanks for joining us here on the Weather Channel. We're showing you a live look out of Memphis right now, where the rain has been relentless, guys. We are currently under a flash flood warning, and ponding water, or even standing water, being reported on numerous roads. We've got to watch for very slow traffic on some of the interstates. Looks like there's some sort of incident here, which is why we got that emergency vehicle. But heavy rainfall has really been just one of the threats that we have seen. Even Little Rock, and now flash flood warnings into southern Mississippi, and I think flash flood warnings are also going to be expanded into much of Alabama, given the heavy nature and round after round of severe thunderstorms. We'll continue to track what's going on there in Memphis. I want to jump now to Birmingham, Alabama, where the scene isn't much different. Look at this, though. So this camera, I think, is very interesting. This is a weather stem camera. It's not currently pouring down rain, so you can make out the trees to the bottom left of your screen. Notice the ominous clouds. These are low-hanging, kind of draped clouds, and there's some breakups with a little bit of that sunshine. That is why we have warmed up our temperature now near 70 degrees. And Birmingham sits in Jefferson County, and the northern parts of Jefferson County now under a tornado warning. We're going to get to that. We've also got several other tornado warnings I want to talk about. Let's take you to Akron, Alabama. This is one of our storm trackers. This is to the south and west of Birmingham, and you can kind of get a look at what's going on. Heavy rainfall, visibility not too bad. Doesn't look like it's super windy, at least where he is, but he's near a tornado warned storm that we want to get you up to speed on. There are numerous tornado warnings right now in Alabama. Okay, and the concern is these are tracking towards Birmingham in the next couple of hours. So please have that plan in place. Hope you've already had that. Make sure you already have this. So let's take a look at our active radar. And I'll show you the state really. Believe it or not, Mississippi, you are tornado warning free at the moment. Don't expect that to stay that way, but let's at least catch our breath right now because Jackson areas in southern Mississippi has been so active. No current tornado warnings. All the activity is really here into Alabama. So there's Birmingham, just to get your bearings, okay, to the northwest of you. That is where we have a brand new tornado warning. Guys, this is serious. This is concerning, and this is a dangerous storm, okay? No confirmation, but this is a radar indicated. It would not be surprising if this is confirmed. Pretty rural area at the moment, but it is moving towards Wegra and areas there along I-22, say about 30 miles northwest of Birmingham. This is a popular thoroughfare, especially if you're traveling between Mississippi and central Alabama, so please take heed, know where the warnings are. Let's time this out towards Maxine and eventually I-22, probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes. A fast-moving storm too, by the way, so please take shelter. Get into the lowest level of your home, basement preferably, in the most interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That will bear your best bet. And the fact is, these could be destructive tornadoes, not just EF1 or EF2 category, but we're talking even more devastating, and that's exactly what we're going to continue to watch the trend. All right, let's jump a little off towards the south from there. Tuscaloosa, you're now under a tornado warning or just on the fringe of one. That wasn't surprising given this storm. This is a confirmed tornado, and it's moving toward Tuscaloosa. So everyone remembers what happened back in 2011, back in the, it's going to be about the 10-year outbreak this year. That was the only other time we really issued a Torcon of a 10. So think of that devastation, and we're not too far behind that again today. And so fortunate to see Tuscaloosa in the path of yet a confirmed tornado on a very dangerous day, but that's the reality of the situation. And the correlation coefficient clearly showing that perhaps debris signature with damage moving towards Moundville and up Highway 69. This is getting close to the Interstate 20 corridor. Please take shelter near Moundville, to the west of Duncanville, and unfortunately in Tuscaloosa. Please do that immediately. Get to the lowest level of your home. We've also got a couple of tornado warnings in Oklahoma, and those could move into Arkansas. So for now, we want to go over to meteorologist Tevin Wooten. He's standing by in Little Rock this afternoon. Tevin, you had some heavy rain, torrential downpours. You even were under a flash flood warning at the time. How have things changed so far this afternoon?
Chris, we've dried out considerably considering where we were earlier this morning. Now, we do still have some spotty showers out there. I do want to briefly mention that tornado watch that you just mentioned for northwestern portions of the state. That now goes until 8 p.m., so that includes Benton and Ouachita counties and places near Fayetteville, Bentonville, and Springdale. As for us here in central Arkansas, we are not out of the woods just yet. Let me show you why. If we go up to the sky, you can start to make out some of that sunshine that we are getting here, and that is adding some instability into the mix. And in fact, if we take a look at the downtown Little Rock traffic camera, that will also show you just how some of that sunshine is peeking through the clouds here or there. So what does that mean? That is adding heat, that is adding fuel to the fire when it comes to the available energy in the atmosphere. Now, the showers that we had earlier this morning, those did cause some flash flooding and some ponding on the roadways, but that did also eat away at the instability. So how does the atmosphere recover? We'll continue looking at the forecast in just a few moments. Team coverage of a severe weather outbreak in the making on the way.
At Domino's, we're more than just out there. The Weather Channel.
Let's go. Breaking right now, we are continuing to track a tornado-warned storm that's just to the south and west of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. This is a live stream from our storm tracker, Charles Peak, who is out there checking on conditions and watching it very closely. This is a tornado-warned storm, confirmation of it near the Moundville area. You can see the dark clouds here, as well as the raindrops on the windshield wipers. One of the things I want you to take away from this live stream, do you think if there was a tornado in that storm that you would see it? I think the answer is unlikely. There's a lot of rain wrapping within these storms today. In addition to that, you can see all the trees around. We've got hilly terrain across the state of Alabama. That's what makes storm chasing so very, very dangerous. Of course, Charles Peak, very well trained and very alert of that danger, and safety always comes first here at the Weather Channel. It should come first for you too. So trust the warnings today. Get to your safe place when you are alerted. And today is not one of those days where it's if you're going to be alerted, it's when you're going to be alerted. So let's take you into Alabama right now, and that is where we've got all of the warnings. We've got multiple warnings in place. A lot of them are along and south of Interstate 20 right now, and then we've got the one to the north and west of Birmingham. So we want to start out in that Tuscaloosa area because this is the one that we do have a confirmation on. We're seeing the strong signature on Doppler radar. Here's Moundville. That's the area that we're talking about, and you can see the big hook within that area. Now, something else that I'm keeping an eye on too, by the way, is you can see the bright reflectivity. There is likely some large hail with this storm. Now, as the storm moves up towards the north and to the west, you're going to get the rain first. Then you're going to get in the hail, and then you would get in the tornado. So the tornado is going to come last. So take this very seriously. Hopefully you've got the car in the garage or in a carport, because there could be some damage with this. We take you into Moundville right now and give you a close-in look. There you can see 69, Road 69, County Road 69 that goes on through there. There's the very clear signature of rotation that's right over Moundville as we speak. Moundville, you need to be in your shelter right now. Do not hesitate. Do not delay. This is kind of on the northern side of town where we're seeing the greatest concern in the area of the tightest rotation right now as well. Let's put a tracker on this and give you an idea of where it's going, how quickly this thing is moving. This is going to be moving towards Maxwell, and that should be arriving at 2:35, and then if it holds together towards Brookwood at 3:06. Now, Tuscaloosa, I just want you to take a good look at this. If this is where you live, it's possible we could see a little bit of fluctuation on this track. So the south and southeast side of town, you need to be in your safe place and you need to be in alert, right? Better safe than sorry on a day like today when we have a confirmed tornado that's going to be heading at least near you, right? At least near you. So if this does make it through there, it would most likely be on the southeast side of town. All right, let's take you farther north and take a look at this tornado warn storm. Here's Birmingham, Alabama. So this is to the north and west of you. Same concerns with this one. This is also an observed tornado. This one is also producing some hail, most likely, and this is just about to cross Interstate 22 right here, right near the Flat Creek area. There's Robbins Crossroads, there's Adamsville. This is the area that we're talking about. It does look like the rotation was a little tighter earlier, and maybe it has broadened out just a little bit right now, but we did have the observed tornado on it. Flat Creek, you need to be in your safe place. No travel on I-22 right now. This is a very dangerous storm that's going to be crossing that area here very shortly. After Flat Creek, this heads towards Chetopa. That's at 2:46. Sayre comes in at 2:47, and then Kimberly, I know you're outside of the warning, but this could be crossing 65 too if that thing holds together. So Kimberly would be at 3:05 this afternoon. So it has been nonstop warning after warning after warning today. And Chris, we don't see any break in the action anytime soon.
No, we don't. And I want to go back to the tornado warn storm. This is the one that's moving towards Tuscaloosa. Guys, please take shelter immediately. You're looking live at this approaching supercell from one of our storm trackers, Drum Humphreys. This is just south of I-59. This is the one that has been confirmed. Now, we don't see the tornado in our visual right here, but it certainly looks ominous. You can tell the storm is rotating, and this is moving towards the south side of the Tuscaloosa metro area. Some of the locations impacted are Tuscaloosa, Moundville, Coaling, the University of Alabama, which, by the way, they have opened up all of their storm shelters, one being Coleman Coliseum. Remember, too, this was one of the communities hard hit back in the outbreak in 2011. Unfortunately, here we go again on one of the more dangerous days we've had since then. Please take shelter immediately here in Moundville and Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We'll be back.
I'm Greg. I'm 68.
Breaking right now, you are looking live at a tornado warned storm. This is the one that just passed through Moundville, Alabama, and unfortunately, Jackie, it looks like there's some damage now, especially on the correlation coefficient. The returns are coming back very strongly. So when we look at this image, what is telling from your perspective?
Boy, I don't see any lowering on that, Chris. I sure don't. I know that we are seeing some debris lofted to the north and east of Moundville, so I'm not exactly sure where he is in relation to that, but we definitely see the ominous skies. We see the low clouds near the ground right now. We know the rain is coming down. Very likely to see some hail in this storm as well. Kind of looks like, if you really look at this and study this, maybe you see a little bit of a kind of broader rotation within the clouds, but there I did not see the lowering with this. Now, as it kind of pans off towards the side, the trees get in the way. So there's a chance that we're not going to be able to see it. That looks a little bit more interesting over there, a little bit lower, but again, still, it just looks like the broader circulation, not an actual tornado on the ground. But that's typical, right, Chris? We'll see broader rotation, and then we'll see things tighten up, and we can get funnels, and then once it hits the ground, we actually call it a tornado, and it can cause damage. So it's not surprising to see changes like that.
All right, we're going to go from this look to a different angle, a different vantage point. And again, the trees kind of get in the way here, but this is still from the same storm, just a different perspective. And again, I think if the trees weren't there, we would have a better indication on saying if there is a funnel or some sort of actual twister on the ground. It's just, you can't confirm that from this shot.
You can't, but you look at that power line, you look just to the left of there.
Yeah, you're like, okay, that's
where
amenable.
I'm looking at.
Yeah.
That's the area that I would be watching for that possibility. So we know that the radar is showing strong rotation. We know that there are many spotters trying to get a good look at it so that we can give the best information possible so people can get that warning and take action. So yeah, there you can see some of the telestrating trying to see that lowering, but unless I see that visual confirmation reaching all the way to the ground, which is tough to do, but just trust it today, right, Chris? Just trust the warning, get to your safe place now.
Yeah, and I want to show you where this is on the map, okay? So this is a concerning storm. Tuscaloosa, at least the south side of the metro area, you are included in this tornado warning. This is the one that has been confirmed. Now, we can't see that visually, at least from those two perspectives, but that does not mean there is not one on the ground. So please take this seriously. I want to show you one of the more alarming trends here. Look at that tight rotation. Not only is it green, but it's yellow. I mean, this is as tight as you can get, as clear cut. So to be as specific as we can, here's Highway 69, there's Moundville, this came through. Where we were looking must have been somewhere along this road. Looking out, and there's a lot of trees, so we're trying to see it, but it's just going to be hard given the natural topography. Correlation coefficient, this is what you don't want to see when you have a tornado warning. Clearly, you have red everywhere else except here. So what's happening is the radar is scanning the skies. It's measuring objects that are different than your average raindrop. And when you get something that's certainly a different color, yellow and green, it's like, okay, certainly, yeah, we may have debris now, branches or something much larger, perhaps pieces of building, structural damage. That's certainly something that looks to be more evident as this continues to race off. So let's track this and see if we can pull this up towards the north, because I want to show you some more popular areas that this may go toward. So areas around Old Marion Road, there's where the tornado apparently is. And again, it looks like it's going to go east of Highway 69. And again, we're showing you that live shot there from Moundville. But if we can pull this up a little bit more, Sarah, just to get into, say, the metro area where a lot more people live and maybe more familiar with, here's Interstate 20. And we are just getting reports and being told of structural damage and reports of injuries with this tornado warned storm. So please get to your safe place immediately. There's the local Nissan, Townsend Nissan, I want to pull up. Just from my vantage, there's a Sam's Club here on the south side of I-20. So if you live in this vicinity, I would say the southeast side of Tuscaloosa, please get to your safe place immediately. This is a very dangerous storm, and we're already getting now reports of injuries and structural damage, probably from Moundville and areas just to the northeast from there. You can see how it came through Moundville, and then boom, it just kind of all of a sudden became very apparent on the vorticity. So this is a strengthening rotation and is moving now towards the southeast side of Tuscaloosa. It will cross Highway 82. Looks like it's going to pass just to the north of Duncanville. And then as we get towards, say, 20 minutes from now, this is a fast-moving storm moving towards the northeast at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. It will cross Highway 20, or Interstate 20, there just likely east of Tuscaloosa. All storm shelters are open at the University of Alabama. Please take shelter immediately if you live in Tuscaloosa and point south, say north of Duncanville and now north of Moundville. This is an extremely dangerous tornado confirmed with structural damage and reported injuries now being reported because of this storm. That's one of several active tornado warnings in the state of Alabama. We've had at least 6 touch the ground, and these are all on the vicinity moving towards Birmingham this afternoon.
You're right. That's a 5th floor problem.
Currently in our area, 54 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, rain, low 58. Chance of rain, 90%. Rainfall around a half an inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Thursday, thunderstorms likely. A few storms may be severe. High 72. Thursday night, clear. Low 47. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking right now, we have a large confirmed and dangerous tornado in Tuscaloosa County in the state of Alabama right now. This is a live stream from our storm tracker, Charles Peak, who is very near this tornado warned storm in Duncanville. The tornado is just to the north and west of where Charles is right now. In fact, as we take a look over there, that lowering on the right-hand side of your screen is certainly one of the dangerous areas of the storm that we need to watch. That may very well potentially be. We can't see with the tree canopy if indeed for sure if that's just lowering clouds or if that's the actual tornado, but that would be my guess as we take a look at this. Emergency management is confirming that there's a large and dangerous tornado on the ground. This just very recently moved through the town of Moundville. There the volunteer fire department is saying that there are many trees down and that they are getting calls for reports of injuries. So here's a look at the storm as it moved through Moundville. Again, with the trees here, it's very difficult to see much other than the rain and the clouds that are out ahead of you. And that's one of the reasons why the threat of tornadoes is so extremely dangerous across parts of the South, the deep South, states like Mississippi, states like Alabama, states like Georgia. And that's where our threat is greatest here this afternoon as well as into tonight. So we know that this is a very dangerous situation. The threat is considerable, and this is heading towards the southeastern side of Tuscaloosa in Alabama right now as well. So Tuscaloosa, you're kind of on the edge of where we have the warning for this tornado at this time. So let's take you to the radar. Let's analyze the situation and give you a better idea of exactly where this is. So here's Duncanville. This is where Charles is. And you know, the tornado is moving this way right now. And so Charles is in a place that we would consider safe to be able to be out of the threat of that tornado coming towards him. This is moving north in the east. We're seeing very strong rotation right in this area here. There's Tuscaloosa. This is Interstate 20. This will be crossing Interstate 20 at some point. And there, as Sarah Dillingham, our great meteorologist and weather producer who's running the radar for us right now, is showing us that animation to give you an idea of just how tight that rotation was. We're seeing some signs it might be cycling just a little bit, but still a very, very strong signature of a large and dangerous tornado that's been on the ground likely for some time already. So let's time it out and show you the areas where it's moving towards, and we're just showing you the area of rotation, right? It doesn't mean you're not going to feel the storm at all outside of where we have the track on here. So keep that in mind, is that you may get heavy rains, you could get damaging winds. There's definitely, you know, a hail core in association with that. We're seeing some very bright reflectivity, and that's going to move in likely on the southeastern side of Tuscaloosa as well. If that holds together, then the next big town that would be affected by this would be Brookwood, so eventually heading towards the Brookwood area. So that tornado warning remaining in effect until 3 o'clock, so that's at least until the top of the hour, and signs are showing us that the atmosphere out ahead of this storm is still favorable for it to be able to continue to stay strong and potentially stay on the ground. Now we've got multiple tornado warnings in Alabama right now and multiple observed tornadoes that go along with them. So we want to take you to the next one, and this one is in Jefferson County. So Cardiff as well as Robbins Crossroads. This is an observed tornado with a warning on it until 3:15 Central Time. This is to the south and east of Robbins Crossroads. Here's Interstate 65. It will be crossing 65 and then heading towards Kimberly. Kimberly, that should be arriving at 3:08, working towards Trafford at 3:18, and then Kiowa at 3:23 local time. So that storm observed tornado. We're seeing that confirmed on Doppler radar. This is just to the north and west of Birmingham. Birmingham, by the way, too, you're under a flash flood warning right now. So these storms are producing very heavy rain in addition to a tornado threat, and water may be rising in many areas. So this is not a good time to travel at all. Storms are lining up back behind each other and may be moving over the same areas. We'll take you now towards Talladega, where we've got a tornado warning in effect here in Alabama, heading towards Chamber Springs to 3:16, Chandler Springs then at 3:22, and then heading towards Claremont Springs at 3:28. So that rotation pulling out of the county, but likely to see an extension with that strong signature of rotation along that as well. So this is going to be a long afternoon. We have a watch in effect across this region, meaning conditions are favorable. A warning means take cover right now. There's a live look again from Moundville, Alabama, where we have had a confirmed tornado.
Home. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I want to show you some new video. This of the tornado that was near Demopolis, Alabama, a little less than an hour ago. And this was kind of the beginning of a cluster of storms that have now pulled their way north up towards Moundville. And the one that's impacting us immediate urgency near Tuscaloosa. But look at the nature of these. Wedge-like tornadoes. That seems to be the theme we've seen. We haven't seen these skinny little twisters. These have been large, destructive wedge tornadoes that have really lasted quite some time on their path. So from there, I wonder if that's wind that we're hearing too. It sounds eerie, or maybe it's one of the city sirens that's alerting folks of the incoming warning. So that was a little over an hour ago. I want to take you live right now to Duncanville, Alabama. This is just south of Tuscaloosa. You're looking at our storm tracker. Charles Peak. And he is looking at the storm. I want to say he's heading north, trying to get back into it. He's in a safe location because the storm's pulling away from him, and he's just kind of following it from behind. But it shows you the seriousness of what we're seeing here. Immediate PDS. This is a life-threatening situation kind of unfolding on the southeast side of Tuscaloosa. This is not the exact same track we had back in 2011, but this is a very concerning situation, and everyone is kind of having flashbacks. Was that a power flash? I want to say that kind of was. Something flashed. Oh, there we go, right there. Power line. I wonder what did that, if that was like something that fell, or maybe it was just the winds that we're starting to see. It doesn't look so why that may be sparking He's zooming in a bit. We can kind of see power lines starting to flash. That means people probably losing out. Jackie, what do you think, Jackie, you may have caused it? You think a branch kind of struck it? It doesn't look super windy, at least right there at the moment.
It could have been, or it could have been an earlier gust, you know, that caused the lines to kind of arc, and then the lines sort of hitting each other and causing that type of reaction. But wow, just incredible to watch that unfold right before our eyes. We're a distance a bit from where the tornado is, so I don't think that was necessarily. Oh yeah, see, look at that. There we go again. Oh, shows you just how dangerous power lines can be.
Yeah.
You can see that green glow. Oh, and it just exploded.
Yeah, and it's pretty close there. It looks like there's a power substation just to the right. If you were to pan over, I don't think he is, but it's close to some sort of power substation that could have a lot of people impacted here without power. So make sure you have a separate way to get those warnings if you're using your electricity. Maybe your phone's running out. Please, if you live ahead of these storms, make sure you have these items charged, because they are going to be your best friend and perhaps save your life as we go through. Remember, this is still only the beginning of this multi-day threat that will extend all the way through tomorrow afternoon into the Carolinas, and we're only in the first quarter really of this serious, dangerous day. I want to show you the radar, because of course we're monitoring that life-threatening, particularly dangerous tornado-warned storm pushing towards the southeast side of Tuscaloosa, about to cross I-20. But look at all the tornado warnings in Alabama. Alabama is really under the threat zone right now and is getting beaten. We've just had a couple of tornado warnings pop back now with our second line that we're going to be monitoring here in the coming hours. But let's start in the southwest side of the state. This one now is for Marengo County. You've been under a tornado warning, it seems like, for the better half of nearly 2 hours. This includes you in Dayton, Sweetwater, and Thomaston for an observed tornado that's moving in that general vicinity. So here's Highway 43 south of Linden, okay? East of there is where we have a little bit of a rotation, it looks like. Now, there are a lot of tornado warnings. There's another rotation there pushing towards Uniontown. So there are numerous tornado warned storms, and some of you have been under tornado warnings to back to back. That's the nature of the setup we have in the atmosphere right now. So timing this out, this area, concerning storm, observed tornado. Notice there was what appeared to be a twister kind of roll through, some sort of rotation. And then look at that. If we continue, keep going, there we go, a second one kind of riding up behind the heels. It looks like that first one kind of spun out, and that's continuing that tornado warning. However, it looks like maybe another little bit of a spin trying to form. Nothing clear cut there, but again, so it looks like the circulation was warned on before, and it may be trying to spin back up there on the backside. So we're going to continue to watch that. We go just to the northeast of there, and you go to Uniontown, and now we've got some sort of a little bit of velocity there. This one may apparently be rain wrapped, so that's the other situation. Not only is it hard to even see on the horizon just because there's so many trees, and the topography is very hilly, very dense and wooden, and some of these trees are starting to leaf out. So your visibility is really impaired. On top of that, you've got heavy rainfall. That's likely means the tornadoes are going to be rain wrapped, and you're not even going to get an advanced warning. So this area too, under a flash flood warning and an ongoing tornado warning. So let's jump back in here towards Tuscaloosa. Downtown Tuscaloosa and the University of Alabama, we are spared. So I want to give you at least a heads up. I know there are a lot of students taking shelter right now at the University of Alabama. All shelters are open. You're still under that warning, but it looks like the worst of the storm is about 5 or so miles off to your southeast. Let's zoom in a little bit more hyper-local to kind of show you what we've got going on. There's the University of Alabama. Here's the east side of Tuscaloosa. So this rotation, this was the confirmed tornado that has produced, unfortunately, injuries and damage. That's all we know right now, but it looks to be right over the interstate. And I'm looking at the traffic, and I've noticed red popping up. So that means there is pretty much parked traffic here, either trying to avoid getting in the path of that tornado, or some sort of crash or incident is blocking that, or maybe they have the road closed to prevent any travelers as this crosses. Either way, there are people in their cars as this approaches, and that is a very dangerous spot to be in. So tracking that is going to continue to push off towards the northeast from there. Now we go over towards the eastern side of the state. We're still tracking this tornado-warned storm that just pushed through the south side of Sylacauga. Now we're east of Birmingham. This includes you in Talladega counties and Clay counties. That goes until 3:15 p.m. This is the same one that prompted that warning earlier in Selma. We had confirmed visuals of that, and then it launched another one towards Billingsby, and then also crossed over I-65. So that is a long track tornado and may continue to spin up more. However, at the moment, the circulation looks to be broadening out a little bit, so maybe we don't have an actual tornado on the ground, at least right now. Still treat that storm very seriously and take shelter if you live east of Sylacauga. North of Birmingham. First off, Birmingham, you're under a flash flood warning. Ponding water and standing water on numerous streets and roads being reported. And here in north of town, crossing I-65, we've got a brand new tornado warning. This is for parts of Blount and Jefferson counties. Now, the northern half of Jefferson County. So Birmingham, you're not included, but north of you, you are. And there was a confirmed tornado earlier when it was south of Interstate 22, and now it appears there's some sort of rotation. So what we're looking at is the radar saying, okay, there's some sort of spin here. Doesn't necessarily mean there's a tornado on the ground, but it wouldn't surprise me if there were, especially given on a day like today where all of these tend to go tornado warned rather than severe thunderstorm warned. So even if it's not, it could rapidly turn into a very dangerous situation. This is likely going to cross Interstate 65 north of Birmingham within the next 10 to 20 minutes. All right, let's jump over a little bit and cover these brand new tornado warnings now near the Arkansas-Louisiana state lines. I want to show you what we're looking at for Louisiana, Lincoln Parish, as well as Washita Parish and Union Parish. You are under this tornado warning. This includes Downsville and Sterlington. Look at this mean supercell that has kind of popped up here south of Farmerville. This is moving off towards the northeast. These ones are a little bit more slowly. However, this is going to be a developing line that then tracks east from here, and all of the locations that are currently have been seeing the tornado warnings will be back in the threat zone as this continues to work east. This is kind of the beginning of this whole fire up of storms. We can track the velocities. There's two areas and there's two warnings here, two separate warnings. This one near Downsville, some sort of rotation, not super clear cut, but if there is a tornado, it's likely going to be east of Downsville now, pushing towards Louisiana Highway 143. If we time this out, moving towards the community of Point by 3:16 local time, and then getting towards Loch Lomond and Mercarso by about 3:30 local time. So that's in the next 20 minutes or so. So please take shelter immediately. We jump north just a little bit, and you see Marion, Louisiana, now under that tornado warning. This is the Arkansas-Louisiana state line. So we're right at the state line, about to cross into southern Arkansas. So that's for Union County and then Union Parish in the state of Louisiana, kind of right on the border. It's for that part of the cell right there, not far from the state line, moving towards the northeast. So likely impacting Marion as well as Huddig and areas south of Lapille and Crosset. So that tornado warning until 3:15 local time, and we'll continue to monitor the situation. So the broader view, remember all of these areas are still under tornado watch until 9 p.m. local time. Some of these are particularly dangerous situations, meaning like we're seeing in Tuscaloosa, at least on the southeast side right now, those types of tornadoes will continue to be evident and will likely continue to form. They'll be long lasting, likely going to be on the higher end of the EF scale, so devastating perhaps, dangerous, long-tracked tornadoes as we go through the rest of this afternoon, Jackie, and then heading into tonight where we continue to watch these watches and warnings push farther east.
Yeah, and Thursday as well, tomorrow. We're gonna have
and you can't forget about that.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the bigger picture in just a second. First, we want to show you some video out of Clanton, Alabama, though, just into the Weather Channel with a tornado on the ground. There you can see the funnel in the middle of your screen, and that looks like a pretty good-sized, wider wedge tornado that's enveloping a pretty large area. So that was earlier this afternoon in Clanton, Alabama. One of the tornadoes that tracked on the ground for a while that we had the warning on. Now we want to take you to Mobile, Alabama as well. Mobile, 79 degrees. The atmosphere is ripe here. We've got a threat of tornadoes this afternoon as well as into the evening hours as well. We'll see individual spotty thunderstorms out ahead of the main line, which will ultimately move through most likely into the overnight hours. So let's take a look here at the bigger picture, and then we'll break a little bit more down for you, because I don't want you to lose sense of the overall idea of what's happening here today. So as we take a look at our future radar about an hour from now, it's doing a good job picking out all these individual supercells which have been developing into Mississippi and Alabama. Those are the ones that are individual storms that can stay on the ground and last for a long period of time. But look what's also happening back here. That's where our cold front is, and that will be sort of the last hurrah as the storms move through. So this is going to be happening in multiple rounds. If you're in the risks area and you haven't had storms yet today, it's still coming. It's still coming, so keep that in mind. Atlanta, for example, we're wedged in, and once those winds change from the east to the south, watch out. Things are going to be developing pretty rapidly. This will continue through the afternoon hours. We've got a lot of instability. There you can see it really increasing. Mobile over towards Pensacola. 8 o'clock tonight, still seeing supercells across parts of Alabama and trying to work their way across the state line into Georgia. Here's a look at 10 o'clock tonight. Here's that main line. You're looking better by 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in a place like New Orleans and Jackson. Birmingham, it's going to be after midnight before you're out of the woods. Montgomery, more likely 4 o'clock in the morning. And take a look at this. Atlanta, 6 a.m. may be some of the worst of the weather swinging through your area. I would right now just go ahead and plan on delaying my morning commute. Wait till the storms move out until you have to head back out. So here's a closer look at a place like Mobile over towards Biloxi, Gulfport, Pensacola. That's where we have torcons ranging from 3 to 5. Just to the north of that, that's where we're seeing our 7s in that purple area, Greenville, Citronelle, over towards the Wiggins area. The higher the number, the higher the risk. Keep in mind this goes all the way up to a scale of 10. So when we see a 9, that gives us the utmost of confidence that large and dangerous tornadoes are very likely, that watches and warnings both occur. Watches means conditions are favorable. Warnings mean take cover now. So that's a look across the Birmingham area. We have warnings in effect across the area right now, and we will see more storms track through this region through this evening, continuing into the overnight. And that main line that moves through overnight tonight could produce some really strong gusty winds, but Chris, also embedded tornadoes within that line. So we have what we call an all hazards kind of a day. Large tornadoes, large hail, damaging winds, and even flash flooding, which is ongoing across the region right now.
Yeah, Birmingham are already under that flash flood warning. You're looking live at Birmingham, Alabama, and we are kind of surrounded by tornado warnings on our north side, our southwest side, and even our southeast side. And there's a whole bunch more storms kind of firing up. Let's quickly show you the radar. Too many to count, really, and it can get confusing when you look at all of these little squiggles. On top of that, there's severe thunderstorm warnings and flash flood warnings. Let's dive in a little bit more closely to some of the more concerning tornado warnings. That's the one to the southwest of Birmingham near Tuscaloosa. It has just crossed over Interstate 20 and continuing to push further north and east from there. If we continue to track this, it may take it to the Birmingham metro area, or at least just to the north over the next hour or so. So our weather producer, awesome, Sarah Dillingham, is continuing to control this. On a day like this, you got to have multiple hands, and we do at the Weather Channel here, keeping you up to date with everything. Look at this, guys. This is a particularly dangerous situation, tagged warning with it. A life-threatening situation, especially if you are in the path of this. Downtown Tuscaloosa and University of Alabama, you have been cleared. This has thankfully stayed off to your south and east. However, people who live east of Tuscaloosa, I hope you are in your safe spot. Anybody traveling here east of Tuscaloosa on their way to Birmingham or vice versa, along I-20, I hope you have opportunity to get to somewhere safe. The next community in line is areas north of Coaling towards Brookwood, likely going to be in your general vicinity within the next 10 to 20 minutes. So please take shelter immediately. Injuries have been reported along with structural damage.
Thank you for planning such an enriching camp.
To help you rise from pain.
Currently in our area, 58 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, rain, low 58. Chance of rain, 90%. Rainfall around a half an inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Thursday, thunderstorms likely. A few storms may be severe. High 72. Thursday night, clear. Low 47. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
It was just living in the moment of disbelief.
We really were caught off guard.
We couldn't leave. We were stuck there.
There was going to be nothing we could do except try to make it through safely.
That is the most scared that I have felt in my life.
Oh my God!
It's surreal.
Holy!
Breaking right now, we've got a tornado warning in effect for parts of Tuscaloosa County. This is live stream video from our storm tracker showing you what's happening in Cottondale, Alabama. This is just to the east of Tuscaloosa, and we're looking at very dark skies here, very ominous looking conditions, rain coming down. Okay, so this is close to Brookwood as expected. Brookwood, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. We're seeing signs that this tornado warning storm is cycling again, and it's very likely tightening up and producing a tornado yet again. We do have a tornado warning in effect for this storm. It already has a history of producing some damage. Trust the warnings today. Take them very seriously. It's unlikely that you're going to be able to actually see the tornado. We can't see the tornado from this shot here. Skies are dark. Clouds are all over the place. We've seen lightning flashes from time to time. We've seen that green glow in the sky from time to time, and we've even seen some power lines arcing and glowing here today as well. There have been a few homes that were damaged earlier today in Mississippi, but right now our big focus is on the state of Alabama, where we have multiple warnings in effect and multiple confirmed tornadoes to go along with that. Now, earlier today, Selma, Alabama was under a tornado warning, and we did have a confirmed tornado there. This is new video just into the Weather Channel, and yeah, you can see the dark clouds there and the low-hanging clouds too. Tough to see much behind some of those power lines. As you can see, somebody trying to stay clear of it, but also try and get a view of this as well. And we can see the low-hanging clouds of at least a funnel, we think, in that area. No reports of damage in Selma, but that storm did produce damage outside of there into the county. I want to get to our radar right now and give you an update and show you where the most dangerous storms are right now. And it really is across parts of Alabama for the most part, but we've got one north and east to Tupelo, and we've got a couple over here near Monroe, Louisiana. We'll get to those in just a second, but let's take you in near Birmingham, which is kind of surrounded by tornado warnings. The most concerning is the one that we've been tracking right now near Tuscaloosa. This is east of you right now. This is the Brookwood area that we've been talking about, and we have a very strong signature of a hook echo that you can see right there as it crosses Interstate 20. There's likely some large hail associated with this storm as well. So Tuscaloosa, you're actually in between two cells. So we actually looks like we've got a new warning on that. So Sarah, we'll start out here with Tuscaloosa and that one, the one that's heading towards the Brookwood area. There you can see the couplet right there crossing Interstate 20 right now. This is heading towards the north and east. This is an observed, confirmed tornado. This is heading towards Brookwood. You need to get to the lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows. This is east of Tuscaloosa. There's Kings Mill Road. There's Interstate 20. I mean, this is the area that we're talking about right now of the greatest concern. concerned with that. This is correlation coefficient. If we saw changes in the red coloring there, we'd be worried about debris getting lofted. But Sarah, yeah, let's go back to that other storm too, to the west of Tuscaloosa, because we've got new areas of rotation to the south and west of there. That's what I'm talking about, right over here, and we're seeing signs near Foster that there might be some rotation. So it looks like we could have back-to-back supercells that could be soaking through the area and tracking through. So don't be surprised if your sirens are going off and you get an alert. Then you get a break, and then you get another alert coming in back behind it. So two areas to watch, one east and one in south and west of Tuscaloosa. So let's broaden out, Sarah. We'll take you up to the north of Birmingham. This is a tornado warn cell that we've been tracking for a while. It doesn't look quite as tight in terms of a couplet as it was looking at earlier. This is north of Gardendale. This is just to the south of Warrior. We're going to track this as it crosses and moves to the north and east of Interstate 65 here. North of Birmingham, Warrior at 328, heading towards County Line at 334, Locust Fork at 348, and then working its way eventually towards Highland Lake at 406. So this gives you the idea that it's very active, it's very unsettled. Selma, Alabama, just a heads up, watching that other storm, a new one developing down towards your south and west. This is for Marengo, Perry, and Dallas. Right now, this is a radar observed tornado, but earlier Marengo County, we know you had an observed tornado with that warning, so it looks like that one might be cycling, but we do see some broad areas, a couple of different broad areas potentially of rotation. So let's track that out for you towards Safford at 333, Eleanor at 339, Harrell at 353, and then working towards Jones at 430. And there you can see the track on the second area that we're watching for rotation heading towards you, Marion, at 343. Remember, when there's a warning, take cover now.
If Physicians Mutual were a friend of yours.
Be out there. The Weather Channel.
All right, I want to show you some new video coming into us here from Duncanville, Alabama. This was caught by our storm tracker, Charles Peak, just a few minutes ago. It kind of shows you the situation we're seeing with power lines down. This was after the fact of the tornado kind of passing through, so it must have really weakened or caused some tension to allow these power lines to spark. We know there are numerous power lines down and also large trees down near the city of Moundville, that's south of Tuscaloosa, and significant damage to numerous homes and businesses in the town of Moundville. That seems to be the hardest hit community at the moment. However, that storm is now moving towards Brookwood, Alabama, and really, please get into your safe spot immediately. Let's take a live look at Tuscaloosa right now and show you what we're looking at. Here is the situation. This is near one of the busy roads. We had one tornado warning. Now, believe it or not, there's actually a second tornado warning that is in place, and the area of concern brings it right towards downtown Tuscaloosa and the University of Alabama campus. So not one, but two tornado warnings. The first one kind of bypassed us off to the southeast. This next one is now moving right towards the city center. So please, it doesn't look like there are a lot of people out. However, I have seen a lot of video. Remember, it's St. Patrick's Day. There are a lot of people out at restaurants and certain places around town, outside, exposed. That is not the spot you want to be, especially on a day like today. Please make sure you have those warnings. Get to your safe spot, get inside, into the bathroom, the most interior room. If you're at a public spot or a public business, please get inside their safest spot just so you can get out of harm's way. It's going to really do a number to yourself and your family. Let's get a look here at these back-to-back tornado warnings. Again, the first area is that area now pushing towards Brookwood, and the second one is this cell that just passed through downtown Tuscaloosa. So let's start here and then we'll work our way to the other one. That was the one that pushed through Moundville and the southeast side of Tuscaloosa. That one's still more concerning, but if we back the radar up a little bit as far as the velocities go, you can clearly see this one's not as potent as what we just saw with the life-threatening PDS tornado warning storm that passed us to the south. However, these are dangerous storms, and they have come through Tuscaloosa. If there is a tornado, it's right over the city, moving across the river, and then heading off towards the northeast side of town. This one now north of Brookwood, still a concerning signature there on the velocity. This is the one that's had numerous reports of damage and unfortunately injuries earlier when it was south of Interstate 20. So we're tracking this. If this holds together, guys, Birmingham's on the top right of your screen. So this may head in the general vicinity of the greater Birmingham area over the next hour to an hour and a half or so. So we're going to have to watch this. And again, long track tornadoes, we are in that kind of environment, and it could easily travel another 40 miles and make it into the Birmingham metro area. So certainly this is going to be one to watch. If you live in Birmingham, if you live on the northwest side of the metro area there along I-22 or Interstate 65, please pay close attention and be ready to get to your safe spot. If you live in a mobile home, I would already evacuate and get to some sort of sturdy structure just so that you're safe. That's the situation here in Alabama, but there are numerous other states in the threat for not only severe weather but flash flooding. In fact, one of those states is Arkansas. That's where we find meteorologist Tevin Wooten. He's live for us in Little Rock. Since you had that first real round of storms and rain, Tevin, how have things changed? Did you get some sunshine? Are you noticing temperatures rising, or have they come down a little bit?
Well, Chris, we have had peaks of sunshine here or there throughout the lunch hour, but I would say overall what happened earlier today, that precursing rainfall and potentially some flash flooding that was out there, at least localized flash flooding, that sort of stabilized out everything. Our dew points are now in the upper 50s, not the upper 60s like we had, or the mid 60s like we had earlier today. The temperatures are a little bit warmer. Now we're closer to 70 degrees, so we haven't moistened up much, but we have warmed up a little bit. But just to show you the dichotomy, or the sort of the intersect of those that still have those tornado watches and those that do not, northwestern Arkansas and into the Arkansas River Valley and all the way along portions of I-40 into Russellville and Conway, that's where we have those active tornado watches for the northwestern corner of the state. A lot of the weather has been fairly calm today, but there's still some instability in the atmosphere because we haven't used all of that energy. And it's you can think about the energy like a toothpaste tube. If you squeeze out the toothpaste, you can't put it back in there. Expunging energy in the atmosphere is the same way. So we haven't quite rebounded here in central Arkansas. The next part of the state that's still under the gun for some severe storms, that's southeastern Arkansas. Places like Greenville, also Monticello, by the way, where the temperatures are right around 72 or 73 degrees. They too have not seen a huge sweep of severe weather today. So we'll likely watch a couple more thunderstorms fire up, and they can certainly be severe. We still do have that active tornado watch right now until 8 p.m. tonight for portions of northwestern Arkansas. After here in Little Rock, another couple of storms or two, but overall, the big show, that's in the Twin States, Mississippi and Alabama. We'll be right back.
How do you think they make Starburst taste so juicy?
Breaking right now, we are tracking multiple tornadoes in the state of Alabama, some of which have been observed. And we're very concerned about what's happening right now just outside of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. So let's get right to the radar. This gives you the bigger picture. We've got multiple warnings in Louisiana, one for Louisiana, Mississippi, and then multiple here in central and southern parts of Alabama. So we want to get right to the ones that we know are observed. And we have a couple of warnings for two different supercells within that area. Tuscaloosa, this is just pulled off towards the east of you right now. Now we have visual confirmation on one. The other one is a radar confirmation that is showing signs of a tornado developing within there. So here's a look at velocity mode. This allows us to see the wind direction and the speed. And whenever we see that red and green next to each other, that's when we know that we're seeing those signs of that rotation. You can see this very strong couplet that we have been tracking that was much tighter earlier, and where we had the observation, it looks like it could be kind of opening up a little bit, or possibly two different areas of rotation with that one. And then the second cell, these are twin supercell, has now made its way to the east of Tuscaloosa, where we're seeing that very strong hook signature. There's also likely some large hail within that storm as well. So let's go ahead and track them and time them out. We're going to start with this storm that just pushed through Tuscaloosa, heading towards Fleetwood as well as into Birchfield, Ezra, and Hueytown down the line. So Fleetwood, this would be arriving at 3:42 this afternoon. Brookwood by 3:51. I know Brookwood, you've already been under a warning, but here we go again. Johns at 4:15, Hueytown at 4:28, and then working its way towards Fairfield at 4:37 this evening. Now let's get to the northern side of this one, Sarah, and talk about where this is heading. So what's interesting to me is we're seeing more of a northerly pull on this one. Birmingham, you are not technically in this warning, but Birmingham, eyes out. You need to be watching both of these supercells because they're getting close, right? They're getting very close, and we think at least the western suburbs have a chance of getting in on this. So we may have to tweak that warning. It's something that we're watching. This is north and west of Abernant right now, and then heading towards the north into the east. So Bull City is next, then Short Creek, as well as Brookside. So this is getting very close to the Birmingham metro area, likely crossing Interstate 22 and then heading towards 65. So Bull City 342 rather, Ezra at 353, working towards Short Creek just after 4 o'clock at the top of the hour, Adamsville 420, and Brookside, if that holds together and heads your way, we're talking 426. So these storms today have staying power. We'll say they've got a good chance at holding together, cycling out, and continuing and extending some of these warnings. And that's why Birmingham, I just want to give you a strong heads up that even though you're not in the warning, you need to be very aware and very alert. These storms are also coming into rounds. We want to take you over towards Selma again. I know, Selma, you had a warning earlier. Now we've got another cell off towards your west for Dallas and Perry counties here. This includes the city of Hansburg. There we see some broad rotation, maybe 2 areas it looks like of rotation within that storm right there. Radar indicated though at this time until 4 o'clock. Trust the warnings. You're not going to be able to see the tornadoes out there for today. And just kind of expanding out, we want to hit that Marengo one more time and give you a heads up there. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings across parts of Mississippi right now and more warnings into Louisiana. So scattered warnings all over the place. There you can see the circulation to the east to the Sweetwater area, Linden Province and Thomaston. We know you've had warnings earlier today. Here we go again under the warnings. And so, Chris, you know, it's tough when you get warning after warning. Don't be fooled or think that it's a false alarm. Know that there are multiple threats that are ongoing at this hour, and this is going to continue. We may see more rounds coming, and a lot of them could actually continue well after dark tonight.
These areas that have been under tornado warnings back to back may get hit again. We want to take you now to Atlanta, Georgia. Temperatures here are still in the 50s, but they're steadily warming. It tells us that a warm front is trying to help kind of bump us out of that wedge. Notice how we're socked into the clouds too, and that is keeping the storms, at least so far this afternoon, sub-severe. That will change overnight, and our real threat for severe weather, I think, is going to come early tomorrow morning. So set your alarms early, especially if you want to get ahead of the game and kind of check in on the radar where the storms are at so you can get your family in their safe spot. Notice how temperatures have continued to climb from Montgomery in the upper 70s to Birmingham near 70 degrees, even Huntsville, Alabama sitting at 62, and we're just about at 60. But notice Macon mid 60s and 70s working their way up the Chattahoochee River. All right, so that warmer trend will allow then storms to really get firing late this evening and really overnight into tomorrow morning. That's where we see our torcons, and then these will also be expanded east throughout the day tomorrow. And there's a quick look at the timing. I want to show you the look on that, and you can see Jackson, Mississippi going to be hit hard. We've been in that threat zone of a 9. That's almost as high as it goes on the torcon. And we're going to continue to track the overall span of storms here across the board. So I want to show you the general trend here across the south. Notice temperatures in Jackson, we're sitting at 82 degrees, or at least we were 84, and then rain came and we're dropped back into the 60s. But that's something we're going to continue to watch, and timing this out here for Jackson, we're looking at torcon still at over 8 to 9. That's almost as high as it gets, and timing individual discrete supercells before a very strong and damaging squall line comes through this evening.
At Enterprise Car Sales, you're in the drive.
Currently in our area, 58 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, rain, low 58. Chance of rain, 90%. Rainfall around a ½ inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Thursday, thunderstorms likely. A few storms may be severe. High 72. Thursday night, clear. Low 47. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Maybe you've been checking in sporadically throughout the day. I want to show you some new video that we've gotten into us here at the Weather Channel. From Brookhaven, Mississippi. This was earlier this afternoon when we were under a tornado warning. This was a tornado that was spotted just south of Jackson. It shows you the dynamics of the storm, and we're continuing to get numerous tornado warnings still ongoing, and many of these places have had at least 2 and now 3 warnings in the span of 2 to 3 hours. So a back-to-back threat, and we'll continue with that overnight tonight. Tuscaloosa still under a tornado warning. In fact, students in storm shelters here, large halls filled with kids and students from college at their storm shelter as they were trying to hunker down in advance of the tornado. You can see it's St. Patrick's Day. I know it's big in college towns, and there's been lots of reports of people just out in lines at restaurants and bars and things, but not what you want to be doing when you're literally under multiple tornado warnings. And so it's something we're going to continue to monitor. Let's show you the latest situation we have. Thanks for joining us. Let's get you up to speed. A lot of tornado warnings. We're going to kind of dive right in, but you can see the bulk of these are here in Alabama and across parts of the South. We got a few not far from Natchez, Mississippi there, in far eastern Louisiana and southwestern Mississippi. Let's start here west of Birmingham. These were the 2 storms. It's almost like twin tornadoes. However, because of a second storm behind it, this may become more of the concerning storm down the line, because it's going to kind of choke off the inflow here with this original one. This was the storm that caused all that concern near Tuscaloosa and caused a lot of damage, in fact injuries, south of there near Moundville, Alabama. But notice it doesn't look nearly as impressive as it once did. However, this one's getting a little bit more strong. It's just north of Brookwood right now. This is 2 tornadoes essentially back to back. This one passing just off to your north, and clearly is showing signs of rotation. So what I want to do is kind of track this out because if this becomes the more apparent storm and kind of just chokes this original storm, that original warning takes it to the northwest of Birmingham. If this one becomes more of the potent track, it may take it on a path towards Birmingham proper. All right, and we're not that far away. If we time this out, it gets over, within the next 40, 50 miles or so. And Birmingham, we could be seeing this in our vicinity within the hour. All right, within an hour. So if you live in Birmingham, you need to pay very close attention. I would make sure you kind of have everybody in tabs where they're at and knowing where they're going to be going. Do that prep now so you have plenty of time if this were to hold together and move your way. We've seen this in past severe weather outbreaks, and we know a lot of storms that track towards Tuscaloosa do make it into Birmingham, especially on days like today. So this should not come as a surprise. Birmingham, you're certainly not under the warning yet, but it wouldn't surprise me if this storm were to continue eastward and move in that vicinity. All right, south of there, we've got several tornado warnings that we want to get you close. Marengo County, you've been under tornado warnings. It seems like hour after hour. This continues here for Linden, Providence, and Thomaston until 4:15 p.m. Doesn't look like we have a ton of confirmation with that. It's at least radar indicated. Treat these storms very seriously and take shelter. This is the storm just to the west now of Selma. We know Selma was hit hard by a apparent wedge tornado, or there was confirmation near Selma of that a couple of hours ago, and now here's another storm, and that's what we mean. I want to show you the broader view and kind of time these storms out across the southeast and where we go from here. So notice what happens on our high resolution future radar. We have the first batch that's causing all of the problems here in Alabama today, and then our second batch that's just now starting to spawn tornado warnings. And we've also seen some action there in Oklahoma. We'll have to watch Arkansas and parts of the Mid-South for that. Here's where we go as we go towards dinner time. Numerous supercells and huge swaths of severe weather pushing through the state of Mississippi, and there we go again. Alabama, unfortunately, another round after all that we've been dealing with so far this afternoon, and we'll continue to see this evening. By midnight tonight, a line of very strong and damaging storms pushing through. That will then carry over into Atlanta. Overnight, we'll kind of reset the atmosphere, and then these are going to kind of get enhanced and intensify as they work their way into eastern Georgia, the Carolinas, where we will continue to have live coverage. Looking tomorrow, this will be just as serious of a severe weather day as what we've seen today, and Torcons are now up to 7, including parts of South Carolina, Charleston, Charlotte, Raleigh, Fayetteville, even Wilmington. That includes you. Now, as this severe outbreak continues, stay with us here on the Weather Channel 24/7 on Amazon Fire TV, Roku, and your smart TVs. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can download the app now to get access to the latest alerts, forecast, local radars, and live coverage. And of course, we have crews from the eastern side of the threat zone all the way back to the Mississippi River and beyond. That includes Tevin Wooten from Little Rock and many others. We want to leave you with a live look right now from one of our storm trackers from Brookwood, Alabama, where there's an apparent rotation and tornado-warned storm. If this holds together, it could come close to Birmingham within the hour.
At Novartis, our goal is...
Next on Weather Underground, special extended coverage as we track a life-threatening tornado outbreak unfolding across the South. Multiple states face a particularly dangerous situation with violent long-track tornadoes as well as destructive straight-line winds and large hail.
And that danger by no means finished once the sun goes down. We're going to give you the timing and where dangerous storms will continue overnight and into your Thursday. It's all coming up right now on Weather Underground.
Thank you for being with us tonight for Weather Underground. I want to bring you life-saving information tonight as we keep you up to date on the radar this evening. We'll have live reports from the field, but everything you need to know to weather this severe weather outbreak. Numerous tornado warnings right now, in particular across Alabama, but also more storms now firing along a main line back here through Arkansas, Mississippi, and Louisiana. All right, so down into these storms that we've got here in Alabama. These are some very feisty storms right now, and really on the west side of Birmingham right now is the big concern. Two different storms that are tornado warned, and you can see them moving in tandem here. A little hook echo in there and in there. The first one is in Jefferson County, and that includes in Birmingham here. Fairfield and Hueytown also affected by this. Observed tornado did have some debris that was flying in the air. This warning goes until 4:45 this evening. I would say this though, it looks like that first storm has started to weaken some. Could be disturbed by a little bit of cooler air from the east getting into that storm, and this one back here, the secondary one, actually is taken over as the stronger one of the two with stronger rotation right now as more undisturbed air is flowing into that storm. So you can see rotation right here just outside of Concord, and then there's rotation right here just outside of Amernat. And these are storm that could actually come a little bit closer to Birmingham itself. So want to give you a look at the correlation coefficient. What this is, I know there's a lot of colors on this map, but what's going to show you is the radar can detect debris that's been lofted into the air and is swirling in the tornado. You're going to see it right in there. Watch that little blue dot that fires right there and goes north. That was the first tornado. The second tornado, don't necessarily see debris just yet, but we're thinking the storm is going to move in a general northeast direction and may come very, very close, if not even over Birmingham if it holds together. Or if it cycles, you could go through a cycle where it's very intense and then it weakens, maybe even dissipates, and then you're going to see the same storm reinitiate with another tornado. This could happen. This storm here is the one we're watching, moving off to the northeast, could again come toward Concord here or toward Birmingham. So let's track that one in particular. Bull City, expected arrival time around 4:06, and Huey's around 4:31, and then we move it over toward Birmingham about maybe 50 minutes from now or so. 4:51, the expected arrival time in Birmingham. All right, so you've got a little bit of time if you're in Birmingham. What this means is watch this one very closely and be ready to go to your safe place quickly, all right? Because these storms are very, very dangerous with observed tornadoes in many instances. Radar indicated tornado that's just come from Mississippi over into Alabama now, close to Russellville, Colbert, and Franklin counties under tornado warnings, including the town of Red Bay. That warning until 4:15. In Crooked Oak, 4:16 the arrival time. Get to the lowest level of your home. If you've got a basement or a storm shelter, get there now. If you don't, get to the ground level and put as many barriers between you and the tornado as possible, okay? So put walls, as many as you can between you and the tornado. So get to an interior room that's going to offer you the most protection. In Cave Spring, around 4:41, the expected arrival time for you. Now we take you down to these storms that are around Demopolis and near Selma. Two storms or two tornado warnings, I should say, and a storm moving to the northeast. In Choctaw County, we have a tornado warning here. Gilberttown, Silas, and Toxie. These are locations also where you need to take shelter as quickly as you can. I'd say in all these instances, a mobile home is not a safe place to be. We're going to get more tornado warnings tonight. If you live in a mobile home tonight, think about where you may go when a tornado warning is issued, or where you may go right now before the warning is even issued so you can get to a sturdy shelter. Friend, family member, church, someplace like that offers you more protection than a mobile home. The arrival time in Gilbertown around 4:06, so just minutes from now. In Lull around 4:16, in Slater around 4:29, to give you some indication of where these are going. Back over to Mississippi now, south of Natchez. Natchez is right here. We've got a storm in Wilkinson County producing a tornado indicated by radar. 4:15 is when this one expires. Moving off to the northeast right now, could come across Highway 84. Then outside of Greenville, Mississippi, just to the west of Greenville, Mississippi, we've got another tornado warned storm here in Drew County. So if you're in Collins, you got to be taking shelter now. And that storm's probably going to come across a Highway 65 here, maybe in the next 15 minutes or so. So also a highway you want to be off of. A radar indicated tornado here. The bigger picture really sets the stage for tonight. Multiple tornado watches in effect, meaning in all these areas highlighted in red, the conditions right now are favorable for tornadoes to form, and you need to be making your plan right now. And when a warning is issued, then you need to take immediate action to save you and your family. We, of course, are going to follow the radar very closely throughout the evening. But let's hand it over to Alex.
Yeah, make sure you've got everything that Dr. Nav outlined in your safe spot. Make sure the kids, everyone in your family knows where to go. And make sure you know where your pets are so you can grab them quickly and everybody can get to that safe spot immediately. Tornado warnings firing throughout the day because of scenes like this. This is Wayne County, Mississippi. So we're really in the midst of this event. You can see that tornado spotted earlier. There have been reports of damage. And as we just saw from Mike's report, there are tons of tornado warnings still in effect. And I want to step away from the current warnings and break down what's yet to come, because I think it's really important that we remember there are still a lot of people in the threat zone here moving forward tonight and into the day tomorrow. So through tonight, and this would include the late evening and overnight hours, we're going to be watching a lot of Alabama into the state of Georgia, parts of Tennessee, including Middle Tennessee, getting into the southern sections of Tennessee, sections of southern Mississippi and Alabama also within that threat zone. So our Torcon values 7, 5, 3, farther east you go. So we're still going to be dealing with that severe threat. I think as we get into the overnight hours, maybe more of a wind threat taking over. That's not to say you can't get tornadoes, and damaging wind, we know, can cause just as much in the way of problems as tornadoes. So keep this in mind. If you live in a house or a building that's surrounded by a lot of trees, you're going to want to pick that most interior, lowest level room to even sleep in. Falling trees will be a real danger with storms tonight. We look at temperatures now. Chattanooga, Alabama, or Chattanooga and Atlanta have both been holding on in the upper 50s, but you can see that warmer air beginning to edge a little farther to the north here across the state of Georgia. So Atlanta, you're going to see things actually warming up here as we move forward. We've actually gone from 56 to 58. Birmingham, you've also seen warming temperatures as that warm front lifting. We're getting in on that warmer, more unstable air. So I think you go outside in Atlanta right now and you go, no chance of severe. Not the case, because things will be becoming more favorable for severe weather, atmospherically speaking, as we head into the late evening and overnight hours. Now, we look at our future radar. We're going to start things off at 8 o'clock Central Time. So we're going to be watching parts of Alabama and, of course, Mississippi for the threat of strong to severe thunderstorms. Could see some hail, could see some tornadoes still at this point, as well as damaging winds. Moving into the late evening and overnight, North Georgia in the mix. Still watching central Alabama. Back into parts of eastern and southern Mississippi. That line continuing east as we head into the early morning hours, I should say, of our Thursday. So midnight and beyond. Still watching North Georgia, including the Atlanta metro area. Birmingham could get another blast of storms rolling through into the very early morning hours of your Thursday. That's why I say sleep in that safe spot, so you're already ahead of the curve. You're already where you need to be should those warnings be issued while you're sleeping. Into the 4 o'clock hour. Now that line beginning to make its way out of Alabama into the state of Georgia, headed towards Atlanta, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. Again, damaging winds very likely at this point. And then the upstate of South Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina in the mix. A closer look at Birmingham. In addition to the storms, I want you to be aware of the threat of flash flooding as well. I know, the tornado kind of takes the headline here, but flash flooding could be a real issue with several rounds of really big damage downpours in these very strong storms. So you get out there tomorrow morning, the storms are done, water may still be high. Dr. Knabb, already have seen plenty of problems. Anticipate more of those problems here in the hours and days to come.
Yeah, we're not just talking about warnings here. It's actually happening on the ground. This is Brookwood, Alabama, to the east of Tuscaloosa. This is where we've had some downed trees, obviously, some power. Look at those trees getting practically just snapped just above the base. Those are some really, really strong winds. Good chance a tornado was involved here when we saw the velocity signatures and where the warnings were issued. And in the general vicinity, we don't have a lot of reports, but they're going to be coming in as the night goes on. But if you look, here's Tuscaloosa, and Brookwood's off to the east of there. This is Mound State Park to the south of Tuscaloosa on the other side of I-20. There was roof damage to a number of houses in the city, both sides of the county line, several businesses damaged. This is in Moundville to the south of Tuscaloosa. And it's not just been the wind. Look out to the northwest of Tuscaloosa. This is all within the last few hours. In Gordo, the hail size was 2 3/4 inches. Baseball and golf ball size hail. Getting the pictures of it, it is really, really coming down, not just heavy rainfall, but also the very large hailstones with that tremendous instability in those upward motions. So here is Tuscaloosa, here's Birmingham, and off to the northwest of there along I-22, tornadoes reported by emergency management near Birmingport. So we're getting these systems actually being reported, and Mike, we've got a lot of water-covered roads that are going to be increasingly a problem as the night goes on. But you got same places, you got some flood advisories and flash flood warnings. We have a lot of tornado warnings as well.
Yeah, and really I think that the pressing issue for us right now are these tornadoes that are approaching Birmingham, Alabama this evening. We've got a lot of tornado warnings in the state, but there are 2 different warnings just to the west of Birmingham right now. You can see the bigger picture in all here. The big low actually sits up in here. We actually have some storms that are firing up in here, but with the low sitting here, we've got fronts that are coming off of that back in here, and that's really the forcing that's coming in as that front really dives in, the cold air undercuts the warm air, and up go the storms. But we've also had just a little bit of sunshine today, a little bit of warming, a little bit of instability that's been creeping up today, and that's why these storms have fired out ahead of the main line. But both of these are working in tandem, this area here and this area here, to push storms eastbound through the night tonight. Some storms are getting frisky down through Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I'll talk about those in just a second. Here's really the pressing issue tonight. Not only do we have flood warnings, we've got tornado warnings. 2 different storms that are kind of merging into one now. We had 2 distinct supercells that are almost merged into one now. Jefferson County is under a tornado warning. This does include Birmingham. 2 different areas of rotation on this. Now the storm's coming together. An area right in here that was going north. It may be actually now going a little bit east of north at this point, and it's just outside of Concord. And then we've got this one right here that's going more in this direction straight toward Concord. But I think it was this first one here that caused the damage that we saw there in Brookwood there, where the trees were snapped. We actually had some detection on the radar of debris that was lofted into the air. That could have been tree branches, leaves, stuff like that. So confirmed tornado, and we saw the pictures. But this is a very dangerous situation. Birmingham sitting right in here with tornadoes generally moving in this direction. So the time to take shelter is right now. Get to your safe spot. If you have a tornado shelter, it's the perfect time to get there. Basement, grab the kids, the helmets, grab your cell phone, flashlight, the shoes, and get to your safe spot and stay there until the all clear is given. There's the bigger picture. I'm going to time it out for you, okay? I'm going to move the tracker over as these storms move, and we'll time it out for you in a place like Birmingham. We think about 4:41. So we've got about a half an hour before the tornado is on you here in Trussville around 5:04. You've got a little bit of time. Not a lot, but you don't have to panic at this moment if you're in Birmingham. Take your time, get your things, and get to your safe spot and be there within the next, I'd say, 15 to 20 minutes. All right, Colbert and Franklin counties up in northern Alabama, we're under a tornado warning right now. A radar-indicated tornado coming near Russellville. Also a severe thunderstorm warning that extends up toward Florence with this one. This is going to come probably across Highway 72. This may eventually hold together and go across the Tennessee state line. Again, 4:15, the expiration on that warning there. The storm's farther south now of Birmingham. A couple of different warnings here, including Dallas and Perry counties for us. This is coming close to Selma. There's the storm back in there. It's got a little hook echo on it. Hamburg and the town of Safford. Please take shelter quickly. Again, lowest level of your home, down on the ground level, and then be in an interior room. It could be a bathroom, it could be a closet, it could be under a stairwell, but don't be near an exterior wall or windows. Those are dangerous places to be. The interior part of your home will offer you the most protection. This is a radar indicated tornado, but it's got a pretty good hook on it right now, so I'd be very worried about that one coming very close to Selma. In Choctaw County, in southwestern Alabama, we've got a tornado warning here. This is an observed tornado, by the way, and this storm moving off to the northeast. In Gilbertown, Silas, Toxie, all take shelter in those locations, and a storm that's straddling the state line at this point, moving over into Alabama, Washington, and Wayne counties under a tornado warning. If you're in Silas, get to shelter quickly here. A radar indicated tornado here. Now we take you back into middle of Mississippi. This is south of Natchez right now, Wilkinson County. Tornado warning for us. That's got a really good look to bad look, I should say, but a good look on the radar, a good signature that shows some inflow into that storm, and numerous warnings that extend off to the northeast from there, including counties that go up between Natchez and Brookhaven. So I'd say anywhere along Highway 84 and getting close to 55 eventually. We want you to take shelter this evening. There's no use in just opening your doors and going out and looking for it. These storms could be interrupted by rain on the front end. You may not be able to see them at all. So be careful tonight, folks. There's a lot going on. By the way, I did want to mention those Baton Rouge storms. There's a big line coming through right now. Really intense straight line winds are possible. Baton Rouge is under a severe thunderstorm warning with tornadoes possible. All right. So again, inside, the best place for you to be tonight. Want to take you back to the video we have from the storm trackers out there outside of Birmingham. This is in Brookwood, Alabama. You can see that we've got plenty of damage here, a lot of trees that have been snapped here. So confirmed tornado here, folks. You can see first responders are on the scene and moving through. Please be careful tonight. Stay alert. We, of course, are going to be with you through the night tonight to update you on the warnings to keep you safe. We're back right after this.
When eye allergens attack, the itch can last
700 now.
.com/TV.
Currently in our area, 58 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, rain, low 58. Rainfall around a ½ inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Thursday, thunderstorms likely. A few storms may be severe. High 72. Thursday night, clear, low 47. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful. There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it. It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
Welcome back to our live coverage here on the Weather Channel as you're looking at Brookwood, Alabama, where a likely tornado took down some trees here. They got the heavy machinery in here and the front end loader trying to get the trees off the roads here to make them passable. Trees that are down, power lines that are down, and this is going to be, we think, unfortunately, the theme for the remainder of the evening. We've got a full-fledged severe weather outbreak occurring for us right now, and the most pressing issues are in Alabama currently, but there are warnings in multiple states right now. But Birmingham in particular is the location that we are worried about. We've got large coverage of storms right now. Really, the areas that we're watching closely are two different areas. One here, really centered on Alabama. Another one back here with this line right coming down the Mississippi, all right? So it's Arkansas, it's Louisiana, and it's also the state of Mississippi. Want to get you to Birmingham first and show you these storms that are fired up and produce tornadoes. Two different tornadoes with this particular cell. Now, it's condensed some as the two tornadoes, it seems like, have kind of merged together into one larger complex here. Jefferson County under a tornado warning right now. Observed tornado, and this is really the same complex that did the damage there in Brookwood, but this is just now to the west of Birmingham. We're going to time this out for you with a tracker here. Birmingham around 4:34 is when we think that it's going to be there. There could be new rotation that forms down in here. Looking at a bit of a hook right there just to the west of Hueytown. In Center Point, looking for a storm to be on you at about 4:47 this evening. So getting to shelter right now is vitally important with a history of tornadoes with those two tornadoes. Down around Selma right now, Dallas County is under a tornado warning. That does include Selma. Get to shelter now. You have no time to waste, not to mention we've got another one following behind that with a pretty good hook on it. So radar indicated tornado, but I think in many instances some of these won't be spotted by storm chasers or storm trackers that are out there because they'll be obscured by trees or rain. So many of the tornadoes that you're going to see this evening will be radar confirmed, not necessarily confirmed by actual human being and their eyes. Then you can, I'm going to back that up just a little bit and get you to that other warning that just was updated there. It's that new one right there, because that's got a pretty good little hook on it right down in there. That's also Dallas County, but around Safford, that's the city that's going to be affected. That's a radar indicated tornado, and I don't really just like the looks of that. A little appendage that hangs south there, that's likely where the rotation is. That's going to come right across, say, Highway 80. Numerous tornado warnings between Waynesboro, Mississippi, and then Thomasville, Alabama. Choctaw and Washington counties. Back down here in the secondary storm, we've got inflow into that, and it looks like a hook forming there as well. That warning until 4:30 tonight. Want to go back over into Mississippi because these storms are also getting pretty violent tonight. All in a larger line of storms. And along this line of storms, you're going to see spin-ups here. So we've got tornado warnings now between Natchez and Brookhaven right now. Eventually, these storms could come across Interstate 55 tonight. I want to take you down toward Baton Rouge. Really intense line of storms here. You could get some really good straight line winds with this, unfortunately. So damaging winds might knock down trees, might take down power lines. So Baton Rouge, I would expect winds here 60 to 70 miles an hour. And a lot of times on some of these storms that bow out like this, I'm going to widen that out just a hair, because a lot of times when you get these bow echoes that form like this, what will happen is you'll get a little tornado that will spin up on the north side of it. That's usually where a tornado would happen in one of these bow echoes. So I would say north side of Baton Rouge. We'll watch for tornadoes for you, but right now, pretty intense bow echo coming through Baton Rouge with 60+ mile-per-hour winds. Dr. Knapp, one of the themes with all these storms is they'll produce heavy rain, and some places will get hit more than once.
Yeah, and some places are getting an inch or two per hour. Here's North Little Rock, Arkansas. Look at those water-covered roads. That water is going to be a lot harder to cross than you might think. Who knows what condition the road is in underneath that water, and that water's moving. Only takes a foot or two to float a vehicle. Now, Little Rock, Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee, and then a lot of you in Alabama are dealing with the issues with the flash flooding. Yes, we have a lot of tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, but we also have, if I just show the flash flood warnings and advisories, a lot of them in Alabama, but we also have, going back farther in the direction of Little Rock, a flash flood warning in Memphis, Tennessee until 5 local time. All that heavy rain that came through, just because it stopped raining doesn't mean the roads have recovered just yet. Here we are in Waynesboro. Look at this heavy rain with all that lightning. Flash flood warning goes till 8:15 local time. So even if it stops raining, as it gets dark, you still could encounter water-covered roads. And an inch and a half an hour. Now we're starting to get into tropical type of rainfall rates. A little bit farther north and east in Sweetwater in Linden in Alabama, the warning continues. We've got more heavy rain on the way. That's until 4:45 local time. And then up in Tuscaloosa, you have your severe warnings. You're still under a flash flood warning until 5:30 local time. And then just next door in Birmingham, flash flood warning goes until 5 o'clock local time. And yes, you do have the tornado warnings. Take shelter in the lowest dry level, most interior room. We'll be back.
Okay, everyone, our mission is into the Out There, the Weather Channel.
What's going on there? Thanks for being with us tonight here as we cover active weather for you across the south with a full-fledged severe weather outbreak happening right now. Numerous tornado warnings in multiple places where tornadoes have touched down and caused some damage. I want to show you the bigger picture here. We've got a large spiraling low that sits up in here, a line of storms here with tornadoes, then a larger area out ahead of that where we've really been hit hard, especially in Alabama this afternoon. Birmingham in particular is the location we are worried about right now. Tornado warnings that do include Jefferson County, and there is a really distinct hook echo that's now reformed on this. This is a system that has produced some damage in Brookwood, but our warning includes Birmingham. It includes Hueytown and Forestdale. This is an observed tornado, and our warning till 4:45, although I would be surprised if they didn't extend it beyond that even. Let's get right down into it. There's the rotation right in there. I think that's tightened up a little bit from what it was maybe a few minutes ago. Rotation right over Sylvan Springs right now. Take shelter right now. Now is the time to protect you and your family. Get to your basement and a sturdy location in your basement, under a big piece of furniture, under a table or a desk, and make sure you're covering your head, mattresses, blankets over top of you, bike helmets. Make sure you have shoes, your cell phone, a flashlight. These are all things you'll need. And this storm moving closer and closer to Birmingham. Storm moving off to the northeast here, so it may go just north of downtown, but hit us here on the north side of Birmingham and come across I-65. There's a big hail core with that as well, but I'm very concerned by the look of that little appendage hanging down there just outside of Fairfield. So again, 4:40 for us in Birmingham, so about another 10 minutes or so, excuse me, and the tornado will be there. Also concerned about what's going on in Selma tonight as well. We've got a tornado warning in Dallas County. 2 different storms here with hook echoes on them. One right over Selma and one just to the west of Selma. Looks like the rotation came literally right over Selma. Now pushing just to the east of Selma right now along Highway 14. But you need to be taking shelter quickly and off the roads into a safe location right now. But concerned about what may have happened. Potentially we'll get some word out of Selma if there's any damage that occurred there. Another area of rotation just back outside of Orville here. That one could track very close to Selma as well. So in Selma, if you're listening to us right now, watching us right now, back into your shelter. You got to go back into your shelter and be safe tonight. Then follow that line back past Thomasville here and along Highway 84. Choctaw and Clark counties are under tornado warnings as well. There's pretty good rotation on this one. What the radar can do is it can take out couple of different modes of the radar. Can show you the precipitation. So that's what we've been showing you with the oranges and the greens and the reds on it. That's showing you how much rain is falling out of it. But then we take that off and we look at just the wind within a storm. And that'll show up as red and green right next to it. They're indicating a tornado. So there's some rotation just off of Highway 69 tonight, and that may slice right near Sweetwater or maybe somewhere near Thomasville and Sweetwater. So getting into shelter is exactly what you need to be doing right now in those spots. Not to mention, we've also got flooding that's happening for us right now. That's an observed tornado, by the way. Over into Mississippi, Adams and Franklin County under tornado warnings right now. So in Meadville, in Roxy, a radar indicated tornado could come right between Natchez and Brookhaven. Take shelter there. Bow echo coming through Baton Rouge with very intense straight line winds. So Baton Rouge, East Baton Rouge, Iberville, West Baton Rouge parishes all under those severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see winds here gust 60 to 70 miles an hour, Alex. And a lot of times on the north side of that bow echo, somewhere maybe up around New Roads, wouldn't be surprised if we get brief tornadoes spin up as well.
Yeah, threat also that we'll be watching for overnight and into the day tomorrow. We look at Atlanta right now and you step outside and you go, no way we're getting severe weather. It's cool, it's cloudy, it's damp. However, temperatures are on the uptick across the area. We look at what's happening region-wide, and we've got that warm front lifting to the north. You can see those winds picking up, shaking the camera, and so temperatures actually have been rising, going from the mid-50s to the upper 50s here in the last few hours, and that's something that will continue here over the next few hours, again, as that warm front lifts northward. So you notice those temperatures on the increase. That will make things a bit more unstable and a bit more favorable in terms of severe weather as we head into the overnight. So Atlanta Atlanta overnight, really early tomorrow morning, just in time for that morning drive when you're going to see the storms. And then tomorrow, we're still up against a significant severe threat across parts of the Carolinas and eastern Georgia. Torcon of 7. That's, again, a higher risk that we will see tornadoes. Could see some strong tornadoes tomorrow. So if you're in places like Raleigh or Myrtle Beach or Charleston, even Charlotte, I want you to be extremely weather aware during the day tomorrow. And through tomorrow, again, outbreak of severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. While there will be a threat of several tornadoes, widespread damaging winds and large hail also possible. And in addition, like today, tomorrow could bring the opportunity for stronger long track tornadoes. We're going to be talking more about tomorrow's threat. Get you back to today's warnings next.
Need a change of scenery?
Go out front.
It's right there. It's right there. Go front door.
Go to the front door.
All right, there is a look at a tornado-warned storm and likely tornado behind those homes there. This is in Tuscaloosa County. Storms have been very, very prevalent throughout the day, and tornado-warned storms continue for us here around Birmingham. Thanks for being with us here for our extended coverage of this severe weather outbreak. I'm Mike Bettis. I want to get you right to the radar that we're looking at tonight because it's very, very active. We've got pressing situation in numerous locations. Want to get right to Birmingham because Jefferson County is under a tornado warning right now, and that tornado signature has become a little bit more prominent as well. We've got Jefferson County under the warning, Forestdale, Birmingham, Gardendale, Pleasant Grove, all locations that could be affected. Observed tornado here that's going to come across, we think, I-65 momentarily. So there's a look at the signature right back in here. Probably between McDonald Chapel and Graysville is where the tornado sits right now. So if you're in Graysville, McDonald Chapel, Forestdale, these locations where you have to take shelter. In fact, we can show you that there is confirmed debris. That's the signature right there. That's the debris being lofted into the air by the tornado. So you need to take shelter ASAP. You can't wait any longer. This is going to come across Highway 5, then eventually Interstate 22, very near Graysville or Forestdale. In both locations, get to your safe place as quickly as you can, and do the same over here in Gardendale. It's headed right for you here. So we're talking just north of Birmingham. There's downtown Birmingham right there. This is going to be just north of Birmingham. Let's time it out for you. In Gardendale, 4:53, so you got about 13 minutes or so. In Adamsville, 4:39, so that's on you at this point. And in Fieldstown, around 4:49, you've got about 8 minutes or so before the tornado is anticipated to be on you. Now, again, for the Birmingham area and central Alabama, this is going to be what we deal with for the remainder of the evening. But I want to take you down towards Selma. Also, confirmed damage near Selma here in Dallas County. 2 different cells producing tornadoes right now, and the secondary one has got a pretty good hook on it as well. But I'm going to show you the velocities on this. There's the velocity right there in Selma. There's another velocity signature back in here. The green and the red right next to each other imply a rotation. But this initial one, this first one, I believe, is the one that did cause a little bit of damage. The 2 of them working in tandem, though, and pushing off to the east here. I think even the second one could come over Selma, as the first one already has. So stay in your safe place there in Selma. Storm is back near Thomasville as well. Marengo County is under a tornado warning. If you're in Linden or Providence or in Thomaston, please take shelter. Those storms may go just north of you of Thomasville, but right along Highway 43. Also, observed tornado here. There's the rotation very near Sweetwater. Take shelter. If you're right along Highway 10, that you got to get into a safe place as soon as you can. Debris right in there, and so we've got a confirmed tornado headed toward the Sweetwater area. Get to your basement or the ground level of your home and protect yourself. Then we've got a very intense squall line ripping through Baton Rouge right now with a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. That bowing out like that is concerning. Likely wind gusts in the 60 to 70 mile an hour range. Another tornado warning in Franklin County. This one's coming very near Brookhaven tonight. It's right between Natchez and Brookhaven. Radar indicated, and lasts until 5:15 tonight. Line of storms headed through Vicksburg right now. Eventually Yazoo City, who has a history, unfortunate, with severe weather and tornadoes. And eventually that line of storms gets into Jackson as well. Madison, Tensas parishes are under severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as Claiborne, Hinds, and Warren counties in Mississippi. And this is the Mississippi River right here. So a lot of active weather for us tonight, Alex. A lot of places where the threat is going to last for hours.
Yeah, that includes even once the sun goes down while you're sleeping. So really important you have a way to get those alerts, whether it's the weather radio, make sure your app settings are on so that your phone will download those emergency alerts, whether it's through an app or just through the emergency alert section of your phone, right where you have Amber Alerts as well. Here's the Torcon through tonight. So we're still going to be watching a lot of Mississippi, Alabama, and even the state of Georgia moving forward, parts of the Florida Panhandle, western parts of the Florida Panhandle, also in that threat zone. So we continue to monitor all opportunities for severe weather in terms of tornadoes, damaging wind, and hail as these storms continue eastward overnight. Now, it's been a chilly day in Atlanta, very gloomy as well, but with that warm front lifting, we are seeing milder temperatures begin to edge into North Georgia. So I think things become a little bit more favorable for severe weather in terms of the Atlanta metro area and parts of North Georgia here moving into the late evening and overnight hours. 8 o'clock. We start things up. Still plenty of activity across Mississippi, western Tennessee, northern Alabama, getting into parts of North Georgia as well. By 9 o'clock, now we've got some strong storms in eastern Alabama, strong storms in eastern Mississippi. Atlanta metro area could be getting in on some strong storms right around midnight, and that threat does not end there. So don't think just because you saw one, you're done. We've got that line moving eastward through the rest of the overnight hours. So 2 o'clock in the morning, things still very active around Birmingham and Montgomery, headed towards 5, 6 a.m. Now we've got Chattanooga, Atlanta, some of these communities surrounding Atlanta in the path of these storms. How about Asheville, North Carolina? 6 a.m. could be getting in on some heavy rain, possibility of thunderstorms. And we want you to stay with the Weather Channel 24/7 on Amazon Fire TV, Roku, and your smart TVs. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can download the app now to get the latest alerts.
Need a nice reward?
Currently in our area, 59 degrees with light rain. Tonight, rain, low 58. Rainfall around a ½ inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Thursday, thunderstorms likely. A few storms may be severe. High 72. Thursday night, clear. Low 47. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Thanks for staying with us tonight with continuing coverage here of a severe weather outbreak across the south. You're taking a live look at Birmingham, Alabama. Temperature just a hair under 70 degrees. We'd urge you to be home tonight and not be out on the roads. I see quite a few cars out there, but severe weather is overtaking Birmingham right now, especially north side of Birmingham. I think downtown Birmingham you're going to be okay, but between Birmingham and Warrior here, we've got a pretty nasty storm that's likely going to cause some damage, and it's already produced a couple of tornadoes. It's actually 2 storms that have come together to produce one. I'm going to show it to you on the radar tonight and keep you up to date on what's happening and where you might or might not need to take a shelter. We think north side of Birmingham, you need to go to a safe place quickly. Jefferson County, under a tornado warning. Forestdale, Gardendale, Pleasant Grove, these would be the cities that would be affected. Again, observed tornado with damage occurring, and it won't be long before it comes right across I-65. Now, I would say this. It's shown some signs of weakening, or at least a little bit broader rotation. But when I see this to me indicates that what might be happening is that, and since the storm is condensed in size, the storm might actually be collapsing on itself. So it's really tall thunderstorm, cold at the top. The top of the storm got really heavy, and it's just collapsing down on itself. Having said that, that could create really intense straight line winds as the storm comes down and then blows out the wind once it hits the ground. So this part of the storm right in here I'd be concerned about with the motion like this. So Gardendale, I'd be very, very concerned for you and want you to get to shelter as quickly as you can. There is some debris within that, okay? And this is the correlation coefficient. It kind of takes out everything like raindrops, snowflakes, hailstones, stuff like that, and shows you something else that's in the air. And so there's something else in the air right now, which could be leaves, pieces of tree, pieces of buildings. So something is happening within this storm, but there are some good signs that may not necessarily be as tight of a rotation as it once was. But having said that, treat it like it would be a tornado, because we've got so many trees here in this part of the country. The trees falling down on your property and your home is a real threat to you. So there, we're timing it out for you. Gardendale, 4:56, so 5 minutes from now. That's all you've got. Fultondale about the same time. So get to where you need to get to now. Get to your basement, get to an interior room, and away from windows and exterior walls. Very concerned about the storms that are passing through Selma right now. 2 different tornadoes occurring for us, Dallas and Perry County. In Dallas, we have confirmation of damage. There's the first one that came through Selma. This one's probably going to slide just north of Selma and near Valley Grande. Both of these producing tornadoes likely, with pretty good hook echoes on both of those. And then a storm coming very near Thomasville, north of Thomasville along Highway 43 in Marengo County. This one's got a pretty good couplet on it in Sweetwater. Get to your safe place ASAP. Storm's almost right on top of you as we speak. I don't see a lot of debris in that. It's very ambiguous. Oh, there was a little bit there. We'll back that up a little bit and I'll show you what's going on there. It's right there is the debris coming near Sweetwater. So obviously we had a confirmed tornado there. May have weakened somewhat as the rotation has broadened just a little bit, but please get to a safe spot in Sweetwater. Strong squall line coming to Baton Rouge, now riding right along Highway Interstate 10 tonight. This is going to come north of Lake Pontchartrain, but these storms with these big bow echoes could have wind gusts in excess of 70 miles an hour, Alex, which could knock down trees, take out power, maybe knock down trees onto your home. So inside in your safe place is very, very important tonight, even in these straight line wind events.
Yeah, and so for the areas, Georgia, parts of Alabama, where we anticipate that threat overnight, may even want to sleep in your safe spot. Already get yourself ahead of the curve. That severe threat continues tonight and tomorrow. So more severe storms, more tornadoes expected, as well as hail. Hail is a possibility in our storms tomorrow. We've got Torcon values up to a 7 for Thursday, as strong long track tornadoes will again be possible during the day tomorrow. So here is our threat zone. Areas in purple, that's where we've got the greatest risk on Thursday. And again, Torcon values as high as 7 for places like Myrtle Beach, Raleigh, and Wilmington, North Carolina. You notice under that upper level low, we're going to also be dealing with that threat for storms well north into parts of the Ohio Valley, southern Ohio, parts of West Virginia as well, all the way down into North Florida for that threat of Torcon values in that 3 to 5 range. With a Torcon of 7, numerous tornadoes possible. So again, this would be places like Myrtle Beach and Florence, headed up into parts of the state of North Carolina. We're talking Raleigh, Durham. Increased chance for strong tornadoes, EF2 or greater when you've got that Torcon of 7. Some could be long track. Be ready to take cover. So know where you're going to be throughout the day, and when you're in each of those spots, know where your safe spot is. Have a way to get the warning. Super, super important. Charlotte, your Torcon value of 7. That also includes areas to the south and east. We head farther to the west, Gastonia, Cherokee County, South Carolina. You guys have a Torcon of 5. That would include the Blacksburg and Gaffney areas. Charlotte, you're going to be seeing some storms tomorrow morning, but the greatest risk coming towards the late morning, early afternoon.
Lean cuisine. Those pizza lovers get it.
Next on Weather Underground's special extended coverage as we track a life-threatening tornado outbreak unfolding across the South. Multiple states face a particularly dangerous situation with violent long-track tornadoes as well as destructive straight-line winds and large hail.
And the danger by no means finished once the sun goes down. We're going to give you the timing for where dangerous storms continue overnight and into the day tomorrow. It's all coming up right now on Weather Underground.
Thanks for being with us. We're taking a live look at Birmingham, Alabama for you tonight with strong storms that have raced near Alabama, past Tuscaloosa. Storms that have produced damage on the west side of Birmingham, now moving north of Birmingham right now. Jefferson County is under a tornado warning. We're going to give you everything you need to know tonight about these storms. I'm Mike Bettis alongside Alex Wilson and Dr. Rick Knabb. We're going to give you the forecast as well that takes you through tomorrow where multiple states could be affected. I want to get you on the radar tonight and show you it's very colorful, unfortunately. A lot of yellow, a lot of red on the map, including severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. Through Birmingham is the area we're going to start, and that's a storm that's going just north of Birmingham and about to cross I-65. There's a good little hook on that storm right down in there. That's where the tornado could be living. Jefferson County is under that warning. Clay, Fultondale, Gardendale, got to get in shelter right now. There's rotation right in there near Gardendale, so into your safe spot immediately. Basement, first level of your home that's in an interior room like a bathroom or a closet, under a stairwell, someplace like that to give yourself protection. That storm's going to come across I-65 and affect motorists there. Hard to tell how much of that is really debris. I think in some instances what we may have is some really strong outflow winds with this as well. Might be kicking up a little bit of dust with the storm, but there's certainly a hook echo, a scene on that. In Pinson, 5:09 the expected arrival time. In Clay, around 5:17. So in those locations, and it might slide just north of Pinson or very close to Pinson. I want you to get into a safe spot as quickly as you can. Down past Selma, headed toward the Clanton area here. Two storms, basically almost twins, rolling together at the same speed off to the northeast tonight. Autauga County is under a tornado warning right now. Radar indicated tornado. This is one that came past Selma. It's actually re-intensified. That couplet's a little bit stronger than it was before. It's tightened up a little bit, and it's headed toward Billingsley. In Billingsley, get to your safe spot right now. That storm will be there momentarily. That storm could come across Highway 82. Let's time that one out right there. Brandon is our weather producer tonight, doing an excellent job manning the radar. So let's time it out for you in Billingsley so you can get a good idea. 5:08, so that gives you about 7 minutes. And that's it, folks. So get to your safe spot as quickly as you can here in Billingsley. Hard to tell if there's any debris within that or not. It'd be kind of somewhere in here. It might be more dust that could have been picked up here, but that did at one point produce damage in Dallas County back past Selma. You know, looking down in here, it's an interesting signature because you got a bit of a donut hole in there, so it indicates inflow in like this with the tornado sitting down right in there. So I think that storm is cycling, so it'll pulse in essence. It'll weaken, it'll strengthen, it'll weaken, it'll strengthen, and many of the storms will do that tonight. This storm right in here is a little bit more complicated. It could be a rain wrap tornado in Marengo County, just north of Thomasville here. You take out the rain, you can see the winds, and we've got rotation that's come over Sweetwater. This did have some debris with it just past Sweetwater, back to the west of Sweetwater. So I want you to take this one seriously. We've had a confirmed tornado here. Near Calvary here around 5:11. In Thomaston around 5:23. So you've got a little bit of time, but not a lot of time. Don't panic, but grab what you need and get to your safe spot quickly this evening. Don't waste a whole lot of time tonight watching the TV or looking out your front door for it. This is coming your way. Really intense bow echo and squall line that's come through Baton Rouge. Damage reported here with the power lines that have gone down and riding right along Interstate 10 near Hammond. This is going to come across Lake Pontchartrain or just north of Lake Pontchartrain, and also really intense winds expected around Macomb. Would anticipate winds 60 to 70 miles per hour here. In Copiah, Jefferson, and Lincoln counties, tornado warning here. This one likely to come across Interstate 55 between Brookhaven, Mississippi, and Crystal Springs, Mississippi. Rotation right down in there. Small, relatively weak rotation at this point, but that storm headed in this direction near Wesson or between Wesson and Crystal Springs. So in Union Church, you're the nearest. It's going to be there momentarily. Get to shelter quickly. In Barlow, 5:27. In Hazelhurst, around 5:44 for you this evening. Here's the bigger picture, folks. Those are all the microscopic moments of these storms. But the bigger picture is this. All these areas that are highlighted in red, conditions are favorable for tornadoes to form this evening. Numerous tornado watches, some of them called PDSs, Alex. Particularly dangerous situations where we'd expect is violent tornadoes to stay on the ground for a long time.
And you see Memphis right on the edge of our tornado watch zones. Justin Michaels is live there. Justin, we've seen really persistent heavy rain there as well, causing problems in the metro.
I'll tell you what, Alex, earlier today, the rain was quite intense. In fact, objects on the horizon completely washed out and how much water was coming out of the sky. To give you some perspective on where those tornado warnings are, about 120 miles to our southwest is where they are, which is that way. So any of the weather that's coming at us is going to come right over the Mississippi River and right at us in this direction. So we have seen darkening skies that way. It was very sunny here earlier today. What's quite interesting is how different the temperatures are in this region of the country. To give you some perspective on that, right now it's in the mid-60s here, about 64 degrees. You go to Tupelo, Mississippi, it's nearly in the mid-80s. So a very different temperature here than it is not too far south of where we are. But that does not diminish the fact that we're still in a Tourcon of 7 here. So remember, when we're talking about a Tourcon, you've got 10 levels, right? We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 up on that ring. So make sure you're paying attention. Make sure when you get home from work tonight, if you're in this region of the country, you talk to your family. Hey, we need to have a plan. We need to make sure we know where the NOAA weather radio is, make sure the batteries are charged in that thing, and be ready to go. Make sure your mobile apps are working. Because throughout the course of this evening, could we see tornadoes here in Memphis? Absolutely. Could we see large hail? Absolutely. Could we see intense rains come back? Absolutely. In fact, it's quite likely we're going to see some of those things, if not all of them, Alex. So we've got a long way to go here in Memphis. We've got several more hours of the threat. So this is not the time to be letting our guards down. Alex,
absolutely, absolutely. And you mentioned the rain you've seen today. More rain on the way. That could lead to some flash flooding issues, just to add insult to injury in many cases. Justin, great points, too, about having a way to get those alerts, having the family agree upon a safe spot. Make sure the things you need are going to be there. Things like shoes, a helmet, leashes for your pets, a carrier for your cats, whatever it is, make sure you have what you may need should you come out and your home is damaged or destroyed. Now, Atlanta's currently at 58. You can see the camera kind of shaking in the wind. We've got that wind coming in, helping to warm things up. So actually earlier this afternoon, we were in the mid-50s. We're seeing those temperatures rise, kind of going the opposite direction that we would expect at this point of day. And things are becoming a bit more favorable for a severe weather threat in the Atlanta area as we head into the overnight and early morning hours of your Thursday. Tourcon values through tonight. You can see parts of Alabama and eastern Mississippi will be dealing with a 9 on the Tourcon. Other spots, say around Montgomery, points south and east, you've got a 7. We get down into the Dothan area. Now we've got a Tourcon of 5 for Atlanta, probably right around a 5, 3 as you head outside of the metro area on the northeast side of town. So west of the city, greatest risk. East of the city, still a risk, particularly for damaging winds as we move into those early morning hours, right in time for the commute. Now, I know a lot of you not commuting right now, given the work from home, but make sure you know where your safe spot is in your home. And if you are going to be on the roads, make sure you're not traveling during the peak of those storms. As I mentioned, temperatures have been on the upswing in Atlanta. It started off at 57 a few hours ago, now at 58. Birmingham, you've also seen that temperature rising. Montgomery, Albany, Georgia, look at that, 85 degrees. So we've got plenty of warmth focused not too far south from some of these areas that will be dealing with a significant severe threat moving forward. At 8 o'clock, Birmingham area still getting slammed. We've got a lot of action into parts of Mississippi, including storms that could be producing hail, gusty damaging winds, and tornadoes. So that threat continues through the mid and late evening hours. So even after the sun goes down, our threat stays elevated. I don't want you to think, we're going to lose that daytime heating, we're going to lose the storms. Not the case in this scenario. We have enough shear and other ingredients in play that we are going to keep those storms going overnight and into tomorrow morning. So at midnight, Atlanta starting to get in on some storms, but you can see some of the strongest back into parts of Alabama. I think for a place like Atlanta, it'll be 5 to 7 a.m. that you've got your greatest risk on the west side and downtown. And then I would say 5 to 8 a.m. as we look towards areas in the east. But Birmingham, Mike, a few very busy hours ahead. I would say you're going to need to be really aware of what's going on into the early morning hours. I think by the time we get to maybe 3, 4 o'clock, things finally relaxing in the area.
It's just going to be a very anxious night for a lot of people, and maybe a lot of people spending the night in their basements. How about the damage we've seen in Wayne County, Mississippi? Likely tornado doing this damage here. Look at the widespread destruction at this farm. Boy, this is tough, isn't it? Hard to tell exactly what's been hit here. I think we've got some barns that have been hit here. Look, that might be a chicken farm, a poultry farm maybe. Hard to tell exactly, but you can see that we are just, boy, this has been hit very, very hard. Dr. Nab, we've got a few reports today of damage, spotting the maps tonight.
Yeah, in Wayne County, of course, in southeastern Mississippi, right near the Alabama border. And that has caused Wayne County to be the highest number of customers without power. It's not a widespread power outage situation, but that part of the state certainly receiving some damage that has taken out power lines in addition to damaging structures. Alabama, especially central part of the state, 8,000 customers are out, headlined by Tuscaloosa. Now, let's take a look at what's been going on the last 6 hours or so. And this is where Wayne County in Waynesboro, Mississippi is, right along the border there. You can see how they've had multiple rounds of severe weather and heavy rainfall. Right now, they're under a flash flood warning, but there have been a number of reports of tornado damage in that area. We'll get to what else has happened in Alabama here in just a minute, but let's look down at Waynesboro. So here's Wayne County, where Waynesboro is, and just east of there in Gretna, 3 structures were damaged. And over in Silas here, just over the border, 4 homes damaged, trees down on Silas Branch Road in the Silas community. And then, at the time, we saw debris signature on the radar, and then they sent up a drone, several photos of video of tornado moving through that community. So we're seeing the tornadoes happen, then we're seeing the damage happen. West of Waynesboro and Whistler, homes damaged near Stringford Cooley Road. Now, that's part of what went northeastward, and then we had a number of reports here in Ward and in Safford and just northeast of Selma, several trees and power lines down. And up in Bluffport here, this is southwest of Tuscaloosa, several trees blown down, 4 structures damaged. So trees are part of the issue as well. And look at all these tornado reports here southeast of Birmingham and just east of Tuscaloosa in the Lake Wildwood area. So, Mike, we've gotten plenty of damage from the tornadoes, and unfortunately, a lot more is still going on.
Yeah, and I think it's going to last with us through the evening, too. Dr. Nab, thank you for that. Back to the radar tonight to update you on the warnings that we've got going on. And for many of you, it's a very violent night, and we hope that you're taking these storms very seriously and getting to a safe location. The bigger picture again, it's complicated to say the least. The low energy is actually way back in here, but we're getting a front that's spinning off of that, and so that's forcing storms eastbound here. Then we've had an area out ahead of the front itself that's produced a lot of instability today, and that's why we have the warnings, especially across Alabama, where the tornado warnings have been numerous today. I want to get you north of Birmingham. Jefferson County has been under this tornado warning. This storm has cycled some. It's been weak, and then it's strengthened, then it's weakened, then it's strengthened, coming right over I-65 right now. Clay, Fultondale, and Gardendale, all locations that are being affected. Now, what's interesting about this is that one time they had a real tight couplet on it, then it broadened, thought the storm might be collapsing a little bit. Now noticing that it might be tightening up a little bit with a little flow into the storm like this, with the rotation being right there where that 65 symbol is, right near Gardendale. So intense storm, no question about that. So that's coming basically over Beasley Road, over I-65. If it continues on its current track, eventually over towards, say, Glenwood Road here. So if you're familiar with the area, Interstate 65 and Highway 31, this is what we're talking. Not to mention there's a little hail core within that one as well. So around, say, Warrior or close to Warrior, eventually up toward Locust Fork here. That could happen around 5:33 this evening. Luckily, moving away from Birmingham, where we've got heavy population, into a little bit more sparsely populated locations. Having said that, if you're one of those spots, get to safety quickly. Really wild storms moving in tandem through southern Alabama. 2 storms basically side by side, moving at the same speed in the same direction. What that allows for is just completely unadulterated air to come right into those storms and feed them and continuously cycle tornadoes. Watauga County is under a tornado warning right now. This is the same system that produced a tornado in Selma. There's the tornado right there. Second tornado back in here. Billingsley, get to shelter now. You've got a tornado bearing down on you. Valley Grande as well. Storms south of Demopolis here, including around Marengo County and near Thomaston. There's a little couplet right in there coming past Sweetwater. This one has had debris with it. It's going to come across the highway here in just a matter of minutes. Really intense squall line here and here. Could be hit with a second one in Baton Rouge. This first initial one did produce some damage in Baton Rouge, knocking down power lines. It's coming right across Interstate 10 at this point. So please be in a safe spot tonight and indoors. More live continuous coverage after this short break.
Tasha, did you know Geico could...
Currently in our area, 56 degrees with rainy conditions. Here's our 7-day outlook.
It was just living in the moment of disbelief.
Oh my God!
We really were caught off guard.
We couldn't leave. We were stuck there.
There was going to be nothing we could do except try to make it through safely.
That is the most scared that I have felt in my life.
Oh my God! It's surreal. Holy!
Strong RP. Oh boy.
Ripping up a structure, plenty of debris being strewn about, some large debris as well. Looks like a home, hard to tell here in the distance, but this also gives you a sense of the kind of terrain that we're looking at as this tornado made its way through. Some of the shots, you see some trees. Now, there are a lot of trees and hills across the southeast, which is why we urge you not to go out and try to look for visual confirmation of a tornado. Mike, so important that on days like this, we trust the radar, we trust what the officials at the National Weather Service are warning on, especially here as we move into the overnight hours. Going to be darn near impossible to see some of these, but this particular storm in Tuscaloosa causing problems in terms of downed trees, and at least that one structure we saw there suffering significant, if not total, damage.
All right, so I want to update you what's going on, with these storms this evening, because a place like Birmingham has been under the gun for hours now. That's a live look from our Charles Peak in Birmingham, Alabama. Now he's going north of Birmingham. There's a storm that's north of Birmingham right now that's been tornado warned for a while now. It's been a couple of hours. We've had tornado warnings along this one particular supercell thunderstorm. If Charles sees anything, he's going to let us know, and we, of course, will bring you those pictures live as they happen. But urging everyone to be very, very careful tonight and do their best to be in a safe spot as these storms come through potentially your community. All right, the bigger picture shows you what's going on right now with numerous areas of severe weather across the south, from, well, really near Joplin, Missouri, down through Mississippi, and Alabama in particular. Alabama's been hit very, very hard today with numerous tornado warnings. I do want to get you to that Birmingham one. The storm has gone north of Birmingham here. Jefferson County and Blount County right now are under tornado warnings. It's moving out of Jefferson County at this point, but that storm right there is the one to focus on. Observe tornado with at one point there being damage with it. Down around Palmerdale here, we've got a little hook right on the radar right there, eventually coming over, we think, Highway 79 and 75. Maybe head toward Oneonta here. Cleveland, Locust Fork, and Ontiana are the places where we want you to be in a safe spot as quickly as you can be. Basement, tornado shelter, interior room with a lot of walls between you and the outside. That's what you want to do. Put as many barriers between you and that tornado as you can. So let's time it out. In Cedar Springs, 5:28, so about 5 minutes from now. Locust Fork, around 5:32, so you've got about 9 minutes from now. So not a ton of time, but find what you need, be it a flashlight, your cell phone, a bike helmet, some shoes, and get to where you need to go and be there before the tornado strikes. These storms down across southern Alabama have been very interesting. They've moved in tandem together, just kind of like twin storms, moving side by side off to the northeast, both producing tornadoes, including in Chilton County here and coming past Billingsley and toward Clanton right now. That was the one tornado that produced some damage around Selma. Very defined signature of a tornado around Billingsley, and now moving near Clanton here. And then there's this one down here also with a pretty good hook echo on it. Timing it out for you. Clanton, 5:29. 6 minutes from now, it's going to be on top of you, so get to your safe spot as quickly as you can. Mineral Springs, around 5:43 this evening. All those storms moving off to the northeast. Not terribly fast. They're not racing at this point, but a lot of these storms are moving between, say, 30 and 40 miles per hour. Farther south and west of there, around Thomaston and Thomasville, two different tornado warnings tonight here. The southern one first, Clark and Wilcox County under tornado warnings, including around Thomasville. That warning goes for just a little bit longer. In Thomaston, that storm right there could be rain-wrapped. Dallas, Marengo, and Perry counties are all under tornado warnings. Dallas County, we've already had one tornado that's come through. That could be a second one, and there was actually some damage reported in Dallas County. Moving back into Mississippi now. This is Meridian right here, Jackson right here, a storm between Brookhaven and Jackson right now, but I want to hit this one first. That thin little storm right there could come right over Interstate 20, Jasper and Smith counties under a tornado warning tonight, and this one back here along 55 producing a tornado warning storm as well. Bay Springs, get to shelter quickly tonight, radar indicated tornado, and then north of Brookhaven, a radar indicated tornado. Big line of storms down here in southern Louisiana, hitting us in Baton Rouge, headed right across I-10 tonight. Tons of lightning. We do think that New Orleans, you will be a target later on this evening. This storm with the backwards C-shape to it, producing a bow echo, really surging the straight line winds, which can be quite damaging, sometimes as damaging as a tornado itself. Baton Rouge, we're getting hit for a second time with storms, and we had damage there with reported power lines down. The bigger picture, numerous tornado watches in effect through the evening tonight. Be right back with more tornado warnings and the latest forecast for tomorrow.
I am Robert,
the Weather Channel.
Yeah, big lightning strike there in Homewood, Alabama. You heard the roar of thunder. That's just a piece, a snippet of today's severe weather danger. We're talking thunder and lightning, hail, damaging winds, as well as tornadoes. And that was the problem earlier in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Take a look at the right side of the screen. There you go. This building looks like a home getting ripped apart. You can see large pieces of debris lofted into the air. Today's Torcon values up to a 9. 9 out of 10, so almost as high as it gets. Tornadoes, not just likely, Mike, but also the long track and especially strong tornadoes likely today.
That is a huge concern for us. You know, some of these tornadoes, the one especially outside of Birmingham, we believe it could have been on the ground for, 30 to 40 miles. But they'll wax and wane, if you will, as far as intensity goes. Sometimes they'll be more intense, then they'll weaken or they'll lift, and then they'll touch back down again. So the cycling nature of some of these storms is also a big concern. There's a look at the storms firing up in kind of two different complexes, one across Mississippi, Louisiana, then one across Alabama in particular. But now some storms getting into, the Chattanooga area, and North Georgia. So a couple different areas that we're going to keep an eye on. All right, well, let's show you here on the close-up radar what's happening, including Birmingham's right here on your screen, kind of down to the south here. And there's the storm that's tornado warned coming past the town of Warrior. It's gone now east of I-65 and headed toward the Oneonta area here. There's a little hook right down in there and a little bit of rotation detected there still. This is the one that I was talking about that we've tracked all the way back outside of Tuscaloosa. So this one's been performing for a while now, a couple of hours in fact, and so I want you to take this one seriously. And if you're in Oneonta here, please take shelter as quickly as you can. Get to your safe spot now as that storm is bearing down on you as we speak. In Birmingham, we're a little bit better right now. We've kind of avoided some of the worst of the weather in Birmingham itself, but we have it down around Billingsley and Clayton here. There's a look at the tornado warning around the Clayton area here. So that's a storm right there, and that's a storm right there. Both of those have produced tornadoes this evening. Both of them have little inflows into them and producing spin. And this first one here has actually produced some damage back through Dallas County and back around Selma. There's a look again, rotation right there and right there where the red and the green are right next to each other on the radar. That's the velocities, the wind within the storm, and rotation happening where the red is going away from the radar, the wind is going away from the radar, and the green is coming toward the radar. Okay, so what you're looking at here is rotation when they're right next to each other. Then we've got more storms down around Uniontown tonight and past Thomasville as well. Two very large storms here. This one will be producing some pretty good hail as well as this one, but both of those have little appendages down here that could be producing tornadoes with tornado warnings in both locations this evening. So if you're in, say, Orville or in Uniontown, I want you to take shelter. In Thomasville, the storm is on top of you, so inside and in your safe spot is where you need to be tonight. Let's go over into Mississippi as well. Here's Meridian. We'll move the radar a little bit. There's Meridian right there. This storm is coming near Bay Springs for us this evening. Jackson, we're under a severe thunderstorm warning with a big bow echo right in there. This storm producing a spin up of a tornado around Bay Springs. So get to your basement quickly or your storm shelter. And I would say in all these instances, if you're watching us tonight and you're in a mobile home, watch the radar closely and think about finding another place to stay this evening, a friend, family member's house that's a sturdy, frame-built home, maybe workplace or a church or school, someplace like that that offers you more protection than your mobile home, which is a very dangerous place to be tonight. Alex?
Yeah, and if you're the person with the sturdy structure, think of somebody you might know who might need a place to stay. Reach out here as we move into the overnight. Winds, you can see they're kicking around Atlanta, 58 degrees right now, but temperatures on the increase as our warm front lifts north. That's going to help to make things a little bit more favorable for severe weather heading into the overnight and morning hours of our Thursday. So the threat does not end when the sun goes down. Instead, tonight, tomorrow, we remain under that dangerous possibility of severe weather. In fact, expecting that outbreak to continue tomorrow. Hail, tornadoes, damaging winds all on the table, including some strong long track tornadoes again possible on Thursday. Areas to watch tomorrow include Raleigh, North Carolina, Wilmington, North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina, getting into Florence, Charleston, Columbia, South Carolina, and even parts of Georgia. Around Savannah, Georgia, coastal Georgia, and eastern Georgia, watching for a higher risk of severe weather starting in the morning and then continuing throughout the day. With a torcon of 7, numerous tornadoes possible and an increased chance of those strong EF2 or greater tornadoes, some of which could be long track. We're back after this.
Kids can change minds.
Well, a severe weather outbreak unfolding right now, and we are getting some views of the aftermath of storms that have pushed through already today. Take a look at Wayne County, Mississippi. Almost a 360 view of destruction here after a likely tornado rolled through this community. We have been tracking warnings all across parts of Mississippi and Alabama throughout the day, as well as other states. Torcon values as high as 9, and unfortunately, this is what we think we could see more of as the day wears on. So I want to walk you through the active warnings, and we're also talking more about what we're watching for overnight and tomorrow, because the threat doesn't come to an end just because the day comes to an end. Right now, we've got warnings closer to the upper low into parts of Missouri, by the way, but a lot of the dangerous weather focused across the deep south, getting into parts of Alabama and Mississippi, where we've got several tornado warnings. We'll start with this one on the northeast side of Birmingham. It is a radar indicated tornado warning in Blount County. We've got Cleveland, Locust Fork, and Oneonta in the path of this one. In fact, Oneonta, you would be one of the communities up next for this storm. These storms have been moving to the northeast in addition to producing a tornado. Could get some hail out of this one. You can see that notch right there. That would be where the tornado is located. So as Brandon times this out for us, Oneonta at 5:50 local time, Blountsville at 5:56, and after the top of the hour for the community of Brooksville, eventually continuing farther to the north. Now we head south of Birmingham, a tornado warning here in Chilton County as well as the city of Clanton. This is a radar indicated tornado as well. There has been an observed tag earlier on this one, so we're watching for these storms that have already produced tornadoes in some cases, and right around the Clanton area would be our area of rotation, and so this is going to continue to the north and east. Then we've got this secondary zone here with an area of rotation. So we time this out for you for our northeastern storm. Gap of the Mountain at 5:42, Jumbo 5:50, 5:55 in Quincy, and 6:05 for the community of Gold Branch. If I've said your community's name, lowest level, most interior room, where you most certainly need to be right now. We get you to Dallas, Marengo, and Perry County. Radar indicated tornado there. This one also moving northeast, going to cross over 80 to the west of Selma. By the way, we're looking at Charles Peak shot right below me. Pinson, Alabama, where you can see the rain coming down, a sense of what it's like out there. This is a very difficult area to chase, and so we urge you to not get out in the car, go try to find storms tonight. It's very, very difficult to see given the trees, the hills, and of course just how much rain we're getting out of some of these storms. We get you back to the radar, looking at the Bay Springs area in Mississippi, a tornado warning for Jasper and Smith counties. This also radar indicated. See a little bit of a notch there on the storm, and as Brandon tracks this one out, timing is Bay Springs at 5:44, 5:52 in Lewin, and Baxter at 6:09 local time. Again, if you're in any of these areas, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A helmet, shoes should your home suffer damage, just like what we saw in that video we showed you a moment ago. Now in Jackson, Mississippi, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, likely to get in on some strong winds. Not just the case for Jackson, but also down around the New Orleans, Louisiana area along I-10. Some very gusty winds out of storms there also. But Dr. Nab, super, super important that people know where to go. If you don't already have your safe spot picked out, you're late. You need to pick somewhere, have an agreement with your family.
And if you're under a tornado watch, you need to be off the roads and going to your sturdy building for the rest of the day in the evening, because too many times people get caught out on the roads and a tornado warning is issued and you're in a really untenable position. So tornado watch, if you haven't already done this and you're under a watch, get off those roads. Get to a sturdy building, friend's house, shelter, whatever it might be, and then spend the rest of the evening there. At that location, all windows and doors should be closed. We don't want to give the storm any advantage to getting into the home. Any loose items on your way into the building, bring them into the garage inside so they don't fly around as more damaging debris. Make sure you have a way to get the warnings when they're issued. Crank up the volume on your cell phone, the NOAA weather radio, whatever it is, and put supplies in your safe place. Get to that in a second, but as a reminder, there are some good places and some bad places to take shelter. In fact, the worst place would be a mobile home. So if you have a tornado watch issued and there's not a warning, if you got time, go to a safer location than a mobile home. Don't shelter in these big rooms with the big, wide roof on top. That's a bad location. The good place is the lowest level, most interior room. The best place is a FEMA safe room. But in any place that you take shelter, your safest spot, add some additional protection with mattress and bike helmets. Have battery-powered lights, your cell phone to get the warnings, your NOAA weather radio to get warnings, a charger, thick shoes and gloves in case there's damage, and first aid kit and medicines. Alex, we got to be ready in case we do actually experience damage, and then we're in a life-threatening situation in the aftermath of a tornado.
Yeah, we always say don't forget about pets. They need leashes, carriers, something that again, should you come out and your home suffered significant damage,
absolutely,
what are you going to need? Great advice. Want to get you up into the state of Missouri, too, guys. We've got some tornado warnings underneath that upper level low, southwest Missouri. This includes around the Springfield area, really southwest of town, Berry and Lawrence County under a tornado warning right now. We'll get you back to this area and the southeast coming up.
Kids can change minds.
Currently in our area, 56 degrees with showers. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Keeping a really close eye on the severe weather tonight. New video to show you out of Tuscaloosa. Bottom right-hand side of your screen. Check this out. Tornado hits that home, takes the roof right off, throws it up into the air, splinters it.
Damage to a home,
really heavy damage to some homes here, and numerous places we've seen damage across Alabama and Mississippi with a full-fledged severe weather outbreak happening for us right now. There's a look at the tornado at one point behind this tree line here. Thin little tornado, but packing a punch, no question. And anytime you have a tornado warning issued for your area, the best thing you can do is just drop everything you're doing and go to a safe spot as quickly as you can, especially when you see the damage that they can cause, ripping roofs right off of homes, right? We've also seen a farmstead that was smashed pretty good. A lot of trees and power lines are coming down tonight as well. Even if you don't have a tornado, some of these straight line wind events are producing some pretty good damage as well. A lot of trees that have gone down. There's the big area of severe weather here across the southeast, also getting some nasty storms here. Well, really where the energy of the low is itself, front side producing severe weather, rain snow mix on the back side of the system. All right, into Alabama we go. These storms that have gone north of Birmingham have really been potent in Blount County right now under a tornado warning. Headed up toward the Oneonta area here. Right there is where we are worried about you. Radar indicated tornado. That warning goes until the top of the hour. Little appendage right down in there is where the tornado would be living. That's where the rotation is. The green and the red right next to each other, and that's going to come right past Oneonta here. Please get into your safe spot as quickly as you can. Let's take you farther south now, down around Chilton County here in the town of Clinton here. That's a tornado warned storm. Radar indicated as well. There's spin right over Clinton right now and down just south of Maplesville at this point. So in both those places, take shelter quickly as well. Those storms moving off to the northeast. Outside of Thomasville and Thomaston and the town of Linden, Dallas, Marengo, and Perry counties under a tornado warning with that storm right there. That could be a rain-wrapped storm. And keep in mind, we actually have had tornadoes already around the Selma area and just to the west of Selma, and some damage reported already in Dallas County from a previous storm. Now we're getting another one hitting us. There's the rotation right in there. Somewhat broad at this point, but coming past Alberta right now, headed toward Highway 80, maybe close to Selma again. And then there's the storm down around Thomasville as well. Clark and Wilcox counties are under tornado warnings. Bay Springs, this storm right here has gone right through, and then another one comes in right behind it. Isn't that crazy? Jasper County under a tornado warning. This is in Mississippi, okay? So in Bay Springs, stay in your shelters where you need to be tonight. We've already had one come through. There's the second bit of rotation about to hit you in Bay Springs again. Then south into Louisiana. Squall lines here producing bow echoes with very violent winds. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds that have already knocked out power in portions of Baton Rouge, racing along I-10. Baton Rouge, we've been hit twice this evening. And I want to get you up. There's the system, the low itself spinning here. There's the severe weather in extreme southwestern Missouri around Springfield. Between Joplin and Springfield, Berry County, a tornado warning for us. Near Manette here also a tornado warning in Lawrence County. So take a shelter in a place like Verona. Those storms could come across Interstate 44 this evening. So a lot happening in multiple states tonight, Alex.
And it will continue even after the sun goes down. So really crucial, you know the timing for your city, you know the danger if you're in that danger zone. And if you are, that you go ahead and take those precautions ahead of time. I've recommended to people, you know, if you're in this area, sleep in the basement, that lowest level, most interior room. That way you're already ahead of the game when it comes to whether or not the warnings are issued. If they are, you don't have to scramble when you're kind of half asleep and out of it. You're already in your safe spot. Torque values remain around a 9 for parts of Mississippi and Alabama into the overnight. The rest of Alabama in this shade of purple, that's where we've got Torcon values of 7. Around Atlanta, the west side of town, a 5. The east side of town, a 3. Damaging winds will also be a huge threat there across parts of North Georgia. We look at the temperatures. They have been on the increase for parts of North Georgia. So a chillier day with that wedge settled in. But as the north front lifts, we're seeing some of that warmer air out of the south surging northward, and that's going to help to make things more favorable for severe weather in parts of North Georgia over the next several hours and really the overnight and tomorrow morning. Future radar looks like this. You can see all across the southeast dangerous storms at 9 o'clock, particularly here in eastern Mississippi, eastern parts of Alabama, the Birmingham area, going to continue to get in on the storms even into the early morning hours. I think parts of North Georgia have some chances around midnight, but the greatest threat for those storms coming during the early to mid-morning hours. So here 4 or 5 o'clock, we're getting into the western part of the Atlanta metro area. Downtown probably around 6 with, say, 7, 8 o'clock, the eastern communities getting in on those strong storms. Again, Birmingham, brace for at least another 6 to 8 hours of severe weather chances with you. We're back after this.
With every cup,
we really like fireworks in your mouth.
Right now on Weather Underground special extended coverage as we track life-threatening tornado outbreak unfolding across the South. Multiple states face a particularly dangerous situation with violent long-track tornadoes possible, as well as destructive straight-line winds and large hail.
And the danger by no means finished once the sun goes down. We're going to give you the timing for where dangerous storms will continue overnight and into the day tomorrow. It's all coming up right now on Weather Underground.
We're glad you're with us here for extended coverage on Weather Underground of a severe weather outbreak. How about a tornado touching down in Tuscaloosa? Right-hand side of your screen, look at that. That home gets ripped apart as the roof gets taken right off, tossed into the air, and splintered. This is the kind of scene that could repeat itself throughout the evening and then even after the sun goes down and there's that nighttime danger. Really violent weather happening for us today. And there's a look at that tornado when it was occurring behind a tree line there. Thanks for being with us. I'm Mike Bettis alongside Alex Wilson and Dr. Rick Knabb. We're going to check in with Paul Goodlow live in the field in just a moment for an update on conditions. But here's what's happening right now on the radar. A couple of different areas of severe weather, especially through Mississippi and Alabama, but also severe weather happening for us across Missouri tonight as well. Alabama has been hit particularly hard with tornadoes this evening. This one tornado, the supercell itself has lasted for hours, but it's been tornado warned ever since it was back past Tuscaloosa. Now toward Oneonta right now, Blount County right now, under a severe thunderstorm that could produce a tornado. Okay, so Cleveland, Locust Fork, and Oneonta, please take shelter quickly with a possible tornado here. Could come right over Oneonta here or very near. There's the circulation right there, but I think that might come right over Highway 278 near Brooksville tonight. So if you're in Brooksville, take shelter as well. A lot of storms down here in southern Alabama around Clayton right now and Billingsley. A couple of different storms that have moved in tandem for hours now, have come past Selma and produced some damage, but Coosa, Shelby, Talladega counties, we're under tornado warnings now. There's a tiny little circulation outside of Mineral Springs headed toward Talladega Springs. So in your safe place place is a good spot for you to be tonight. Notice a lot of these storms have these little low-hanging, southern-hanging appendages to them. This storm here is complicated. I think this one here is rain-wrapped if there's a tornado in there, with Dallas and Perry counties under that warning. That's a similar spot that the previous storms came through, so we could be looking for a couple of spots getting hit twice between Thomaston and Thomasville. Tornado warning here in Marengo County. Broad rotation up in here, broad rotation down in here. To me, those aren't really tight circulations producing strong or intense tornadoes, so that's a good sign. Having said that, you know, these storms throughout the day have been cycling, pulsing. At times they'll produce a tornado, then they'll weaken, then they'll produce again. Let's go over to Mississippi now. Meridian up here. All right, this is Bay Springs. Tornado warning for us in Jasper County. Two different storms that come over the same spot. The rotation's right there over Bay Springs and into your safe spot quickly tonight. Same for you in Montrose here, right along Highway 15 this evening. Farther south, with numerous bow echoes forming here around Bogalusa, and a storm with strong straight line winds coming across Interstate 10 tonight, and then 12. I think Hammond could be a spot that gets hit for a second time. This one around Bogalusa could produce 60 to 70 mile-per-hour winds. That same complex actually produced some damage back in Baton Rouge, taking down some power lines. There's the complex system with the low sitting about here. Rotation is in this direction, so the warm, unstable air is producing severe weather. The cooler air is actually producing some rain-snow mix. Wichita going over to some snow. Tornado warnings for us here in southwestern Missouri, including tornado warning in Berry County, just outside of Cassville here. Little appendage on that one that might be producing a hook echo and a tornado. Severe thunderstorm warnings coming across Interstate 44 tonight, but that radar indicated tornado warning goes until 6:15 this evening. Alex?
And Paul Goodlow live in Tupelo, Mississippi right now. Paul, already in the action, so to speak. You just had tornado sirens going off. Actually, I can hear them now.
Yeah, they've been going off for the last, say, 5 minutes or so. Again, we had a severe thunderstorm warning earlier that expired, but a new one popped up just south of us and southwest of us. In fact, if you look just past City Hall here in downtown Tupelo, about 20 miles off the left side of that building is where we possibly have a hook echo. You can clearly see it on the radar that Mike was showing earlier. So again, under a tornado warning, if you're in Tupelo City proper, we're not in this, but this is awfully close. There's rain. If you're in Ocalana, you are wrapped in rain and countless this almost nonstop lightning there. If you're in Nettleton, this is headed your way, and it's about to move into Monroe County. And again, you're under that tornado warning. This goes for another 27 minutes, the bottom of the hour, 6:30 local time. So Chickasha, as well as Itawamba, southern and southeastern Lee County, the county where Tupelo is, as well as Monroe County, under that tornado warning till 6:30 local time. Nothing has been reported as spotted on the ground, but you can clearly see that rotation on the radar. I saw that hook echo on the radar moments before the National Weather Service office did issue that tornado warning again. So they're doing their best. They have their hands filled. Be prepared to move on a moment's notice for severe weather. We have a torque count of 7 here in Tupelo, Mississippi, meaning we expect tornadoes, maybe EF2 or stronger here. So that's on a scale of 1 to 10. We have a good chance of seeing severe weather even after the sun goes down. Yes, it comes down a little bit later, but we still have that risk. So make sure you have numerous ways of being notified for severe weather, including tornadoes in the area. And even a severe thunderstorm warning should be treated as a potential tornado, because this same cell was severe, and then within 15 minutes it started rotating and possibly producing a tornado. So that's a big concern. Earlier today, before the severe weather came through here, we got a chance to visit one of the storm shelters, one of the community storm shelters they have all across the state, and several they have here in the city of Tupelo. And it was a well-built structure, can withstand winds of 250 miles per hour. I talked to one of the city parks managers who was in that area. He said he expects by 3 or 4 this afternoon for people to start showing up. So people are aware of this. School today was going virtual to make sure families have a way to make sure they know where people are in case they have to move in a moment's notice. And unfortunately, there are probably a lot of people concerned right now, because as the sun gets lower in the sky and darkness sets in, it's going to be even more dangerous, because some people want to see what's going on. Don't worry about looking at it. Just worry about keeping you and your family safe. It's going to be a long night in this part of northeastern Mississippi. Alex?
That's a great point. On nights like this, you got to trust the technology and those warnings that you're receiving. Paul, thanks so much. We're going to let Paul take cover here. We'll get back to him, of course, as it's safe to do so throughout the evening. Through tonight, Torcon values as high as a 9 out of 10 across parts of Mississippi into the state of Alabama, up into where Paul is. We've got a Torcon of 7, and that extends all the way to the Alabama-Georgia state line. So that kind of electric purple shade would also be a very high risk of tornadoes. Now around Atlanta, I think you're right around a 5 downtown and west of town, to the east of town around a 3. So plenty of areas, plenty of metro areas that remain in that threat zone here through the remainder of this evening and into the overnight. We've had that wedge throughout the day, that cooler air that's been settled in across sections of North Georgia, upstate South Carolina, western North Carolina, but that is breaking a bit as some of that warm air has made its way north. We haven't seen a crazy bit of warming here over the last hour or two, but I still think we're going to get enough of that warm air that we are unstable enough to sustain some of those storms well into the early morning hours of our Thursday. Looking at the future radar, this is what is shaping up. We've got North Georgia all the way into Mississippi for the 8-9 o'clock hour. By the time we get to midnight, you can see those storms again approaching the Birmingham area. Atlanta metro area at least has some thunderstorm activity. Birmingham, I think beyond 2-3 o'clock, things should finally settle down for you. So you've got another 6 hours or so to go. Atlanta, the strong storms coming into your area just in time for that morning rush. I think 6-7 o'clock for downtown and areas east all the way until the 8 o'clock hour. But again, Birmingham, you need to be weather aware while you're sleeping. I know a lot of people are lights out at 10. So with that threat extending towards midnight, 2 a.m., have a way to get those warnings. We're also watching the Memphis area today, not too far from northern Mississippi, where we find Paul Goodlow is where we have Justin Michaels. Justin, of course, severe weather most certainly on the table, as well as flash flooding issues.
Yeah, definitely. We're at a Torcon of 7 here, so we certainly have that heightened risk for tornadoes throughout the evening. The good news is it's all going to be coming to an end probably around the 9 or 10 o'clock range. Let's hope it stays that way, and let's hope we get from now to then with no tornadoes. That would be the goal, right? It has been a relatively dry last few hours, unlike earlier today where we were in torrential downpouring rain to the point where, items on the horizon were just disappearing in the amount of water coming from the sky. Now, looking to the southwest, you can see how dark it is back there through the trees, and even the clouds kind of streaming overhead are getting a little darker. So we know that there are storms down there. If you just look at the radar, you can clearly see it. Will any of them decide to come to Memphis tonight? Well, we're going to have to find out over the next couple hours. For right now, though, it's dry. We do know that the flash flood warning has expired, but the tornado watch is still in place. That doesn't expire until 7 o'clock local time. That means 8 o'clock East Coast time. Earlier today, that was supposed to expire at 1 o'clock, and it was pushed to 7. So could it get extended again? Time will tell. We'll have to see what the Storm Prediction Center says about that. But don't think for 1 second that we're out of the woods here in Memphis. Again, let's all hope that we are. And let's hope that this evening is going to be nice and calm and the storms decide to just go right around, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be the case. So be very careful as you're going throughout your night. Dr. Nab, of course, it's one of these evenings here in Memphis and all across the South. If you haven't done it already, this is the time to pull out that tornado plan, go through it with your family, with your kids, with the people who live with you. Make sure everybody knows what to do and where to go in the event that warning finds itself right over your house.
Yeah, Justin, you're absolutely right. And the best advice, first of all, is to stay off the roads, whether you're under a tornado watch, if you've got the flood issues going on. Roads are a bad place to be. Get to safe places, stay off the roads, because up here in Memphis, you look at what's off to your west. There's still quite a bit going on out there, and you've got the lines going through right now. But we've got a lot of different types of warnings out there, but part of what's going on is flash flooding. And especially down here in Mississippi and Alabama, where we've had tremendous amounts of rainfall over the last 24 hours, and it keeps raining over some of the same spots. So look at all these tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings, but the green boxes here in Mississippi, Alabama are a lot of flash flood warnings. Now, if you look in Waynesboro, Mississippi, You're getting a little bit of a break right now, but you're still under a flash flood warning till 8:15 local time because of the heavy rain that has already fallen. You've got damage in the area from the tornado. You got some water-covered roads, and look at what's coming. A lot more heavy rainfall, so the flood problem will probably get worse in that area before it gets better. Off to the east of there, in Thomasville and Camden in southwestern Alabama, your flash flood warning goes till 11:45 local time. Really heavy rain, inch or 2 per hour rain rates with vicious lightning going on there. North of Birmingham, south of Huntsville, this is up in Coleman, Alabama. You got a flood warning till 11:45, and just to the northwest of there in West Point, Alabama, you've got a flash flood warning, and there are numerous reports of closed roads, barricaded roads, impassable roads. Do not try to drive in West Point, Alabama right now. Too many blocked roads, and as it gets dark, really hard to tell if water's covering the roads. And why do you want to be out on the roads anyway when you should be in a safe place because of the severe weather? Florence, Alabama, flood warning until 11:15, and we've got intersections covered in water. And then over the border in Mississippi, in Belmont, we've got flooding in that area reported by emergency management and the public, and that area northeast of Tupelo under a flash flood warning. And yes, you've got the tornado warning in Tupelo, but another flash flood warning southwest of there. Alex, I can't think of how many reasons do we want to list that you do not want to be on roads tonight.
Absolutely. There's just too many threats in play, and now that the sun goes down, just makes everything so much worse. Tomorrow, we think more severe weather coming. So could we get more scenes like this on Thursday? Most certainly. This Gardendale, Alabama, some new pictures. You can see this tree just splintered in this person's yard. Falling trees, a real and definite danger here as we head into the overnight hours and through the day tomorrow. With gusty winds, there's a lot of trees in the southeast, and unfortunately, those could be coming down into homes, into vehicles. So important you stay vigilant and off the roads in your safe spot when those strongest storms are rolling through. So through tomorrow is the timing for our severe outbreak, and tomorrow again possibility of tornadoes, of damaging wind gusts, and for hail. And once again tomorrow the threat is there for some strong long track tornadoes. Torcon values as high as 7 on Thursday, and that includes eastern Georgia into the state of South Carolina, say around Spartanburg southward, and then getting into central and eastern North Carolina. We'll be watching the Charlotte metro area during the morning as well. Notice that area up under the low in West Virginia. You actually could see a few isolated tornadoes. Now with a Torcon of 7, numerous tornadoes possible, and there's increased chance that we see those strong tornadoes, those that are an EF2 or greater. Some could be long track, and so bottom line, be ready. Know where you're going to be tomorrow, and where you are, make sure you know where the safe spot is in that building, or if you're going to be outside, make sure you know of a nearby safe shelter. And again, if you can time your drives around the storms, always a good thing. You do not want to be out on the roads with these storms rolling through. Tomorrow it'll be mid to late morning for the Charlotte area that you see the storms begin. 7 out of 10 on the Torcon. You head west of town into Gastonia, into Blacksburg, South Carolina. 5 out of 10 on the Torcon. But again, as we time things out for Charlotte, as we get in towards that mid and late morning time frame, you can see the storms beginning to edge closer to the Charlotte area, and into the early afternoon, an isolated storm threat. Torcon values of 7 also into Raleigh, Durham area.
This program brought to you by Philadelphia. Schmear Perfection.
Future, but it's available now.
Currently in our area, 54 degrees with rainy conditions. Tonight, occasional rain, low 53. Chance of rain, 90%. Thursday, strong to severe thunderstorms likely, high 71. Thursday night, mostly clear, low 46. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong. The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it. It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
Thanks for staying with us here tonight on the Weather Channel as we keep you up to date on a severe weather outbreak happening across the South right now. A lot of active warnings currently. We want to bring you the latest on those warnings so you know exactly where the storms are and if you need to take shelter or not. Large area here across the South where storms are erupting. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings this evening. Want to start just outside of Tupelo tonight. There's a storm right here down around Emory where we've got a tornado warning on this in Itawamba County, Lee County, Monroe County. That's around the town of Nettleton. That's a radar indicated tornado. The warning lasts until 6:30. Eventually that's going to come right across Interstate 22 tonight. Back over outside of Birmingham. Birmingham's down here to the bottom of your screen. This storm has stayed together for hours now. Much smaller storm, but Blount County right now under a tornado warning. That storm is starting to get washed out a little bit, and I think that's good news. Very weak rotation right now just outside of Altoona here, headed toward Mountain Borough. Be ready to take shelter in Mountain Borough. Here's the other good sign. They have not extended the tornado warning. In fact, the next warning in line is a severe thunderstorm warning, so I think also the National Weather Service is looking at this storm as a weakening storm, and that's, again, very good news. That's been a cycling storm for hours. Coosa, Shelby, Talladega counties are under tornado warnings right now. We got overlapping warnings right now. We actually had two different storms. Now it looks like the initial storm there is starting to dissipate. The second storm is the more potent of the storms at this point, but not a lot of rotation seen with that. I think more straight line winds with that storm now. We don't have any tight couplet that's in there around Mineral Springs, so also good signs that that storm might be weakening. Now down farther south between Alberta and Camden, this is also a tornado warned storm in Wilcox County here, so please take shelter quickly tonight. Alberta, you're a location that's under the gun right now, and they just issued a new warning up around Selma, so I want to get you to that one. And around Selma, we've had numerous warnings here this afternoon. That one right there for Dallas County. Again, I think this is our third tornado warning today. Perry County under that warning as well. And I'm going to see if I can put on the velocity, see if we see anything within that. I don't see a lot of rotation in that. I do see what could amount to be some very strong straight line winds. And then down here with this one around Alberta, again, hard to see, but maybe some rotation right in there. Want to get you over to the New Orleans area. Storms have hit us twice in Baton Rouge. Worried about this complex down here around Morgan City. That's got a really good bow echo to it. Iberia, St. Martin, and St. Mary parishes are under severe thunderstorm warnings. Eventually that does get into New Orleans. Look at this storm here. We've got snow in Wichita, but severe weather including tornadoes near Springfield. Tornado warning for us right now in Berry and Stone County. Moving off to the north, eventually coming over Highway 44. Take shelter very quickly. Alex?
A big afternoon of weather. Charles Peak, our storm tracker, is in Gardendale, Alabama, joining us now on the phone. Charles, you have been out monitoring the storms here. A very difficult part of the country because of all the trees. And here an example of why we say that it's so important to be, in that most interior room in your home.
Yes, Alex, the numerous trees are down, power lines down here in Gardendale, and this one down on this house. But fortunately, talking to Chief Banks here with the Gardendale Police Department, he said there were no injuries. They do have damage throughout the town, but no injuries reported at this point in time.
What's it been like as you've been driving around this community? Were you there when the storms hit, and can you describe what that was like?
No, I've sort of jumped around. I caught it just on the other side to the east of here, and have been following since I was on it southwest of Tuscaloosa earlier in the day, and it's just kept going and producing, and I've sort of been hopscotching trying to get back in front of it. So I wasn't in Gardendale, but was about 10 miles to the east as it came over through Pinson and stuff.
Have you heard from any of the residents here, whether or not, I know we heard no injuries, but in terms of a sense of how much damage and if there's damage inside the home?
Alex, I just pulled up on the scene and was talking to the police chief when they wanted to talk to me, so I haven't had a chance, but that's what I'm fixing to do next, is get out and talk to the residents and find out what all they're dealing with here.
Most certainly. You got a lot on your plate on days like today. We appreciate you bringing us the look at what's happening out there on the ground. But again, you look at an image like this, and this is why we tell you to sleep in that lowest level, most interior room if you've got that threat of storms overnight. And if the severe thunderstorm is the warning you get, rather than a tornado warning, you still want to treat it like a tornado warning. Get inside. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, because falling trees most certainly danger here through the remainder of today, tonight, and into tomorrow. By the way, real quick, I want to give you a look at my max where we are watching for those storms later tonight. Torcon values up to a 9 still across parts of Mississippi and Alabama. Getting into Georgia, Torcons of 5 across West Georgia up to the Atlanta area. So just because the sun is going down does not mean the storms are stopping. In fact, a place like Atlanta, you've got rain now, storms to start your Thursday.
Be out there. The Weather Channel.
Get you a check of the radar tonight so you know exactly where the storms are, which ones are warned, what the threat's going to be to you. Several severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings tonight, especially across the deep south through Mississippi and Alabama. Now, one thing that's interesting, if you look at the radar in the big picture here, we had 2 distinct separate areas of severe weather here in Alabama and then back here through the afternoon. But now notice that front's starting to charge eastbound now, and their 2 are starting to catch up to each other, okay? The first one's slowed down a bit. This one's racing eastbound. So now they're going to start to merge a bit, all right? And I think that's going to cause us big issues with a very powerful squall line that moves through. Want to take you up outside of Tupelo tonight and right across the Interstate 22. This is a storm that's going to go east of Tupelo, but near say Nettleton, all right? A storm that's gone past Armory right now with a little bit of rotation down on the south end of that Smithville. Want you to take shelter pretty quickly this evening. The storm that's been over well north now of Birmingham, this one here in Blount County, still has the tornado warning just now dropped. That's good news. No longer severe thunderstorm warned either. So that storm had been tornado warned for hours. Finally, it is given up. But we do have a flash flood warning in Coleman and Morgan counties now, and we've got plenty of rain for us for the remainder of the evening. I think a lot of places are going to take on some high water tonight. The other part of the good news here is these storms down here that were tornado warned are no longer tornado warned. Those warnings have also expired, and the ones down here around Alberta have also expired. But now we're going over to more flash flood warnings because so many places have picked up incredible amounts of rain. Clark and Wilcox County, you were under a tornado warning. Now you're under a flash flood warning this evening. Thomasville, we're still under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's Clark and Wilcox County. And watching down around Morgan City, really intense squall line here with a severe thunderstorm warning. Eventually, we think that gets into New Orleans over the next couple of hours. Alex?
And the state of Mississippi has found itself in a very dangerous position today. Paul Goodlow is in Tupelo, Mississippi. Paul, about a half hour ago, you had those tornado sirens going off. Always an eerie feeling, but I know not necessarily unusual for this part of the country. Maybe just a little early. Typically, we think of April and May as the time for storms like this, as opposed to mid-March.
Yeah, March is kind of early, but we're seeing things get more active earlier with kind of a warming climate. So it's definitely something to be expected as we go forward here. In fact, sometimes we can see severe weather any month of the year here across parts of the South. Kind of a secondary peak of action for severe weather. It's not just the Central Plains as well. Behind me, we're seeing kind of a very turbulent sky. The rain is letting up just a little bit, but the concern is there's still storms just off to our south and west here, which are coming this way. We've also mentioned, Mike mentioned it, the heavy rain threats. Flash flooding is also a concern. 1 to 2 inches of rain already fallen in some areas, and all that is coming this way as well. So that's another thing you have to worry about. In terms of tornadoes, definitely have to worry about that. We have a Torcon up of 7 here in Tupelo. Just south of us, we have a 9. That's on a scale of 1 to 10. So again, we're close enough to that 9. And still, on any given day, 7 is a really high number. 9 is close to the top here. We have a high likelihood of seeing dangerous, long-lived tornadoes in this area. And again, as the sun goes down later on this evening, it's also a concern of this continuing overnight as well. One nice thing they do have across many parts of this state here are storm shelters. We visited one earlier today. It could hold about 1,000 people. I was talking about what are the COVID rules here. At the end of the day, are you going to turn someone away because of COVID limitations when you have a tornado outside? So, when push comes to shove, they have room for for anyone that needs shelter in this. And by the way, that shelter you're looking at can withstand 250-mile-per-hour winds. Hopefully won't get anywhere near that or anything kind of danger of that, but there is a safe place in that part of the country where not a lot of people have storm shelters or a basement to go to when we have this type of threat. So they're there, but hopefully they won't have to be used.
Absolutely. Alex? But so important to know where your local shelter is. So should your home maybe not be the sturdiest place to spend the storms, make sure you know of a nearby spot and position yourself there through the evening if that threat is in your area. Same for overnight, guys. We're going to keep the threat going as we head into the sleeping hours, which tend to be an exceptionally dangerous time because you're vulnerable, right? You're sleeping. You're not necessarily aware of what's happening in terms of the weather. So it's critical you have something to alert you, wake you up, because our storms continue through parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia overnight, as well as parts of, say, southern Tennessee and western Florida, getting into the panhandle. So also something to think about. I had a friend write me, lives in the Atlanta area, says, hey, should I sleep in my safe spot? Absolutely. If it's not, a hassle, or, I mean, even if it is, it's worth moving everything, sleeping there. You're ahead of the game. If the warnings are issued, you're already where you need to be. So super, super critical. Again, those storms continue tonight. Places like Birmingham into the very early morning hours, 1, 2, 3 a.m. And for a place like Atlanta, 4, 5, 6, 7 a.m. for your dangerous storms. We'll be right back.
Walter, did you know Geico could save you hundreds?
Thanks for staying with us as we follow severe weather for you tonight, including new video out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, with a tornado right-hand side of your screen, hitting that building, lifting the roof off, and throwing it into the air. A lot of damage to that building, unfortunately. I believe there's several homes that have been hit by this tornado. And that was a tornado, that was a big supercell that had tornado warnings on it for several hours. There's a look at the thin tornado itself behind a tree line there. Several places where we've had tornadoes touch down today and produce some damage. There's still an ongoing threat for us for the remainder of the evening. Likely to see some tornadoes return tomorrow as well. So want you to be aware of what's going on tonight, folks. A lot of different places are going to see issues. There's, by the way, another large supercell that may have had a tornado in and around Brookhaven, Mississippi. Hard to tell behind the tanks here and the trees, but this one may have also produced a tornado that had caused some damage. I want to pass along some good news. I know we give you a lot of bad news sometimes. I want to pass along some good news. A lot of our tornado warnings across the South have actually expired. We only have one active tornado warning right now. It's actually over in Missouri. So here's what's happening for us right now. We've got a large area of thunderstorms across the South. We had two distinct areas of storms here. And one thing I'm going to do on this radar is I'm going to actually take this back to the very beginning of it, right there. See, there was two distinct areas. There was an area out ahead of the main line, which was right here. Now, this first area right here was the one where you had instability and some daytime heating, and individual discrete supercells started to form. We knew some storms would form along this line as well, and maybe some embedded tornadoes as well. But now the line is catching up to that instability, and that line is really the thing that's going to take over and surge, if you will. I want to take you to Hattiesburg, by the way. There's a look at Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and there's a look at the storms that are coming through for us right now. Heavy rain is happening for us right now in Hattiesburg, and a couple of different areas across Mississippi where heavy rain is going to be an ongoing issue for you here, and the possibility of some ongoing flash flooding. But a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for this area. Forest and Lamar counties are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. You're probably going to get some really intense winds with that. I don't think you're going to get much in the way of hail. It's a really thin line. A little burst happened right as it came into Hattiesburg, so wouldn't be surprised to see 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some tree damage, maybe some power lines that have gone down. Look at all the lightning, though, with it. A ton of cloud-to-ground lightning, lightning around Bogalusa as well. Our warning until 7 o'clock this evening, but a whole bunch of warnings just popped up here with that line that is formed here in Forest and Lamar counties. Again, the big picture, and I want to go back to the tornado warnings here in Missouri. These storms are getting closer and closer to Springfield, which sits right here. Stone County, now the latest tornado warning for us here, radar indicated tornado. The expiration is 7 o'clock on that. Those storms are generally moving north-northeast, and I think that Springfield, you could be a target for those storms. Severe thunderstorm warning on Interstate 44 tonight, just west of Springfield in Christian Green and Lawrence counties. 6:45, the expiration on that. Again, big wind wind, I think, is going to be the issue there. I want to show you the picture here across northern Mississippi and northern Alabama. Tons of rain here. Not a lot of severe thunderstorms. We've got one warning outside of Tupelo, but I think what we may transition to is less of a tornado risk, more of a severe thunderstorm, high wind risk, and a lot of flooding because so many places have already had storms today, and now they're getting even more tonight. There's your one severe thunderstorm warning past Armory and east of Tupelo. Itawamba counties here and Monroe counties under a severe thunderstorm warning between Hamilton and Tupelo on I-22. Not a place you want to be. Tornadoes are possible within that. There's been little hook echoes down toward the bottom of that, and it's kind of in an atmosphere that's a little undisturbed at the moment. Then I want to take you down toward the Meridian area. Severe thunderstorm warning here between Meridian and Philadelphia. Leake, Neshoba, and Newton counties right now under a severe thunderstorm warning. But the good news at this point here at Dr. Nab is it seems like the tornado risk has come down just a little bit, although we expect more tornado watches to be issued this evening.
Yes, and in addition to that, severe thunderstorms that can take down trees and flash flooding make roads an incredibly dangerous place to be tonight, especially in Mississippi and Alabama. And you got that big line of severe thunderstorms about to come into Alabama where we've got a lot of flood warnings. So it's only going to get worse with the flooding. And even on the southern end of all of this, in Louisiana, we've got flood advisories just southeast of Baton Rouge, in East Baton Rouge and Ascension. And then that's going to be coming into New Orleans. We could have some water-covered roads in New Orleans in a little while. Hammond, Louisiana, also a flood advisory till 9:30 local time, vicious lightning as well. Now up in Waynesboro in southeastern Mississippi, you're under a flash flood warning, and look what is about to happen again. You're about to get dumped on with really heavy rain and vicious lightning again just east of there in Camden and Thomasville. Your warning goes until 11:45, and maybe that'll have to get extended because of what's coming in from the west. Birmingham's under a flood advisory, so that problems could escalate when that next round comes through. Then north of Birmingham in Coleman and Garden City, we've got a flood warning, and we've got numerous reports of water-covered roads in and around that area in Baileytown and Holly Pond. Lots of problems getting around, especially after dark. And then over in West Point, Alabama, and now here in Addison, flash flood warnings also. In West Point, numerous reports of closed roads, impassable roads. So it is getting even more dangerous in Alabama, including up in Florence. So we're going to track the flash flooding, the severe thunderstorms, and the tornadoes. Stay with us.
When eye allergens attack, the itch...
Currently in our area, 53 degrees with showers in the area. Tonight, occasional rain, low 53. Chance of rain, 90%. Thursday, strong to severe thunderstorms likely, high 71. Thursday night, mostly clear, low 46. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Thanks for staying with us here on Weather Underground as we watch very active weather today, especially across the south. A lot of tornado warnings today, severe thunderstorm warnings. Flooding is now becoming an increasing concern. Let's run you through. It's a very colorful map tonight. A lot of flood warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and tornado warnings tonight. Want to get you down into Alabama with a couple of new tornado warnings that have been issued, including well north of Birmingham, around Coleman and Bremen here. Tornado warning in Coleman County, Coleman, Simcoe, and Vinemont. These are places where you want to take shelter quickly. Radar indicated tornado here. Might have some rain that's pulled into that, so it could be a little rain wrap. There's the rotation right there about to come over Coleman, so please get to your safe spot very, very quick. The tornado basically on top of Highway 278 right now, so Coleman happening now. Vinemont around 6:57, so you have just a few minutes in Vinemont and in Fairview around 7:08. Take you over to severe thunderstorms just outside of Tupelo. This is one coming right across the Interstate 22. Itawamba here and Monroe counties under that severe thunderstorm warning. And then we've got a line of storms that goes down through Mississippi tonight. Lowndes, Noxubee, and Akataba. I knew I was going to get nailed in Akataba County. I apologize for the mispronunciation, but Oktibah counties, Columbus, Starkville, West Point counties, all under severe thunderstorm warnings. Down through Meridian, Laurel, Hattiesburg, just had big wind gusts in Hattiesburg here. Green, Perry, and Wayne counties under severe thunderstorm warnings. Then watching this complex of storms that's racing through southern Louisiana, Assumption, Lafourche, and St. James parishes under severe thunderstorm warnings. Eventually, those do get into New Orleans, and a new tornado warning issued just outside of Montgomery, sitting right here. This tornado warning west of there for Dallas County. I think this is the third tornado warning in Dallas County. Selma, Selmont, Valley Grande are in harm's way here, so please take shelter along Highway 80 this evening. Alex.
All right, I want to get you some new video of tornado damage. This is Mount Olive, Alabama. You can see trees uprooted, splintered across this drive. Some homes in the area also suffering at least some tree loss. Hard to tell how significant, if any, damage is, but you always look for roof damage in these situations. And obviously, Dr. Nab, man, anytime trees are falling around homes, you gotta think, all right, what's going on in my yard? Where should I be given storms?
And that's why in the very forested southeast, I think the policy should be for your family, if you have a severe thunderstorm warning and you got trees around, shelter like you would for a tornado. And trees coming through the roof are one of the ways people get injured and killed in severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. So sheltering, so important. Why do we say lowest level, most interior room of a sturdy structure? Because you want to put as many walls and as much protection between you and the outside as possible. A mobile home does not do it. Even when a tornado watch is issued, when you get out of a mobile home, stay in a sturdy building for the rest of the day or the night. Underpasses, vehicles are not good places either. Those are the worst. So be off the roads tonight in these situations. Large rooms, the gymnasiums with those big span roofs, those are pretty bad places to take shelter. A good place is your lowest level, most interior room, a basement. But the best is one of those FEMA safe rooms. Now, in any case, when the watch is issued, and we're going to have more watches issued tonight and tomorrow, that's the time you actually do take some action. Getting off the roads is a good idea because we've already seen video today of people being out on the roads, and then there's tornado warning issued, and a tornado in the same shot as cars on the road. Not a good place to be. Get to that sturdy building, not to a mobile home. Go to the safe place for the day once that watch is issued. And Alex, you want to make sure you have a way to get those warnings and put key supplies in those safe places that you take shelter in.
Yeah, super important here as the threat continues as we go into the overnight hours. We're going to be watching parts of Alabama into Georgia. And then during the day tomorrow, hey, the threat remains high. Torcon values of 7 for places like Charlotte and Raleigh, Myrtle Beach and Columbia, South Carolina. But here's tonight's danger. Overnight, we'll be watching a lot of Alabama into the state of Georgia. So unfortunately, while you're sleeping, places like Birmingham into Huntsville could be up against some very dangerous storms. Through tomorrow, several tornadoes, widespread damaging winds, and large hail, all a possibility. In addition to some tornadoes, some of those could be long track, strong tornadoes. So once again, the ingredients coming together to really enhance our risk of severe weather during the day on Thursday. Unfortunately, my clicker is jammed up here, so let's see if I can get it going this way. We've got Torcon values, as I mentioned, 7 tomorrow across sections of North and South Carolina into eastern parts of the state of Georgia. So we've got a lot of real estate, a lot of populated areas. Once again, we need to keep an eye on Charlotte, Torcon of 7. Gastonia, areas to the west, Torcon of 5. Charlotte, it's late, mid to late morning that you'll see those storms move in. Still an isolated storm during the early afternoon, but again, lunchtime could be your most dangerous time. We'll be right back.
Allergies with nasal congestion overwhelming?
From the Neil Lane Collection, available at K.
Right now on Weather Underground special extended coverage as we track a life-threatening tornado outbreak unfolding through the South. Multiple states face a particularly dangerous situation with violent long-track tornadoes possible, as well as destructive straight-line winds and large hail.
And the danger by no means finished when the sun goes down. We're going to give you the timing for where dangerous storms will continue overnight and during the day tomorrow. It's all coming up this hour on Weather Underground.
Thanks for being with us as we follow this severe weather this evening. Look at this, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Right-hand side of your screen, tornado lifts the roof right off that home, splinters it. Tough stuff for sure. Multiple tornado touchdowns and damage across the south through Mississippi and Alabama. How about a look at the actual tornado? I think we have that too. It just formed a small tornado behind this tree line here, but numerous touchdowns occurring throughout the afternoon. And now that it's dark, likely to happen after dark and maybe right through the night while you're sleeping.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been a scary day across sections of Mississippi as well. This is video after the storm in Wayne County, Mississippi, where it is almost 360 degrees of destruction. You can see just turning around and more damage and debris littered here across this community. A lot of cleanup will be underway. We're, of course, following the areas that have sustained damage. Have not heard of any injuries at this point. We also have our storm tracker, Charles Peak, out there on the roads, giving us a view of what's been happening. A lot of trees coming down in many of these communities. Mike, Alabama and Mississippi.
That time seeing the big heavy equipment come in to try to move the trees off the road. There it is right there in Brookwood. This would be outside of Birmingham, where we had a very large and very long-lived supercell that tracked across multiple counties with tornado warnings all along the way. We still have tornado watches this evening in areas we're concerned that we could still have spin-ups, again, well after dark tonight, and it could be a particularly dangerous situation. We've got one watch here around the New Orleans area in southern Louisiana that goes until 8 o'clock Central Time. We've got another tornado watch in this area here. It does include Birmingham and Montgomery. That goes until 3 o'clock in the morning, all right? So a lot of us will be going to bed, and that's deemed a particularly dangerous situation where we could have long-lived violent tornadoes. And then we've got a watch up here across northern Arkansas and southwest Missouri, where we do have warnings there. So it's colorful tonight, that's for sure. It looks like the main line right here is starting to catch up with a separate area that really saw the storms blossom through the afternoon. I think it's all as going to become one and push eastbound through the night tonight. So I think for certain we're going to get a large straight line wind event, but along the line I think we could get multiple spin-ups of tornadoes as well. Again, at nighttime it's very, very dangerous. I want to take you to northern Alabama. Newly issued tornado warning here around the Coleman area. Coleman County under a tornado warning. Coleman, it's right over top of you. Simcoe and Vinemont, we are next. There's the rotation just now slipping past Coleman. Fairview, we are next in line to be hit by this. Timing this out for you, it looks like Fairview likely to be there around 7:14, so you get about maybe 12 or 13 minutes to take shelter, but I'd get everything you need and get there pretty quickly. Basement or lowest level of your home and away from exterior walls and windows. Third time today we've been under a tornado warning around Selma and here in Dallas County. Radar indicated tornado with some hail cores in that as well, but the rotation is right in there. It's pretty good rotation actually, just southwest of Selma and tracking near Selma. Don't see in the correlation coefficient, don't see any debris right now, but that's a pretty tight couplet at this point, maybe as tight a couplet as we've seen over maybe the last hour or so. So Selma going to be there momentarily, take shelter quickly. Burnsville around 7:22. Want to get you over around the Tupelo area. Storms all around us, but a severe thunderstorm warning right on Interstate 22 here in Itawamba counties here. So we want you to be inside with these storms, and then storms go all the way down through Mississippi, Lowndes County, Noxubee County here, I'm going to do it again. Octibaha County. I got it that time. Octibaha County. It's a tough one, right? Tough to spell, too. Columbus, Starkville, West Point. That's a strong line of storms right there that's likely going to bring in some pretty decent wind. Then watch that line down through Meridian, past Hattiesburg now, and past Laurel, Green Prairie, and Wayne counties under severe thunderstorm warnings. Two lines of storms here. Bogalusa down toward Hammond, and then Morgan City and Houma, eventually over into New Orleans. Assumption in Lafourche Parish is under severe thunderstorm warnings. Look at it as we go 3D on this. Look how tall these storms are coming across Lake Pontchartrain right now. It won't be long before they're in New Orleans. Alex?
All right, and we want to head up into the northern part of the state of Mississippi, Tupelo, where we find our Paul Goodlow. Paul, under a 7 today on that Torcon, so a significant danger here for this community.
It certainly is. We can see what's going on in the atmosphere. Kind of look behind me here. This is looking off towards the south. You can see the clouds. They're streaming in from the south, moving northward, sometimes from the southeast, moving northwestward. You can clearly see the turbulence in the sky, but that's at the surface. A little higher aloft, the winds are coming in at a different direction from the southwest to the northeast. It's that shear which is setting up these long-lived, long-tracked thunderstorms and as well as possible tornadoes as well. So we are not out of the woods at all. Again, you mentioned we're under a 7, Alex. Again, we're in terms of a scale of 1 to 10 on a Torcon, the risk of seeing tornadoes, we're a 7, but just south of us, that Torcon number goes up to a 9. So we're close enough where even a 7 is a sky-high number on any given day, but we're so close to a 9. We have a concern of seeing tornadoes. Sun is setting officially right now at about 5 minutes past the hour of 7, and we'll see it get completely dark outside of the street lights and the home lights, building lights around 7:30 or so. So this threat continues overnight. Our tornado watch expired at 7. We expect a new one to be issued any time here, and that will go overnight tonight. The good news is once we get past tonight and get towards tomorrow morning, this will be over except the cleanup. The big concern is we're still not out of the woods in terms of the risk for tornadoes in this area, and we had a tornado warning in Lee County earlier, not here in the city of Tupelo, but close enough to us where the sirens are going off last hour. And you have to remember that tornado warning came from a severe thunderstorm warning, and then 15 minutes later it went tornado with clear rotation within it. So as you head throughout the night, and I even heard Dr. Dab mention this, you should treat severe thunderstorm warnings as the same respect you should treat tornado warnings. You have no idea what's happening out there. And again, tornadoes come from severe thunderstorms, so they quickly can produce tornadoes, and we're getting to a very vulnerable part as people get ready to put their kids to bed, put themselves to bed overnight. Not only have one way, have multiple ways of being weather aware and aware of what warnings could come your way as we head over this very dangerous night. Now again, the back edge is getting close to us. As the crow flies, we're about 90 miles from Memphis. Let's go to our Justin Michaels, who is there. And Justin, you're starting to see the beginning of the end of your severe weather threat as we head over the next hour or two.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Paul. In fact, I can show you the end of this nasty outbreak of storms right here. It's going to be coming through Memphis pretty soon. Rodney Hall behind the lens. Rodney, show them the sun. There it is, folks. That's the edge of this. On the back side of it, that's as far west as it goes, and that is coming at us here in Memphis. I can tell you the tornado watch expired about 5 or so minutes ago, right at 7 o'clock local time. So we are seeing quite literally the light at the end of this very dark tunnel, but that does not diminish the threat. That does not diminish the dangers that present here and east of where we are and southeast of where we are. Remember, just because it's ending here doesn't mean it's ending everywhere else. This is just the backside of a very huge and long distant storm system that is pushing through, already bringing tornadoes to some areas, and it's certainly possible to do that in others moving forward throughout the night. So make sure you have your plan ready. As far as what we've experienced here in Memphis today, we had some intense rain earlier today. In fact, it was so bad you really couldn't, the visibility was virtually nothing, Alex, earlier today. But as the evening has gone on, we heard some claps of thunder. We saw a few bolts of lightning, some flashes of lightning. But now to see that sun behind me, it's certainly a welcome scene for people who live on this side of the storm, Alex.
Absolutely. Always a good feeling when you get some bright spots, truly, literally and figuratively. Justin, thank you so much. Staying safe there in Memphis throughout the day. He's been through a lot today, as he mentioned, some really big time rain. New video coming in today, and take a look at this. This is Strangford, Mississippi, and a very evident tornado. You can't see it reaching the ground there behind the tree line, but you know it's there. And you can hear just how gusty it is, even well away from the storm. Eerie stuff today happening across sections of the southeast. This is the kind of tornado that we have been concerned about here. A very well-defined cone tornado, at least. You know, hard to tell now that it's behind that tree line. But let this also be an example of what could be coming tonight. A lot of trees. It's dark, maybe in flashes of lightning. Can you tell that's a tornado if you hadn't seen the earlier part of the video? I don't know that you can. So super imperative you don't go out and try to look for these storms. We're getting into a lot of wooded areas. It's becoming dark now as we head into the evening, and especially overnight, it's going to be darn near impossible to see these things. So get to that safe spot, stay in that safe spot. Torcon of 9 through tonight across parts of Mississippi and into Alabama. And again, scenes like that show you why we've had those Torcon values that high. Parts of eastern Alabama, Torcon of 7 here. Western Georgia, Torcon of 5. That edges right up to the Atlanta metro area. And I think Atlanta eastward, Torcon of at least 3. Damaging wind threat, though, will most certainly be an issue here as we move forward into the overnight and morning hours tomorrow. Bear with me. I got to manually click this as my clicker wore out. Temperatures, they've been on the milder side across sections of Alabama, say around Birmingham, Montgomery. Atlanta, little cooler given our wedge, also a little fog. So still expecting those southerly winds to kick in and help to erode that wedge a bit and get things a little bit more favorable in terms of a severe weather outlook moving into the overnight and during the day tomorrow. As far as what we're going to be seeing here moving forward, we take a look at this future radar picture. And again, Birmingham, you're watching for storms through the mid and late evening hours and as we head into the overnight. So post midnight, you're going to be seeing those storms. I think 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, still storms around the Birmingham metro area. Atlanta seeing some storms around midnight, but the main event, that line of very strong storms coming into the Atlanta metro area just in time for the morning commute. So talking 5, 6, 7 a.m. By the way, damaging winds very likely, but still some spin ups along that line. Most certainly a possibility for the Atlanta metro area. And then we look at the upstate of South Carolina. We look at western North Carolina, including the Charlotte metro area. So again, this evening up until about midnight, generally north of Atlanta where some of the action will be. I think midnight to 1 a.m. we get some storms into metro Atlanta. And then again, our strongest storms, the winds, perhaps some kinks along the line. You can see it on the future radar. That would indicate that we may see some tornado spin-ups, especially the west side of Atlanta, but anywhere in the metro. Please use caution if you don't have to travel tomorrow morning. A good idea. We've already seen, Dr. Nab, some of the schools doing just the remote learning to keep people off the roads. I think that's a great idea because unfortunately with those storms coming through when many of us would be headed to work or school, puts you in a very vulnerable position.
And once again, really important to emphasize, it doesn't take a tornado warning to prompt you to take safe shelter, because if we look at what that line that's going to be moving into Georgia tomorrow morning has been doing in places like Mississippi, a lot of trees coming down, and some of those trees are coming down onto homes. So this is what's happened over the last 6 hours or so. So we've had kind of round 1, but here's round 2 going through Mississippi, and that's going to go through Alabama. And what we've had going on here in Mississippi is pretty impactful with a number of the storm reports, and a lot of these are just straight line winds from severe thunderstorms. A home damaged, trees down a military road in Sandy Hook, way down there in southern Mississippi. Pine Grove, a tree down on a highway. That's another threat tonight. You're driving around at night after the storms have gone through. What if you go around a curve and there's a downed tree? You go right into that downed tree. That can be a way people get injured or killed in the aftermath. In Goss in southern Mississippi, power lines down, and in Kirby, tree limbs down along a highway. So again, tree debris on roads is going to be a problem. So here's Jackson, Mississippi, where they had a gust of 59 miles an hour. Trees down in Bolton, trees down in Utica, and then in Vicksburg, utility pole and tree lines down on Clay Street near the interstate. Then look what happened closer up to Yazoo City. Mechanicsburg, you had a gust of 55. Yazoo City gusted to 50, and tree limbs down all over the place. Now, farther east, as that line has progressed farther to the east, Canton, tree and tree limbs down. Carthage, tree and tree limbs down on roads. And here in Cameron, which is in between Yazoo City and Philadelphia, tree down on a house. Imagine if you're in that home and that storm's raging outside and that tree comes down, you want to be in that lowest level. Most interior room, Philadelphia, gusted to 57 miles an hour. So Mike, I know the tornado threat is front and center in a lot of people's minds, but those severe thunderstorm winds are taking down some trees and causing some damage.
And that may be a really big issue overnight tonight, Dr. Nab. We do have a couple of new tornado warnings to keep you up to date on, and especially through Alabama, northern Alabama, and now through southern Alabama. Up toward Cullman here, this will be north of Birmingham and south of Huntsville, a tornado warning here in Cullman County. This is a weak rotation right here. It's weakened some right near Fairview right now. Fairview is going to be there momentarily, so we'd urge you to take shelter quickly near around Aber here about 7:34, and Union Grove after that. Down around Selma. Now, I'm very concerned about this storm in particular. Why? Because in Dallas County, it's our third tornado warning of the day. But look at the rotation now, right on top of Selma. This one could be coming truly right through downtown Selma. You can see the city streets as we overlay them here with the warning being right in here. And I'm even going to back this up one notch. Because look at I'll do a couple notches there to there. Look at that right there. That was about 10 minutes ago with rotation and a tornado right through the middle of Selma. We're going to time that one out for you, folks, and eventually moving off to the northeast very quickly. We're back after this.
The ups and downs of
Only at Applebee's.
Currently in our area, 53 degrees with light rain. Tonight, rain and thunder. Low 52. Chance of rain 70%. Thursday, occasional thunderstorms. Storms strong to possibly severe. High 71. Thursday night, a mostly clear sky. Low 46. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong. The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it. It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
Welcome back. New video to show you Strangford here, Mississippi. A tornado rolling through right behind that tree line. Looked to be a pretty sizable tornado at that, too. We've had several tornado touchdowns today. The good news, out of all the tornadoes that have touched down today, we actually haven't had any reports of injuries yet that we've seen. Now, we have had some damage. Homes have been damaged, some of them obliterated. A lot of trees and power lines that have gone down. Farm buildings that have been hit. But that was a pretty sizable tornado right there. We still have that tornado risk that is going to last through the overnight. And we thank you for being with us tonight. We're doing our best here, folks, to keep up with the warnings and the watches and to keep you informed so you know what's going to happen tonight when you go to bed. We've got tornado watches in effect, and what this means is that tornadoes are favorable to form, all right? They may happen in these areas that are highlighted in red. Now, this area right here in particular is called a particularly dangerous situation, PDS, where we're anticipating long-lived violent tornadoes, and that goes until 3 o'clock in the morning, so well after dark tonight. A lot of action here across the south this evening with numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings, a couple of tornado warnings as well. And we'll get you down to this one around Selma this evening. Tornado warning here, and one that probably came right over Selma. Tornado warnings in effect right now does include Dallas County, and once you get right down into Selma, it was this rotation right here that literally pinpointed right over downtown, unfortunately. So a lot of action with that storm, and it's now moving off to the northwest. A place like Valley Grande, you're next in line to be hit at 7:21, in Burnsville around 7:26. Valley Grande is now. Burnsville is about 5 minutes from now. Heavy rain now across Tennessee, northern Mississippi, northern Alabama. These are places where flooding is going to be an issue. Severe thunderstorm warnings here. Tupelo extending down through Columbus, Mississippi. Lowndes, Noxubee, Oktibbeha counties are all under severe thunderstorm warnings. A lot of wind with some of these storms as well, so be aware of that. I think we've got a pretty good bow echo forming right in there, maybe even a little bit of rotation headed toward maybe the Amory area. That's an area that was hit with a severe thunderstorm warning not that long ago. We're under another one now. Going farther south, just outside of Hattiesburg, good line of storms came through there. It's now pushing east toward the state line. Greene, Washington, Wayne County, all under severe thunderstorm warnings. Anticipate high winds with that. I don't think there's a big hail threat with that one at all. Two different thunderstorm complexes here, one north of New Orleans, one west of New Orleans. Assumption, Lafourche, and St. James parishes under a severe thunderstorm warning. And we tilt this 3D, you can see just how tall and intimidating some of these storms are tonight. So be ready for them. It's obviously dark now, and those storms are probably a couple of hours away from hitting New Orleans, but it's going to be rocking and rolling tonight. Folks, here's the deal. Look how far away the low is. Way up here around Tulsa. We've got the cold air on this side, warm air on this side, so two different seasons in the matter of, from Wichita to Springfield. That's it. Around Springfield, severe thunderstorm warnings for us tonight with a lot of wind with these storms here. Also some flooding could be happening for us. Christian County under a severe thunderstorm warning. Greene and Webster counties also under severe thunderstorm warnings. Alex?
All right, and then we've got that threat extending into the day tomorrow. Once again, looking at all types of severe weather, tornadoes, damaging wind gusts, and hail expected during our event on Thursday. In addition to the threat of tornadoes, we think long track and strong tornadoes also a possibility. Torcon values as high as a 7 on Thursday. This would be for parts of North Carolina, central and eastern parts of the state, Midlands to low country, South Carolina, and then getting into eastern Georgia. So Savannah and Charleston and Columbia and Raleigh and Wilmington, even Charlotte, Torcon values of 7. And with a 7, that tells us that numerous tornadoes are possible, with an increased chance of strong tornadoes. Those are the ones that are EF2 or stronger. Some, again, could be long track, and basically, you just need to be ready to take cover, to seek shelter. If you get that watch issued for your area, now you know, all right, I need to be prepared. If you get the warning, you need to move. Get to that safe spot immediately. Charlotte, Torcon of 7 just to the west will drop to a 5 around Gastonia, over into Blacksburg and Gaffney, South Carolina. Charlotte, your timing is going to be mid to late morning on Thursday for the storms to begin to advance in. I think some of the worst of the weather around 11, 12 o'clock. Moving out into the afternoon, still an isolated shower or storm possible during the afternoon hours. But again, I think the bulk of the storms and that damaging wind, tornado, spin-up threat would be around lunchtime. Raleigh, North Carolina, Chapel Hill, Durham, Fayetteville, all 7 on the Torcon. We start things off at 6 o'clock with some scattered showers and maybe a rumble of thunder, but the main storm threat coming in during the afternoon, dinner time hours, and will continue into the evening. You can see even at 8, 9 o'clock, still some storms in the area. We're going to get you back to the current warnings when Weather Underground continues next.
Hershey's. Be out there. The Weather Channel.
New video to show you tornado in Frankfort, Mississippi here. This tornado behind that tree line there looks pretty sizable too. We've had several tornadoes that have a touchdown today, causing some damage. Homes that have been damaged, trees and power lines that have been taken down, a farm that has been hit pretty hard in Mississippi as well. So there is still going to be a threat through the remainder of the evening, not ruling out tornadoes at all. New tornado watches have been issued till 3 o'clock in the morning across South, in particular across Alabama. Let's get you to the radar tonight and show you what's happening. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings out there. One tornado warning here just outside of Montgomery over on Selma, Alabama tonight. Tornado may have come right over Selma about half an hour ago. Autauga and Dallas counties under a tornado warning right now. Next in line, Billingsley and Valley Grande. I want to show you the velocities on this, and they came right over Selma, right there. Did you see that? I'll even back that up so you can see exactly when that was. We just step it back, right there. The rotation was kind of maximized right there at Selma. So we may indeed have had a tornado come literally right through the center of Selma this evening. Heavy rain across northern Alabama and then northern Mississippi as well. Then a pretty good squall line here now working its way through Columbus, Mississippi. Clay, Lowndes, Noxubee counties are under severe thunderstorm warnings. Severe thunderstorms have come past Hattiesburg tonight, and a pretty good line of storms about to hit us in New Orleans. This one back here may get us pretty good here, I think, with really heavy rainfall rates, a lot of lightning with these storms, and some brief gusty winds that could potentially gust over 60 miles an hour. One of the bigger threats we're seeing here, Dr. Nab, is a lot of these storms are producing very heavy rain. The flood threat is now ramping up.
It sure is, Mike, and that's happening in multiple states, you know, ahead of the cold front, along the front, and way back with our parent low way up here in Missouri. So Missouri, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama all have some flash flood warnings. Let's start way up to the north and west. Springfield, Missouri now under a flash flood warning until 11:30 p.m. local time. This is up near the low itself, and we've had plenty of heavy downpours in a short amount of time. So I-44 Joplin through Springfield and up through Lebanon. If you're going through that area and get off on the low spots, could run into trouble on the roads. Jonesboro, Arkansas having trouble tonight. Flash flood warning with a considerable threat here. This is because of that really heavy downpour. Look at that training going on. It just keeps going up from that south to north path east of the low, and we're having reports of a number of streets flooded in South Jonesboro. So please be careful. Stay off the road, especially as it gets dark. You know how dangerous it gets. Louisiana, we've got our flood advisory here southeast of Baton Rouge, New Orleans. Not too much longer before you get the heavy rain. You could have some flooding issues there, and we've had the issues in Hammond as well. A flood advisory there till 9:30 local time. And now Waynesboro, Mississippi, again getting heavy rain. This is a flash flood warning that was already in effect. Now they're getting round number 2, Paul. So Mississippi and Alabama, multiple threats, so many reasons for people to be staying off the roads.
Yeah, not to mention, Dr. Nab, that it's raining again here in Tupelo. Another reason to keep people off the roads. They're getting slick as well. Again, we're under a new tornado watch here going through midnight local time in this part of northeast Mississippi. It also extends into areas of Tennessee. So we're not out of the woods yet. Although looking at the radar, there is rain, even lightning kind of around us. But we're starting to see that rain move back into Tupelo. Parts of southern Lee County, the county where Tupelo is under a severe thunderstorm warning. And that cell has between 30 and 70-mile-per-hour winds with it as well. We're still concerned with that as well. The timing of this, though, we should start seeing the back edge of the rain come through over the next several hours. So if you're in your safe place, good. Stay there. In fact, earlier today we visited a storm shelter, a very well-built public storm shelter in this part of Tupelo. It can hold about 1,000 people. They do expect to have people in this evening. So better just stay there until everything is clear, until the back edge of this comes through. It's better safe than sorry. Again, Mississippi, not too far, is no stranger to severe weather. There was a deadly tornado close to here back in 2014 that killed about 10 people. So I talked to one woman today who said, ever since that tornado, they take severe weather seriously here, and hopefully you don't have to go through something like that to deal with the concern of keeping you and your family safe. All it takes is, one person in the wrong place at the wrong time. So far, no reports of damage here in this part of Mississippi, but the night is still young, and we have a time lapse of a camera we have about a couple blocks away, seeing the fast-moving low clouds here, but then aloft, those clouds moving in a different direction. That's that shear that sets up spinning and long-lived tornadoes and long-lived thunderstorms as well, so still an ongoing concern. Our Torcon values here in Tupelo, a 7 on a scale of 1 to 10, pretty high. Again, our threat continues as we head on through the midnight hour here in northeastern Mississippi.
You know they're out there, morning, noon, and night. I
was looking out the window, and I was seeing it was getting pretty bad. Everything was going sideways. So I put my shoes on and ran to my basement, and then that's when the power went out. And then I started hearing trees falling, and heard this tree hit my house. It was pretty loud, and that's when I called my mom and just told her I was okay. But it was pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's a mention. Dr. Nab, it's raining again here in Tupelo. A 7 on a scale of 1 to 10, pretty high. Again, our threat continues as we head on through the midnight hour here in northeastern Mississippi.
That's when I called my mom, and just told her I was okay. But it was pretty crazy.
Yeah, scary stuff. Can you imagine being in your home and a large tree come crashing into the roof? This is why we urge you guys to please, get to that safe spot, even if it's a quote unquote just a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, all of these storms capable of taking down trees into homes, trees into vehicles, unfortunately prove deadly time and time again. Luckily, in this case, everybody okay. Now, moving through the overnight, we've got the opportunity for more of these damaging winds. Dr. Nab, we've already seen plenty of storm reports of trees taken down. Think we could see more into the overnight. So learn from that guy. Get to that safe spot.
You see that piece of the tree,
yes,
like a missile?
Yes.
Went right through the roof, and that's the kind of fear I have, even if it's not a tornado. Severe thunderstorm can bring something flying through the roof, and that's why you want to be in the lowest level, most interior room, so you have as much protection between you and the outside as possible. And it's interesting how some of the supercells in Alabama have been taking the same general path from like Waynesboro, Mississippi, across into the Selma Billingsley area northwest of Montgomery. That has been, over the last several hours, a train track of supercells and some damaging storms. Now, right now, we got severe thunderstorm warnings, we got flash flood warnings, but we still have storms going across the same general area. Here's that cell that generated the tornado warning for Selma and Billingsley a while ago. Now, look at the damage that we've had in that area. Here, this was a few hours ago in Billingsley. Multiple trees were blown down. One structure was damaged. In Pools Crossroads, just north of Billingsley, homes were damaged there. And then northeast of there, along this same path up in Higgins Ferry Park, tornado was on the ground. That was that northern end of that path. But you could trace the damage path all the way back to Waynesboro, and it was northeast of there. In Alabama here at Campbell Landing Road in Clark County, Alabama, tornado damage to 4 homes. 1 home was destroyed. 2 people were injured, and that was back at 4:30 Central Time. So the reports are coming in, and we know the damage that we've had in Waynesboro. So, Alex, that has been the corridor where the supercells have probably caused the most damage overall.
Yeah, and I think here overnight we're going to be seeing that strong line of storms rolling through Alabama into the state of Georgia, and that could offer up tornadoes as well as gusty winds. We look at Atlanta, back down to 56. That wedge is holding fairly strong here around the Atlanta metro area. So we're going to watch in western Georgia, up into the western part of the Atlanta metro area, definitely has the greater risk of the severe weather, but I still think that Atlanta, the city of, areas to the east, could see some very strong storms into tomorrow morning. So morning commute would be the time. You can see some of that warmer air, trying to surge north, but again, that cooler, dense air at the surface here, that wedge, still really holding strong across some of these areas. So that may help preclude the threat, but I don't want you to write it off right now because we still have time and we still have enough of our other ingredients going for us that strong to severe storms most certainly likely moving forward. Here's 8 o'clock. Again, plenty of storms out there. Could see some hail. Again, could see some tornado warnings continue. That will be the norm as we go into the evening and even early overnight hours. Take a look at 2 o'clock in the morning. We get you right into Birmingham with those strong storms. And then we're watching again North Georgia, the Atlanta metro area. I think this line of storms will be strong enough that even though we're not dealing with a ton of available energy, you can definitely see it here around south of Atlanta and south, that yellow shading. But I think these storms will be strong enough and will have enough working for us that these storms could produce some damaging wind gusts. So falling trees, I would be most certainly concerned about. We see this time and time again in the Atlanta area, in Greenville, South Carolina, in western North Carolina. So we're going to be watching those areas tomorrow morning during that morning drive. We look at the Atlanta metro area again this evening, most certainly possible to get some heavy rain, some thunderstorms into the northwestern suburbs. Then Atlanta, you could see some passing storms even at midnight, 1 a.m. But Mike, the main event, that line of storms coming in just in time for your morning drive. Already some schools are doing remote only, which makes sense. You don't want kids hanging out at the bus stop on a morning like that.
Not with that kind of rough weather, Alex. Thank you. We've got some rough storms that we're following tonight across Louisiana, up through Mississippi as well. Pretty good line of storms here. No longer a severe thunderstorm warning, but just want to update you on that really intense line here that's getting closer and closer to New Orleans, so it won't be long before you get hit by that. Severe thunderstorms, though, extend up through Mississippi and right along the Mississippi and then Alabama state line here. Greene, Washington, Wayne counties. Severe thunderstorm warning here. Severe thunderstorms up around Columbus, Lowndes, and Noxubee counties. Severe thunderstorm warning. Same for us outside of Tupelo here. Chickasha, Lee, and Monroe counties. Severe thunderstorm warning here. Then a newly issued tornado warning just outside of Tupelo, just to the east of Tupelo, Itawamba, Lee, and Monroe counties with a tornado warning. The rotation not nearly there like it was before, but Nettleton could have some rotation right over top of you. The storm headed off to the northeast. We're back right after this.
Currently in our area, 53 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, rain and thunder. Low 52. Chance of rain 70%. Thursday, occasional thunderstorms. Storms strong to possibly severe. High 71. Thursday night, a mostly clear sky. Low 46. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Plenty of active weather to cover for you tonight, including the storms around Tupelo, Mississippi. We've had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, plenty of lightning with these storms, heavy downpours. The tornado warning just east of town has been canceled, but we've got severe thunderstorm warnings and flash flood warnings all around us. You can see it is just pouring right now for us, but Mississippi and Alabama being hit particularly hard this evening, and we think that flooding is ramping up now, but the severe weather will continue for hours and well after you go to bed tonight, unfortunately. We're going to start there in northern Mississippi. There's a look at Tupelo with all kinds of colors on the map tonight. Heavy rainfall rates exceeding 1 inch an hour, severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings in effect here. Itawamba, Lee, Monroe counties under that severe thunderstorm warning here, and Tupelo is included in some of these warnings as well. But look at some of the little spins that you're seeing here and there on the radar tonight, so brief tornado spin-ups could be possible for us. Down toward DeKalb here, including Kemper County and around the city of Scuba, a little rotation on this storm as well. It's right in there, and that's headed off toward Geiger, but also notice there's some spin around Geiger as well, so in your safe places where you want to be tonight with along these squall lines, quick little spin-ups are very possible. Sometimes they last for just a couple of minutes and they're gone. That's more or less the nature of tornadoes that form in line segments like this. Greene, Washington, Wayne County, right along the Mississippi and Alabama state line. We have severe thunderstorm warnings here. Then a line of storms here that's come past Bogalusa and Picayune, and eventually could get hit with a few storms there in Slidell. But this line back here around Morgan City and LaPlace coming over toward New Orleans, that could be there probably in the next hour or so. So just want you to keep aware of that. Now the big energy, the big low itself actually spins way up here around Tulsa, where we've got the cold air on the backside, some snow around Wichita, warm air on the front side, firing up more severe storms here around Springfield through southwest Missouri. We've got a newly issued tornado warning in Douglas County around Ava here tonight, so not that far from Springfield, and a storm that might come across Highway 60 or maybe even eventually Interstate 44. Tornado watch in effect there, large area where we've got a tornado watch until 3 o'clock in the morning through Mississippi and Alabama. Does include Montgomery as well as Birmingham down toward Mobile and coastal Mississippi and down to New Orleans. We also have a tornado watch in effect this evening. Meaning conditions are favorable. That PDS one, by the way, Alex, if you don't know at home, that's particularly dangerous situation. We talk about these a handful of times a year, but long track violent tornadoes still possible overnight tonight.
Most certainly. They are more rare, but, you know, you take any tornado watch seriously. These ones you give special credence to. Through tomorrow, an outbreak of severe storms and tornadoes expected. Threat for not just tornadoes, but also widespread damaging winds, and also the potential for hail once again exists on Thursday. As for those tornadoes, tomorrow we could again be looking at the opportunity for stronger long track tornadoes. So those that are EF2 or greater, and again, the long track tornadoes. Tomorrow, Torcon values as high as 7 for portions of North and South Carolina, for parts of the state of Georgia as well. So we will be looking at basically the Midlands to the low country of South Carolina. I think the upstate looking at more of a 5 out of 10 on the Torcon. That would be a place like Greenville or Spartanburg. Spartanburg, you're kind of right on the fringe. Charlotte, right on the fringe. You've got the Torcon of 7. Raleigh, Durham, these are also areas with a Torcon of 7. Raleigh, you're going to be watching tomorrow afternoon. With a Torcon as high as 7, how does that break down? Well, numerous tornadoes, most certainly a possibility, with an increased chance of the stronger tornadoes, those that are EF2, EF3 or greater. Again, some could be long track. Bottom line is you need to be ready to take cover. Know where your safe shelter is. Always be near it. You know, you don't want to know, oh, my storm threat's coming during the afternoon. That's not the time to travel. Get in the car. Be away from a safe shelter. Charlotte, a Torcon, as I mentioned, of 7. We head west of town over into Gastonia, down 85 into Gaffney and Spartanburg, South Carolina. Torcon there of 5 as well. Tomorrow morning will be the time frame for Charlotte. You can see some scattered showers out there around 5, 6 a.m. We get you to the late morning, and now Charlotte really in the thick of things, with the strong gusty winds, potential for a tornado spin up, maybe some hail. I think into the afternoon, anything we see should be isolated in nature at best. Raleigh, you're a spot, though, that we'll watch the afternoon hours. 7 out of 10 on the Torcon. Farther to the north, up into parts of Virginia and extreme northeastern North Carolina, a Torcon of 5. But Durham, Chapel Hill, Raleigh, Greenville, and Fayetteville, all with a Torcon of 7. We time this out for you. Again, Raleigh, some spotty rain shower action during the morning, but the afternoon and into the evening is when that threat of strong storms and the severe weather will be with you. We are with you all night long. Carl Parker and Mark Elliott, I'm looking at him. He's coming your way next.
Sure, your health insurance tells everything.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of a very dangerous day across the South. We've already had 20-plus tornado reports, and we're going to continue with you live all night long tonight. I'm Storm Specialist Carl Parker, along with Storm Specialist Mark Elliott, and we've got a lot to show you on the radar, so let's get right into it. First of all, tornado watches now in effect in Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and that one right in the middle of your screen is the one we're most concerned about. That is a PDS watch, particularly dangerous situation. A lot of concern about long track and violent tornadoes, and that going until 3 o'clock in the morning. You see where all the activity is right now. We've got a big line of storms extending through eastern Mississippi and into western Alabama. Many of the storms that were out ahead of that main line now beginning to settle down some. There is a tornado warning to tell you about in eastern Mississippi. That is Kemper County under warning. This is radar indicated, but we are seeing some pretty strong rotations showing up there, and that is now coming right across 45. So it's that area of bright blue and then darker red as well. That's where the spin is right now, and that is now moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So coming towards Electric Mills more immediately, and then moving towards Geiger as well. Also notice there is some spin just a little farther to the northeast there. No warning on that as of yet, but this is an environment in which there is a lot of wind shear, and that wind shear is only going to increase as we get deeper into the night, and so that's going to mean an ongoing threat even through the overnight hours. A lot of times you have storms set a possible tag, so it could be little spin-ups along that line, but mainly it's going to be a damaging wind threat. And then to the north of that, also looking at a whole series of severe thunderstorm warnings, those coming across 22 in northwest Alabama, and then storms just now beginning to move away from Tupelo, but still a pretty big cell sitting right across Tupelo. And we want to go now live to our Paul Goodlow. And Paul, the end is near, but certainly I know you've been going through it over the last hour or so here.
We have, Carl. Like you said, the end is near, but we've been through some pretty intense rain that came through here. As they say, it's always darkest before dawn, and before we get to the back edge of this system and then our severe threat, we went through some extremely heavy rain. Parts of Lee County, once again, the county where Tupelo is, under a tornado warning. The sirens were wailing, and off to my right shoulder here is the dome here, is City Hall building. The rain was going sideways with that. It was so intense as it came on through. By the way, we're still under a severe thunderstorm warning. That tornado warning is no longer valid for this area, which is great news, but still severe thunderstorms have their own threat. We're seeing a lot of lightning, still some gusty winds as the cells are racing off to the northeast by around 35 to 45 miles per hour. So our winds could be gusting maybe up to 70 miles per hour. We're still under a tornado watch until midnight tonight. What that means is basically we have the risk of seeing severe thunderstorms quickly produce tornadoes. We've had that across this county for a couple of times this evening. In fact, when we first came on this evening, there was a severe thunderstorm warning, and then 15 minutes later, that same cell started to rotate and showing the signature of a tornado. So again, don't just sleep, oh, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning, we're out of the woods. No, severe thunderstorm warnings can quickly produce tornadoes. So bear that in mind, whether you're here in northeastern Mississippi, in Alabama, Louisiana, or even in Georgia as we head over the next, say, 24 hours. Then we got the Carolinas to worry about as well. So this is an ongoing progressive concern all across the southeast into the Carolinas as we head into your Thursday as well. Here in northern Mississippi, another threat is this heavy rain. It's a little lighter than it was even just 10 minutes ago. We've had reports of well over 2 inches of rain widespread across the area. So now some of those low water crossings are now filled up with water. So be aware that even though you might no longer have a severe thunderstorm warning in your area, you still have a threat of flash flooding, which will be ongoing not only here but across the entire southeast as this system brings all this moisture across this region. So it's also an ongoing threat. Earlier today, we got a chance to visit one of the community storm shelters that they have across Mississippi, and this one was, it's pretty well built. It kind of doubles as a rec center, kind of a indoor basketball area, but it could hold 1,000 people. And talking to the Parks and Rec guy who was actually manning the area that was open, he said around 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon he expects people to start coming in. Of course, you're concerned about COVID when you have severe weather and sheltering in place with people you don't shelter with, but it can hold 1,000 people. Pre-COVID, he said there are no limits, because at the end of the day, do you worry about coronavirus, or do you worry about the potential ongoing tornado outside? So you definitely have to yield to the imminent threat, which could be the severe weather. But there's still, they have masks available, and I'm sure there are people in that shelter right now as we've gone through a couple of tornado warnings this evening for the county. Nothing has actually included the city of Tupelo, but Lee County has been under a tornado warning at least 2 to 3 times over the last, say, 3 hours or so. So we're not quite done. We have that threat till midnight. Hopefully we'll have that threat end and push east of us before midnight, but there is still an ongoing overnight severe threat, not only here in Mississippi, but points eastward as well. So definitely be weather aware. Hopefully you have a way to get the alerts on your phone or a weather alert radio. Hopefully you have more than one way to stay weather aware as we head into the overnight hours.
All right, Paul, all very good advice there. Certainly storms are a lot more dangerous overnight. And let's take a look at a brand new tornado warning now in southwest Alabama. This is southwest of Tuscaloosa. We know you've had a long history with tornadoes there in Tuscaloosa. That's Green, Pickens, and Sumter counties going until 9 p.m. So we're actually watching 2 cells. We were pointing this out moments ago. There's one rotation right there and then another rotation right there. So let's go ahead and track both of these forward. First of all, the lead rotation, that is going to be coming into Lewiston more immediately, and then perhaps to Foster's if it's still going at that time. And then the one that is behind that, that coming up towards Geiger and eventually into Warsaw and New Mount Hebron. So ongoing rotation showing up in these storms. Now, want to jump quickly up into parts of Missouri. This is closer to the center of this big system, and there's a tornado warning now for Douglas County that is radar indicated. Not seeing very much of a threat here. Sometimes you see little kinks developing along the leading edge of a thunderstorm, and this is just a plain old damaging wind threat, a serious one, no doubt, but not a tornado threat now coming across Route 60. So as we go much farther south, I want to show you what's going on in the atmosphere right now. We talk about wind shear, and low-level wind shear is very important. So you notice here now there are winds that are coming out of the southeast at the surface in Alabama, and then winds coming out of the south-southwest, and much more quickly. That's 50, 60 miles per hour, and that change in wind speed and direction in the lowest levels of the atmosphere is a really important part of what drives a tornado threat, and that low-level jet is actually going to be strengthening as we go through the night tonight. As we look at the instability or the fuel for these thunderstorms, there's plenty of that. You notice that there is less as you get farther north here. That is going to change overnight. The atmosphere is going to get a little more conducive for severe storms, so there will be a threat for severe weather reaching over into North Georgia, into Atlanta. That's going to be overnight and through the very early morning hours. But the greatest threat is going to be centered on Alabama. 9 out of 10 on the Torcon. So there's a threat for long track and violent tornadoes in parts of Alabama, and then a 7 out of 10 in northern Alabama. And we want to get out to our Reynolds Wolf. He's in Birmingham, Alabama tonight. And Reynolds already several rounds of some very serious storms in and around Birmingham.
Yeah, absolutely right about that. You know, Carl, I got to tell you, the way things feel here in Birmingham, you might hear the train cars right behind me on the tracks, slow mover, but the system overall, what it's meaning for so many people, millions in fact, is going to be the combination of that heavy rain, which you viewers at home certainly can see, the possibility of some large hail, and of course the damaging wind. And on top of all of it, you've got the tornado threat. It's as though you lift up the hood on a high-performance vehicle and you see the engine, all the parts are there, every component to create severe weather. It's going to be in the mix for tonight. Carl was mentioning some of the places that have been ravaged by tornadic activity that has dealt with some rough weather during the evening. But you can go back just about a decade or so, 2011. You think about what happened in Tuscaloosa with a massive tornado that ripped right along parts of McFarland Boulevard in Tuscaloosa. And I'll tell you, people in Alabama have become very, very weather savvy when it comes to conditions like this. And the chapter of this book that we're dealing with in the evening and during the overnight tomorrow proves that the threats remain. Carl was asking me about some of the bouts that we've had today. He mentioned some of the heavy rain, and he nailed it. We have had some very, very heavy rain where visibility at times was hampered. Right now, light to moderate. The siren song that we're going to be seeing into the evening, though, is with all the moisture that's been coming down, some places easily several inches of rainfall, would not be out of the realm of possibility for places like Mountain Brook, Tarrant, Trussville, to experience some flash flooding because the ground is saturated. And it's not just going to be in the greater Birmingham area with a population of roughly 1.1 million people, but you expand down the 65 corridor through Chilton County, Alabama to Jemison, Thorsby, Clanton, even down towards Montgomery. I'll tell you, it's one of those things where you've got a very similar setup. Soaking rains that came through, another episode coming in during the nighttime hours, and you think about limited visibility from the lack of light. Driving around is not advised. And if you are driving around, you might find yourself with water crossing roadways. As we often tell you at the Weather Channel, by all means, turn around, don't drown. Just be smart. Just hunker down and watch coverage. And as Paul mentioned earlier, and rightfully so, have a way to stay informed. Now more than ever, it is so important to have something to alert you, your friends and family, to get to that safe space should severe weather come calling. And that certainly could be the case as we roll forward. Let's bring Mark Elliott for a moment. Mark, I'm going to hand the baton off to you, and I know that we're not finishing up. If anything, we're launching into even more of what could happen during the overnight hours, and Mark, well into tomorrow.
Yeah, you mentioned the dangers that occur with that nighttime threat, with the lack of visibility, with the lack of awareness, with the lack of alerts because you might be asleep. These are all things we need to be thinking about as we go through the overnight. And a place like Atlanta is going to be right on the cusp of these storms, whether it's the overnight or early tomorrow morning. I guess it all depends on what time that alarm goes off for you, because these storms are going to be knocking on the Atlanta doorstep by somewhere around the 5 to 7 a.m. time frame. A little bit earlier on the west side of the area, a little bit later on the east side of the area. So first, yes, we know we have this pronounced threat across Alabama for the rest of the night and the overnight hours. But you notice this kind of tongue of instability, this risk that goes in towards Georgia, and then we can continue east from there. Again, a more pronounced risk towards the east coast. But there's this in-between zone zone where we're kind of overlapping, specifically in Georgia, for the overnight hours. So that's an area I want to focus in on now, because this line is going to be approaching Georgia. What's going to happen to this whole mess of thunderstorms with embedded tornadoes as it approaches Georgia during the overnight hours? Well, first, let's look at the temperatures. This is a 3-hour loop of the temperatures, kind of a proxy for how much instability there is still out there when you've got really warm stuff throughout the state of Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, South Georgia. On the other hand, we've got this real cold air in comparison on the east side of the Appalachian chain, and we can zoom in on the Atlanta area. 57 degrees right now with cloudy conditions, 59 in rain in Chattanooga, whereas just down I-20, Birmingham's closer to 70, then Montgomery's closer to 75. We can hope that some of this cool air is a stabilizing force, and as storms work their way down I-20 and towards the Atlanta metro area, that they will fizzle out a bit. Unfortunately, for that hope, that warm front is lifting north now as we speak. Will we bust through that wedge, that cold air that's at the surface? The models are still suggesting that we might, with some showers and storms that come through during the late evening and beginning of your overnight. Some of these could be strong, mind you, as they approach North Georgia. We're definitely still going to have severe weather along this line across Alabama. We follow this farther east. Look at the instability actually growing towards the Atlanta metro area and along that Alabama-Georgia border in the overnight hours, and that continues right up until the point that this line of storms crashes through places like Atlanta, places like Macon by 7, 8 a.m. This is going to be a real close call. Carl, it's an easy bet that Birmingham will continue to see rounds of severe weather during the overnight. It's not quite as certain what happens with that line as it moves east after that point. We clear out Birmingham by, say, 3 a.m., but those same storms will be coming towards Atlanta. We'll have this round of storms that helps the instability actually grow in behind it, and then here comes that line, 5, 6, 7, 8 a.m. for the Atlanta metro area. It's going to be a busy overnight and early morning for Alabama and Georgia.
Yeah, always a tricky forecast in that high shear and lower instability environment. And we've got an ongoing couple of warnings to tell you about right now in both Alabama and Mississippi. A tiny little sliver of an ongoing warning now for Kemper County in Mississippi. The storm is now right along the state line there. And then in Alabama, Greene and Pickens and Sumter counties under warning, a radar indicated tornado warning. So there are a couple of areas of spin. You notice how this one here has become elongated. So I think we are looking at less of a threat at this time from that storm. When it's sort of more compact and more circular, that's when you're worried about really strong rotation. And this one is sort of shearing out right now. So there's a little less concern about that. And then the one to the south, there too, it's not quite as pronounced as it was just moments ago. In fact, I'm going to go back just a couple of scans right in there, seeing a stronger, slightly tighter rotation right there. And now, in this case, it's not quite as pronounced. So at least for now, it appears that there's somewhat less of a tornado threat. It is a broad rotation that's now near Geiger and moving northeastward. That's coming into Geiger right now and then moving towards New West Greene as well. But, you know, these things sort of wax and wane all the time. They can tighten up a little bit and then loosen up a little bit and tighten up a little bit. So even if we're seeing that right now, don't take that to mean that we're not going to see it tighten up once again. And then to the south of that, severe thunderstorm warning in parts of Alabama and Mississippi. We'll have much more on all of this coming right up. Stay with us.
This program brought
3, 2, 1.
Currently in our area, 52 degrees with rainy conditions. Tonight, rain and thunder. Low 52. Chance of rain 90%. Thursday, occasional thunderstorms. Storm strong to possibly severe. High 71. Thursday night, a mostly clear sky. Low 46. Here's our 7-day outlook.
It was just living in the moment of disbelief. We really were caught off guard.
We couldn't leave. We were stuck there.
There was going to be nothing we could do except try to make it through safely.
That is the most scared that I have felt in my life.
Oh my God!
It's surreal.
Holy!
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Our special coverage of severe weather, which is all across the southeast now. We'll be with you all night long, keeping you hopefully ahead of any dangers out here. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodwin live in Tupelo, Mississippi. We are still under a tornado watch here. That could be perhaps pared back earlier than its set time of midnight expiration, because we're starting to see that heavy rain that blasted on through here earlier will push farther east. We're seeing more light to moderate rain here. We see the back edge not too far away, and hopefully a quieter, more calmer and less unstable atmosphere. The same system also blasted on through the home of Mississippi State, Starkville, Mississippi. We had this video that was sent to us by a viewer, and again, Mississippi State, also a pretty good meteorology school as well. We can show you, this is what we dealt with also here in Tupelo. The rain coming down sideways as we're under a severe thunderstorm warning. They even had a tornado warning several times here in Lee County throughout this evening, and most trees don't have very many leaves on them yet, but and trust me, these winds gusting perhaps 60, 70 miles per hour, blowing what few leaves are on there off the trees in many locations. The copious amounts of lightning coming through as well, and the intense rain. This is not the first day of moderate rain across this part of Mississippi, so flash flooding is an ongoing concern. You can see the radar there. Those green outlined areas are called flash flood warning, meaning we have flooding occurring or it's about to occur. Many areas 1-2+ inches of rain, and still rain coming on through there. Even after the rain has moved out, there's still an ongoing flood threat, because all that rain eventually gets into the rivers, and those will still flood even after the last raindrop has fallen from the sky. We're still not out of the woods in terms of severe thunderstorms. We're seeing them across parts of Mississippi, now pushing into Alabama, eventually parts of Tennessee and Georgia, and then the Carolinas tomorrow also under that threat. The good news right now, we're no longer under any tornado warnings here in the state of Mississippi. But again, severe weather doesn't know boundaries of what we make here on the maps. Let's go back to the lab now with Carl Parker. And Carl, there's still an ongoing tornado warning in parts of Alabama right now.
Yeah, that's right, Paul. And we expect that this threat is going to continue deep into the overnight, even tomorrow morning, perhaps, in the Atlanta metro area. There you see the broader picture, a big line of storms now from Tennessee down into western parts of Alabama and into Louisiana as well, southern Mississippi. And right in the middle of that is where we have the current tornado warning, and that is now not very far away from Tuscaloosa. Greene, Pickens, and Sumter counties, radar indicated tornado warnings. We're actually looking at a couple of cells here. I want you to notice how these have changed in character. You see those two distinct areas where there's sort of a bright blue and then red. Those are two circulations that came up into this current tornado warning. That lead circulation has really fizzled right now. There's not much to it. And then as we look at the second one, also not nearly as well formed as it once was. But let's go ahead and track it just to be on the safe side. And these things do often sort of cycle. They can go up and down. They can get a little bit stronger and then a little bit weaker again. That coming towards New West Greene and also towards Lewiston as well. Then to the north of that, severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Fayette and Lamar counties, and a lot of flash flood warnings now in effect. Very wet weather across much of Louisiana and Mississippi and Alabama. So here's the look at the future radar, and I want you to notice how we have some lines of storms. That yellow shading there is the instability. That is actually going to be surging northward overnight tonight. So this line, as it comes through Alabama, is going to have enough to work with, and the wind shear is only going to be getting stronger as we get deeper into the night mark. And so even though we're going to be losing the daytime heating, we're actually going to continue to see a very serious threat right into tomorrow morning.
Lots of spin in the environment, which means a continued tornado threat. You really got to, feel for the people that have seen multiple tornado warnings today, potentially multiple tornadoes. Remember, the Tuscaloosa area just south and west of you is a tornado warning. And look at this. This was from earlier. This is not the current tornado warning. This was an earlier tornado warning near Tuscaloosa. You saw that building go flying, the swirling black clouds there as well, and obviously tornado in progress from earlier today as that front came through and those storms came through. This is the Clayton, Alabama area. Look at the lowering there. My goodness, it looks like the whole base of the cloud gets all the way down to the ground. So when that type of rotation is that close to the ground, you can pretty much assume that there is at least some tornado action going on underneath that. It's not always the most violent when the whole cloud base is that low, but it can be. Okay, and then look at this behind the building. We can't see if it connects back to the ground because the building's in the way, but scary, scary clouds there. Ominous skies for sure. This is in the Demopolis area of Alabama. Again, our view a little bit obscured, but you can assume that there was at least the need for warnings with that. And here's another one, a lowering from the skies earlier in Brookhaven, Mississippi. Remember, our severe weather continues Mississippi, Alabama into Georgia tonight.
Out there, the Weather Channel.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf coming to you from Birmingham, Alabama, where the skies are beginning to light up. They've been lighting up for much of the afternoon. And sure enough, as we turn the page into the evening hours and overnight, there's more to follow, quite a bit of it. So not only do we have the reverberance that we're going to have with the thunder and the lightning at times, we've got, of course, the pitter-patter of rain that's been coming down at times, incredibly heavy. In fact, one of the big concerns will lead from really that excess of water. Ponding on roadways is going to be a sure bet. We do expect a lot of streams, a lot of rivers to be compromised, rising up because of the abundance of water. So people, I got to tell you, my friends and neighbors out there, please be careful out there. And if you've got an area around your town where water tends to collect, this is going to be one of those times in the following hours and certainly possibly for the next several days we could see this be an issue. Now, the story does not begin or end in Birmingham, Alabama. We've seen issues back into places like Arkansas, through the great state of Mississippi, of course here in Alabama, and eventually we're going to see these problems linger into Georgia, into the Carolinas. More lightning popping up across the sky. Again, thunder's going to follow, and we may be seeking shelter fairly soon. Off in the distance, you might be able to hear a couple of sirens. They've been busy tonight. Law enforcement trying to keep people safe the best they possibly can. Best way that you can stay safe, ladies and gentlemen, is to have a way to stay advised, to stay warned. If you have a no-weather radio, certainly want to make sure you've got those batteries that are charged up, ready to go. Of course, if you've got the ability on your smartphone to stay advised on certain warnings that might be in your area, or better yet, Carl, to keep you here at the Weather Channel, will keep you up to speed with what you can anticipate. But certainly, Carl, it's been a busy day, busy night, and possibly a very busy morning and day ahead.
Yeah, a long way to go on this one. And let's take a look at the tornado watches as they stand right now. And you see them from parts of Tennessee all the way down into Louisiana. The one that we are really concerned about is right there. That is what we call a PDS watch. And the Storm Prediction Center calling this a particularly dangerous situation. So violent, long track tornadoes will be possible within that area. And that watch is going until 3 o'clock in the morning. Don't be surprised to see a watch extended up into North Georgia as well, as there's going to be a line of storms that will make its way into the Atlanta metro area. Mark's going to be talking more about that coming up here in just a moment. So here's the current situation. No tornado warnings right now, a relative lull, but that can change in an instant. I've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings to tell you about. One of those for Hancock, Harrison, Pearl River County. Another one, this is southern Mississippi, by the way, for Perry and Stone County. So looking for some damaging wind and possibly hail coming across Route 49 there. Then off to the north, notice this sort of a curly Q on the southwest side of the cell right there. That is definitely a rotating cell. Right now, there's not a tornado warning on that, but there very well could be. So we need to keep a really close eye on that. That coming towards 65 and not very far away from Clanton in Clifton County, where we did have some damage from a tornado earlier today. So that's Autauga County under warning and coming into areas just south of Billingsley. Then another warning here for Marion County, and that is northwest of Birmingham, and that going until 8:45 Central Time. So I want to expand backwards, and you can see how there's this area of red there. That is the available energy for these storms. You notice that it's lacking right now in Atlanta and northern Alabama, but Mark, what we expect, as is often the case, is that that's going to be changing overnight and into tomorrow, and the wind shear is only going to increase. So that's going to bring that threat into North Georgia tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think that's right. As that front approaches, we're going to see the instability growing even in the overnight hours. And while it won't be huge levels in the Atlanta area, because if you step outside right now in Atlanta, you're in the soup, right? It is just kind of gross. You got to push the air out of your way. It is foggy. It's been kind of drizzly. Temps in the mid-50s. None of that really screams severe weather coming, and yet the conditions are going to change, which is why when you look through the overnight hours, we've got this potential for tornadoes kind of leaking into Georgia from Alabama, and it picks up even more so as we work our way through the day tomorrow. So Atlanta to Macon to Albany are kind of on the line. They are on that border between overnight and the forecast for overnight and the forecast for tomorrow, because that line is going to be barreling on through. What's working for kind of the storms is, as Carl mentioned, the instability growing and lots of spin. What's working against the storms and for all of us in North Georgia is the cool temperatures, the lack of instability because of that. Zooming in on that, you can see that's the cold air wedge coming off the spine of the Appalachian chain, and yet the forecast still calls for those storms to kind of overcompensate that cool air, first with storms through the late evening and the beginning of the night, and then this whole line comes through by right around the morning rush. We still have severe weather to follow tonight, including a new tornado warning. This in Alabama. We'll give you an update right after this.
Frito-Lay Variety Packs presents
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Continuing coverage of severe weather that's rolling across the southeast as we speak with you all night long to keep you ahead of these storms. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodell live in Tupelo, Mississippi. The good news is our visibility has increased. Look behind me. That's City Hall here in Tupelo. You can actually see even well past City Hall because our cloud deck has lifted. Our heavy rain has moved well east of us, and we still have some clouds overhead, some light rain, some drizzle. We're not out of the woods yet in terms of maybe some rain, but in terms of the strongest, heaviest rain and strongest winds, those have pushed well to the east of us right now. We are still under a tornado watch until midnight. That could be dropped as it looks like our threat is pushing eastward as well, but that's a call that the Storm Prediction Center will or will not make. That's on them, not us on TV. But one thing we did notice is that we picked up more than a half an inch of rain the last hour or so. So when that back edge of the heavy rain came through, that is what's concerning a lot of people in terms of flash flooding. The numerous flash flood warnings going on for the multiple inches of rain that's already fallen, and that's also pushing eastward, and so is that threat as well. But speaking of tornadoes, you go south of us on towards Wayne County. We have video of a suspected tornado that hit there earlier this afternoon. And Wayne County is probably about a 3-hour drive from here in Tupelo. But you can see that large wedge tornado coming on through there. Some of the tree line is obscuring that. And yeah, definitely several people did report this. You have the video in here as well. Not quite sure what type of damage it has done there, but that's something that will definitely be surveyed by the local weather service office as we head on towards daylight tomorrow, when it's far safer. But we're not out of the woods in terms of more severe weather across the southeast, including Alabama, even Georgia. Then tomorrow, the Carolinas. I know Carl Parker back in the lab is watching this very closely. And even here, Carl, we can tell things are changing. More stable atmosphere. Our temperature has dropped dramatically over the last, say, 40 minutes.
Yeah, you can really feel that, and that is good news when that comes through. You've got a big shift in the level of threat there. Paul, thank you so much. And let's talk about where the threat is going to be highest through tonight. And there you see the 9 out of 10 on the Torcon in central parts of Alabama. That's where we are most concerned about the possibility of violent or long track tornadoes. Also a 7 out of 10 in northern Alabama, another spot where we tend to get some pretty bad storms. And then a 5 out of 10 into west central Georgia, and that does partially extend into the Atlanta metro area. So there could be some very strong storms overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning in Atlanta, probably coming through 5 to 6 on the west side of the metro, 6 to 7 on the east side of the metro. So please, please check before you head to work tomorrow morning. You could run into a really hellacious line of storms if you are leaving early. So let's take a look at the radar right now. and show you what's going on. There's a tornado warning. We talked about the cell rotating moments ago, and they went ahead and decided to to issue a tornado warning on this. And so Autauga, Chilton, Elmore counties, Chilton, by the way, same county where we had a tornado earlier and some damage. And right now the rotation is certainly there, but it is broader. So it's that area right there where we're seeing the green and the red, not as tight as it was moments ago, but nonetheless an ongoing tornado threat. That coming towards Marbury will be there at about 8:49, and then into Schley at about 8:59 or so. But again, it's a broader rotation right now. We're a lot more concerned when you see a really tight, really intense rotation. This is broadly rotating, but that could change at any time. They can tighten up just like that, so you want to be aware of that threat. Then also a severe thunderstorm warning to the south. That is Clark, Monroe, and Wilcox counties, and we're looking at a severe threat coming towards Monroeville as that moves off to the east. And then an ongoing severe warning along 22 there in Marion County. But you notice this mass of rain that is coming through, and a lot of flash flood warnings now in effect across much of northern Alabama. It's going to be a really wet night in these areas. And this severe threat is going to go through the overnight and then mark into tomorrow in the Carolinas. That's pretty typical when these systems come through.
Yeah, but gosh, with this kind of setup, with this much spin through the atmosphere, I think when you have that much spin, it overcompensates even some other ingredients that otherwise wouldn't be so high on the scale. These types of spin events really do support severe weather through overnight hours and for several days. So this is into tomorrow. That as the severe thunderstorms and tornadoes continue, several tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail will all continue for tomorrow as well. In fact, we already have sevens, or I should say again, have sevens on the Torcon for tomorrow. Eastern portions of the Carolinas and then portions of central Georgia, 7 out of 10 on the scale. What that means is that numerous tornadoes are possible. Seeing strong tornadoes that last a long time cannot be ruled out. Let's talk a little bit about the ingredients. We've got this front going through. That's going to provide some spin to the north. And we have a little bit more instability growing throughout the day near the coast. And that's also where we'll have the best wind shift near the coast. So that will support some tornadoes. Everyone else, very strong winds aloft. And so as the rain falls through that and pushes that down to the surface, that's how we get the strong wind threat with these storms as they move through. But the modeling suggesting that we may still have individual storms along that line, which could support tornadoes throughout the afternoon tomorrow.
Oh, this is a...
Currently in our area, 51 degrees with rainy conditions. Tonight, rain and thunder. Low 52. Chance of rain 90%. Thursday, occasional thunderstorms. Storms strong to possibly severe. High 71. Thursday night, a mostly clear sky. Low 46. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our coverage of an ongoing severe threat, and look at this video from Wayne County, Mississippi earlier today. You're looking at a couple of things there. You see the tornado, of course, nearest the ground, but then there's this very large tube that is above that. That is what we call the mesocyclone. That extends usually 30, 40,000 feet up into the sky, sometimes even higher than that. That's the big rotating updraft, and the tornado develops within that area. It's It's right along the edge, basically, of that rotating updraft. But, sometimes you get a really good look at that rotating updraft extending very, very close to the ground. And that is precisely what you're looking at in this case there, the mesocyclone and then the tornado within that. Remarkable scenes from earlier today. We've had at least 20 reports of tornadoes so far. And this is a look at the radar and where all those reports have been. So we had a prolific wind-producing area of storms that came up through central Mississippi, but then a whole slew of tornadoes, primarily here in southern Mississippi as well as in Alabama. And again, more than 20 reports of tornadoes so far, and it's not over yet. We've got a ways to go because conditions are still going to be favorable for tornadoes even in the overnight hours. We've got a lot of wind shear in place, and there's an ongoing tornado warning right now that is northwest of Montgomery. This, by the way, the second warning that we've seen in Chilton County. Actually got some damage in Chilton County earlier today. That is a radar indicated tornado warning, and that coming towards Marbury. I'm going to get a little bit tighter now on this velocity image right there, and looks like it's just a shade tighter than it was before. So there is a potential tornado where you see that red and green coming together, and that is very close to Marbury and moving north. That's going to be moving very close to Mountain Creek here in just the next few minutes, and then coming into Schley beyond that. So heads up, a possible tornado coming your way, moving north about 35 miles per hour. Then southeast of that, got a severe thunderstorm warning, a big line of storms with a damaging wind threat coming into Clark and Monroe and Wilcox counties. And then as we get farther north, got a flash flood warning, a reissue there for Walker and Winston counties. A lot of heavy rain now in central and northern Alabama. So flash flooding is also going to be a very big threat going through tonight and tomorrow. Now, part of what drives a tornado threat is what we call wind shear. So notice how, especially in northern Alabama, you've got some winds that are coming out of the east-southeast like that. So that is the wind at the surface. That's the surface wind. And then you've got wind at about a mile up in the atmosphere racing out of the south-southwest, 50, 60, 70 miles per hour. So you have a real big change in wind direction and wind speed in the lowest levels of the atmosphere. And that's part of what creates that low-level spin that gets tornadoes going. And Mark, that low-level jet is actually only going to be strengthening as we go through the night tonight. So even with more limited instability, we've still got a major threat overnight and tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and not only that, but that low-level wind is also transporting moisture up from the Gulf of Mexico. And you kind of hinted at this. I think we're going to transition to a flood threat in northern Alabama, maybe the southern Tennessee Valley, North Georgia. It is raining to beat the band right now in Huntsville, Alabama, low 60s right now, and pouring rain, and it's actually going to get heavier before it stops. I think we're really going to see that rain filling in. So this corridor could see some just torrential numbers when all is said and done with regards to rain through the overnight. However, we can't forget about, of course, the tornado threat that also continues through the overnight hour. It's an easy assumption that we'll still have tornadoes across Alabama. The question marks start coming towards the east. You see this shape that we have, the Atlanta area is right on the cusp of the 3 to 5 on the Torcon through tonight, and tomorrow, partially a function of when this line of storms comes through, you're still there, right? Early morning storms on this western edge. So overnight into early tomorrow is what I want to talk about right now. And part of that is the high spin in the environment, but also where the instability will be. We can look at the temperatures right now. Look at the green and yellow intersection. That kind of 60 to 70 degree cutoff here is going to be really crucial. And as we zoom in on North Georgia, I think we're actually starting to see that wedge of colder air breaking down. The warmth is growing. This is the past hour for temperatures. And we're well after dark now. We're in the overnight, but temperatures are starting to actually go up. Those southerly winds are starting to win out. The east wind coming out of the northeast, for example, is exiting the picture. I think that will help support more storms as we go through the overnight, setting the stage for severe weather by early tomorrow morning.
Bring Marco's. Pizza lovers get it.
Welcome back to our coverage of what has been a very dangerous day across parts of the Deep South, and there is an ongoing tornado and damaging wind threat that will continue through the overnight, even tomorrow morning. There you see the current tornado watches that are in effect, and the one there in much of Alabama going until 3 o'clock in the morning. You see that PDS, that means particularly dangerous situation. Violent, long-track tornadoes are going to be possible within that area. You've got a really energetic atmosphere and enough instability certainly to support an ongoing severe weather threat. Now let's take a look at the current radar picture, and right now we don't have any tornado warnings, but don't take that to mean that we're done. By no means. Again, you've got a really energetic atmosphere. There's no reason to believe that it won't continue to be active well through the overnight and even into tomorrow morning. Now here you see a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Perry and Stone counties just for about another minute or so, and then another one that is in effect just to the east of that, and that now for George and Greene and Perry County. And the threat here is 70-mile-per-hour wind, and sometimes you get a really good look at that wind right in there, that area of sort of brighter blue, and that is coming towards Loosedale generally is where we're seeing some of that stronger wind. There you see an inbound velocity of 68 miles per hour. That's not terribly far off the ground, not that far from the radar site. So that's the type of wind that is going to be coming into areas near Loosedale not very long from now. Then a brand new warning here for that's George and Greene and Perry. We talked about that. And then we've got a new warning here to the east of that. Clark and Monroe and Wilcox counties under warning until 9:15. So a damaging wind threat. There's a lot of wind in the atmosphere in general. The parent storm is really, really strong, and there's a lot of wind at many levels of the atmosphere, and that drives a severe weather threat in addition to a tornado threat, and that is generally going to be coming towards 65. And then farther north, big mass of rain. Sometimes that can help you out a little bit with the severe threat. It can mitigate that somewhat when you've got a lot of rain that is broadly cooling the atmosphere some. It makes it a little less likely that you get the really powerful updrafts that are necessary for tornadoes. And so, that could be helpful tonight. But with all that rain, we've got a flash flood threat, and of course, getting into some mountainous terrain here in northern Alabama. So Walker, Winston counties under warning right now, and then also a flash flood warning to the east of that. Cullman and Morgan counties under warning, and that is going until 10:30. Now, I want to take you farther west and show you what's happening here in northern Mississippi. We have a couple of ongoing flash flood warnings, but you see the back edge of all that weather has now started to move away. We want to go out to Paul Goodlow, and Paul, we can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief now in northern Mississippi, and that certainly is good to hear because, of course, when you've got severe weather at night, that is exceptionally dangerous, and we do tend to have more fatalities from severe storms and tornadoes at night.
Yeah, Carl, the data definitely shows that more people lose their lives at night because it's when you're vulnerable, you're asleep, you don't see the dark clouds coming or the flashes of lightning because hopefully you're resting overnight. But the good news is, at least here in Tupelo, that threat has diminished greatly. Our temperatures now have dropped as well. We look behind me towards the south at City Hall on the right side of your screen. We can see a lot farther off to the south now because the intense line of storms, strong and severe, have pushed well to the east of us right now. Again, our temperatures dropped from around 68, 69 degrees down to around the mid-60s right now, as well as our dew points from they've been hovering in the upper 60s, low 70s. Now they too are in the mid to low 60s and dropping as well. So we're starting to see that threat diminish. Our atmosphere start to slowly stabilize here. It's also going to cool down as well. I'll show you that forecast coming up. But right now I want to show you areas south of here by about, here's the forecast. You can see our temperatures will drop dramatically as we get towards tomorrow. Last 3 days, our highs have been in the low 80s here in Tupelo. We'll be in the 50s the next 48 hours or so for high temperatures the next 2 days. This is down in Brookhaven, Mississippi. It's about, say, 4 hours south of us or about 2 hours north of New Orleans here. And that's a suspected tornado that rolled through there earlier this afternoon. So we've been dealing with this across the state of Mississippi all day long. It looks like that is about it. As we head on towards daybreak tomorrow, it's just the cleanup and the surveying of any type of damage. And this is one of a couple of suspected tornadoes that were reported here in this state of Mississippi. But again, we can feel kind of the cooler wind coming in. We're not quite out of the woods. I don't think our tornado watch has been allowed to expire yet. It goes till midnight. I wouldn't be shocked to see that cut down earlier, as our threat has greatly diminished in this part of Mississippi. That's some great news. Good news for us, not so much good news, as this system is still blasting eastward into Alabama, into Georgia as well. Again, the forecast calls for a much colder environment here as we head on towards Thursday and Friday. Highs not getting out of the 50s. So once again, Carl, behind these crazy spring or early spring storms here, and spring starts on Saturday, we go from having the air conditioning on to having the heat on, as we have a dramatic shift in our temperatures as we head over the next couple of days here. But again, that threat still ongoing east of here. I know you're still tracking storms in Alabama and also heading on towards Georgia right now.
Yeah, it really tells you something about the contrast in the seasons, the duking it out that occurs at this time of the year. Paul, thank you so much. And let's take a look now at the radar, and then also that red and orange coloring right there is instability. And what do we mean by instability? Well, that is warm and humid air at the surface, but it's also the temperature profile as you go up through the atmosphere. And as it gets colder as you go up, that makes the atmosphere more likely to rise. When you get a thunderstorm developing, it's going to be more likely to rise if it's getting colder as you go up. So that's basically fuel for storms where you see that red. And you notice there's a real absence of that fuel there in North Georgia. It's been cool today. Temperatures have been in the 50s, a lot of low cloud, drizzle, and rain. It's been kind of a yucky day in North Georgia. And a lot of times that can sort of keep that severe threat at bay. But what we think is that as this system moves east, the southerly winds are going to pull that instability up ahead of that area of storms. And the result is that there is going to be a severe threat. So here's another way of looking at that instability. It's depicted in yellow as opposed to red in this case, but you get the idea. We'll go through the model here, and you see that we've got a line of storms coming across Alabama overnight. And then right as that's starting to come up into Georgia into the early morning hours, we're starting to see a little increase in that instability, and that's what may be enough to give us some pretty strong storms in Alabama tomorrow. I want to get out to Reynolds Wolf. He's been reporting on the storm in Birmingham. And Reynolds, a lot of rain around central and northern Alabama tonight.
Right. Oh, absolutely. You're right, Carl. We do have plenty of rain. It's coming down right now. We're actually in a little bit of shelter. We may have to go back to our cars. We actually had one intense line that came through. And if you look at radar, you'll see the second installment from our west and closing in rather quickly. As it does so, it's going to bring with it more wind, more rain, and with it the lightning that can be awfully dangerous. So, yeah, we're going to be seeking shelter in just a bit. The tornadic threat, we certainly have that. And it's something that's not just located in and around the Birmingham area, but again, throughout much of the deep south, throughout the southeast, and it is on the move, affecting people during the evening hours, overnight, into the early morning, and then for much of tomorrow, too. So this is not just a quick shot. It's going to be one that's going to last for quite a bit. A couple things working against us here when you think about this part of America. Certainly, as a guy who grew up in Alabama, I can tell you that this is an area where you have a lot of rolling hills. So even if we had brighter conditions and it was not nighttime, you would still have a really hard time. The horizon very short because of the trees and because of the undulations you'll see in the southern end of the Appalachians that you have here in parts of Alabama. I mean, it's the complete opposite of what you'll find in places like, say, Oklahoma or in the flatlands of say, Kansas. Here you do with the rolling hills, so really hard to see. What is easy to see is, again, we're going to seek shelter pretty quickly. You can hear the sirens off in the distance. Law enforcement, first responders are working very hard to keep people safe. And still, we got quite a bit of a night to go. Okay, we're going to send it back pretty quickly back into the studio, and we're going to get this crew back in and seek some cover. All right, back to you.
Yeah, good idea there, Reynolds. Another round of lightning is headed your way, and so, we practice what we preach. If we can hear the thunder, if we see the lightning coming in, we use all the tools at our disposal to see how far away that lightning is, and we bring everybody inside. So this severe threat continues right now and through the overnight hours. Want to break down where we're seeing that threat. Now, this is a long look at the radar picture, the past several hours, and then overlaid on top of this are all the different counties that have some power outages. That trend is growing. It's not the only thing we can see on this radar. We also have these, cells going this way, south to north off the Gulf of Mexico, and this big push of storms coming in west to east. That's the spin in the environment. These are lower base showers, right? So they're feeling the low-level winds coming up from the Gulf. These are giant thunderstorms that go through the whole atmosphere and feel those big winds aloft coming in. That's the spin. that will occur through the overnight hours and only increase, not only down here near where you're seeing that, but also throughout Georgia, throughout the rest of Alabama. Flood threat to the north where we've got all this rain ongoing. So these are the threats that will continue as we work our way through the overnight hours. First, your tornado threat. That does continue through tonight, specifically through Alabama. That's where our highest numbers are. We also see that into Georgia as the line will be moving east. Tomorrow, and depending on your point of view of when tomorrow begins, right? If you're an early bird, 4 a.m., starts tomorrow. For us, that's still the overnight forecast back here, right along that Alabama-Georgia border. Through the day, it gets all the way to the East Coast. But it's that overnight in-between zone that kind of gets overlaid on both of these maps, and I want to follow for a little bit. Number one, we know that the spin in the environment is going to be huge and growing. So more than enough shear, that change in wind direction with height, to more than overcompensate some lower ingredients when it comes to severe weather. One of those ingredients is the instability, which is a function of how much moisture is there, but also the temperatures at the surface. And so we've got all kinds of warmth holding their own, right? It's into the nighttime hours now, still in the low to mid 70s, southern Alabama, South Georgia. Pretty easy assumption we'll continue to see storms rolling east. But look at Chattanooga at 58, 59. Look at Atlanta, 57. Augusta now back to 66. What's happening here? Well, this is the cold air wedge, the cold air dam coming down on the east side of the Appalachian chain. We've been stuck in this north or kind of east wind, trapping that cold air into North Georgia. But over the past hour, we've actually seen the warmer temperatures pushing north, coming into the south side of the Atlanta area. Remember, the airport is here on the south side. So we'll see what happens in the next hour or two. Will Atlanta jump from the mid-50s, where you've been all day, to 60, 65, right? If that starts to happen before our storms arrive, we've got a much better chance of seeing strong storms, not only through the overnight with this first round that's lifting through over the next several hours, but maybe more crucially, along this line of storms. Because unlike many lines of storms, which will have a straight line wind threat, that will be there too, don't let me fool you, but with a high shear environment, and so that's spin in different levels of the atmosphere, and with this instability growing as the line approaches, look at this forecast for the Atlanta area. We could have these storms crash in starting around 4 a.m. on the west side of the area, right over the city, 6, 7 a.m. or so, and then the 8 a.m. time frame to the east. This is a dangerous setup because of the timing. You might think, oh, we escaped it. I'm going to head out for my morning commute, and that's when the storms come. You have to stay weather aware overnight in a place like Birmingham, and all the way through morning in a place like Atlanta. Birmingham, your risk really does start to come down, say about 2 a.m. in town, maybe 3 a.m. for everybody, and then by morning commute time, you're fine. You can't say the same thing in the Atlanta area. Here's the zoomed in look at the Atlanta metro area. We'll see that instability growing, temperatures climbing overnight. By about 3 or 4 a.m., we start really mixing up that atmosphere. The west storms come in 5, 6, 7 a.m. and then blast through 8 to 9 a.m. and you're basically done from there. Carl.
Mark, you're talking about the wedge there, and I always find that so fascinating because you've heard people say, well, the mountains cause us to not get as many tornadoes, and we know that that's not true. You can absolutely get tornadoes in mountainous areas, but in a sense, because the mountains, the Appalachians, help to create the wedge, it actually does form a little bit of a protective area.
It certainly makes the forecast that much more complicated. There's that added wrinkle because that cooler air is there. Without the mountains, it wouldn't be.
Right, and when you think about where we are latitudinally compared to Birmingham, they get way more active weather than we do in North Georgia, and so that's actually it's both a blessing and a curse. So we don't enjoy it so much when we've got ice storms coming in, but we like it when we've got severe weather coming through. All right, let's take a look at some video from earlier today and the remarkable scenes from some of the severe weather. This is Gardendale, Alabama, and look at that. I mean, think about the force that it takes to take an entire root ball of a tree and just pry it right out of the ground. And you see actually a branch coming through the ceiling there. Major tree damage there in Gardendale. I'm not sure if this was actually a tornado damage, but it certainly looks like it. We had a lot of reports of tornadoes today. That Morgan County, Alabama, this is going to be another of the things that we're really worried about tonight, and that is very heavy rain. Huge mass of rain now coming up across northern Alabama, perhaps mitigating that severe threat in the northern part of the state in particular, but we've also got a growing flash flood threat in those areas. Severe warning to tell you about now in southern Mississippi, George, Greene, and Perry counties. That's going until 9:45. We've actually had some pretty strong wind coming into Lucedale. You can see that big surge right there as it moved towards Route 98. Then to the north of that, got a warning west of 65. That is Clark, Monroe, and Wilcox counties under warning until 9:15. And so, you know, a little bit of a lull right now. We don't have any current tornado warnings, but don't let your guard down because we still have a very energetic atmosphere, and we very well could be looking at more tornado warnings through the overnight and even into tomorrow morning. More on that coming up.
This program.
Currently in our area, 52 degrees with showers in the area. Tonight, showers, low 51. Chance of rain, 90%. Thursday, occasional thunderstorms. Storms strong to possibly severe. High 71. Thursday night, a few clouds from time to time. Low 46. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong. The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it. It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Our continuing coverage of the severe storm threat, which is still rolling across the south. Here's a live look at Bourbon Street here in New Orleans, where the rain is coming down and the sky, if we have the skyline view, it is just lit up with lightning coming on through here. We are not under, there you go, flash of lightning. We're not under a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's still a pretty angry storm coming on through here. The good news is things will be clearer tomorrow. The bad news is next hour or so, some pretty intense wind and lots of lightning coming through, as well as that heavy rain. So this is all part of that same system, which is still pushing through portions of Alabama, pushing into Georgia, or pushing into the Carolinas as we head on towards daybreak tomorrow, and still sort of panhandle, you know, with some storms as well. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow here in Tupelo, Mississippi, noticing and feeling the cooler, drier air coming in here because we're seeing the back edge. Again, this is looking south, and the storms have pushed to the east of us. And in fact, our tornado watch, which was up till midnight here, has been pared back from this part of northern Mississippi. That's some great news. That's kind of a signal that, you know what? The rest of the night should be a lot quieter in terms of things coming from the sky. The concern still ongoing, not only here across northeastern Mississippi, but much of Mississippi, is the flash flood threat. Even though the rain is no longer falling from the sky, we still have rising creeks and rivers and streams and ongoing flood concerns. In fact, even here, we picked up more than a half an inch of rain in about an hour. The back edge, before we got cleared out, we had some pretty intense rain where the rain was being blown sideways off of that dome here of City Hall behind me. That is all cleared out. Our atmosphere is slowly starting to stabilize, and that's some great news in terms of things quieting down. Our weather will dramatically change as we head on towards tomorrow. The rain is out of here, but so are those 80-degree temperatures that we enjoy the last 3 days for high temperatures. Next 2 days, we'll see 50s for high temperatures. We'll really notice when the sun comes up tomorrow, it'll be far colder than it is right now across this area. So far, no reports of injuries or damage or tornadoes here in northeastern Mississippi. Different story south of us. Let's take you on towards Wayne County. We have video of suspected tornado damage from storms that rolled through there earlier this afternoon. And again, they were under tornado warnings and tornado watches across the area. You can see those buildings are just now splintered from a suspected tornado across that area. So this is just one of several areas which had tornado warnings and possible damage from multiple storms that rolled through the southeast as we headed over the last really 12 to 18 hours or so. So we're not quite done. We still have this overnight threat pushing eastward. Once again, let's go back to the lab with Carl Parker. And Carl, city like Tuscaloosa or even Birmingham, they were hit earlier today, and now they still have another threat as we head over these overnight hours too.
Yeah, we don't want to relax, that's for sure. We are seeing a relative lull right now in the warnings, but there certainly could be a lot more going into tonight. Now, here you see some video from earlier today in Smithville, Mississippi. Appears to be a funnel in the distance there. Sometimes it can be difficult to tell. Sometimes you see a lowering like that, and you don't see a whole lot of rotation. That does look like it is probably a tornado, but I'm not seeing any rapid rotation there. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to tell, but certainly we've seen a lot of tornadoes today. We've had more than 20 reports of tornadoes thus far, and an ongoing threat, including the PDS watch there in Alabama. That is a particularly dangerous situation. So that means there's going to be a threat for possibly violent or long track tornadoes going through the overnight hours. But again, at least right now, we are seeing a relative lull across a lot of the southeast. And so let's take a look at the radar picture here. And we actually do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings nor any tornado warnings. So there are no severe warnings of any kind right now, but there are many, many flash flood warnings. We were just watching this area moments ago, coming across parts of southern Mississippi. That warning has been allowed to expire. But as we get farther north, notice these areas where we've had 3 to 5 and even more than 5 inches of rain all across northern and central parts of Alabama. So a lot of rain already and a lot more on the way. Flash flood warning for Walker and Winston counties, that going until 10. We've got a newer warning here in the Huntsville area that is for Jackson, Madison, and Marshall counties, and that is going until 12:30. So there's this huge mass of rain, and it's sort of a trade-off. When you've got a lot of rain like that, you tend to reduce the instability that brings down the severe threat, but of course you've got flash flooding to be concerned about. And here, by the way, is a look at the instability, and so you see that it is more limited in central parts of Alabama, but not as much in the southern part of the state. So we are certainly not out of the woods in terms of severe weather. The watches continue well into the overnight. We're going to have more on that coming up.
Someday I'll ask you
Be out there. The Weather Channel.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf coming to you from Birmingham, Alabama. At our situation downtown, we are actually just north of a row of hills referred to as Red Mountain. And I'll tell you, the mountains and valleys we've been dealing with weather-wise throughout much of the afternoon and evening hours has been a daunting one. And if you were to take a look at radar, you would see that we're actually between almost in a valley between two ridge lines of storms. One driving off to the east, another one swiftly approaching from the west and bringing trouble with it. Some heavy rain, possibly some damaging wind, large hail, and maybe even, some tornadic activity cannot be ruled out into the overnight hours and into the early morning. But lightning has also been an issue, and at times we've had to seek cover and go into the safety of our vehicles. And I think we're about to get to one of those times relatively soon. But I'll tell you, it's going to be one of those nights where I hope you have that plan in place of where to go, where to seek shelter. Lowest floor away from walls and windows, always the best place to be. But I'll tell you, this is not the time to go out and about and go joyriding, because visibility, obviously, it's going to be poor. It's dark. That's a no-brainer. But at the same time, in this part of the world, you've got a lot of hills, a lot of bridges, and you might be going over a small hill into a valley where the roads are covered up with water. When you think with the amount of rainfall we've had during the earlier parts of the day, certainly into the afternoon, we had rain coming down and just downpours. And right now, it is coming down fairly heavily. And you have to think, with the ground saturated, it's not going to be a good result. We can expect a lot of creeks, a lot of streams, a lot of rivers to be really compromised. Rising water is going to be an issue. And even after the second installment of rain races its way on through, that water is going to keep rising. So even by early tomorrow morning, when the wind begins to die down and the temperatures drop with it, and they will indeed drop, you'll notice a tremendous difference in how things are going to feel. Danger can still be out and about. The danger we've seen during the afternoon has involved what could have been some tornadic activity, especially south from a location. We're all to hop into a big car and go south on 65. You'd find your way into Shelby County, eventually into Chilton County, Alabama, and not far from Clanton, there are reports of a tornado and with it some damage in that part of the world. But I'll tell you, we might see more of those problems. In fact, I think we will see more of those problems during the overnight hours in places like Georgia and perhaps even, Carl, into the Carolinas. So we still have a long way to go with the story. And by all means, it's certainly not time to let our guard down, Carl.
No, that's for sure. I mean, things are looking a little bit better right now, but could very well be a big day for severe weather tomorrow, and absolutely could be looking at more warnings overnight tonight. But again, we are seeing a relative lull right now. We'll show you that in a moment. I want to look at this video from earlier today. This is Wayne County in Mississippi, and you see that sort of a stepped appearance. There's obviously the tornado just behind the trees, but then you see this, large, almost, boxy looking thing, and that's basically what we call the mesocyclone. So there's a very large rotating updraft in this storm. That's the nature of a supercell, is that it's got a big rotating updraft, and that's the bottom edge of that big tube that is rotating in the storm. That's what we call the mesocyclone, and then the tornado develops from that. Sometimes you can very clearly see those two distinct pieces. So, again, right now we've got a relative lull in the activity. There's been a lot of wet weather, and that's certainly helping things out, because when you get a lot of rain, that makes the atmosphere a little bit more stable. It's a little bit less bubbly, less likely to rise, and so you've got an ongoing flash flood threat, and that's not good, but it is at least bringing down the severe threat in some areas. Notice how, by the way, a lot of this activity has been coming up into North Georgia and then just fizzling, just collapsing. Well, look at what's going on with the instability. Those yellow and orange colors indicate where you've got low to moderate instability, and you've got none in North Georgia right now because it's been cool, it's been cloudy, it's been rainy. So as these storms come up across central Alabama and come into North Georgia, they just fall apart as they get into North Georgia. Now, we don't think it's going to be that way indefinitely. Most likely, we're going to see some of that instability begin to come up and into the Atlanta area and start to eat away at that cool air overnight and into tomorrow morning. And right as that's happening, the winds are actually going to be getting stronger. And the winds, the low-level winds, the mid-level winds, that's all part of what drives the tornado threat. So, right as you're getting just enough instability coming into the Atlanta metro, we're going to have a lot of wind, and that could mean some tornado warnings. So even though things are settling a bit right now, don't fall into the trap of thinking, well, that's it, we're done for the night, because it's very, very common for there to be sort of a waxing and waning that occurs in events like this, where it's busier for a time and then less busy. The trend is encouraging here in the last couple of hours, but by no means are we done with severe weather overnight tonight. Big, massive rain coming up across southern parts of Alabama right now. Would not be surprised to see some flash flood warnings coming out there, as that is not moving very much at all. We'll have more on this coming up in a few minutes.
At Domino's.
Welcome back to our coverage of an ongoing severe weather outbreak, and take a look at this video from earlier today in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Of course, we're highly sensitive about severe weather in the Tuscaloosa area with that devastating storm that came in just about exactly 10 years ago. And there you could clearly see little circulation and some debris showing up as well. Couldn't see the funnel as well in that case, and there you can. A lot of different almost chaotic motions in a tornado. There's of course spin, but there's also a rising motion as well, and there are little areas of spin that sort of rotate about each other. These little areas of vorticity, as they're called in computer model simulations, they just look like a rat's nest. It's just amazing how many little spins are actually within those. And there you see the very low clouds, and that also typical of southeastern tornadoes with very low cloud base. And look at the damage in Wayne County, Mississippi. It looks like some farm buildings there, some silos. Pretty serious damage from tornadoes earlier today. And, again, there's an ongoing threat through tonight. We have seen a bit of a lull in the action, and, that's certainly some good news. It could be in part that we're not seeing quite as much lift in the upper atmosphere right now. Also, there's a lot of rain coming down, and that helps to stabilize the atmosphere some. It's been really stable across North Georgia. So as storms have been trying to come in, watch how they basically hit the state line there in Alabama and Georgia, and then they just fall apart. But we do think that we're going to see a little narrow area of warmer, more humid air coming up overnight, and with that there is going to be a severe threat in the early morning hours in Atlanta. Mark's going to talk more about that in just a moment. Taking you down into southern Mississippi, a lot of rain coming across the same area, sort of training, as we say. So I'd be concerned about a developing flash flood threat there. We've certainly seen that farther north. You notice these areas where we've got 3 to 5 inches of rain in the last 12 hours, where you see that yellow coloring there, and a lot more coming down right now. There's a flash flood warning in Clark and Wilcox counties, and that line of storms coming towards I-65 right now. A big mass of rain in the Birmingham metro area. Flash flood warning for Walker and Winston counties, and then up into the Huntsville area. Another flash flood warning in effect right now for Jackson, Madison, and Marshall counties. That is going until 12:30 in the morning. So, I think this is going to be one of the bigger threats that we're dealing with overnight tonight in northern Alabama, really helping to reduce that severe weather threat. But we're looking at an ongoing flash flood threat that's probably only going to be getting worse as we continue through the night. So there are still tornado watches to tell you about. I want to mention those very quickly. It may be that we are seeing a little less of a threat right now, but there is a watch going until 3 o'clock in the morning for central and southern parts of Alabama, and that is what we call a PDS watch, particularly dangerous situation. And so that means that strong and maybe even violent tornadoes are possible in that area because you've got a very energetic atmosphere. But again, the trends in just the last, say, hour to 2 hours are encouraging. Does not mean that we're not going to see any warnings overnight tonight. By no means does it mean that. It's just that it's cautiously encouraging that we're seeing a little less of a threat right now. But we can also see a resurgence. That's entirely possible. That's going to happen tomorrow in the Carolinas. But even early tomorrow, Mark, we could be looking at some pretty strong storms in the Atlanta metro area.
That's right. This front is moving into, slightly cooler air, but more spin. And sometimes having more spin in the environment can really get storms going, even without temperatures in the 70s and 80s. It doesn't feel like severe weather in Atlanta. It is cold by severe weather standards, right? 57 degrees, clouds and drizzle and low fogginess and just an all-out sloppy soup out there. And yet we are anticipating strong storms to crash in just about the time that the kids would be at the bus stop or that you'll be trying to get to work, which is why many of the schools around the Atlanta metro area decided to either go virtual for tomorrow or cancel class because of the school bus issue first thing in the morning. Here's the line of storms that we're watching. This line is knocking out power around the Birmingham area. It already came through portions of central Mississippi and northern Louisiana. So power outages growing as this line is moving east. So there's still a lot of wind energy with this, and there is a tornado threat. So overnight, we know that Alabama is at play for tornadoes. But what about farther east? What about middle Georgia? What about North Georgia? This kind of overlaps from overnight tonight into tomorrow. And then it really ramps up again as you exit Georgia and go into the Carolinas, because again, not only will we have more spin, but we'll have the benefit of the afternoon hours. The daytime heating will go a long way to increase that instability. But for now, we've shown you that, there's plenty of warmth still in southern Alabama and southern Georgia, but I think that warmth is actually increasing into North Georgia also. Look at the wedge, the cold air actually retreating a bit. You're seeing the yellow colors start to walk their way north towards Atlanta. I'm carefully monitoring that Atlanta temperature over the next couple of hours, because not only does this batch of rain kind of sneak by over the next few hours, but this is the main show, and it doesn't come into, say, North Georgia until 1 a.m. to the north, and for the Atlanta area, it's 4, 5 through about 7, 8 a.m. That's your big risk overnight to early tomorrow.
Thank you.
Currently in our area, 52 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, showers, low 51. Chance of rain, 90%. Thursday, occasional thunderstorms. Storms strong to possibly severe. High 71. Thursday night, a few clouds from time to time. Low 46. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Active weather all afternoon, continuing tonight. I want to show you some video here from earlier as storms came through Brookwood, Alabama. Widespread tree damage here, and trees that are snapped about halfway up, which is often the sign of a tornado going through. We'll have to, of course, have the survey teams out. Many tornado warnings through the day today and into the night, and so it's, impossible to say if this particular one was a tornado or not. And then, how about that? Lightning strike off in the distance. We're told that it actually did strike a home out there in the distance. Hard to kind of see through the trees, but that's what we were told, that it struck a home. That is another risk, right? If you're close enough to hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. And if it happens, the first strike, there's always a first strike. So you got to be just weather aware. Don't be caught outside if these storms are approaching your area. Many storms still out there tonight. And so I want to go back into the lab where storm specialist Carl Parker is with us tonight. And Carl, this whole line of storms is barreling east. Lots of lightning activity with it right now.
Yeah, a ton of lightning right now along the Gulf Coast, and we'll show you that in just a moment. I wanted to focus a little bit on the forecast because we are seeing a relative lull in the activity right now. Is that going to continue to be the case? Well, what we're looking at here is the high-resolution future radar. So this is a high-resolution model, a mesoscale model, as we call it, along with the instability. And so instability, you can think of that as fuel for thunderstorms. That's low-level warm and humid air and a change in temperature as you go up through the atmosphere. So here we go into 3 o'clock in the morning, and you notice that, there's not a lot of instability. There's actually very little in the Atlanta area. So it's, just going to be some heavier rain in the overnight hours. But you see there is still enough to keep things going there across south central Alabama. And if you look closely in here, I want you to look for a shape that looks a little bit like that. And you can see that in these cells that are in central Alabama. And so what that is the model picking up on the fact that there is a lot of wind shear and there is enough instability for there to be these rotating supercells that tend to have that shape, that sort of a kidney bean shape. And, it's entirely possible that we'll see a resurgence in terms of the number of warnings that are occurring. Right now, we're seeing, again, a relative lull in the warnings as compared to earlier today yesterday, this afternoon, and earlier in the evening, but that could change in the overnight. And one of the things that is actually going to be increasing is the level of wind in the atmosphere, the low-level wind, the mid-level wind, and that is a big part of what drives that severe weather threat. Then we go into 5 o'clock in the morning, and we're still seeing evidence of that kidney bean shape there along the Alabama-Georgia state line, and we're also seeing a little bit of that instability creeping up into the Atlanta metro. So while we may not see widespread warnings in Georgia in the morning, it's entirely possible that we could be looking at some tornado warnings. So just be aware of that. Have a way to be notified, whether it's your phone, on your bedside table, or whatever it is. Then we see a little more activity going into the morning hours, and as you mentioned, Mark, we're going to see a lot more going on through the afternoon. Now, I do want to mention a brand new warning now that is in the central part of Alabama, and that in effect there, and whoops, let me zoom down on that. In effect in the Montgomery area, Autauga, Elmore, and Montgomery counties under warning until 11 p.m. Mark, over to you.
Steve, winds headed right towards Montgomery. It's been quite the day in Montgomery. Another round coming towards you. How about what's going to happen in Clemson? For what you can see of it right now, you're also in that kind of pea soup atmosphere. Low clouds, fog, cool temperatures in the low 50s, and yet our Torcon for the Clemson area is in that 5 to 7 range because of the potential for this to change in a big way, that as we go through the overnight, temps could actually start to climb. That wedge that's affecting places like Atlanta and Clemson is going to be breaking down. So tomorrow, we're still talking about a severe weather outbreak continuing, including tornadoes, some of which could be long track tornadoes again and quite strong. That's where we have the 7 on the Torcon on the map here. That potential is high. And then, of course, the Clemson area right on that border, 5 to 7. So again, with that Torcon of 7, expect tornadoes. Pretty likely that we'll see them, and some of them could be quite strong. This same cold front's marching in. The instability will grow through the day. The moisture is going to be there, especially if you're near the eastern seaboard, and still shifting winds with height. A very strong wind aloft, too. Now, that's this mid-level wind right in here. So if you don't get a tornado, you may still have severe thunderstorm warnings with very strong winds. We'll watch this line barreling through the eastern seaboard as we work our way through tomorrow, getting all the way off the East Coast by the evening.
Oh, this is
and used by dermatologists.
Welcome back to our coverage of an ongoing severe weather threat through tonight and tomorrow. And there you see some video from Selma, Alabama earlier tonight. There may have been a tornado that came right through downtown. Some very serious tree damage, as you can see there. And the threat is not over in central and southern parts of Alabama. We may see additional strong storms through the overnight. In fact, there is a warning right now for the Montgomery area for possible damaging wind. And welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. I'm Storm Specialist Carl Parker. There you see the tornado watches that are now in effect, and that is a particularly dangerous situation. That PDS watch there going until 3 a.m. That means that there is potential for strong and maybe long track tornadoes, though we have seen a relative lull in the amount of warnings here in the last couple of hours. And so at least in the short term, some encouraging trends. Whether or not that holds through the night remains to be seen, because we've still got a lot of wind shear in place, a very energetic system, and there's going to be enough instability to support some storms. It's not a tremendous amount of instability. That's one ingredient that's sort of lacking, especially in areas where there's been a lot of heavy rain, northern Alabama, for example. But we could be looking at more activity going through the night tonight. Here's a look at the current radar and satellite, and you see this big, massive rain up into northern Alabama. Several flash flood warnings in effect there, and then some severe warnings ongoing now. Looks like we'll get a brand new severe warning in southern Mississippi. I'll get to that in a moment. So right now in Alabama, Butler and Crenshaw under warning right now, counties under warning until 10:45, and then to the north of that, looking at a warning for Montgomery. That is Autauga, Elmore, and Montgomery counties under warning until 11 p.m. And we're looking at a damaging wind threat for the most part here. But I do want to point out that we have seen some little areas of circulation showing up on the radar picture. So right in there, There is one, that little bit of green and then sort of darker red. And then here's another one sitting right in there. And then here's another one right there. And another one right there. And so you've got a whole series of little spins that have developed right along the leading edge of this area of damaging wind. Whether one of those tightens up enough to warrant a tornado warning remains to be seen, but you've got a lot of wind shear across the region tonight. I also wanted to jump back very quickly and show you that new warning that has popped up in southern Mississippi, and that is in the Biloxi area. And so that is Harrison and Jackson counties under warning until 10:45. And that is now coming into Gulfport, looking at the possibility of some 60-mile-per-hour wind there in Gulfport as that moves on through. Now, let's go back over and take a look at the rain threat, because that is very serious. The heaviest of rain is now just about ready to move away from Birmingham, but we've had a terrific amount of wet weather, well over 5 inches of rain in some spots tonight. So ongoing flash flood warning in Cullman and Morgan counties in the northern part of the state, and then also here up into the Huntsville metro area. And looking at the model forecast going forward, we expect to see more storms developing through the night tonight. Now, this is a look at the future radar along with the instability. And so that's a really key part of this. Where you see that yellow shading right there, that's where there's enough fuel to support ongoing thunderstorms. You don't see that across northern Alabama and North Georgia. So, at least through the overnight, as we've got wet weather coming through, it's just not going to have enough warm and humid air to support a severe weather threat. It will have enough in central and southern Alabama and northwest Florida. So those are the areas in particular where we may continue to see an ongoing severe weather threat. And then into the early morning hours, you notice that it does creep up into Atlanta, and so that is one of the question marks, Mark. Will we see enough instability to support perhaps some tornado warnings in the Atlanta metro in those pre-dawn hours?
Yeah, I think there's a kind of a reservoir of that instability between, say, I-10 and I-65 and points just east from there, southern Alabama continuing into South Georgia. Very gusty wind threat will continue overnight, so that's a big part of the story. Lots of lightning, that's a huge risk as we go through the overnight hours. It's a very highly electrified line of storms that's coming through. And again, as Carl has been mentioning, there's these individual kind of pushes of stronger winds that may have embedded circulations along with it. That's the tornado risk that continues overnight now, losing some of the characteristics of the supercell thunderstorms. But you could argue more difficult to pick out spins along the line of storms that could also have tornadoes kind of fleeting there 1 minute, gone the next, but could still bring damage to your house overnight if it comes right on through your town. This line of storms has also been knocking out power. We've seen the counties reporting power outages increasing in and around the Birmingham area. As this line came through outside of Montgomery, we had some outages there as well, and northern Louisiana and towards New Orleans as that line came through. Nothing, on the, the super giant numbers on the power outage tracker, but power outages are increasing nonetheless, and that tells us that there's still a lot of wind energy with these storms, and of course the lightning itself could be knocking out some power also. So overnight, Alabama has the biggest risk of tornadoes, mostly with those tornadoes that are embedded within the line. But it doesn't end in Alabama. We're also looking at Georgia, and that could be overnight, and as Carl mentioned, maybe right about the morning commute time. Problematic timing in Atlanta. All the school systems had to figure out what they were going to do because you don't want the kids waiting out at the school bus as this line of severe storms and maybe embedded tornado circulations comes in. That timing is roughly 6 to 7 a.m. On the west side of Atlanta, and then through 8 a.m. on the east side of Atlanta. Gosh, that's a terrible time to have the kids outside, right? And then it actually could have another resurgence as we go through the day tomorrow, but really focusing on the overnight, this area, the Alabama to Georgia kind of border zone, kind of straddles both of those time frames, overnight into early tomorrow. Part of that is because of the temperatures that are still out there. We've got lots of warmth kind of baked in across southern Alabama and South Georgia, but a cool pocket has worked its way down from the Appalachian chain. We've had a strong northeast or east wind all day that has locked in that cool foggy weather, lots of stable air, really, and not what you would anticipate with severe weather. And yet, check out Birmingham. Even in the rain, you're still in the upper 60s. And at the Alabama-Georgia border, you're now climbing. Temperatures have been climbing as we go through the last couple of hours here. And so that is the cold air wedge being eroded away, being broken down by those stronger south winds aloft. And we're going to see these temperatures actually marching up through the overnight. You may be warming in Atlanta throughout the overnight hours. So the combination of very strong wind shear, where winds at the surface kind of look like this, and winds aloft look more like this out of the southwest, that connection, that loop is what the storm feels. That spin will be there as storms arrive. Combine that with a little bit more instability, which is the yellow colors on this map, and you've got the recipe for kind of a sneaky return to more warnings through the overnight hours. So we'll watch these storms continue in that corridor between Birmingham and Montgomery throughout the evening hours. Bigger storms still possible the farther south you go, where there's more instability and a very strong push of wind. And so storms could be kind of pushed forward and then loop back on themselves with some tornado activity. If this batch comes towards Atlanta, say 2 a.m. or so Eastern time, that could stabilize you even more. I think it's more likely that it misses Atlanta and goes north, leaving behind the potential for this line of storms to show up for the rest of your overnight into early tomorrow. Again, very problematic timing here for the overnight hours here, Carl. We're watching that kind of border between Alabama and Georgia with instability growing, lots of spin in the environment, and bad timing because it starts the next day and everybody's going to be either going to work or going to school and kind of figuring out what the overnight mess left behind. Hopefully we can get through this, but it does appear we'll have more warnings tomorrow morning.
Yeah, you know, Mark, we've had this conversation before, but there is definitely a thing about Atlanta getting its storms in the morning, and whether or not that is some sort of diurnal component to the development of the long wave pattern. I've always wondered about that because I'd love to see what the stats are, because it seems like all the time the storms develop in the Mississippi and Alabama in the afternoon and then come through Atlanta in the early morning hours.
Yeah, it could be partially a function of how those that cold air wedge that we've been talking about and that cold air at the surface, how it gets eaten away, maybe partially because of the stronger winds that kick off as the sun sets, right? That wedge was in place all day long, and then the low-level winds, the low-level jet really starts cranking, and that's what finally pushes that cold air away. So there, sometimes you can build in some help for the Atlanta area overnight leading into morning storms.
Yeah, but I still have this ongoing question about why the morning? Why not, late night? Why not the afternoon once in a while? When's the last time you remember Atlanta getting severe storms in the afternoon? It's been a long time since that's occurred, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, we want to show you some video from earlier today talking about some of the severe weather that occurred. And there's Gardendale, Alabama. Now, think about the velocity that it would take to pull an entire root ball of a tree out of the ground like that, and then of course the branches coming in the house, and that's always very scary when you've got all that weight coming down in a house like that. I'm not sure if that is in fact tornado damage, but we had many reports, probably a couple of dozen tornado reports at least today in Alabama and in Mississippi. So a very scary day, no question about that. And it hasn't just been wind and tornadoes, it has also been heavy rain. Look at that. That is Morgan County, Alabama. Of course, you've got a lot of terrain in Alabama, and that makes it even more torrential. That can channel and funnel the water, and you end up getting scenes like that. And that is going to be an ongoing threat tonight. We are seeing the rain ending slowly from west to east now across the western and central part of the state, but it's going to continue for a while yet, especially in the northeast part of the state. Then in Smithville, Mississippi, what appears to be a tornado there on the horizon. I've looked at this a couple of times now, and it is tough to tell. The one thing that I don't really see a lot of is motion, and that's one thing that you're looking 4, it could very well be that there had been a tornado, and that was sort of what was left of it at that point, but you're just not seeing a lot of motion around that lowering right there. Now let's compare that to another tornado video that we saw earlier today, where you can very clearly see that that is a tornado. So that's the tornado right there, that little wedge. But then you've got this larger feature above that, and it's this enormous area of spin in the atmosphere, and it's what we call the mesocyclone. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. And so you've got, first of all, the tornado coming up like that, and then you have this very large tube, and that is the mesocyclone, and that extends up, 30, 40,000 feet into the sky. That is the rotating updraft that makes a supercell, and from that, the tornado is extending downward. So every once in a while, you get a really good look at both of those things. And, also another thing that happens sometimes, in some cases, is that wall cloud, that bottom edge of that mesocyclone, can actually lower all the way to the ground, and then it becomes really, really difficult. If you take that and you move it down to the ground, it can be really hard to know what you're looking at. You just see this big wall with motion coming towards you, and that's especially true in the southeast because there's a lot of tree cover, and the cloud bases tend to be very low as well. But just a really remarkable scene there earlier today in Mississippi. So let's talk about the ongoing watches right now. And there is this, what we call a PDS watch, and that's going until 3 o'clock in the morning. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. Now, at least for now, we're seeing a relative lull in the action, but it does not mean that we are out of the woods. We've got a long way to go. 3 a.m. Central Time, 4 a.m. Eastern Time, obviously, and we may yet see a resurgence in storms developing across particularly central and southern Alabama and maybe northwest Florida, Mark. So, we don't want people to think, all right, well, it's over now. I mean, it's encouraging what's happened here in the last couple of hours.
It's better than the alternative, that's for sure.
Yeah, but it may not be over yet.
Yeah, and if it's not tonight, it certainly could be tomorrow as well, because this whole system is still chugging its way towards the East Coast, and there's going to be lots of spin in the environment for tomorrow, too. So a 7 out of 10 on the Torcon again for tomorrow for eastern portions of the Carolinas, portions of central Georgia also included in that for tomorrow. If you're not familiar with what a 7 may mean on the Torcon, it means tornadoes are likely, number one, but also the stronger kind of upper echelon tornadoes are certainly possible, and tornadoes that could stay on the ground for a long time as well. Here's the setup. We know that this strong cold front is going to be marching its way east. The instability is going to be highest right along the East Coast. You've got all day to kind of warm up again and allow that environment to cook and get unstable. Also, added spin near that warm front to the north and near the area of low pressure, which I think will also help to give us spinning storms. Otherwise, the winds aloft are favorable for that spin. You've got winds at the surface coming out of the south, winds at 5,000 feet up or so coming out of the southwest, and very strong mid-level winds, which will help to organize these storms into little bowing segments and give you those embedded tornadoes along the line of storms, which there will be that line of storms, right? We were talking about the Atlanta area for the morning. Look what happens as we head through the morning into the afternoon, mid-afternoon, right along the southern Atlantic coast. It'll take until the end of the day for the northern mid-Atlantic coast, and even some storms near our area of low pressure lingering into the beginning of the night.
Last year, Subaru and our retailers don't.
Applebee's.
Currently in our area, 52 degrees with showers. Tonight, showers this evening, becoming a steady light rain overnight. Low 50. Chance of rain 70%. Thursday, strong to severe thunderstorms likely. High 72. Thursday night, mostly clear skies. Low 44. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it.
It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
And welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, coming to you from Birmingham, Alabama. Now, Birmingham, Alabama is home to some 200,000 people here in the city, but you really expand that population quite a bit when you include the metro area. It goes up to 1.1 million people, but the population and cloud cover up above through much of the day, that really has been the true story of the day. We've had plenty of rainfall, quite a bit of it. Times it comes through just crushing downpours, and then it's caused the ground to be saturated in many places. A lot of creeks, streams, rivers are all going to be compromised. Water is spreading above those banks, and I can guarantee you a lot of low-lying spots in places like, say, over in Trussville, perhaps even into Bessemer, low-lying areas in Mountain Brook. You'd see the water covering roadways, so please be careful if you have to go out and about. Really, the best course of action is just to stay at home and take it easy. But remember, keep those weather radios on, keep it on the Weather Channel to stay up to speed with what could happen, because we still have the risk of rough weather during the overnight hours, and we see the bulk of this risk eventually make its way a bit more towards the east, affecting Georgia, into the Carolinas too. So the overall story is not done by a long shot. We've certainly dealt with our share of damage. Places like Mountainville, Alabama, there's been reported damage there. People are going to be doing their surveys tomorrow. In parts of Chilton County, Alabama, more of the same. And I'll tell you, as the sun comes up, we're going to have the full revelation of the damage that we have across much of Alabama, into Mississippi. We mentioned Arkansas also, and into the Carolinas, and perhaps even into Georgia before all is said and done. Right now, we've had a train that is moving through. We're talking about how we've been hearing the sound of the train, that haunting sound of the cars going down the track, but it has been that really the locomotive action, those showers, the storms lining up like one car after another, boxcars on train tracks, that have really caused that water to really come through and make the big difference. But a break in the action starting to come through. The rain beginning to diminish as the bulk of it moves off towards the east. But I'll tell you, Carl, right now we can definitely feel a little bit of a shift, a slight shift in the wind, and certainly the temperatures, they do feel a bit cooler. So changes underway, and hopefully those will be good ones, Carl.
Yeah, certainly good to know that you've got that west wind coming through. We're going to see much less of a threat there in the Birmingham metro. Reynolds, thank you so much. And let's take a look at what's going on right now across the southeast. And we're seeing a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. So we are at least looking at a damaging wind threat. It's been a while now since we've had tornado warnings. There you see a lot of lightning along the Gulf Coast, a big mass of lightning producing storms. One of those looking at some severe threat potential, severe wind potential, that now in Biloxi and coming towards Pascagoula. That's Harrison and Jackson counties under warning as that moves off to the northeast right along that I-10 corridor there. Then another warning near Greenville. That's Butler and Crenshaw counties under warning until 10:45 for damaging wind. Yet another warning in the Montgomery metro, Autauga, Elmore, Montgomery counties. 60-mile-per-hour wind will be possible. That is now coming right into downtown Montgomery. So areas on the east side of Montgomery, you're going to be getting some strong wind in very short order. Then another warning here, and that coming up towards Talladega. We're seeing a little bit of the sort of a backward C shape right there, indicating some potential for some strong wind. And that's going to be coming up towards Talladega and across the I-20 corridor as well. And then the other big part of what's going on tonight is this area of heavy rain in northern and central Alabama. Several streaks of heavy rain, and Mark, as a matter of fact, now getting reports of some water rescues near Colbert and Lauderdale counties there. Sheffield, apparently there are several people who have as much as 5 feet of water in their homes, and so it's been pretty rough in some parts of Alabama tonight. Over to you.
Yeah, absolutely, Carl. And you know, we have some video from earlier in Arkansas before those storms got all the way to Alabama. I want to show you the Jonesboro area. This is sometimes these storms have, not to personify them too much, but have kind of their calling cards, have a DNA. Look at how much rain there was sweeping through this backyard, right? There's a river back there somewhere, but I don't think it was supposed to be quite here. My goodness, that is a lot of water. The threat continues as we go through the overnight into tomorrow. Look at the huge zone of green on this map. This is where flash flooding is possible. And we can break this up in two, right? We've got near our upper level low with lots of storms and continued rain to the north. And we've got our crazy cold front and all of the rain and embedded severe weather associated with that down towards the south. As for how much rain we are still anticipating here across the south, where we get those repeated thunderstorms, that's a quick burst of 1 to 2 inches of rain on the way. And that could be enough in a soggy south. It's been rather wet already to create some flooding. And near the eastern side of the Appalachian chain and even into the northern mid-Atlantic tomorrow through Friday morning, there could be flooding there too, as we've got a nice little burst of rain on the way across that area. Here's a current look at the whole radar picture. Remember, there is some ongoing flooding back here near our upper level low and in Alabama, where we've had so much rain today.
Advanced to be out there. The Weather Channel.
In the summer of 1976, a young coffee salesman by the name of William Miles Wolfe Jr. moved here with his family to Birmingham, Alabama, and he had a son by the name of Reynolds Wolfe. That obviously was me. And I can tell you, as a kid from 1976 to present day, spending a lot of time in the state of Alabama, I knew as a kid and certainly knew as an adult that the weather can change very quickly, and the skies, which are all so beautiful over the state, often can explode with anger. And that certainly has happened in the past, and to such terrible effect. We saw that just a decade ago in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, back in 2011. A lot of loss of life with a massive tornado that caused all kinds of problems, and sure enough, over the years, we've seen that process repeat itself. Quite often it happens during the springtime. It's the exchange of seasons when things begin to get so volatile. That certainly is the scenario that we've seen this evening. I can tell you that right now in Birmingham, things are beginning to die down considerably in terms of the intensity of the wind, the heavies, the rainfall that has moved off towards the west, but the problem still exists. So folks, let me tell you, this is certainly a time you don't want to let your guard down. And you also have to remember, severe weather season continues for quite a while. So to stay safe, you got to always be prepared. You have to be vigilant. And one of the best ways you can do it, watch the Weather Channel. That's right, and we certainly have a long ways to go. This system still has quite a bit of steam with it. It's going to roll its way across parts of eastern Alabama, up to places like Anniston, Alabama, and to places like Rainbow City, eventually crossing into Georgia, the Carolinas. So a long way to go with this scenario, and certainly we've seen our share of damage in places like Moundsville, Alabama, and Chilton County. We've had sporadic damage there too, and as soon as the sun comes up tomorrow, and it will, we're going to see the revelation, more light popping up, and more damage that we're going to see. One of the big issues, though, that we have was the abundance of rainfall that came down. That rain is still collecting. There's this thing that we call gravity, and that gravity is going to pull that moisture down a lot of the hillsides. It's going to begin to pile up across a lot of low-lying areas. Streams are going to be rising. Your rivers, certainly, they're going to be swelling up, too. So please use extreme caution when you go out and about and explore your communities to see what these storms left behind. Now, a lot of people, in fact, I saw the numbers around 10,000 of customers without power at this hour, and there's certainly men and women of Alabama power going out and about trying to restore those services. But still, Carl, in speaking of power, still a powerful system, a lot to deal with over the next several hours. Back to you, Carl.
Hey, Reynolds, earlier you were talking about the 2011 tornado outbreak in Alabama and, how profoundly impactful that was. I don't know if you remember or not, but Jeff Morrow was doing live shots from the Birmingham area as the Tuscaloosa tornado was coming in, and it was about 20 miles to the southwest, and it was moving at about 60 miles per hour, so it was also about 20 minutes away. So being that far away, during his live shot, he actually saw debris falling out of the sky in Birmingham with the tornado still 20 miles to the southwest. I don't know if you ever remember that or if you saw that. I'm not sure, but it was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen on live television.
I do recall that, Carl. I mean, it is the stuff of nightmares. It's a strange preponderance. It's a mixture, a potpourri of both fear and fascination when you learn about that kind of stuff. I do recall, Carl, memory of pieces of mail being picked up by a post office from the tornado. I'm sorry, it's been a late hour. From the same tornado, and actually dropping pieces of mail in places like North Alabama, up near the Hartselle-Somerville exit off 65. So to your point, it's amazing. It's just crazy what these systems can do. But it is certainly something that once you see it, once you hear about it, you don't forget it. stays with you forever, Carl.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, you know, Tuscaloosa will forever be tied to that event, that incredible tornado. Reynolds, thank you so much. We actually do have a little more activity right now on the radar. It's all severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings. Also, you know, this is interesting. We've been talking about the modeling and showing that a line of storms would come into the Atlanta metro in the early morning hours. I think that it's going to happen a lot sooner than that. I think this is going to be what is coming into Atlanta, and I don't know that there's going to be anything really developing behind that. So, you know, it may be a whole lot earlier than, say, 5 to 6 o'clock in the morning. That's going to be knocking on the door in the northwest part of the metro in the next few hours here, most likely. Now, let's go through some of these warnings. I've got a warning right along the Gulf Coast, and that storm coming into Biloxi right now. Harrison, Jackson counties under warning. Then another one just to the north. I'm going to move this manually because that just popped up. So that's Baldwin, Clark, and Monroe counties under warning. And, you know, as we've talked about, there's still a lot of wind with this system in many levels of the atmosphere, and that feeds into these storms and helps to drive that damaging wind threat. Also, another warning here just east of Greenville. Another one up into Montgomery, and then in the counties farther east, and yet another one up towards Talladega. We'll talk more about all this severe weather coming up here in a moment.
Managing type 2 diabetes.
Welcome back to our ongoing severe weather coverage, and I want to show you some video from Tuscaloosa, Alabama earlier today. And you see the very low cloud there, but what you don't see immediately, and there you see it there, look at the spin and then that debris going around. So that is a tornado. And, you know, they're not always that sort of classic shape. You don't always see that, you know, kind of a V shape or a very well-defined funnel. You see a more well-defined one there, but sometimes it just looks like a swirling mass, and, you know, that's all you can make out. And you also see here a lot of chaotic motions, a lot of different types of spins. There's a vertical motion, there's a spinning around, there's spinning around the spinning. That helical structure right there kind of looks like DNA. All of this has been modeled really thoroughly in computer models. It's amazing how interesting tornadoes are when you look at them that way. And then also you see that very low cloud there. That's a key component of southern storms, to have those very low cloud bases. And because there are a lot of trees, and there you see some debris being kicked up right there, because there are a lot of trees and the cloud bases tend to be low, it is much, much harder to see tornadoes coming. And so generally in the southeast, there's a higher societal vulnerability to tornadoes as compared to, say, the plains. Now, also look at this video from Clanton, Alabama, and you can see this lowering. That's probably a tornado right there, most likely. I'm not seeing a lot of rapid motion there, but that's also not a real high quality video. It's a little difficult to tell, but, you know, when you see a big mass like that, basically down on the ground, in a lot of cases, that is going to be a tornado. Now, another video to show you. Brookhaven, Mississippi. Look at the blackness of the sky there. You know, it's so amazing the way nature gives you all these cues. And the reason why the base of the clouds is so dark is because of the tallness of the cloud. It's a really tall cloud and blocking out a lot of sun as a result of that. And that tallness is directly related to the severity of the storm. And so, you know, it's certainly a visual cue. It can tell you, hey, this is most likely a mean storm that is on the way. All right, some interesting developments on the radar tonight. And so this is the radar with the current instability superimposed on that. So instability is basically fuel for thunderstorms. It is warm and humid air in the low levels of the atmosphere, and then also the temperature profile as you go up. And depending on how much instability there is, thunderstorms are going to be more likely to punch up through the atmosphere or less likely. Where, for example, you don't have any instability really at all, and that's the case across a lot of North Georgia, well, as these storms get into that environment, they're going to tend to settle down. Now, what we've been talking about in the modeling tonight is, first of all, that there is going to be enough instability to keep things going in south central Alabama and also in northwest Florida. You can really see that. You see that sort of a deeper orange color right in there. So that's going to keep things very active. What's interesting to me is that we've also seen in the modeling this idea that there would be a resurgence of the instability up into Atlanta, where winds turn around and the warmer air comes in, and there's just enough to bring us some really severe storms. Well, these storms are, I believe, coming in even more quickly than the models had depicted earlier. And so the result is that I think they're going to run into that air where there's not a lot of instability. So I think that is really going to help out with the severe threat in the Atlanta area. You know, the modeling had been showing this line mark coming across Atlanta 5 to 6 to 7 o'clock in the morning, and you know, looks to me like it's going to be a lot earlier than that, and that it may well be that we just get a lot of heavy rain and lightning.
Yeah, you know, a few hours away, and we'll see if that instability can grow back into the area. Then those storms will last right through that same forecast time frame. But you're right, it does seem to be getting a little bit ahead of itself. So maybe this cool air that's in place in the Atlanta area that you see here, this pea soup that's been in place all day, maybe it doesn't have enough time to get scoured out by that southerly wind, and that will absolutely help the Atlanta metro area. Not a guarantee yet, but it is something that we're following. You know, you're a little bit farther east in, say, Clemson. Will you have enough time to scour out that cool air? There's a slightly thicker layer of that cool air in the Clemson area, but you've got more time with the southerly wind cranking. So it's a, you know, it's a battle, right? Will that southerly flow out ahead of this line be able to take away the cool air on the east side of the Appalachians and really support thunderstorms? We know there's spin in the environment, but it's so conditional. What that means is if we can get big storms, then they will spin. But the big first part is if we get big storms. It's not a guarantee. But, you know, it is more likely here across the south where we do have a little bit more action. And I think we have a new tornado warning that is popping up. So let me jump to that real quickly. I'm going to change gears here just a bit. New tornado warning just starting here in Alabama, just outside of Alexander City. This is Coosa County, and Goodwater and Kellyton are at play here. What we're looking at here is inflow air coming in like this. At the same time, we've got big outflow air, right, coming out of the storm where those meet up. We've got the potential for a spin-up tornado right in here, working its way north and east towards the Goodwater area. Updates right after this.
Currently in our area, 52 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, showers this evening, becoming a steady light rain overnight. Low 50. Chance of rain 70%. Thursday, strong to severe thunderstorms likely. High 72. Thursday night, mostly clear skies. Low 44. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. We've got a couple of tornado warnings to tell you about right now. As we mentioned earlier, even though there had been a little bit of a break in the tornado warnings, we did expect that there would be opportunity for more. And now one in Coosa County in Alabama, radar indicated, coming up towards Alexander City. Now, as we look at the velocity data, I'm not seeing as much evidence of a spin right now. I'm going to go back a few frames, and right in there, you see that little pinpoint showing up right there. That could very well have been a brief tornado, but then you look at successive frames here and it's a lot more washed out. It's not nearly as well defined. So I think we're looking at a little less of a threat there. Then a tornado warning for DeKalb County in Alabama, and this is west of 59. Here too, we're not seeing as much evidence of rotation. To go back a couple of frames, and right in there in particular, you see that sort of a bright blue and then the darker color. That was a lot more robust robust of a circulation, and now already it appears to have settled out. And, you know, that's not surprising because there's not as much instability here. The air is a little bit cooler. Temperatures are in the 60s, and there's been a lot of rain as well. And, you know, that will hopefully help things out going forward. We may continue to see these spins. There's a lot of wind in the atmosphere, and when you've got a lot of wind in the low and mid levels of the atmosphere, that creates a shear which can get into storms and get them rotating. But then when there's not as much instability, they tend to not last as long. It tends to over with, but still can cause plenty of damage, and that's the worry through the overnight tonight, because you've still got a really energetic atmosphere with just not as much instability. Severe thunderstorm warning now for Gadsden and Anniston. That is going until 11:30. Heads up, this is all going to be coming up into the northwest part of Georgia, and then also now looking at a warning for Lee and Macon and Tallapoosa counties until 11:45. That's going to be making its way towards Auburn, Alabama. And then yet another warning here for Baldwin and Clark and Monroe counties going until 11:15 tonight. Another big part of what has happened tonight, we've seen a lot of heavy rain, and you notice here these streaks of 3 to 5 inches and even more than 5 inches in some spots. We got a report of water rescues ongoing in Colbert and Lauderdale counties near Florence. Apparently as much as 5 feet of water in some homes, and some ongoing water rescues. Also now flash flood warning for the Huntsville metro, but as you can see, the rain is at least now beginning to move on out. All right, we want to go over to Mark right now and talk a little bit about where we go from here. And you know, Mark, as we look at the current satellite and radar picture, I've been trying to reconcile that with what the modeling is showing. The modeling is showing this area coming through here, but then a new area of storms developing in the southwest part of Alabama and then coming up and into Atlanta. But as you look at this, I'm not sure that the model really has a good handle on this. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, and I was basically going to talk to you about that same thing. On two separate sides of this line, we've got in the steady rain a tornado warning. So that still tells us that we have a lot of spin approaching that North Georgia-Alabama border. On the other hand, on the extreme south side of that line, Carl, in southern Mississippi right now, we have unbelievable amounts of lightning right now. So there are some huge towers separating out the charges. We have to kind of remember that I think there is a continued threat in southern Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, areas that we haven't maybe spent as much time talking about. I think there's a lot of risk there.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And, this is another way of looking at that. This is looking at the high resolution model forecast along with the instability superimposed on that. So, this is doing, a reasonably good job of showing what's going on right now. It's not exactly like what we're seeing on the radar, and that's what we call the initialization, whether or not the model is capturing what's actually happening right now. And what this model is showing is this first area coming up through Atlanta, but then a second area developing behind that. And it's going to be really interesting to see, whether that comes to pass. And if that does happen, then we might have enough instability for things to really get going at 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning. But, where it's interesting is that it's not, when you see this development like back in this area, right in there, and you compare that to what we're seeing on the satellite and the radar picture, where you've got this trailing stratiform area right there, that is really interesting. There is still some instability there, but whether or not we're going to see a whole big resurgence of storms behind this big line, I'm not so sure that that's going to be the case.
And yet the storms on that leading edge in southern Mississippi, southern Alabama right now are going to trek east in unstable air. We'll show you that coming up.
And after more done.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. I'm Storm Specialist Carl Parker, and you're looking at the current situation. Severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect in parts of Alabama. We did have just a couple of very short fuse tornado warnings, which is what we would expect because there's just not a lot of instability there in the north and eastern part of Alabama right now. Temperatures have been a little on the cool side, but we do have an awful lot of wind out there, and there is a severe threat. There you see the tornado warning. That was a very brief warning. We saw just a little spin up here that lasted for a short period of time. Right in there, you see that little pinpoint of a brighter color and also red right there. And so there may have been a tornado in that case, but certainly did not last long. But there is a severe warning to the south, and that is Calhoun and Cherokee and Etowah counties under warning until 11:30 for damaging wind. That's coming up towards Rome and Cedartown as well. Then to the south of that, west of Auburn, got a warning for Lee and Macon and Tallapoosa counties. That is going until 11:45 Central Time. And then northwest of 65, Baldwin and Clark and Monroe counties under warning until 11:15. Another big part of what we've been seeing tonight is the heavy rain threat, and we're talking about flash flooding in many areas and even some water rescues. There you see more than 3 inches of rain indicated by that yellow and orange shading there across northern and central Alabama. Got a report of some swift water rescues in Colbert and Lauderdale counties earlier this evening, and the rain has now moved out, as you can see. Also an ongoing flash flood warning for Jackson, Madison, and Marshall counties. That until 12:30 Central Time. So going forward, really interesting question for tonight. We're going to watch this area of rain come into the Atlanta metro without a lot of instability. What this model is showing is a lot of development in the wake of the line that's now coming through southern Alabama, and that eventually coming up into the Atlanta metro. But that might be tricky. We'll see if that actually does come to pass. So it's still possible that with a little more instability developing overnight tonight, that we could see some severe storms and maybe even a couple of tornado warnings overnight tonight into the Atlanta metro area. That would be really more towards, say, 5 to 6 to 7 o'clock in the morning if that were to occur. But, you know, again, not seeing a lot of evidence that we're going to get a whole lot of resurgence behind this area right now. You see how it's all kind of bowing out here, kind of stretching out. And so what the model is indicating is that there's going to be new development right there that comes up and eventually moves up into the Atlanta metro. And I'm just not so sure that that is necessarily going to be the case. But certainly we will continue to keep our eyes on it. And I want to tell you also about a new tornado watch that has just come out, and that from the Storm Prediction Center, and that is for central parts of Georgia. So that certainly is where you're going to have a little more instability overnight tonight, and that including the Macon area and Columbus and Albany. That is going until 6 o'clock in the morning, and then the west central part, the western part of the Atlanta metro area, and the west central part of the state of Georgia in general. So there is certainly going to be some threat. It's going to be a close call, Mark, as we watch that instability work up, and you know whether or not we see a lot of really significant development in the wake of everything that's coming through here in the next few hours remains to be seen. But there is going to be that potential, because you've got a really energetic atmosphere. There is going to be that potential for severe weather overnight tonight.
Yeah, and you know the models are onto something, because we are actually seeing the temperature starting to climb in the Atlanta area, just shy of 60 degrees, and south of the airport it's even a little bit warmer than that. So things are changing in the Atlanta area. Storms are still possible. We've seen a lot of storms today in the south, including tornadoes. One caused significant damage near the town of Clanton in the Birmingham area. Our Charles Peak is there now with a look at some of the damage. And Charles, you talked to one family who has just an incredible survival story.
Yeah, Mark, it was very interesting as I got into the area and I was seeing so much damage around multiple homes that were just totally destroyed. And I saw a home that had a few vehicles out and went up and talked to them. And as I'm hearing this incredible survival stories, literally of one woman being sucked out by the tornado is what they described. And his son ran out and grabbed her and was able to pull her into the basement just as the tornado was getting there. And so Tommy Cox, I was able to interview him, and he shares his story with us tonight.
Well, the weather had got bad, and there was one line of storms come through, and we all got in the basement. And they went through, they missed us, and went below us. And not long after that, another line started coming through, and all my family came and got in the basement of the house. They live across the road, both sides across the road from me here. And within 15 minutes, it hit here. We heard a loud noise, loud like a train coming. It hit, but we had all got in the basements. All my kids, my grandkids, and my 2 great-grandbabies, 1-year-old and 4-year-old, got in there, and I had a section in that basement to get behind, a wall built. And when it come through, it wiped out everything around here, blew the doors in on the basement. But thank the good Lord, all my family's safe. All the kids are safe. We was holding things up. There was stuff blowing everywhere. We was holding all over the faces. But my son's house and everything around here, my mother's house, is all just demolished and gone. I mean, if my son hadn't got out of that, his family hadn't got out of his house, it was over here 15 minutes. They would be scattered across that field, a half a mile wide, just scattered pieces. And I'm just thankful the good Lord got them over here. It's just stuff. It's our stuff, and we want it, but you know, it's just stuff. And we're just so thankful that the good Lord spared us, and I can't just recommend so much that people to get in those safe places when these storms are coming.
Tell me what happened with your sister that you was telling me about.
My sister was down at the basement. She pulled up, tried to get out of her car, and it was just, the wind was just sucking her away. And my son, Trent, went out the door, grabbed a hold of her, and jerked her through the basement door, got her in there. He was pulling on both of them, but he got them back in the corner where we were. And when it hit, I mean, it was just a mess. It destroyed everything around here. It done some damage to my house, but it's still, my house is fixable.
An incredible story there, Charles. You know, I want to ask you about that again. You know, you've been storm tracking for us for a while now. You've been in some of those crazy winds, maybe not right in a tornado, but even the inflow winds can be so strong. And if you're trying to open a door into that wind, or, you know, that wind catches the door, it can absolutely feel like you are being thrown into the air as those as the winds can get really violent leading into these storms.
Oh, absolutely, Mark, and just the emotion that they're having to deal with at that point in time is you're literally seeing things scattered. He was saying in his house, the back doors on his house actually blew open and completely covered his house in leaves and debris, and then right outside, literally about 20 yards, one of the single wide trailer was completely destroyed, then across the street. And so just going through that, it's just the emotions, but such a great attitude that everybody was okay. Just really, he was just so thankful for that, and that it's just stuff. And, you know, he goes, it's our stuff, and we don't want to lose it, but it's just stuff, and we've got all our family members.
So it was a very active day. You obviously came upon this area with, you know, debris from this home everywhere, it feels like. What else did you see today? Was it more of this? Were you in a lot of different tornado paths today? Tell us about it.
I was in started out southwest of Tuscaloosa in Moundville, and catching that as it came to Tuscaloosa, and again just barely caught glimpses of the tornado because of the trees and stuff, and it kept going, and I sort of hopscotched it for I'd say probably a couple of hours, and ended up northeast of Birmingham with that storm, and it finally got away from me. But there was some damage up there, trees down. I interviewed a gentleman that had a tree come crashing on his house and limb coming through the roof of his house, and the sheriff, the police chief there was just telling me that the community was just quick to get out there and help one another and get out there and start getting the trees cut down, and the power companies. So it was also a good good feeling to see the community coming together in a difficult situation, but helping one another as they could.
Absolutely. That's Charles Peak, storm tracker for us tonight. Thank you so much for that story and all your work out there today. You know, I want to bring back Carl Parker, who's in the lab for us tonight as well. And Carl, that story from Charles, it shows us everything, right? Mobile homes that were just thrown around that area, cars that were rolled, and trees that were on them. But people that got into a basement were then able to walk back out and see that mess.
It's so scary, and it's a shame that we don't have more for safe rooms. There are some programs in some states that fund some of these safe room development programs, but that is a really critical thing to have. Especially in a place like the Deep South or in the Plains, where you do tend to get more of these really intense tornadoes. When you have a fortified room like that, whether it's underground or just a concrete brick lined room, which is also can be much better than a plain old closet. That can really make the difference. It can make a huge difference. And again, there are some programs that allow you to get reimbursed for at least part of that cost, but it's something that certainly a lot of people would like to see a lot more of, especially in these regions. All right, let's get out to Reynolds Wolf right now, and he's been reporting on the storm in Birmingham, and Reynolds, things certainly improving there in central parts of Alabama pretty rapidly as all the worst of the weather has made its way farther east.
Oh, you're so right about that, Carl. Right now, people are just kind of holding a collective breath to see what is going to happen in the morning. When the sun comes up, they get a chance to examine really how they were left, what the system left behind. One of the best ways to show you a bit of the illustration of what has unfolded is, well, with video. And we're going to show you, again, with the magic of video, we're going to take you down to, this would be in Dallas County, Alabama, not far from beautiful Selma, parts of Selma. If you've ever spent time there, you know the beauty of the Pettus Bridge. You've seen Sturtevant Hall, it's just glorious, but this not so pretty. You see a lot of the damage, which unfortunately has become commonplace this hour. Notice these trees on the roadside; those are going to have to be cleared out, and those trees. Goodness, you'll find just this majestic, gorgeous trees that you have scattered across parts of central and southern Alabama. When these winds come through, at times something has to give, and unfortunately it happens to be many of these trees. Some of them have been there for centuries, and when they fall, they often cause all kinds of destruction, and with it, a lot of power outages at this hour. We still have thousands without power in the state of Alabama, but the system remains powerful, and it's still going to cause more problems as it rolls its way a bit more towards the east, and eventually into northeast in places like the Carolinas. But still, a lot to follow, and Carl, again, a lot of people with trepidation waiting to see what the light will reveal. Back to you.
Yeah, and we've got ways to go yet tonight, and we're going to get into that in just a moment. I want to show you some of the video from storms that we saw earlier today, and take a look at this from Gardendale in Alabama. Look at that big root system that has just been yanked out of the ground there, and of course you get some of the branches coming right through the roof and through the ceiling. Very scary moments. With trees coming down, could very well have been tornado damage there in Gardendale, Alabama. We've got about 21 reports of tornadoes today mostly across Alabama, but also into Mississippi. And another big part of what happened tonight was heavy rain. And in fact, we got a report of some water rescues, swift water rescues in Colbert and Lauderdale counties. In the Sheffield area, as much as 5 feet of water in some people's homes. And of course, when you get into northern parts of Alabama, you've got a lot more terrain there, which channels and funnels the water, makes it a lot more likely that you get a sort of a violent flow like that we're seeing there in Morgan County. Now, at least a lot of that has moved along pretty rapidly, so that threat is beginning to come down. Now, here's a video from Smithville in Mississippi, and we've been looking at this for quite a bit tonight. I'm not sure that is actually a tornado. The one thing that video is really lacking is motion. Even though there is clearly a lowering there, you're not seeing any sort of motion, especially near the base of that cloud. So it may well have been that that was a tornado, and that was just what was left of the cloud there. But I'm not sure at all that was in fact a tornado. It's just moving very, very little. Now, compare that to this video where you can very clearly see that there's a tornado right there. There's no doubt about that. That's the tornado. But then also this larger feature right in there, and that is what we call the mesocyclone. That is a giant part of the rotating updraft of the storm. And, you know, rotating updraft is what makes a supercell. That extends 30, 40,000 feet up into the sky and sometimes extends well below the base of the cloud. And from that, you get the tornado. So you see these two distinct features there, that mesocyclone and then the tornado underneath of that. And looking at the radar picture right now, we've got some severe warnings ongoing, including a warning now in northwest Georgia, Bartow, Floyd, and Polk counties under warning tornado possible. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Not everybody wants the same thing. That's why.
Currently in our area, 52 degrees with light rain. Tonight, cloudy with showers, low 51, chance of rain 70%. Thursday, strong to severe thunderstorms likely, high 73. Thursday night, mostly clear skies, low 44. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful. There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it.
It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
Yeah, sometimes you can just step outside and you can just feel that the weather is a bit unsettled, or soon might be, and that certainly was the case here in Birmingham, Alabama. Welcome back, everyone. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. We've been covering this unfolding weather situation from earlier today through the evening hours, overnight, and into tomorrow, and possibly for a good part of tomorrow into the Carolinas and portions of Georgia. Yeah, we're following these intense thunderstorms, the production of some tornadic activity, damaging wind, large hail, and yeah, with it, the rising water, some flooding out there. But let's take you to Mount Olive, Alabama, and you can see a scene that unfortunately has become commonplace in many places across the southeast. Trees have been knocked down. This is what happens when you have nature throwing a tantrum in the atmosphere. Scenes like this can become commonplace, and that is the situation throughout much of the deep south. Now, not only do you see trees, but you see what happens when these trees are like projectiles that get shoved into homes, into all kinds of structures, businesses, and then the wind will eventually die down. Then we're going to trade those sounds, the sounds of chainsaws, beginning to clean things up as the steps of rebuilding, repairing, and preparing for a better and grander day ahead. But right now we're still dealing. We're right in the middle of the reality of what's been unfolding. We still have a lot to deal with as this atmospheric wrecking ball continues to drive its way a bit more towards the east. But I can tell you, in Birmingham, we've really detected quite a bit of a change, a shift in the wind, which earlier in the day it was coming from south to north, is bringing in all the moisture, very unsettled atmosphere. Now the boundary has come on through, it's been replaced by something distinctly different. It's more of a westerly breeze, and with it you can definitely feel cooler conditions out here, almost refreshing in a sense. But the problem with it, Carl, is with the darkness there is a lot of guesswork, a lot of conjecture of what people will find when the sun finally comes up and out. But that's the story here in Birmingham. It's certainly a loud night, but things just breezy for the time being. But we'll take it, Carl. Back to you.
All right, Reynolds, thank you so much. We may see yet some activity across central parts of Alabama. It's going to be interesting to watch the radar trends overnight tonight. Looking at the larger picture right now, we've got a line of storms that's pretty rapidly coming up and into western parts of Georgia. There is, in fact, a warning right now in the Atlanta metro area. Now, what's interesting about this particular radar picture, and I've been talking to Mark about this, is that some of the high-resolution models have been showing some resurgence. There's still a front farther west, and the models are showing a resurgence and a second area basically developing and coming up into Atlanta into the early morning hours, like the pre-dawn hours. And, you know, it's not at all clear that that is necessarily going to be the case. I think it could be that the system is more disjointed than what the models have indicated. So just be aware that we're looking at it carefully, and there is still some threat in the Atlanta metro, and there is a new tornado watch that has been issued for parts of the metro, most notably the western and southwestern part of the metro. I'll show you that here in just a second. Here's a look at a severe warning coming into Auburn, Alabama, and perhaps that eventually taking aim on Columbus as well. A couple of warnings on either side of the Alabama-Georgia state line. Calhoun and Cherokee counties under warning right now, as well as now into northwest Georgia, Bartow, Floyd, and Polk counties. And so you can see basically where this is headed. It's going to be coming up and across the northwestern part of the state. And looks like a brand new flash flood warning has just been issued as well. Let's get a look at that. And so flash flood warning now for Chattooga and Floyd and Gordon counties, and that's because of this mass of rain that is now coming through and coming up towards that 75 corridor. So that has been a real problem through the night tonight. In fact, you see this large area of heavy rain here. We've gotten these stripes of 3 to 5 inches and even more than 5 inches in parts of Alabama. Ongoing flash flood warning in the Huntsville metro, and then a brand new one, and we're getting reports of a very serious flooding now in Jackson County. Considerable threat here as we've had water coming up to homes. I'm going to read this very quickly. Almost up to the top of mailboxes being reported by emergency management there in Jackson County in northern Alabama. Mark?
Yikes, that is too much water, that is for sure. And you're right, the Atlanta area and the overnight threat is such an interesting setup right now. It's been soupy in Atlanta all day. It has not felt like severe weather. Maybe that will protect you. The storms are arriving on the west side of town already. Is that the end of the story or just the beginning? That is still a question that we are analyzing right now. This is a 3-hour loop of the temperatures. Remember, the cold front's still all the way back here, so there is room for redevelopment, especially if, as these thunderstorms that are approaching the the western suburbs of Atlanta, if they can help to scour out that cold air even a little bit more, maybe there could be some redevelopment coming in towards the Atlanta area by morning, as this model tends to suggest there will be. It's not a guarantee at this point, and let's cheer against it. Let's hope that we can avoid the mess for the morning commute.
Oh, this is a mouthwash.
Into the Out There, the Weather Channel.
I was looking out the window and I was seeing it was getting pretty bad. Everything was going sideways. So I put my shoes on and ran to my basement, and then that's when the power went out. And then I started hearing trees falling, and heard this tree hit my house. It was pretty loud. And that's when I called my mom and just told her I was okay. But it was pretty crazy.
All right, welcome back to our coverage of an ongoing severe weather threat. And there you see some of the damage in Gardendale earlier, major tree damage there, entire trees being ripped out, their root systems being ripped out of the ground and coming down on houses. Very scary moments this afternoon and this evening. At least now 21 reports of tornadoes, mostly in Alabama, but also in parts of Mississippi, and even a couple of reports in Louisiana and in Arkansas. Welcome back to our severe weather coverage. There you see the local storm reports. All those red circles indicate where a tornado was reported. So there were a couple of cells that produced multiple tornadoes, as you can see, especially there in central and southwestern Alabama. Now, tonight, we've got less of a threat. We have not seen very many tornado warnings over the last couple of hours. We've had a couple that popped up very briefly. This line kind of racing ahead here. One of the big forecast questions, and Mark's going to talk more about this, is whether or not we're going to see some redevelopment in this area as there's still a front off to the west. Some of our modeling indicating that that could happen, and if it does, as we get more warm and humid air coming up overnight tonight, that could bring a second round of storms into Atlanta, and we could be talking about some tornado warnings because you've got so much wind in the atmosphere. Very strong winds at several levels of the atmosphere, a lot of wind shear, as we say, and that's what really creates that tornado threat. Right now we're looking at a severe warning well east of Montgomery, that for Bullock and Lee and Macon counties, and this is kind of surging east here. It's going to be coming into Columbus before very long, so there could be some gusty wind on the way for you. Also now looking at a severe thunderstorm warning in Bartow and Floyd and Polk counties. You can kind of get a sense of how this is moving pretty rapidly off to the northeast, and so that's just basically going to clip the northwest side of the Atlanta metro area, make its way up into Calhoun and into Dalton as well. And there is also right now, by the way, a flash flood warning for the same areas. Here's a look at the flash flood warning for you, and we're talking about Rome and Cedartown, Chattooga, Floyd, and Gordon counties under warning with this big mass of rain that is coming through. And we have seen a lot of reports of flooding tonight, especially in Alabama. Major issues up in Colbert and Lauderdale counties. Ongoing flash flood warning in the Huntsville metro, even though the rain has now moved out. And in fact, a brand new flash flood warning for Jackson County. And we got a report that there's water up to the mailboxes in a neighborhood there in Jackson County. So a very serious ongoing flash flood threat, even though the rain has moved on from that area. So tricky forecast tonight, Mark, and let's get into some of the details with that.
Yeah, so gosh, the rain, a guarantee. Just saw a storm report from that area that's on your screen right now of a car submerged. So yes, there is a lot of water coming through. But where does this go overnight into tomorrow? Because, you know, little wrinkles in the Atlanta area is going to affect Clemson down the line, right? Down I-85. And little wrinkles in Clemson are going to affect what happens in Raleigh later on tomorrow. You know, we are certainly still expecting the potential for severe weather as we work our way through the night and into tomorrow. As of right now, the Torcons remain at 7 for tomorrow. Eastern Georgia, coastal portions of the Carolinas. A 7 would mean fairly widespread tornado activity, some of them on the ground for a long while, and some strong tornadoes as well. Some of the more upper echelon, more violent tornadoes would be possible. Can't rule this out yet. Because I think the farther east you go, the more opportunity there will be for the atmosphere to kind of reset and recharge and warm up and become unstable. So, unstable air for the eastern seaboard, as you see here, but also added spin near our area of low pressure and near our warm front. And so it may be that, say, the Raleigh area winds up being in an unfortunate spot because the warm front just gets there. We think there's going to be plenty of moisture for that eastern seaboard and across North Carolina into Virginia as well. Different winds with height, kind of similar to where we were from Mississippi into Alabama, although not quite as strong a change and thus not quite as pronounced a tornado threat. And then everybody else gets a wind threat moving through the eastern United States. So we'll follow this line out of Georgia through the morning and all the way to the East Coast through the day.
Oh, this is a...
Welcome back. Take a look at this video from Tuscaloosa, Alabama earlier today, and you see that very low cloud there, and then look at the spinning on the right-hand side. That is a tornado that developed, and a lot of times it happens just like that. You don't see the sort of classic Wizard of Oz funnel, but rather just a little bit of spinning debris. And that was a tornado right in there. Now, there's another view of this sort of a transient feature here. You can see a lot of different types of motion, the sort of helical structure. And then just as quickly as it arrived, it begins to go away. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's not still a tornado there. It's just that it's not quite strong enough to form cloud, condensed cloud, to the point to where you can see it. And that's exactly what we saw earlier. There was not cloud there, but rather just a spin and some debris. A lot of low cloud today. That is really typical with storms across the southeast. You have very high moisture content in the air, and so the cloud bases tend to be a lot lower. And between that and the trees, it is generally much more difficult to see tornadoes coming in the southeast. And so the southeast has what is called a high societal vulnerability to tornadoes relative to the plains. Mark?
Yeah, and gosh, we saw a little glimpse in that video near Tuscaloosa of trees down and power lines down. Well, here's more of that. In the Brookwood area, trees snapped in half, lying across power lines. Already the cleanup crews are out trying to clear out the roads so first responders can continue down the roadways and make sure that people are okay. But when you see this much tree damage, you know it's going to take some time to get all of the power back on, to get all the roads back together, and, you know, to pick up the pieces, because there were some structure damage reported today. So that is something that, you know, you never like to see. Hopefully we've avoided any loss of life. There seemed to be a lot of attention spent and paid on this event because of the potential here. So hopefully that is indeed the case. We can show you the Demopolis area of Alabama. It is assumed that this is a tornado back behind this building. It's certainly a pronounced lowering, and so a wall cloud or the mesocyclone, which is the kind of the main rotating part of these thunderstorms, that's absolutely this. Was there the smaller scale tornado behind this? We'll say probably, but we can't see it from this vantage point, so not a guarantee that we are looking at a tornado in this video, Carl.
Yeah, you know, it's oftentimes very difficult to see in cases like that. And here you see the really black sort of cloud there, indicating a very tall cloud and what looks like a little bit of a lowering, but sometimes that can be deceptive. We're not seeing a whole lot of motion within that, but certainly that is a mean-looking storm that we are seeing there. And, you know, we want to tell you that we are not out of the woods yet. We've got a ways to go with this tornado threat. There you see the watches that are in effect, and we've got one going until 3 a.m., that extending through eastern and southern Alabama, and then the newer watch from the Storm Prediction Center going until 7 a.m. That does just start to get into the western and southwestern part of the Atlanta metro area. Atlanta sits right there, so Atlanta proper not included in that tornado watch, but it's very close, and then extending down into west central parts of Georgia and northwest Florida as well. And I want to show you what the model is showing us. And this is the high resolution model here. It's called the HER. And we're also looking at in yellow, that's the instability, which has been, you know, a little more limited, especially say in northern Alabama, where we've had an awful lot of rain, and then in North Georgia, where it's been cool and cloudy and drizzly and rainy for the better part of the day. So what this model is showing is that because the front is still off to the west, that there could be some redevelopment in southwestern parts of Alabama in the next couple of hours. And if that were to occur, then, you know, you've got this first round of rain that's coming through here, and then a second round could be developing and coming into Atlanta right as you've got moisture moving up from the south and the instability increasing, Mark. And so we still can't rule out the possibility of some really strong pre-dawn storms in the Atlanta metro, though, you know, it's been real tricky based on what we're seeing on the radar now. We're just starting to see a little bit of development west of that area of rain in southern Alabama.
Yeah, so if southwest and west central Alabama gets going again tonight, then the Atlanta area could get going by morning, and all of this heads east from there. So this is a look at the Huntsville area, which just got absolutely slammed with rain. The reports coming out of Huntsville and areas just south and east are quite frightening, to be honest, with water up to either, the mailboxes or water over cars. If you are under flash flood warnings, please be careful. But remember, this all goes east by tomorrow. And even with the question marks around the Atlanta area, and because of what's happening or not happening, as the case may be, back in Alabama, no matter what, the atmosphere has enough time to get ready for tomorrow's severe weather threat. That's why we've got a 7 out of 10 on the Torcon tomorrow across eastern Georgia, eastern South Carolina, and eastern North Carolina. This is a pronounced threat again for tomorrow, so please stay weather aware for the next 24 hours.
This program brought to you by
Currently in our area, 52 degrees with heavy rain. Tonight, cloudy with showers, low 51, chance of rain 70%. Thursday, strong to severe thunderstorms likely, high 73. Thursday night, mostly clear skies, low 44. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. There is a live look at the Atlanta metro area, and boy, it's been like this pretty much all day long. Temperatures in the 50s right now. A lot of low cloud and fog and drizzle and generally unfavorable conditions for severe storms. But what we do think is going to happen is that winds are going to start coming out of the southeast and then eventually the south, and that is going to bring more warm and humid air up into the metro. And so there is going to be some potential for severe weather, especially on the south and west side of the metro. And so that is why the Storm Prediction Center has issued the tornado watch for parts of the metro, the west side in particular, and then down to the south towards Macon and Columbus, Albany, Dothan, and Panama City. That is going until 7 o'clock in the morning. So we do expect that there's going to be more activity, even though things have kind of run out ahead of the system today. And so we've got some lingering severe storms right now. There could be a resurgence overnight. There could be more development in the wake of all this. You see this one area of storms is coming up into Atlanta right now, another one that's kind of leaning over into Alabama now. And what the model, one of our models is indicating, and actually a couple of them are indicating, is that we may see some redevelopment there that will make its way up into the Atlanta metro. But it's going to have to start happening soon if that is in fact going to happen. We're seeing, just a little bit of activity in the wake of this, but when you've got all this trailing stratiform rain here, that is, not necessarily a favorable environment, but that could turn around in the overnight hours. And so this may just be round one. We might be looking at another big round of storms coming in from, say, 5 to 6 to 7 o'clock in the morning in Atlanta. In the meantime, a severe warning right now for Bartow and Floyd and Polk counties. That is going until 1 o'clock in the morning, and looking at some pretty strong storms near Cedartown right now, and then a big mass of rain coming up into northwest Georgia. So a flash flood warning in effect for Chattooga and Floyd and Gordon counties, that until 6:15 in the morning. It's been a lot of rain in Alabama so far today. You see these streaks of 3 to 5 inches of rain, and we've had reports of swiftwater rescues in the northwest part of the state. And right now, the most recent flash flood warning for Jackson County until 3 o'clock in the morning, getting report of water up to mailboxes in one neighborhood in that area. Mark, over to you.
Yeah, that's scary. That's a lot of water. The other thing that can be scary this time of year in particular, and maybe in this part of the country in particular, particular is when you can get tornadoes overnight. They're a little bit more likely across the south comparatively to some other parts of our country. And when a nighttime tornado happens, it's more than twice as likely to be deadly compared to daytime tornadoes. But emergency alerts on your smartphone can save your life. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow walks us through the steps to safety.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words emergency alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you are in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
Thank you, Paul. Good advice there. Now, we're watching for more storms through the night. Luckily, right now, it is not a widespread continuing tornado situation, but we could see that change. We know that there's still these little segments of storms, one right in here, another one right in here, and a third back here. And with enough of that wind pushing forward, we could see spin-up tornadoes continuing through the night. And then overnight, this is where we're at now, and then into tomorrow, that tornado threat ramps up again. So at some point, this does change over. Please stay weather aware through the night. Part of the reason that we're not seeing as much action in North Georgia right now, for example, is because it's been so chilly today. We've got the wedge going on, the cold air dam on the east side of the Appalachian chain. This is starting to break down. See all the green colors exiting this area, turning over to yellows for 60s instead of 50s. That is warmer temps coming up overnight from the south. So we're still waiting to see if this storm in particular, it's not there yet. Models suggest it'll be there. That's the one we really got to watch as it heads towards Atlanta. Not a guarantee we get that round in overnight, but there is a guarantee that we've got plenty of time as this moves east for tomorrow. Continuing coverage right after this.
This program brought to
Active Gum Repair Toothpaste.
And thanks for joining us this morning for our special live coverage of the severe weather threat outbreak striking the south. I'm meteorologist Ray Stajic.
And I'm meteorologist Todd Borick.
And we're going to continue to monitor not only severe storms heading out of Alabama, but also into Georgia. There's a tornado watch in effect until 3 a.m. local time in some of these spots. And right now things have kind of settled down here in and around Birmingham. And as you can see, visibility good. Most of the storms now have pushed on off to the east. For now, I think the largest question is going to be, do we get more tornadoes? Do we get more large hail? There's still a front to the west, and that possibility actually does exist. We'll just have to wait and see here over the next couple of hours what happens with the front as it passes on through. Already over 20 reports of tornadoes across the south as we've gone through the day on Wednesday. Now as we get into Thursday morning, still looking at that chance of seeing more severe weather. We can look at the radar right now, see what's going on. Our most active area right now getting into northwest Georgia and extending down through south central parts of Alabama. That's where storms are strong and producing heavy rainfall, reports of flash flooding. But look at the configuration of our tornado watch, and there is a reason for this. This watch includes western counties of the metro Atlanta area and down near Macon and Columbus, some areas like Peachtree City, down toward, even into Dallas and Paulding County in Georgia. You are in a tornado watch until 6 a.m., but this kind of wedge of cooler air is the reason why the Storm Prediction Center has not put the Atlanta metro area in the watch, because it's in the 50s here and 60s where we've got the watch. So the rich tropical air mass, the more, let's say, buoyant air or the unstable air leading to the better chance of development of severe storms is actually just west of Atlanta. Right now, it's a heavy rain threat. There's no active severe thunderstorm warnings and or tornado warnings in North Georgia right now, but heavy rain for Chattooga, Floyd, and Gordon counties. This is a flash flood warning now. That includes Cartersville, Dalton, and Rome. Heavy rainfall, and that's until 6:15. So this area of rain is moving in this direction. Watch this line of storms heading toward Carrollton here as we get down toward areas west of Atlanta. Some of those storms may have the capability of going severe, and even there, if you look on the tail end, a little bit of a notch developing in that line. So we may see some of these storms not only become severe, but the potential to also rotate. So we're not saying your chance is 0 for a tornado, but it has been a little bit less here now as we've gone through the early morning hours, especially as you head further toward the east. So look at the velocity. You can see that going through Cedartown. There may have been a little rotation there, and there's that little guy down there near Carrollton. Really not seeing too much in the way of rotation, but dangerous storms nonetheless are still possible. We watch the line now. Once again, non-severe heading into Columbus. Gusty winds, maybe some hail with some of these storms, and even a little thunder and lightning heading down toward Omaha and up toward LaGrange. But at this point, the good news is that none of these storms are severe. We check the velocity once again, looking for rotation. Not really seeing much here as you go north of Omaha. Might be a little bit of a couplet there, but once again, not very well defined. Either way, strong storms with the capability of becoming severe will continue to roll through the early morning hours. Further south and west now, as we get into southwestern Alabama around Mobile, this is a heavy rain threat. And heavy rainfall could also produce some flash flooding, so may get a little slow in the roadways here early during the morning hours if you do have to head on out. The storm is back to the west and the southwest near Biloxi. Strong, but not severe. No winds in excess of 58 miles per hour, no large hail, and thankfully no active tornado warnings at this time. But we do have power outages, so numerous customers out in parts of Alabama and Mississippi where we do have stronger storms roll through earlier, and those stronger storms continue to push east now. But you can kind of see where we're starting to get maybe some more development with the front. So that may be the second line of storms that may try to develop after we continue to watch this main line move on through here. So, Todd, it does look like we're going to see one round go through. We'll have to watch that front all morning to see if we get additional storms, but there will be more storms as we head on through the early morning hours on Thursday out across parts of the south.
That's right, Ray. In fact, Thursday could be quite a dangerous day. Now, looking back to Wednesday, at least 21 reports of tornadoes so far from the outbreak. One appears to have caused significant damage near the town of Clayton, Alabama. That's in the Birmingham area. Our Mark Elliott talked a short time ago with storm tracker Charles Peak, who shared one family's incredible survivor story.
I got into the area and was seeing so much damage around multiple homes that were just totally destroyed. And I saw a home that had a few vehicles out and went up and talked to them. And as I'm hearing this incredible survival stories, literally of one woman being sucked out by the tornado is what they described. And his son ran out and grabbed her and was able to pull her into the basement just as the tornado was getting there. And so Tommy Cox, I was able to interview him, and he shares his story with us tonight.
Well, the weather had got bad, and there was one line of storms come through, and we all got in the basement. And they went through, they missed us and went below us. And not long after that, another line started coming through, and all my family came and got in the basement of the house. They live across the road, both sides across the road from me here. And within 15 minutes, it hit here. We heard a loud noise, loud like a train coming. It hit, but we had all got in the basement. So all my kids, my grandkids, and my two great-grandbabies, 1-year-old and 4-year-old, got in there, and I had a section in that basement to get behind, a wall built. And when it come through, it wiped out everything around here, blew the doors in on the basement. But thank the good Lord, all my family's safe. All the kids are safe. We was holding things up. There was stuff blowing everywhere. We was holding all over the faces. But my son's house and everything around here, my mother's house, is all just demolished and gone. I mean, if my son hadn't got out of that, his family hadn't got out of that, his house, it was over here 15 minutes, they would be scattered across that field, a half a mile wide, just scattered pieces. And I'm just thank the good Lord got them over here. It's good stuff. It's our stuff, and we want it, but you know, it's just stuff. And we're just so thankful that the good Lord spared us, and I can't just recommend so much for people to get in those safe places when these storms are coming.
Tell me what happened with your sister that you was telling me about.
My sister was down at the basement. She pulled up, tried to get out of her car, and it was just, the wind was just sucking her away. And my son, Trent, went out the door, grabbed a hold of her, and jerked her through the basement door, got her in there. He was pulling on both of them, but he got them back in the corner where we were. And when it hit, I mean, it was just a mess. It destroyed everything around here. It done some damage to my house, but it's still, my house is fixable.
An incredible story there, Charles. You know, I want to ask you about that again. You know, you've been storm tracking for us for a while now. You've been in some of those crazy winds, maybe not right in a tornado, but even the inflow winds can be so strong. And if you're trying to open a door into that wind, or, you know, that wind catches the door, it can absolutely feel like you are being thrown into the air as those as the winds can get really violent leading into these storms.
Oh, absolutely, Mark, and just the emotion that they're having to deal with at that point in time as you're literally seeing things scattered. He was saying in his house, the back doors on his house actually blew open and completely covered his house in leaves and debris, and then right outside, literally about 20 yards, one of the single wide trailer was completely destroyed, then across the street. And so just going through that, it's just the emotions, but such a great attitude that everybody was okay. Just really, he was just so thankful for that, and that it's just stuff. And, you know, he goes, it's our stuff, and we don't want to lose it, but it's just stuff, and we've got all our family members.
So it was a very active day. You obviously came upon this area with, you know, debris from this home everywhere, it feels like. What else did you see today? Was it more of this? Were you in a lot of different tornado paths today? Tell us about it.
Yeah, I was in started out southwest of Tuscaloosa in Moundville, and catching that as it came to Tuscaloosa, and again, just barely caught glimpses of the tornado because of the trees and stuff, and it kept going, and I sort of hopscotched it for I'd say probably a couple of hours, and ended up northeast of Birmingham with that storm, and it finally got away from me. But there was some damage up there, trees down. I interviewed a gentleman that had a tree come crashing on his house and limb coming through the roof of his house, and the police chief there was just telling me that the community was just quick to get out there and help one another and get out there and start getting the trees cut down, and the power companies. So it was also a good feeling to see the community coming together in a difficult situation, but helping one another as they could.
Absolutely amazing story out of Clanton, Alabama. We're live look right now in Atlanta, and there's fog out there. And if you've been around the Atlanta metro area throughout the course of really the last 2 days, that wedge was in place. We had cool air. One of the reasons why it felt a little more stable in Atlanta as opposed to areas just really off to the west and down to the south. Let me show you the bigger perspective here. And Atlanta, we're not done. In fact, we're just beginning with that severe threat as we head through the early morning hours on Thursday, and as Thursday does progress. Let me show you with the high-res future radar here. Also overlaying the available energy. That is this little area that is shaded in yellow here. We still have the cold front still well off to the west back into Mississippi. So as we head through the pre-dawn hours, we're going to start tapping into a little bit more of the warmer air, a front down to the south. So by the time we hit into the pre-dawn hours, notice how that little yellow shield will end up starting to bring up some more of the available moisture our way, starting to bring a little more of that tropical moisture toward Atlanta. And this is why we still have that severe thunderstorm threat and the severe threat coming our way. Now, by the time we hit about 5 o'clock in the morning, this is Eastern Daylight Time, 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock for Atlanta Metro. This is when we end up seeing that line of storms moving through. And, well, anytime you have a nice little line that's going to pass through, we may end up having a little tiny little kinks along this line. That could end up being some spin-up tornado threat that certainly is out there. Now, there aren't any watches for the Atlanta metro area right now, but you can also tell down in the farthest south, even down into this area here from Macon on down in the far southwestern parts of Georgia, Panhandle, Florida, looks to be a better opportunity where we could still see that available threat with a few severe thunderstorms, maybe even a tornado or two. Right now for Birmingham, we have a couple of cells that will pass through by 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. This is now Central Daylight Time. By the time we hit 4 o'clock, we get a little bit of a break in the action. Remember, though, we still have another round. We still have that cold front that's going to be coming in from the west, so there could be more activity as Thursday progresses. For Atlanta, this is going to be more so toward that evening or the morning commute. One of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of school districts have delays to the school or maybe even going back to virtual for the day. By the time we hit 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, here comes that line, especially over toward Kennesaw, down into Rome. And then here we are 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. This is going to be where the main action happens, right along the perimeter. Really a bad time, really no good time for any line of severe storms to go through, but particularly in and around the Atlanta metro when it comes with the morning rush hour threat. You can see it extends up along the I-85 corridor. By the time we hit 9, 10 o'clock this morning, the threat pushes off to our east. Now Athens gets in on it. Now eastern parts of Georgia gets in on the action. But I want to show you the bigger perspective here. One of the reasons why we are looking at the lack of severe storms, at least early on for Atlanta, was that colder wedge of air. Notice how we stay in the 50s in Atlanta, where we had all that moisture-rich air well down to the south. That's going to start pushing into Atlanta and also off to the north and east. So Birmingham getting in on it, Ray, Montgomery already in on it, but now we're going to start seeing a major metropolitan area with Atlanta getting in, and we're not quite done yet with places like, well, Charlotte and the Carolinas. A really big active day for Thursday.
Yeah, and coming back and talking about what's already happened, look at this chilling video. Tuscaloosa, Alabama on Wednesday. Watch this. Yeah. Tornado blowing buildings apart. Continuing to push off and pass just about through downtown Tuscaloosa. At times we did have kind of a touch and go situation there. You can see the funnel cloud and now touching ground. Some of the University of Alabama students were in duck and cover. Saw some video of that. Have some friends that are there. But just a dangerous afternoon. Luckily, at this point, didn't have any reports of any significant damage with this cell. But we have had reports of significant damage from over 20 tornadoes on Wednesday. And we're still rolling here as a severe storm threat continues as we head through the early morning hours. Now, we don't have a bunch of warnings right now, so let's get you updated on what the watches and the warnings mean. Now, watch means that the conditions are favorable, so there's no active warnings at the time for tornadoes. So be ready, know what your plan of action is going to be if you do get warned, because when you get to a warning, tornado is imminent or is occurring. That's either by ground truth or we have rotation within the cloud, within the thunderstorm. So that is something that could be either Doppler indicated or reported by a spotter. And nighttime tornadoes are popular here out across the south, especially in Arkansas and Tennessee, 43 and 46% respectively. And as we head through and take a look at what you should do is prepare yourself in a safe room with food, water, helmets, shoes, and protective coverings. Communicate with your friends and family about the severe weather threat. Turn on your NOAA weather radio and or mobile alerts also, or have your weather radio ready also, because we do have that threat of severe weather and it will continue even while those are sleeping. So you got to have yourself a way to get woken up. And places to shelter, not in mobile homes. That's one of the worst places. But one of the best is above or below ground storm shelter, a FEMA safe room. Also, if you have a basement in your home, it's certainly one place that could be one of the better places, or an interior room if you do not have a basement. And as we continue to watch our severe weather, we'll continue with our coverage through the early morning hours. We're going to continue with live coverage coming up here next after the break.
It all starts with an
Currently in our area, 52 degrees with light rain. Overnight, overcast with rain showers at times. Low 51. Chance of rain 60%. Thursday, strong to severe thunderstorms likely. High 73. Thursday night, a few clouds from time to time. Low 44. Here's our 7-day outlook.
log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful. There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it.
It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
And an eerie sound no matter where you are. This is Houston, Mississippi with tornado sirens going off. This is Wednesday as strong storms whipped through the area. Thousands of customers did lose power. And a busy day with over 20 reports of tornadoes and damage. And right now we're continuing to watch what looks to be maybe a little bit of a lull in the action, which is a good thing, but we're here live all night, taking it right on through 5 a.m. before AMHQ early picks up. We'll watch these storms and watch the front back to the west. That's back here, and there may be some more redevelopment. But right now, strongest storms going through and just west and north of the Atlanta metro area, also southwest of Montgomery and getting ready to go through Mobile and Alabama. These storms packing a punch. Tornado watch is in effect, but right now, no active tornado warnings, and most of the severe thunderstorm warnings have now been allowed to expire. But this watch is in effect for the western counties and southwest and southern counties of the Atlanta metro area, but not all of them. And that's because I've got a unique situation here, and that's the cold air damming. And that cold air, the cooler air here, kind of wedged out down the spine of the Appalachians, keeping the air mass relatively stable in the counties just to the east of the watch. So that's the reason why Cobb County and up toward the north in Bartow County and northern Fulton and Fulton County and areas in and around Atlanta aren't under the watch right now. That does not mean you can't get a strong to severe storm, because the watch is defined as in and around the watch area, the tornado watch. So we still not saying that it's completely not out of the question. We get a storm that could go severe, maybe tornadic, but it's less likely. As you can see here, here's the 60s and 70s. The more rich tropical air mass, the more buoyant and unstable air continues to be just to the west. But for now, it's been a rainmaker. There's a significant weather advisory that was issued for Cobb County and points north and east for heavy rain and gusty winds. But right now, those winds do look like they stay below severe criteria, which is 58 miles per hour. And heavy rainfalls produced flash flooding to the northwest. Chattooga, Floyd, Gordon counties in northwest Georgia, Cartersville, Dalton, and Rome, flash flooding, most likely on some of the roadways occurring or is imminent. That's what warning means when you get into flash flood warnings. So heads up, LJ, Canton, off toward Dahlonega and Blairsville. Heavy rain for now on the way. And with these storms coming through, we're looking at the velocity now, one kind of version of the radar that shows rotation, and you look for green touching red, and right now we really don't see any of that. Maybe earlier, briefly down to the southwest of Cedartown, might have had a little bit of a couplet there, but at this point not showing any rotation in any of these storms as they push through the west and northwest side of the Atlanta metro area. We jump south now, right on the border here of Alabama and Georgia. Columbus seeing some strong storms go through. Again, non-severe, non-tornadic, so gusty winds, maybe some small hail with the thunder and lightning, even back east of Union Springs, some stronger storms. And looking at rotation at this point, the good news is we don't see any of these storms rotating, but that doesn't mean that can't change. Further southwest around Mobile, strong storms coming through. At this time, gusty winds, heavy rainfall, Todd. But the good news is that for now we've got a little break in the action, but those storms are heading east, could get busy once again today.
That's right, Ray. In fact, we're going to be looking at an area that could get busy. We're talking Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Now, right now, very quiet, but it's what happens later on in your Thursday. We're going to see the showers and storms brew back up again, particularly this afternoon. And the timing when these storms reach places like Chapel Hill, that's not good, because some of these storms, well, could be severe by then after dealing with some fog during the morning hours. That's what we're seeing live right now. So let's jump ahead through the rest of your Thursday. Of course, we still have to deal through the pre-dawn hours on Thursday. We're talking more so late morning into the afternoon. And look at this. We have a Torcon value of 7 for a good part of North Carolina, a good part of South Carolina as well, and pushing into south and southeastern parts of Georgia. And the timing here really does, again, look to be more of a late morning or early afternoon. So we're talking about Torcon of 7. This is what we're talking about. Numerous tornadoes are possible. The increased chance for strong tornadoes of an EF2 plus, well, certainly increased. Could be long tracked and be ready to take cover. So now's the time. If you're up right now, this is time to prepare. If you have bike helmets, it might be a good time to grab those things out because you got to know exactly where your safe place is. And you also have to do things like protect, well, your head if you're going to be heading into your safe place. So this is one of the reasons why we're looking at the severe threat. We have low pressure moving through. We still got to wait for that cold front to pass its way eastward through Georgia, but it's all about that air mass, very unstable with a southerly flow of air, so a lot of moisture, a lot of that tropical moisture streaming up toward that warm front as it lifts a little bit farther off to the north. And then in addition, well, we have shearing going on. We have strong low-level winds turning southwesterly, so we have that change in height. Now we have that spin in the air. All we have to do is get a little air parcel to jump up in the air, and we have that strong west-southwesterly mid-level winds, so we have a lot of shearing going on. Not only speared shear, but also a directional wind shear, and that is all the ingredients we need in order to bring some showers and storms certainly our way. So that's why we are a little bit concerned about how things are shaping up as we head through the rest of your Thursday. You can see the storms moving its way on in. So we'll be back in just a bit to let you know how things are shaping up. Watch out. Severe storms still trying to come your way. Live look at Atlanta right now. Foggy storms coming your way.
Get into the Out There, the Weather Channel.
There's strong winds you can see through Columbus, Mississippi, and well, you can see this is out of a ring cam. Take a look at how things move through with those very strong gusts, showers and storms after 1 o'clock in the morning. It's cloudy and now becoming partly cloudy in the area that just passed its way through for Columbus, Mississippi. So that's what it looks like when these storms pass through your area. And there's going to be a lot of areas. If you have the ring system on your house, it's going to look like that for many areas as that front will continue to work its way on through. So welcome back to our special coverage of Southern Tornado Outbreak. I'm meteorologist Todd Borick.
And I'm meteorologist Ray Stajic, and the severe weather continues to be a threat as we head through early on this Thursday morning. Probably going to be a better chance as we go through the daytime hours, especially to the east of places like Atlanta and into the Carolinas. But Alabama starting to get out of the woods for now, but there still may be another round. You can see this live camera here down near Mobile in the southwestern parts of the state. Still some thunder and lightning out there. Keep it on there long enough, maybe we'll see another lightning flash. Just picked one up. But wet streets here early on a Thursday morning and dangerous travel, although there's no significant warnings that a wet road surface will certainly be a little active. Yeah, there's a little thunder and lightning there. But right now, none of these storms are severe. And at this point, it's a rain threat. But the past has been the past, and now the future looks like more active severe weather as we head on through Thursday and into Thursday evening. But right now, it is heavy rainfall coming in through eastern Tennessee, northwestern parts of Alabama, and now getting into northwest Georgia, and southwestern Alabama. Thunder and lightning, too, but at this point, no active warnings. We do have, though, some flash flood warnings, and that's out across parts of northern Alabama here, where areas just around the Paint Rock area do have a flash flood warning. Look at all this heavy rain that's going on through here. And that flash flood warning for Jackson County. So Paint Rock and Woodville until 3 a.m. The threat is considerable here for what we're talking about, and that's in terms of flash flooding. So seek higher ground. The rain has lessened up, but starting to see more showers develop. That's actually the front that's just to your west to try to get things going a little bit more. Now, this is from just a little bit ago in Gurley, right around Paint Rock. A car submerged at Rock Cut Road at Highway 72. Water was flowing over the roadway, so do not cross water-covered roadways because you do not know what's underneath it. You don't know how deep that water is. And at Owens Crossroads, high water rescue underway with an SUV in 4 feet of water near a creek on South Green Mountain Road and Old Big Cove Road. Both occupants were successfully rescued. So this is where that rain was and where it's going into northwest Georgia further east. That potential for flash flooding is most likely going to continue. But at this point, the tornado watch is in effect. So in and around the watch area until 6 a.m. Central Time. The potential is there for tornadoes. No active warnings right now, but remember, it's in and around the watch area. So just because you may not be in the watch, if you're in one of the adjacent counties, you still do have a chance. The problem here for North Georgia and around the Atlanta metro area is that is a cooler and a more stable air mass. We'll have to see what happens when the front comes through, as one round of thunderstorms has gone through. But Todd, the front's back to the west, heading east. We'll see if we get more development of thunderstorms early in the morning.
Yeah, we keep an eye on that, and we're also going to keep an eye on something like this as your Thursday progresses. Possible tornado in Brookhaven, Mississippi. That's in Lincoln County. Check this out. And yeah, you can definitely see that not only the tornado there, but also a little mesocyclone above that. Severe weather will continue across the south as we head through the rest of your Thursday. So while it may be a bit quiet now, that doesn't mean it's going to be quiet through the rest of the day, because we're going to be tapping into more of the available moisture and more of the energy as we head through at least the next 24 hours. Let me show you how we're timing this out now. This is the high-res future radar, and with that, we are going to be looking at this system moving its way on through, and it does look like we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has popped up over in Baldwin County. We'll get to that in just a moment. I just want to show you this line of storms that is moving its way across by 3 o'clock hour. Now we're into Eastern daylight time, at least for now, and we can see this line trying to work its way toward the Atlanta metro area for the morning commute. But Ray, let's talk about that severe thunderstorm warning that just came up now for Baldwin County.
To Baldwin County, Todd, we are looking at severe weather. Severe weather here in Baldwin County. Thanks, Todd. Sorry about that. Yeah, so as we had said on this tail end of these storms, the line showing some signs of severe. So 58+ mile-per-hour winds, maybe some hail with the thunder and lightning. If you're in Foley, Point Clear, or Robertsdale until 1 a.m., this is getting into southwestern Alabama. Take cover now. There's the potential that this storm could rotate. Right now, looking at the velocity, right in here, maybe a little green, touch of red. And this still may actually get a little bit stronger. But for right now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. We are in southwestern Alabama, right over Mobile Bay. So Foley, Point Clear, Robertsdale, and Baldwin County until 1 a.m. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Well, we'll continue to keep you updated here as we head through the early morning hours on Thursday with continuing coverage of our severe weather in the south.
Seen blood when you brush?
How about that? Thunder and a big bolt of lightning right there. Homewood, Alabama, yesterday. Minor flooding is forecast along portions of the Black Warrior River beginning Thursday night. So not only severe weather with thunder and lightning like that, but also heavy rainfall. We've had numerous reports of flash flooding, a couple of water rescues going on, and that threat's not over yet. And neither is a severe weather threat, as we do have active severe weather warning right now. It's a severe thunderstorm warning on the panhandle of Florida. But look at the line of storms coming in. This first round now producing flash flooding in northwestern Alabama. Trying to get some storms now going on the front. So we may see a few more showers and thunderstorms, a second round coming in as we head on through the early morning hours in parts of Alabama and Georgia. This tornado watch remains in effect for the panhandle, Crestview, Pensacola, and out into southern parts of Alabama. That does include Monroeville, over to the east near Dothan, and also southwest Georgia. Panama City also in that. So the threat for severe storms that could rotate, aka tornadoes, for this area in and around the watch area. Here's an active severe thunderstorm warning. This is in Baldwin County. There's also a marine warning for Mobile Bay too. And this storm for Foley, Point Clear, and Robertsdale may be producing some gusty winds and possibly even some rotation. There's a tornado possible here with this threat as it continues to roll on off toward the north and east. So if you're in the Alberta area, Robertsdale, Clear Point, take cover now. Gulf Shores, you may be next with some of these stronger winds coming on in as we get a little closer inspection here. This is the area we would look for right in here for any possible rotation, but a pretty healthy looking thunderstorm now as it continues to push on off toward the east. And right in here, if there is any rotation, the green touch and the red there, right now looks like it's weak, but there could be something trying to develop right there. But right now, nothing confirmed in terms of tornadoes, but just a severe thunderstorm warning, Baldwin County here out across southwestern Alabama. So these storms continue to roll on off toward the east and further north, trying to get on the front or just out ahead of a cold front now, thunderstorms to refire. Now, some of the models did indicate this would be happening. The question will be, will these storms again become severe? As this atmosphere has kind of been worked over a little bit and has become a little bit more stable, I think is the right term for that. So we'll have to keep an eye on that for Birmingham and Cullman and up near Huntsville. You've already had some very heavy rainfall, but as you can see here, a little less stability here, or CAPE, convective available potential energy. I think that's what this map is showing. Either way, if you see these areas in orange and yellow, that's where the atmosphere is more unstable, meaning more favorable for thunderstorm development. So that's why we're getting some stronger storms back here in southern Alabama and weaker storms and heavier rainfall up in the cooler, more stable stable air further toward the north. So we'll have to keep an eye on this front as it rolls east. There is that potential we get more storms into the Atlanta metro area in the next few hours. The tornado watch will stay in effect until 6 o'clock Central Time. Western counties west of Atlanta, that's Paulding County further south here as we get down toward Peachtree City and down toward Columbus and Macon. Also a tornado watch in effect until 6 a.m., meaning the storms as they come in may have the potential to rotate, possibly become tornadic again. This is why that watch does not get into Atlanta. Although temperatures are kind of hovering around the 60-degree mark, we kind of have this cool wedge of air that's come down the spine of the Appalachians, and that's more stable, the cooler air. But look at LaGrange. You're at 68 degrees right now, and over the past few hours, you've been in the mid-upper 60s. Same thing in Birmingham. So there is a little bit more moist, unstable air to the west and southwest of Atlanta. The question will be, Todd, as those storms roll east, will we get more severe weather out across parts of northern Alabama and northern Georgia?
And that's something we'll certainly watch over the next couple of days. Atlanta, here's live look right now. We still have a little bit of fog out there, the low cloud deck. And we're waiting for that cold air to try and retreat a bit. And even if we have that line of storms moving through, there'll be some elevated chances for at least a few severe thunderstorms. Let me show you the future radar. We're going to take it from this morning, and then we're going to push a little bit farther off to the east because we're not done yet with this severe outbreak because, well, it's going to lead into your Thursday as well. So right around rush hour, already seeing the showers and storms in the Atlanta metro area and even down into far southwestern parts of Georgia. Going to have to keep an eye on the potential for a few more severe storms. Let me take this through the rest of the morning. For Atlanta over toward Macon, well, that line is already through, but the worst time basically coming between about 5 and 8 o'clock this morning. But now watch out in North Carolina. This is when things really start getting active. And notice the timing here. Now we're talking 10 o'clock in the morning, heading into the afternoon hours, starting to really tap into the heat of the day as well as that rich tropical moisture, because by that time we have that warm front farther off to the north. So we're really bringing in a little bit more of that available moisture, a little bit more of the available convection there. So here we are by 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon, places like Raleigh over toward Charleston, South Carolina. This line here, we may be running into the threat for severe storms as well as maybe a tornado, maybe a couple of tornadoes out in this area as well. So here we are by the 8 o'clock hour. That line has now pushed off to the east. We still have the cold front still waiting to work its way through, and then some that area of low pressure is heading up toward the Ohio Valley. So we could still see a couple of hit or miss showers behind this. But the main batch, the main threat for severe storms today looks to be more so into the late morning, early afternoon hours. By the time we hit early on Friday, maybe a backside of this as well. But watch out places like Charlotte. Again, we're looking at a torcon of 7 for this Thursday. So this looks to be more of a late morning, more so afternoon threat for Charlotte. So certainly prepare now for that threat for severe storms. And also, let's take a look, right? Live look, Panama City, Florida, and already start to see, yeah, it's a little dark out there, but we're also looking at that very rich tropical moisture in place. Panama City, we're not done with the severe threat for you. Current temperature 72 degrees. Right now, we'll be right back after the break.
Currently in our area, 52 degrees with foggy conditions. Overnight, overcast with rain showers at times. Low 51. Chance of rain 60%. Thursday, strong to severe thunderstorms likely. High 73. Thursday night, a few clouds from time to time. Low 44. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Birmingham, Alabama, no active watches or warnings for you at this time. Looks like a little more development trying to come with cold front coming in. It's actually screaming toward the east, but there's a good chance here that storms may stay below severe criteria for the rest of this event. Now, further east, A little bit more of a different story now as we're getting heavy rain and down toward the south of the Gulf Coast. We do have some severe weather going on currently, but strong storms, but at this point limited severe, but that'll be changing as we head on through the day on Thursday. Well, take a look at the line right now. You've got plenty of thunder and lightning now going to the northeast side of Atlanta. Flash flood warning in northwest Georgia. This active area out across southern Alabama, now getting ready to go into the panhandle of Florida, has given us a severe thunderstorm warning in our tornado watch. So tornado watch defined as, possibility of tornadoes in and around the watch area, and this does include Crestville and Dothan, Monroeville, Pensacola, Mobile, and Panama City. So if you are in any of these areas, be ready to take action if you are warned. And this warning is a severe thunderstorm warning, but a tornado is possible as there may be some rotation within this thunderstorm for Baldwin County here for Foley, Point Clear, and Robertsdale. That's a severe thunderstorm warning until 1 a.m. Southern Alabama, even around Mobile Bay. There is an active marine warning also. So this storm, once again, does have the potential to show rotation. Severe thunderstorms can and occasionally do produce tornadoes. So take cover if you are in the areas just to the west of Foley, now getting upon you, Point Clear, and once again, Robertsdale. I'd say Gulf Shores, too, over the next hour or so. Storms heading on off toward the east could actually start producing some strong winds. Right now, not seeing much on the velocity in terms of rotation. That's what this piece of the radar does. Up toward the northwest of Foley, maybe a little weak rotation there, but nothing really strong. Most of this is probably just strong winds under 58 miles per hour, but there may be some winds that could cause some damage to maybe some small trees. Right now, not a significant threat for strong wind, but heavy rainfall along with this severe thunderstorm in Baldwin County. So that's until 1 a.m. Central Time. Further up the line, watching the thunderstorms now trying to redevelop just out ahead of the cold front. So Birmingham, you're not on a watch, but that does not mean these storms may not get strong. I don't know if we'll go severe or tornadic, but from Huntsville down to Coleman and Birmingham and further south and southwest, this is where storms are starting to fire once again. So you've got to stay on your toes. Once again, there's no active watch in place, but these storms still could get warned on if they do get stronger and pull down some of those upper level winds. Most of the instability now, which is the areas in yellow and orange, is away from where that line is developing. You can see here a little bit of more stable air mass. Same thing out across North Georgia. So that's kept the severe weather threat limited, I guess I could tell, here through the morning hours. But that doesn't mean with the front coming through, once again, that we get another thin line of storms to develop, and those storms going through and coming in out across North Georgia here as we go through the early morning hours. So right now, Todd, one active warning, couple of flash flood warnings, but all in all, not much in the way of a tornado outbreak right now, but there may be more storms as we head through this afternoon.
Yeah, as far as the overnight hours, we'll take that. Now, take a look in Raleigh, North Carolina right now. This is a live shot for you. 50 degrees your temperature, so at least for now, somewhat stable air in place. It won't be the case as we head through the rest of your Thursday, like Ray was alluding to, because, well, we actually have warmer and be much more moist air that's going to start heading our way as your Thursday progresses. Let me time this out for you for Raleigh, and this is your Thursday morning, relatively quiet start. It'll be foggy and cloudy, maybe a hit or miss shower or storm, but here we are as we head into the afternoon hours. The question is, what is happening upstream from this, and how is this going to end up moving in our direction? Again, this is a future radar, so it's a guidance. Doesn't mean it's going to be exactly like this, but it's something we're going to have to continue to watch. A few showers and storms, hit or miss, and again, any one of these storms could at least be severe as we head through the afternoon hours, and then even over toward Greensboro as we head toward tonight. As far as the future radar goes, at least for Raleigh, it does not look to be as bad as it did earlier, but the Torcon values, we're going to be tweaking that as we take a look at the newest numbers that are coming in with the 2 o'clock Eastern update. As far as Charlotte goes, again, a relatively quiet start to your morning, maybe a couple of hit or miss showers and storms. Look how the activity really gets going, though. Late this morning in the afternoon hours, right around the noontime hour, this is going to be the best opportunity for us to end up seeing the worst storms moving through. But for the most part, it's going to be something we're going to really have to pay attention to as we head through at least the late morning, early afternoon hours for your Thursday. And then into, again, coastal parts of South Carolina, we're going to have to watch the late morning, early afternoon hours again. For Columbia, I really think it's going to be that 2, 3, 4 o'clock time period where we end up seeing that main line moving across. Damaging wind gusts will certainly be the main threat. Hail and, of course, tornadoes can certainly be there as well. All of what's going to end up happening ahead of that. So we're going to have to keep our eye on the Carolinas as we head through the rest of your Thursday, because this is an ongoing threat. We're at a period of time right now where at least things are relatively quiet, but that's not going to be the case as Thursday moves along. Let's take a live look at Jacksonville, Florida, and at least for Jacksonville, Jacksonville, yeah, again, you're ahead of the system. This storm will be coming your way eventually, but for now we're relatively quiet. 67 degrees, a lot of cloud cover out there. The gusts will be up as we head through your Thursday.
Kids can change
months and we'll make your first month's payment.
Experience amazing.
Thanks for joining us this morning for our special live coverage of severe weather, the outbreak that's striking parts of the South. I'm meteorologist Ray Staging.
And I'm meteorologist Todd Borick.
And we'll continue to watch these severe storms. Although the storms and lines weakening just a bit, we do still have some severe weather going on. No active warnings at this point. The one out across southwestern Alabama has been allowed to expire, but Pensacola, get ready. Some thunder and lightning on the way here. Right now, yeah, dark 30, but 74 degrees. Air mass unstable enough to actually get you into what looks to be a stronger storm heading in your direction. So just a heads up, might want to just take a look at it, see what's going on. Right now, it is not an active tornado warning, but we do have that chance of seeing some of these storms potentially rotate. You can see the line right now, anywhere from northern and northeastern parts of Tennessee down through North Georgia, heading into Alabama, and just getting into the panhandle of Florida. This is the line of storms right now out ahead of the main cold front, which is actually starting to produce a few more showers and thunderstorms as we speak, but no watch here. There is a watch here, though, for some of the counties in northwest Georgia and south Georgia, too, for tornadoes, at least the potential for tornadic activity. But an impressive looking line nonetheless. Strong storms don't necessarily need to be severe and meet the criteria, 58 miles per hour winds to produce damage, but we do have this storm heading toward Pensacola. Look at all the lightning, some vivid lightning, clearly waking people up, watching us if you did get woken up. Thanks for joining us. Notice here in the panhandle in southern Alabama, this is where we do have a tornado watch in effect. Tornadoes possible in and around the watch area. That's until 6 a.m. Central Time. So Pensacola, Crestview, even into Panama City, your potential does exist for tornadoes and some of these storms to rotate. Now, as the line goes through, we'll start chipping away at this watch, and those places to the west will actually end up being in the clear. Mobile, right now, you're out of any active storms, but look at all the thunder and lightning here heading toward Gulf Shores and Alberta. Certainly a night where we'll get some strong winds. I don't know if these storms will meet severe criteria, at least at this point, but they could. 40, 50 mile per hour winds, and we get to that threshold of 58, then we may see some more active warnings being issued. But still, going to get quite windy here around Gulf Shores and Alberta, further on off toward the north, crossing Interstate 10 near Fairhope. You may get clipped here by this second little batch coming on through, and then Pensacola over the next couple of hours. This line will push through, and you may see some active severe weather. Little up the chain here in central, south central Alabama. Here's Montgomery toward the north. Just general rain there further south in this kind of thin line, and then thicker line of rain and thunderstorms. Gusty winds, thunder, lightning. I'm not sure about small hail, but right now none of these are severe. Around Troy and just to the northwest of Jack, a little cluster of showers and thunderstorms producing some moderate to heavier rainfall at times in a few places. Fronts just to the west now of Jasper and Tuscaloosa, but starting to see some development in lift with the front. This air mass much more stable, so less favorable for severe weather than we saw earlier. So these storms, potentially isolated severe storms, not really having too much of a punch here. So most of this activity should stay below severe criteria. Now, I'm not going to rule out the chance of a warning here, but the better chance will be further south, at least for now, as that front pushes through. Heavier rainfall right now, the biggest threat in North Georgia. But as we had said, there is a tornado watch in effect. But notice we're starting to see the western edges of that watch get clipped away as most of west central or east central Alabama now getting out of the tornado watch. But in through parts of the metro Atlanta area, west and south, especially of the perimeter, we do have a tornado watch, meaning the potential is there for some of the storms of that next line to come through to potentially rotate. Todd?
Well, at least 21 reports of tornadoes so far from this outbreak. One appears to have caused significant damage near the town of Clanton, Alabama. That's in the Birmingham area. Our Mark Elliott talked a short time ago with storm tracker Charles Peak, who shared one family's incredible survivor story.
I got into the area and was seeing so much damage around multiple homes that were just totally destroyed. And I saw a home that had a few vehicles out and went up and talked to them. And as I'm hearing this incredible survival stories, literally of one woman being sucked out by the tornado is what they described. And his son ran out and grabbed her and was able to pull her into the basement just as the tornado was getting there. And so Tommy Cox, I was able to interview him, and he shares his story with us tonight.
Well, the weather had got bad, and there was one line of storms come through, and we all got in the basement. And they went through, they missed us, and went below us. And not long after that, another line started coming through, and all my family came and got in the basement of the house. They live across the road, both sides across the road from here. And within 15 minutes, it hit here. We heard a loud noise, loud like a train coming. It hit, but we had all got in the basement. So all my kids, my grandkids, and my 2 great-grandbabies, 1-year-old and 4-year-old, got in there, and I had a section in that basement to get behind, a wall built. And when it come through, it wiped out everything around here. It blew the doors in on the basement. But thank the good Lord, all my family's safe. All the kids are safe. We was holding things up. There was stuff blowing everywhere. We was holding all over the faces. But my son's house and everything around here, my mother's house, is all just demolished and gone. I mean, if my son hadn't got out of that, his family hadn't got out of that, his house, lived over here 15 minutes, they would be scattered across that field, a half a mile wide, just scattered pieces. And I'm just thankful the good Lord got them over here. It's just stuff, it's our stuff, and we want it, but you know, it's just stuff. We're just so thankful that the good Lord spared us, and I can't just recommend so much for people to get in those safe places when these storms are coming.
Tell me what happened with your sister that you was telling me about.
My sister was down at the basement. She pulled up, tried to get out of her car, and it was just, the wind was just sucking her away. And my son, Trent, ran out the door, grabbed a hold of her, and jerked her through the basement door, got her in there. He was pulling on both of them, but he got them back in the corner where we were. And when it hit, I mean, it was just a mess. It destroyed everything around here. It done some damage to my house, but my house is fixable.
An incredible story there, Charles. You know, I want to ask you about that again. You know, you've been storm tracking for us for a while now. You've been in some of those crazy winds, maybe not right in a tornado, but even the inflow winds can be so strong. And if you're trying to open a door into that wind, or, you know, that wind catches the door, it can absolutely feel like you are being thrown into the air as the winds can get really violent leading into these storms.
Oh, absolutely, Mark, and just the emotion that they're having to deal with at that point in time is you're literally seeing things scattered. He was saying in his house, the back doors on his house actually blew open and completely covered his house in leaves and debris, and then right outside, literally about 20 yards, one of the single wide trailer was completely destroyed, then across the street. And so just going through that, it's just the emotions, but such a great attitude that everybody was okay. Just really, he was just so thankful for that, and that it's just stuff. And, you know, he goes, it's our stuff, and we don't want to lose it, but it's just stuff, and we've got all our family members.
So it was a very active day. You obviously came upon this area with, you know, debris from this home everywhere, it feels like. What else did you see today? Was it more of this? Were you in a lot of different tornado paths today? Tell us about it.
Yeah, I was started out southwest of Tuscaloosa in Moundville, and catching that as it came to Tuscaloosa. And again, just barely caught glimpses of the tornado because of the trees and stuff, and it kept going. And I sort of hopscotched it for, I'd say, probably a couple of hours, and ended up northeast of Birmingham with that storm, and it finally got away from me. But there was some damage up there, trees down. I interviewed a gentleman that had a tree come crashing on his house and limb coming through the roof of his house, and the police chief there was just telling me that the community was just quick to get out there and help one another and get out there and start getting the trees cut down, and the power companies. So it was also a good feeling to see the community coming together in a difficult situation, but helping one another as they could.
Just an amazing story out of Alabama. We're taking a live look at Atlanta, and we actually had a lineup of showers and storms move its way on through. Temperatures actually rising a bit. We're at 61 degrees now, so we're starting to tap into a little bit more of that warmer, moist, more humid air down to the south and west. It's been more of a cloudy, cool day across Atlanta as that wedge has been in place, that cooler air that's been filtering down around the Appalachians. That's one of the reasons why things have been relatively stable as far as the atmosphere goes from Metro Atlanta up toward the northeast Georgia mountains. Well, as we head through the rest of the early morning hours on this Thursday, we still have the main cold front back off to the west that's still heading its way on eastward through western parts of Alabama, at least at this time. Now, the little yellow shades right here is the available energy that's involved. Anytime you look at that yellow, that's really more of that rich air mass that is in place that could really start seeing the showers and storms develop. Notice, though, in this area here, not quite seeing that yellow yet because, well, it has been cool. It has been a little bit more stable, and a lot of these storms we're seeing in Atlanta and then in the northeast Georgia mountains will be more elevated. Doesn't mean that they won't be severe. There's still potential for severe storms, but the better potential, at least as we head through the pre-dawn hours, will be for areas farther south. But notice how we're starting to bring in that nose of that warmer, more moist air, a little bit more unstable air through pre-dawn hours here by 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So really just a couple of hours from now we're starting to see the showers and storms head into Metro Atlanta, head into western parts of Georgia and down into southwestern parts of the state, also down into the Florida Panhandle. And now 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, this is going to be the best time we're going to see that line move through. Could there be a few severe storms? Absolutely. Damaging wind gusts could certainly be in the main thread, but at any time you have a line, particularly if it's a squall line, there could be little spin-ups right along that squall line, so that tornado threat is certainly there. Now, we're not seeing anything active right now. It is, thankfully, a very quiet hour at the moment. It doesn't mean, though, that it's going to continue to stay quiet through the rest of the mornings. Here we are by 7 o'clock in the morning, and a lot of the activity now pushes off to the east. So Birmingham, the worst is basically happening right now. In fact, really the worst already happened. We could see a couple of showers and storms pass through with the next hour or two. After that, though, things really calm down for you by 4 or 5 o'clock this morning, at least Central Time. Eastern Time, for Atlanta, we have that first wave that moved through, but really the most active time of the day will be as we approach 5, 6, 7 o'clock this morning as that main line. Again, there is that potential for some damaging winds. We're going to have to keep our eye on the tornado threat as well, but for now we're not dealing with any watches, but this is going to be the worst activity basically between 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock this morning for Atlanta Metro, Ray, and then eventually the activity pushes off to the east where worse conditions could end up happening for the Carolinas. But boy, check out what we saw earlier on Wednesday with some of the video here, Ray.
Yeah, and it was Tuscaloosa in Alabama. We got this chilling video. Almost looks like night in the middle of the day here. Watch this tornado blowing that building apart. Look at that, ripping it right off its foundation. And even a rotating funnel in there. Damage, yeah, I'd say so. And now up to 23 reports of tornadoes across the south here from our tornado outbreak on Wednesday, now getting into Thursday morning. So look at the power of Mother Nature here. You could just see, almost looks surreal when you do see these situations where you're further enough back, but the power of the wind in these tornadoes is certainly something that can be life-threatening. Now, the good news is that at least at this point during the morning hours, most of us have been able to escape any additional severe weather in terms of tornadoes. We had a couple of warnings, but in terms of severe thunderstorms, but now's a good time to just go over the watches and warnings. For a tornado watch, that does mean conditions are favorable for development of tornadoes. So this means nothing is actually occurring, but is actually forecast to occur in and around the watch area. And then when you go to warning, a tornado warning, that means a tornado is imminent or is occurring, meaning on the ground, spotted by a trained spotter or reported, or rotation indicated within the thunderstorm. The warning doesn't necessarily mean there is an active tornado. When you have a radar indicated tornado, it indicates there's at least rotation within that thunderstorm and it is capable of producing a tornado. And nighttime tornadoes at its worst in the south. 43% of tornadoes from 1950 to 2010 in Arkansas, 46% overnight in Tennessee. As you can see, the south is, I guess, famous, something you don't want to be famous for getting nighttime tornadoes. And in this case, luckily this time, it doesn't look like we've seen much action, but we're not completely out of the woods yet as we go through the next few hours. We'll continue to monitor the overnight tornado safety too, and what to do before you go to sleep. You know, have your safe room ready, food, water, helmet, shoes, communicate with your family and friends about your severe weather threat. Turn on your weather radio and or your mobile alerts on your phone. You're going to have to wait to get woken up. And places to shelter or not to shelter, mobile homes, vehicles, and under overpasses is the worst place to shelter. And some of the better places to go, an interior room or basement or a sturdy home or building. But the best place to go is actually a above or below ground shelter by FEMA and a FEMA safe room. And as this severe weather outbreak continues, stay with the Weather Channel 24/7 on Amazon Fire TV, Roku, and your smart TVs. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can download the app now and get access to the latest alerts, forecasts, local radar, and live coverage. We will bring you live coverage all night long as this threat continues.
Losing a tooth didn't stop you.
Currently in our area, 52 degrees under cloudy skies. Overnight, overcast with rain showers at times. Low 51. Chance of rain 60%. Thursday, strong to severe thunderstorms likely. High 73. Thursday night, a few clouds from time to time. Low 44. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful. There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it.
It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
And you know what it is? It's sirens going off in Houston, Mississippi. This was Wednesday. Strong storms ripped through the area. Ominous looking skies and an ominous sound. Thousands of customers did lose power. Hopefully we're starting to get a lot of those back online. And the severe weather threat continues here early on a Thursday morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm here with Todd Bork, Ray Stajic, meteorologist at the Weather Channel. The active weather continues this morning, but it's kind of taken a little bit of a break in terms of the severity. Still, dangerous thunderstorms continuing to push through. Now, northeast Georgia, getting into the northeast Georgia mountains. None severe, but still strong storms producing heavy rainfall and gusty winds. And down toward the south, this has seemed to be the stronger of the storms where we've had a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings about 30 minutes or so ago. But at this point, don't have much in the way of active storms, but we are seeing strong storms with thunder and lightning heading toward Pensacola. Now, this cluster was warned upon a little bit ago out in Baldwin County. So as it comes east into the Panhandle, still may have some stronger winds. There's plenty of vivid lightning, and the line extends up toward the north into Montgomery. So this is an area where we do have quite a bit of instability. So there is the opportunity for these storms to go severe. And further toward the east, this is where that severe weather threat will continue with a tornado watch until 6 a.m. Central Time. So conditions favorable in and around the watch area for tornadoes, especially now on off toward the east and going through Pensacola, heading toward Crestview and Panama City and Dothan, and eventually Albany in South Georgia, also under that threat for potentially some severe storms here early this morning. Now, this line coming through, at this point, there's no warning, but there could be some strong gusty winds and maybe even some vivid lightning. As the lightning tracker's on, you can see all these lightning strikes coming in here and some heavy rainfall. So the winds, although they may not gust to 60 miles per hour and reach a severe criteria, we still may have some of those stronger winds kind of rattle you around a little bit. Woke you up here this morning. You're watching us. As we had said, these storms not severe, but still strong winds and heavy rain. Even further up the chain here as you go north-northwest, seeing a little bowing feature on that little thunderstorm. Could be some stronger straight line winds with that as that thunderstorm complex kind of bows out there and out across central Alabama, south here of Montgomery. You can see stronger storms, none severe, but this little cluster here showing a little bit of a sign here of potentially producing strong winds. In Greenville, you're just getting out of thunderstorms, but again, none of these are severe. Further to the north and northeast around Columbus and the Grange, just scattered showers around and back toward the west. We are starting to see out ahead of a cold front a few more showers and thunderstorms coming in, but the question's going to be, Todd, what happens as all this goes on off toward the east?
And not only that, going off to the east and then adding more of the heating of the day for your Thursday. Now we're taking a live look at Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Current condition right there, 50 degrees. You can see the low clouds, fog at the moment. Now, as we head through the rest of your Thursday, though, we're going to start tapping in a little bit more of the available energy there. And I'll not be surprised we have a couple of storms that could pop and become severe, particularly as we head from late morning more so into the afternoon hours. Let's take a look at the newest Torcon values just being created by great staff here. We're still seeing, look at that Torcon value of 7 now for a good part of the southern parts of coastal North Carolina into far, eastern parts of South Carolina, and a big area under the Torcon value of 5 for really the eastern half of the Carolinas. What does Torcon value of 7 mean? Well, numerous tornadoes are possible in that area. Again, right around the coastal Carolinas, increased chance for strong tornadoes. We're talking EF2 or stronger. Some could be long track and be ready to take cover. This is mostly going to be during the course of the afternoon hours. Let me take you through the rest of the morning. And again, we still have to deal with that line that'll pass through the Atlanta metro area between 5 and 8 o'clock this morning. As we head into late this morning in the afternoon hours, now we're going to start tapping into more of the heat of the day. And we're also going to be bringing in more of the available moisture, more of the instability ahead of this line of showers and storms. Here we are by about 3, 4, 5 o'clock this afternoon. And this is when things really get dicey for parts of coastal South Carolina and North Carolina. We're going to have to watch out for the possibility for a few severe storms during this time, and that's going to be where that tornado threat could certainly come out during that time period. And then back behind this, we can still see some leftover showers and storms. So timing out this for places like Charlotte, we're still in the Torcon value of 3, but notice really just outside the metro area over toward very near Rock Hill and toward Monroe, where Torcon values of 5. So showers and storms a little bit spotty this morning, but then you can really see that main line trying to come its way through late this morning and early afternoon. Could see a couple of bowing echoes out of this, and that can certainly be the possibility where we end up seeing that spin up there. So really by about 11 o'clock this morning until 2 this afternoon is going to be the worst times for Charlotte. Down toward Charleston, it's going to be a little bit of late arrival time, but that's going to be worse for us because we're talking 3, 4, 5 o'clock this afternoon into the evening hours. That's where we can end up seeing this severe threat. Let's take a live look at Atlanta, Georgia. The worst weather coming your way really just a couple of hours from now. Live look right now, 61 degrees, actually warmer than we were just a couple of hours ago. Starting to get a little bit more humid as well. Watch out between 5 and 8 this morning here in Atlanta.
Starting today, nobody has to settle
there. The Weather Channel.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. This is in Columbus, in Mississippi. This is caught on a rain cam. Strong storms ripping through, and see the wind there and the rain blowing sideways. Chance of showers and thunderstorms will continue after 1 a.m., but then cloudy and some gradual clearing. Partly cloudy with a low of 48 as we get into the early morning hours. Welcome back to our special coverage of our southern tornado outbreak. I'm meteorologist Ray Stachik.
And I'm meteorologist Todd Borick.
And we'll continue to watch not only for more severe weather, but that chance for drier weather is settling back where we had storms with the cleanup beginning. Mobile, Alabama, you just got hit pretty good with some thunderstorms, and now those storms continue to push on off toward the east as we continue to see what looks to be drier weather trying to push in. You still may get a shower with the actual front coming through, but as we take this live look right now in Mobile, Alabama, 66 degrees, and yeah, as you'd expect at this time of the morning, the roadways are cleared up pretty nicely. Hopefully the sky will clear up nicely as we head through the next few hours and into our Thursday and look ahead toward Friday and the weekend, which actually looks pretty good. But severe storms will still be with us, not only early this morning, but maybe more widespread as we go through the day, throw some daytime heating on this atmosphere further on off toward the east. But right now, none of these storms are severe, but there is heavy rain just getting ready to go across the Appalachians and into places like Asheville, heading toward Greenville. Some stronger storms coming in, gusty winds, maybe not to severe, 58 miles per hour, but still thunder and lightning heading towards south and southwestern parts of the state of not only North Carolina, but western South Carolina. And these storms down further toward the south have been the ones that have been stronger, let's say. We did have an active warning earlier, a severe thunderstorm warning for Baldwin County in Alabama. Now those storms heading toward Pensacola with thunder and lightning, but east now of Monroeville for the most part as those storms continue to push on off toward the east. But gusty winds, thunder, lightning, maybe a little small hail, and even the potential for some of these storms to rotate. So we do keep the tornado watch in effect. The tornado watch meaning conditions are favorable for some of these storms to maybe spin up and produce a brief tornado, but at this point, nothing active. So Crestview, Panama City, Dothan, you still need to be on your guard. These are areas that still have that chance of seeing some of these storms go severe and potentially rotate and become tornadic. Not a great chance, but the chance isn't zero. Watching this line now go through Gulf Shores with thunder, lightning, heavy rainfall and gusty winds heading toward Pensacola, heading toward Milton, and eventually down the line here to Crestview and Destin. Most likely this line of storms holds together, so we're not expecting this area to weaken. South of Montgomery now we are in Alabama, Troy, Union Springs, showers, thunderstorms just to the west of Troy getting ready to get hit, and then Union Springs, this line of non-severe storms heading up toward your area, and then further toward the east, Columbus, some showers and thunderstorms in Thomaston in Georgia. Just general showers and thunderstorms, Todd, at least at this point, but we are watching these storms head east and potentially push a little on or further toward the north and east. The question will be, do they stay severe? Do we have tornadoes? That question remains to be answered.
We're going to continue to keep an eye on that for you through the pre-dawn hours. Here's a look at what happened Wednesday. A possible tornado in Brookhaven, Mississippi. That's in Lincoln County. Severe weather will continue across parts of the south during the morning today and even more so this afternoon. A lot of storms that we had in parts of Alabama and Mississippi earlier on Wednesday. A lot of them were rain wraps, so it was really hard to see some of the tornadic damage that at least was going on with some of the storms as they were going. But let me show you through the rest of this morning. Now, this is high-res future radar, and it's overlaid on top of what we are looking at available energy. That is that little yellow area here. And I want to show you that as long as we have that available energy there and these storms are pushing through during the early morning hours, even without the sun, there's still enough instability where we could still see those severe storms. One of the reasons why that tornado watch does continue for the next couple of hours for parts of southeastern Alabama, Panhandle of Florida, and into southwestern parts of Georgia. Now, as we head toward the 5-6 o'clock hour, notice how the available energy now begins to push its way up toward the Atlanta metro. And would not be surprised we start seeing another round of storms that could end up brewing as that available moisture brings the instability back to the Atlanta metro. So between 5 and 8 o'clock this morning, that could be the worst time for storms that at least a line that'll move through Atlanta down to the south from Macon all the way down turn right around the Destin area into Panhandle, Florida. Those storms also push its way on through. And then here we are into now the northeast Georgia mountains, South Carolina and western North Carolina will start tapping in those storms as we head through the rest of this morning as well. So Birmingham, we're basically almost done with this storm threat as we head through the rest of this morning. Things are going to get a little bit better for you as we head toward the morning hours. Atlanta, a different story though. We're talking between 5 and 8 o'clock this morning. The worst conditions coming your way. A live look, Columbus, Georgia right now. Cloud cover certainly out there. Storms are coming your way.
You know they're out there.
Thunder and a big bolt of lightning. That's in Homewood, Alabama yesterday. Look at that. That's impressive. Minor flooding is also forecast along portions of the Black Warrior River beginning Thursday night. So plenty of severe weather. It has kind of subsided for just a bit here now as we head through early on this Thursday morning. Thanks for joining me, meteorologist Ray Stajic alongside Todd Borick. Severe weather does continue. Right now, no active warnings for severe weather, but that doesn't mean that's not going to change, and it can't change over the next couple of hours as, radar showing that we do have thunder and lightning out there and thunderstorms, just none reaching the severe criteria, none showing signs of rotation at this point. One area of heavier rainfall going through northeastern Georgia and through the mountains and the southern Appalachians heading into western North Carolina, and this area has been the most active, I guess the strongest storms, where we'd have a warning earlier, severe thunderstorm warning in Baldwin County in Alabama. Now, let's take a look at the configuration of the tornado watch. This still does remain in effect until 6 o'clock this morning. The thinking being the front still to the west, going through Alabama now near Birmingham, may still try to produce some severe storms that may rotate. We think the threat has lessened just a bit, but notice how we don't have Cobb in this in Fulton County in the metro Atlanta, the downtown area anyway, because that's where the cooler, more stable air is. So in and around the watch area, though, there is the potential for still seeing until about 6 a.m. Central Time, 7 o'clock Eastern, maybe some severe weather. So you could see this line trying to get going back toward the west. Right now, not having much luck, and just general showers in and around Atlanta right now with heavier rainfall up near Gainesville and north of Athens. So for now, it's a wet streets, storms not severe, but again, back toward the west, some of those storms may try to pop here. In northwest Georgia around Dalton and Rome, this is a flash flood warning that will remain in effect until 6:15. The counties of Chattooga, Floyd, and Gordon, Cartersville, Dalton, and Rome, the heaviest rain has pulled away, but we've had some reports of some of the local creeks and streams maybe going over its banks, or over their banks around Canton, some heavier rainfall just east of the warning now, but all that progressive, meaning that at least it's moving along, and that's a good thing here as we go through early Thursday. Further toward the south and southwest, this has really been the stronger line of storms just to the east and southwest now of Montgomery. That line of storms has continued to produce gusty winds and thunder and lightning, and occasionally a warning. As we had said, there's no active warnings, but down here and getting ready to get into Pensacola, even though it's not a warning, could be some stronger winds starting to come on in. And you are in the tornado watch until 6 a.m. Central Time. So the areas in and around the watch may still have the potential of some of these storms becoming severe and maybe rotating. So Storm Prediction Center will leave this watch in place for Dothan and Crestview, Panama City, and further to the north and east into parts of west central Georgia too, where we at least have some of the parameters and some of the shear necessary for the potential of some spin-ups here with this line of storms as it pushes through. So Pensacola on your doorstep. Milton, you'll have the weaker side and the north side of this cluster of thunderstorms as it comes through. But notice we've got a little bit of a bow feature there, another one here. So stronger winds may get to severe criteria, so I wouldn't be surprised. Along with the thunder and lightning, if we get some gusty winds, 50+ miles per hour as that area of thunderstorms pushes through. Just north of Troy now, coming into the Troy area in Union Springs, further north here in Alabama. Stronger storms once again, Todd, staying below severe criteria. So time to take a little bit of a breath, but more storms expected to fire as we go through this morning and into the afternoon.
That's right, Ray, and especially as we head into the Carolinas, that's where the worst conditions will be as we head through your Thursday. Now, here's Atlanta, and if you've just been outside, well, recently, compared to what it felt like during the course of the day on Wednesday, you'll notice that it does feel actually a little bit warmer, and we're starting to tap in a little bit more of that humidity, so more unstable air is trying to creep its way on in after a relatively cool, cloudy, relatively stable day as far as the atmosphere goes. Now, let me time these storms for you for Atlanta. So a lot of the thunderstorms we're seeing, particularly in the northeast Georgia mountains, they're now elevated. We have that dome of cooler air, that wedge is often is referred to as that cooler air that settles on either side of the Appalachians. Well, the thunderstorms are actually riding up along and actually above that cooler air. So we still have the elevated storms. Now, eventually, we're going to start seeing that nose of the more unstable air that could come our way. So by 5, 6, 7 o'clock this morning, we could see a line of showers and storms will work its way on through. It looks like the worst time basically for the perimeter and really for downtown Atlanta along the I-85 corridor would be around 7, 8 o'clock this morning. So really between about 5 and 8 o'clock this morning will be the worst times for Atlanta Metro as that line pushes through. And there is a certain possibility that, yeah, there could be a severe storm. There could be a couple of severe storms out of this, something we have to watch. When I talked about that warmer nose, notice how we're starting to see the retreat of this green or the cooler the cooler cloudy air mass, and it's starting to be replaced by a bit more of that surge of that Gulf of Mexico moisture. One of the reasons why we're looking at that possibility for severe storms that could come our way in the next couple of hours. Now, Charlotte's going to be a later arrival of the threat for severe storms. So a couple of pop-up showers and storms through the early morning hours. But here we are by late morning and early afternoon. This is when we can really get in on the activity with severe storms, at least for Charlotte. And same thing for Charleston. It's going to be more of a late afternoon thing. This is going to be the area that I think we're more concerned about the potential for that tornado risk as we head into later on today. A Torcon value of 5, a good part of Charleston. Look at Myrtle Beach at 7. Let's take a live look. Panama City, Florida. Worst conditions certainly coming your way. That line of storms looks very quiet right now. Of course, well, it's also during the pre-dawn hours. 72 degrees, your temperature out the door. Don't let your guard down. A lot of storms coming your way.
Currently in our area, 52 degrees under cloudy skies. Overnight, overcast with rain showers at times. Low 51. Chance of rain 60%. Thursday, strong to severe thunderstorms likely. High 73. Thursday night, a few clouds from time to time. Low 44. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Severe weather continuing to push on down through the south. Lessening threat here early this morning. Thanks for joining me here at the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Ray Stajic alongside Todd Borick. And the storms have weakened a bit. There's still a tornado watch in effect, but we're going to see what the front does. A cold front, which is currently pushing through pretty close to Birmingham, getting a little bit of lightning now showing up just north of town. So things starting to happen. The question will be, what will those things be? As heavy rain went through, maybe stabilized the atmosphere a little bit in and around the Atlanta metro area. That heavy rain was heading into western, South, and North Carolina, respectively. These storms, stronger storms actually down in southern parts of Alabama and now getting into the panhandle of Florida, actually have had a better opportunity to become severe. Had a warning earlier in Alabama for Baldwin County. That was expiring about an hour ago. But the tornado watch does stay in effect until 6 a.m. Central Time. So the thinking being that there might be enough instability and enough shear in the atmosphere to actually produce maybe a brief spin up here in and around some of the counties west and south of Atlanta, because this air here, not in the watch, a little bit more stable, so less conducive for severe storm development. But in and around the watch area is how these watches are defined, so that doesn't mean you're completely out of the woods. So as you get into Paulding and Douglas County and points west and south of that, and also down toward the south and into Macon and Columbus, this is where the opportunity may exist for a brief spin up with some of these storms as they come through. Notice we're starting to erode away a little bit the colder air. All right, or at least a cooler and more stable air. Now up to 61 in Atlanta, and you can see this warm air is trying to push north out ahead of the front, which is sitting back here. So certainly an opportunity for a little bit more unstable air to get into the Atlanta metro area. The question will be, how strong will the storms get that are developing here back toward the west around Birmingham and Gadsden when they get into that watch area, that tornado watch? So again, just general showers in and around Atlanta for now, and even down in south of Alexander City heading into Columbus. None of these storms are severe, nor are we picking up any thunder and lightning, but they may have the potential to be. Leftover flash flood warning here with additional showers coming in through Chattooga, Floyd, and Gordon counties. This is in northwest Georgia. That's in effect until 6:15, so Cartersville, Dalton, and Rome, there may be some creeks and streams bank full or running over their banks. Further south now, south of Montgomery and east, thunderstorms, non-severe but strong, going through in Monroeville, east of you, some thunderstorms, and getting into Pensacola, some thunder and lightning, but no warnings right now. However, There is a tornado watch in this area. The watch meaning that conditions are favorable for tornadoes again in and around the watch area. So a stronger severe storm does have the capability of producing a tornado. So we'll have to keep an eye on that line pretty closely here as it goes through Pensacola right now. Still, the winds could be 40 plus here. Just thinking is we're not looking at 58 plus miles per hour, which would be the criteria for severe storms. But strong winds going through Pensacola, maybe clipping Milton here. Heavy rainfall, thunder and lightning as we go through the next hour or so. And up near Union Springs in Alabama, stronger storms again, non-severe, and off toward the east near Columbus, isolated to widely scattered showers around. And some of those storms, once again with the line back toward the west, may go strong, potentially severe here, Todd. But all this is heading east and heading into places like Raleigh as we head through the day today.
That's right. In fact, taking a live look at Raleigh right now, that is a very foggy start there in Raleigh. Very low clouds, temperature holding at 50 degrees. And at least for now, things are, well, decent. Now, that may not be the case as we head later on this morning, more so in the parts of the afternoon hours. Let me show you the bigger perspective here first. And Raleigh, you're right in that area where, yeah, we're starting to see a bit more of that available energy. That'll be around. That warm front lift off to the north. We're going to start seeing more of that surge of, well, unstable air that'll work its way up toward through the Carolinas. And that's one of the reasons why we're a little bit concerned about the severe storm threat and the potential for tornadic threat as we head into later in the day on Thursday, particularly along the coast from North and South Carolina. I'll show you that in a moment. But we have a lot of ingredients certainly there, right? First of all, we have a strong southerly flow. So we're starting to tap in a lot of that Atlantic and Gulf of Mexico moisture streaming all the way off to the north and east. So now we have the moisture in place. Now aloft, we're starting to see the winds, strong low-level winds turning southwesterly. So we're now starting to see that change in wind with direction with height. And in addition, we also have wind shear in the speed as well. So we not only have a wind shear as directional, but it's also speed shear. So a lot of ingredients that can certainly bring the spin up there. And that's one of the reasons why, look at this, a torque-on value of 7 for coastal parts of North Carolina into South Carolina widespread area with a torque-on value of 5. What does 7 mean? Numerous tornadoes are possible. Increased chance for at least strong tornadoes of EF2 or stronger. And we could see some long-track storms as well. So certainly got to prepare. Raleigh, you're sitting right in that torque-on value of 5 for today, just down near south and east, torque-on value of 7. So as we head through the rest of your morning here in Raleigh, we do have some spotty showers and storms, but things really could get going by the afternoon hours. Still a little bit concerned about that possibility, particularly farther off to the east over into Greenville as well. Live look at Athens, Georgia, where the storms will certainly try to come your way. We got a couple of lightning strikes there, but the worst conditions later on this morning.
Ask your doctor about Jardians.
Cleaning up from an ugly day yesterday. Thanks for joining us this morning for our special live coverage of the severe weather threat continuing in the south. I'm meteorologist Ray Staging.
And I'm meteorologist Todd Bork. We are tracking a line of severe storms this morning. They're now moving eastward. Some of these storms could certainly become severe. And check out, we have new video here. The Weather Channel, bird's eye view of a suspected tornado damage in Billingsley, Alabama. This is 37 miles northwest of Montgomery. Look at that damage. My goodness. This is something that we obviously going to be keeping our eye on, the potential for more tornadic activity, particularly as we head into the morning hours in places like Georgia, but even more so in the afternoon into the Carolinas. But oh, look at all that damage. You can see just the amount of oh, look at the roof is being off there, destruction all across the board. And it's amazing to think that these people, anytime, even if you are properly prepared, it's still at that moment when the warnings are going off, the alarms are going off, and you have the